even a clear case of a plague. So let's go to when we unfortunately have very clear cases of plague. There were, several waves of plague that went through the Near Eastern world, and they show up primarily in the non-Jewish record. We don't have a lot of Jewish sources that refer to plague in any significant way until the 14th century. And then there was an explosion of discussion about bubonic plague, which is, of course, the big plague story of the millennia, perhaps even longer. There is some discussion as to the etiology of bubonic plague, but the generally accepted theory is that there was a particular kind of flea that was carried to Sicily and Italy early on in the 14th century, around 1346, on boats from somewhere out in the Far East. And this flea jumped off the rats and infected humans, and bubonic plague resulted in this terrible, very high mortality, very high contagious death. It was so-called bubonic because people developed these large swellings in the groin and the armpit area called buboes. The hands distended with huge swelling, very, very painful death, and the mortality rate was incredibly high. We're talking about 30-40% mortality rate, very high spread, and it devastated Europe and actually shaped the continent for the Renaissance. But that's going a little further into history. What happened to the Jews? So there is this widespread myth that Jews somehow missed the Black Death, as it was called. And this is highly unlikely. First of all, we have no data to indicate that Jews suffer at a rate any different from the non-Jewish population. We simply don't have numbers that differentiate between Jews and non-Jews, so it's purely supposition to begin with. And in fact, if we're engaged in speculation, we really have to consider that Jews probably bear worse for several reasons. First of all, there is the so-called urban penalty. Jews are a highly urbanized people. They like to live in close proximity to each other for a host of reasons. First of all, they tend to not be agriculturalists, with the exception of the ancient period in Israel and the modern period in Israel. Jews generally are not farmers. They tend to work much more with white-collar occupations, particularly commerce, trade, also the professions of medicine and so on, wherever the guilds would allow them in. The close proximity of human beings allows for contagion to spread. It's harder by plague than by people living in rural areas. Jews need to live within walking distance of a synagogue, a walking distance of a Chinese restaurant. It's impossible for them to live spread out one from the other. And so the urban penalty must have hit Jews very difficult. We also know that ladies living in cities fare worse, so it's easy to imagine this is the case of the Black Death. There's this interesting theory, I really like it, that, well, hang on a second. Jews historically and culturally also a somewhat suspect argument. I don't know as much in the way of documentation to support that, but there are definitely kind of vicious animals as pets. So perhaps that's where it comes from. There's certainly a cultural bias. They didn't have dogs, they must have had pets. They must have been cats. So if Jews kept cats, those cats would have chased the rats away. The rats, which carried the fleas, which carried the contagion, there you go. Because the Jews didn't like dogs, that's why they got the Black Death far less. That's the argument. I don't think there's a lot of weight to it, but there you go. Now, the last thing that people say is because of Jewish cleanliness. And it is true that there is a mandated amount of cleanliness in the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish law, including the ritual washing of hands, regular bathing, and so on. And we should understand that the standards that would have been used in the 14th century are far below what would be considered okay by Dr. Fauci and the CDC. We're not talking about washing with soap for 20 seconds and saying happy birthday twice. Not even close. Washing without soap, it's washing very cursorily, and even bathing would be at best a once-a-week affair. Women were known, of course, to go to the mitzvah, in particular, the ritual immersion, and I just happen to have something cool to show you. I was, last year, I had the good fortune of traveling with Kosher River Cruises to Carthage in France, which actually has a mikvah that dates right back to the 14th century, the exact period that we're talking about. And I brought my video camera, so I have a 2-minute video to show you the mikvah in Carthage, which is absolutely stunning. And get a sense for what it must have been like to engage in cleanliness at that time in order to avoid engaging on the Black Death. Not so lucky. I will just let you know in advance that there are actually 2 mikvahs in this little video. First, we get to see the 18th century renovated mikvah. Then we get to see the 14th century original mikvah, which is really stunning. Here we go.
It's hard to get the stream of water just so small to get it into the back of the water.
The basement of the Carthage synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services, which they would listen to a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who barely had literacy in Hebrew.
What do you see, Selden? Is that a thing that excites you? You're like, oh my
Okay,
God.
and the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikvahs, which was heated and filtered, and using water in a separate container, which was shortly that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people were immersed was primarily a more comfortable place with heated water.
God, it might take 20 minutes. They have to. And for anybody wondering,
So this was their interested in the water from this vein. So you put some milk under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes
I did this because Selden did the first time on the panel. Selden, what happened when he wrote it? Strike, baby. Struck him out. You know what happened next? Did you strike everybody out? I don't remember the extent of it, but I know something positive. Oh, I guess you struck people out. I remember the first time I was up there, I struck all 3 people out. Not really, and I threw the ball behind somebody at one point. And then I actually church league when I went to my God, I miss it. And I was too scared. I was too big of a pussy. Hold on, Graham, what are you talking to somebody in there? What happened?
Sorry, Mike always walks in and just starts talking.
And by the way, for anybody wondering, Mike has this horrid looking shit on his arm. He has these crazy looking mummy bandages on his right arm.
the most interesting thing with intercontinental are the discoveries associated with the new excavations, and these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
His cat, because everybody always loves to pet the cat.
That was so much fun. I hope you enjoyed that. I like that. Okay, so now let's go to the social upheaval of the era and specifically the Jewish aspect of it. The huge devastation, and we're talking about 20, 30%, 40% of the population in some places being killed as a result of the Black Death. Phenomenal change going on in society. And people all over look to find ways to respond. Perhaps the most significant for our purposes was the sudden explosion of movements like the flagellants, or those who risk themselves to self-flagellate. And these meant for licentious behavior on behalf of the population, and they felt that they had to repent and purge them, without shirts, and whipping themselves as they went, and inspiring other people to do the same. Flagellants in particular were very quick to look to blame others in society. This had a very significant and deleterious impact on the Jews. Just to give you a sense of the mood, these are a few woodcuts from Hans Holbein, who about 70 years later, which is again the kind of like traditions we have from the Holocaust, captured the mood of the people by showing this phenomenal Book of the Dead that describes how a skeletal, death-like figure seizes all kinds of people. Here, seizing a soldier, even a businessman. The death is present, even a joyous celebration of a wedding, playing a drum, very ominous, and this most terrifying image. Again, this is early 16th century of death leading away a child by the hand as the anguished, very impoverished mother and sibling look on, helpless at the child's terrifying kind of images that capture the sudden threat of illness and invasion. How did this affect the Jews? As you might imagine, the Jews were the brunt of tremendous violence. And it is in this period, the Black Death, when certain anti-Semitic tropes really begin to be expressed for the first time, and they would have dramatic implications for future expressions of anti-Semitism. This is a 14th century rendition of the Jews in a community being burned alive because it was felt that they were somehow to blame for the Black Death. There was a widespread canard, a widespread lie that actually had originally been circulating that lepers, people suffering from leprosy, had somehow poisoned the well waters of Europe, and that anyone who drank from that well water would get the plague. Later, in the late 1340s, the legend kind of morphed a little bit and adapted and became much more powerful. The idea that the Jews were in league with the lepers and with the devil to create this contagion. So you see on the left here, this is a woodcut roughly from the period that shows a Jew in a kind of like an oriental costume, kind of exotic hat and so on. And he's holding in his hand a little bag, a vial. That was not a vial, but a little sack that, according to the various legends that were certainly at the time, that was made up of the flesh of dead lepers and spider venom and all kinds of nasty things, the hairs of witches and things. And it would be dropped into the well waters. You see that he's holding it over the water. And spitting out of the water is a diabolical figure that then urinates his poison back into the water. And then anyone who would drink of that water would then be poisoned. This is also added to an incredibly noxious belief that circulated in the 13th century and especially exploded after the Black Death, that Jews somehow needed, as a ritual requirement, to crucify an innocent person, specifically a young boy, because showing the passion of Jesus. And this is called a ritual murder charge. Added to that was the notion of various nefarious purposes, a ridiculous idea called the blood libel, which ironically the higher church, the popes and so on, tended to attack. And but the lower clergy, very much in line with popular sentiment, nevertheless, propounded this myth that had tremendously negative implications. So here in the period of the Black Death, there's a very close association between Jews and disease. The Jews are somehow carriers of disease, vectors of disease. We can go straight to the 20th century. Similar examples of this. A Nazi propaganda poster, because they are carriers of fleas that have typhus. Right? The fleas come from the Jews. We have to ghettoize the Jews, quarantine them away from the community, and so on. And another element, by the way, modern anti-Semitism is really composed of two basic elements. One is this kind of quasi-scientific aspect. Like here you see the idea, we have to do something different with Jews because Jews are intrinsically different from other human beings. They are intermentioned, to use a German term, or they are somehow biologically, genetically different. And the second element also has its roots in this Black Death period, the notion that the Jews are somehow locked in an international world conspiracy, that there is somehow a plan for these Jews acting together to dominate the globe. Here's once again a Nazi propaganda image that displays this kind of ominous sort of, Jews and interconnection, and they're really controlling all of the allies, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, and it's really the Jews behind it all. This is the notion of a conspiracy theory. Those two elements, this kind of quasi-scientific element and the conspiracy theory element, that are very central to contemporary anti-Semitic thought. And just to bring it back to Contagion, this is one of those images that I found very chilling. It's technically not anti-Semitic per se. It appeared in England, and the part that makes me nervous about it is kind of the ominous silhouettes that's used to represent people. And this is, of course, tracing the expansion of COVID-19 from patient 0, who happens to be a modern Orthodox Jew living in Westchester. He's not really patient 0, he just happens to be the first major case that was discovered in New York. It had been spreading by community for quite a bit longer before he arrived, but nevertheless, he was the first known case, and they were able to track, you can see here clearly labeled Yeshiva University and Young Israel, New Rochelle. So this kind of imagery makes me very nervous about how it is perceived. Although it does not seem to be explicitly anti-Semitic, you never know how people are going to read these things. Anyways, so those are things that come really out of the Black Plague. When we move forward into the early modern period, there's a lot of things that are happening at this time. Many other diseases are sweeping back and forth across the globe with some regularity. Smallpox and cholera are perhaps the most significant ones that are often referred to in a lot of texts. In fact, one of the worst things you can say as a profanity in some Slavic language is cholera. I probably shouldn't say that. I probably leave it on the internet. But it means literally the blood of a choleric dog, right? The blood of a dog that has cholera. That's considered a very, very bad thing to say. So that just gives you a sense of, like, in Eastern Europe, cholera expanding and so on. And smallpox is a scourge in the New World in particular. And what I really want to point out on this slide, before we go on to look at some of the other historical elements, is that these diseases wreak tremendous havoc on Jewish history, along with all other histories. But when you look at any individual epidemic, you see so many great people who are lost. Many lost to history as well. They left no record of themselves or their activity. And sometimes phenomenal geniuses. I'm thinking of two in particular. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who wrote the incredible Homer Gevurah, who was one of the early systematizers of Kabbalah, wrote Pardes Rimonim. Phenomenal scholar. This particular work, Homer Gevurah, describes 13 different strategies of forgiveness. 13 different ways that you can develop a quality of forgiveness. Beautiful, glorious spiritual heroism in this work, and he was brought low by cholera in the city of Sfat in the 16th century. Unexpected cholera killed him and his, actually just killed him and left his wife and his 8-year-old son as his literary executive. But he was an incredibly prolific scholar, and we lost him when he was in his early 50s. Another tragic death, also in Israel, this time in Akko, was the Imperator Ramchal, the Mesilat Yesharim. And in fact, it's one of the reasons I'm giving this class today is because the anniversary of his death is on Wednesday. The anniversary of his death, the 26th of Iyar. He was a brilliant scholar who wrote so many phenomenal works in many different areas, not only in areas like in Musar, where he's very famous, the ethical works, but also in Kabbalah, also in logic, and even in public speaking, and even in drama. He is considered by many to be the first modern Hebrew novelist because he wrote fiction. being Hebrew. Brilliant. And he died in the 18th century after a short life of intense persecution where he was hounded by his enemies, all at the time internal Jewish enemies who disagreed with his early study of Kabbalah, among other things. He was hounded across Europe, and finally, in his late 30s, he emigrated to Israel, hoping to have some freedom and to be able to teach Kabbalah properly, and he died at the age of 39, tragically, in a plague in Akko, which also took his life and time. So we have, punctuated moments of great tragedy associated with all of these plagues throughout Jewish and human history. How did Jews react? Check out this beautiful title by my friend Ellie Fisher, Love in a Time of Cholera. Some of you might get. Besides the kind of rudimentary social distancing strategies that were evident even from the Bible and the Talmud and so on, one of the other elements also expressed in the Talmud is the production of amulets, which brought a lot of rabbis at this time into significant trouble, such as, for example, Rabbi shown here, who produced many of these kinds of documents that were intended to ward off all kinds of evil eventualities, including disease. The reason why Rabbi Eibeshuk got into so much difficulty over this huge amount of controversy is because this is shortly after the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, a false messiah of the 17th century who succeeded in drawing a very, very large movement of Jews from all across Europe to his cause, which ended in disaster when he ended up converting to Islam rather than initiating the Messianic period. So, producing amulets after this time was a very dangerous affair because many people accused the producers as being, followers of the disgraced Shabbatai Tzvi. This trend also affected the early proto-Hasidic movement. People who produced these documents were called Balei Shem, meaning the masters of the name, because the name of God or the name of angels was invoked in these amulets against disease. So many of these early kind of folk spiritualists were called Balei Shem. One of the reasons why the founder of Hasidism as we know it today is so distinguished, he's called the Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, as opposed to some of those other ones who are so like. Let us move on here. This is also the era when we get to the 18th century, the 19th century in particular, when vaccination really becomes a cause. There were experiments with vaccination much earlier in human history. Chinese did experiment with it, and throughout the 18th century in particular, a lot of experiments with, like grinding up the dried pustules of smallpox victims' skin, and then rubbing it into the skin or into the pores of other people to kind of give you some kind of resistance to the disease. This starts developing, and you know what? It's generating results. And ultimately, this becomes vaccination, which proves to be extremely successful. Jews, you combine the idea of Jews in medicine, development of vaccination, and in many cases, Jews become the great heroes of vaccination, like Jonas Salk, whose ethnic origins go back to the same world as Jonas and Eibeshuk, and Rabbi Akiva Eger, who we'll discuss shortly, although he grew up in New York City, he nevertheless developed the polio vaccine, which was an incredible scourge that affected so many children, and when he was able to lift off the threat of polio from children in a vaccine that is readily available today, he changed the world forever. Smallpox vaccination changed it as well. How it changed specifically in the Jewish world, the popular Jewish world, a well-known rabbi, Abraham ben Shlomo Nansif, published a book called Ale Trufa. I think you would translate this as the leaves of healing, which might be a pun on the leaves of paper in his book, meaning they talk about healing. He sadly lost two of his own children to smallpox, and in Ale Trufa, he wrote very movingly of the need for vaccination. This new science was essential to developing modern health, and that had a huge impact on the Jewish mindset. We should also bear in mind that long before he wrote Ale Trufa, the long-standing sort of rationalist approach to medicine that appears in the Jewish tradition. Not to say that amulets were not invoked in this huge discussion of amulets, other things like whispering spells, things like that. But there's a general consensus that runs a very straight line throughout biblical and Talmudic sources and halakhic sources, Jewish law, that if the doctors recommend a course of action, then people should follow that course of action. Very, very rare exceptions, but if a legitimate doctor with credentials and credibility advocates a course of action, even if it contravenes, otherwise accepted Jewish practices, you just follow the medical opinion, kind of like a seichel or basic common knowledge kind of opinion. So Rabbi Nansek did not start a revolution. He merely, underlined something which is very significant already in the Jewish tradition. You have many, many other rabbinic figures piling on afterwards, including Rabbi Israel Lifshitz, an extremely important 19th century example on the newly developing Darwinian theory and things like that work, and Jews should be vaccinated along with everybody else. Now, another thing that develops in the 18th and 19th century is the initiation of social distancing on a much more concrete basis. There's a very significant toll on the population reducing risk. So the question went to Rabbi Akiva Eger as to the following public health opinion of the day that prayer quorum should be limited in size. The minyan should be limited in size. People should stand far apart from each other. And in fact, he argued for enforcement of those norms. He said that the non-Jewish police force should be invited in, if necessary, to maintain those social distancing strategies. And one of his suggestions at the time was that there was a huge outcry and social displeasure with this because, of course, one of the most emotionally significant prayers in the entire liturgy is the Kaddish. When a person loses a loved one, God forbid, Lo Aleinu, one wants to say the memorial prayer for the dead, the Kaddish. And the custom was, before the 18th century, not as we practice today, but the custom was that only one person in every given prayer quorum would recite the Kaddish. And so there's a lot of jockeying and dispute and lobbying over who has the right to say it for the congregation. But what happened tragically in the Colorado event of 1831, so many people lost loved ones that the hue and cry for a response to allow more people to say Kaddish moved Rabbi Akiva Eger to say, well, you know what? Given the current circumstances, I think people should be allowed to say Kaddish in unison. Meaning, synagogues should adopt the practice that many people who are eligible to say Kaddish should say Kaddish together, which rapidly became the dominant custom, even now, nearly 200 years after that. Ruling was made. And one more really heroic and amazing story. I actually was not able to find this in a source that really hit home for me, but it's widely reported that in this cholera epidemic that fell in the fall, in the autumn, the great Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, when I mention his name, I really have to straighten my tie because huge influence in my own thinking. He apparently, after Kol Nidre, after the prayers on Friday, on the night of Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year, the fast day, he got up and he pronounced the Kiddush prayer, which allows people to eat on Yom Kippur. Because the medical advice was nobody should fast on Yom Kippur this year because of the health implications. And Rabbi Yisrael Salanter wanted to make sure that nobody felt that you were really religious, you would fast nevertheless. No, the medical rule is you should not fast. And I want to let you know that even I, claimed Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, will not fast in this day. Amazing. Okay, let's go on to our own day. So here we are in the COVID-19 situation, and we're still very much actually in UBS race. We're still dealing with this. We don't know when this is going to end. We don't know how we're going to get back to our jobs normally. Hopefully we should all be healthy and well, and people should be employed in a reasonable manner to be able to meet all of their obligations. So one of the things that's unusual, and again, it's because of the internet speeding things up so rapidly, halakha tends to be reactive, meaning some things happen, the rabbis talk about it, they go back, they look at the sources, things like that, and then they make a ruling on that event, often after the fact. And then that can be used later to decide for specific individual cases. But the idea of making broad generalizations for lots of people is not typically the way halakha works. It tends to be something that rabbis use kind of like to draw large canvases, but for specific questions, they only use a scalpel to deal with the specific surgical need of a individual. That's changed so much because so many people are looking for direction. How do we deal with this COVID-19? And one of the voices that has become very prominent is that of Rabbi Herschel Schachter, shown here, who has published a virtual library of guidance on how to behave, particularly because much of the crisis happened here in the New York City area, with high concentration of Jews, high concentration of observant Jews, and the upcoming Passover holiday in the middle of April. So a lot of his rulings came out because of the need of how do we, for example, this is a time when people typically buy new vessels for use in cooking and eating, and they have to be immersed in a mikvah, but it might be dangerous for a mikvah. The mikvah might be closed, and how we should deal with that. So he published a lot of rulings, many of which were surprisingly lenient. I happen to know of more than one archive of COVID-19 materials that are being collected to try and document all this stuff that's happening right now. My colleague David Sellis is doing that significant one here in the United States. But that doesn't mean that everybody is like falling into lockstep. We have this phenomenon of people who are flouting rabbinic authority, flouting medical authority, and doing their own things, sometimes out of a very at least explicitly strong religious impulse. Here's a letter that just appeared yesterday from the Young Israel Beautiful Speech, actually 2 days ago I saw yesterday. And this, you got to check out this text here. This is written by the leadership of the Young Israel, a very large Young Israel in Florida. I'll just read the first paragraph. It is with complete disgust and revulsion that we are forced to share with you that in spite of our own Mora Da'asra's clear halakha guidance, what the rabbi said, and those of the Orthodox Union, Young Israel, Agudath Israel, the RCA, and other rabbinic organizations, plus recent medical guidance by Rabbi Dr. Aaron Glass, there were a number of people who blatantly violated our school's policy and indeed participated in a rogue union. Some of the fun things going on Twitter, by the way, is some people spell rogue, spell rouge. What I'm saying, can I join that maybe? Sorry to say that, but almost. So people, they decided to form a rogue minyan. The shul is closed, synagogue is closed, like my synagogue is closed. So people nevertheless defied the rule that people should not be gathering. Now listen to the last part. This level of raw chutzpah and dangerous, in bold and italics, sofej pipua mikoshe, translate possible danger of death, meaning like this is a situation where people could die if you do this and not be tolerated. This type of behavior on the individuals who perpetrated be responded to with significant consequences. It goes on to list that is stripped of their current positions, no aliyah to the Torah, all kinds of things like that. Wow, really strong language, but it gives you a sense of the urgency of this particular cause and the stress is a place to induce. So I want to conclude because we're at the end of the hour, and I want to remind you that Jews are resilient. We have somehow lasted 3,000 years, 2,000 of them in an exile, in a diasporic condition, often as a minority in a hostile environment, and we have found ways of adapting to incredible types of social, economic change. And we will find a way to adapt to this as well. Reiterate that I'm very excited about what Rabbi Trump is doing in the Young Israel University by expanding the Shavuot program into time, because we cannot participate in space in the same way. And if you want to receive the PDF of the materials we're putting together with lots of text and lots of questions for you to engage in with your family at the table, we'd be very happy to share them with you. The website is yilc.org. And with that, I'm going to formally conclude this presentation, and I'm going to open up for questions in the chat session. But thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your endurance, and I hope you found it.
It was just in my parents' neighborhood, and we would just go work up at the store. There were these crazy people, and I remember John. He was the manager. He's dead now. Rest in peace. He would drive around in his little scooter, and I remember going to his place one night, and they invited me over for dinner. And we go stand in his backyard, like smoking or something, and he has this cutout part in his fence. And he's looking at it with both of his hands in the fence. And I'm kind of laughing, like, what are you looking at? And he's like, come here. And then I look, and it's just this perfect view of some woman washing her dishes in the kitchen. And I'm like, John, we just stand out here and watch this fucking woman every night. This is insane. Your wife and kids.
And as you know, just to phrase things, we want to take a moment, because I'm not going to thank himself. We want to thank Dr. Abraham for taking this time.
Are you allowed to stare people through on your own property? Do you stare at somebody? I think.
That's something and this is the generous son. Dr. Abraham is the dean of two colleges. There's a full-time job, and he writes, and he gives lectures, and people come from all over to get to New Brooklyn. Well, now we have the opportunity to having people come from all over to bring in five times. It's very, very gracious that he takes his time, his expertise, his humor, and his perspective, and adds it to us. This is a full series. Please tell your friends, please join us, and choose to enjoy. Thank you very much, Dr. Abraham.
Okay, thank you, Rabbi Trump. But let us get straight to the material, because we have really quite a large amount of Jewish history to cover in a short period of time. Rabbi Trump did offer a short word of introduction. Thank you. I'm a huge fan of Rabbi Trump personally, and Dr. Kehila, where of course I've been governing for the last few years, and it's a tremendous boost for me to be able to give back to the community a little bit with some of the the people who have worked hard to put this together. We've had some tremendous support by our head of the Committee for Jewish History, that's Lydia Rothenberg, and we have that fascinating and very sophisticated poster by Ricky Adler that's in our front lobby, and I'm really grateful for everyone who put this together. Okay, let's go right to the material here. Why this series? Well, Rabbi Trump and I spent some time talking about what would meet the needs of this Kehillah. We thought it would be nice to give a vast overview in a very short period of time so that people would fill in the gaps in their own body of knowledge of Jewish history. So that's what we're going to do in 4 blindingly fast lectures. We're going to cover absolutely every moment in Jewish history, and hopefully you will remember all of it. We're trying to make it a little bit more sophisticated, so if you follow online, you'll see that there are some optional readings, not quite at the undergraduate level, but nevertheless, if you want to augment your study a little bit, you can get access to about 100 or so pages of materials that will hopefully fill in some of the lacunae in your knowledge. Okay, let us begin with one of the most difficult aspects of this topic. Because we are doing a survey, we have to begin with a little bit of historiographic theory. And this is an area that most historians prefer to avoid because it asks some really basic questions, which on the surface seem to be patently obvious, but when you actually dig down into them, they become incredibly difficult. So let's start with, what is Jewish history? Now, if this was an undergraduate seminar, I would probably invite comments from the audience, and we do a whiteboard exercise and think about, like, well, what is it? But because everyone seems to know what it is. But in reality, Jewish history is something that does not exist. What do I mean by that? It already happened. The past, by definition, does not exist. I spend my life studying something which does not exist, and can you believe it? They actually pay me to do it. So, but nevertheless, we all have a working knowledge of this non-existent thing, this thing which stopped a second ago, and then a second ago after that, and a second ago after that. What exactly are we talking about? So one of the ways I like to think of Jewish history, and I think will be a guiding light for us, is to think about the poetry of Hannah Shenesh. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with her. She's a very courageous Hungarian Jewish woman who managed to leave her native Hungary and make it to Israel in the interwar period. And then, at a very young age, in her 20s, she volunteered to parachute back into Nazi Germany to try and rescue some of her doomed co-religionists in Hungary. She was unfortunately captured by the Nazis. She was tortured, but she refused to divulge any of her secrets and what she knew about the other people on this mission, and she was ultimately executed. One of her Hebrew poems is an incredibly haunting testament to her life and her vision, and also gives us a lot of impetus for our own study of Jewish history, mine in particular. I'll read in Hebrew and we'll translate as well. Yesh Kochavim, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this poem. There are stars. She'ora magia arza rach ba'asher hem atzmam avdu be'enam. Let me put the English translation up here. There are stars whose light reaches the earth when they themselves are gone and no more. Yesh anashim, there are people sheziv zechram me'er kasher hem atzmam enam yoter b'tochenu, whose radiance illuminates when they themselves are gone and no longer among us. Meaning, just like we can in the night sky observe stars that have died eons ago, and yet their light is only now reaching us, and we can study their lives long after their lives have passed, so too there are people who infuse our own lives with meaning and significance, even though they are no longer among us. Oroth, these lights, and she's referring to both the stars and to people, brilliant in the dark of night, they kindle for humanity the lights along the path. And so therefore, I'd like to suggest a very utilitarian approach to Jewish history, in that it's difficult to say that we have to study, like George Santayana said, the lessons of history, or else we are doomed to repeat them. But it's very true, as I like to tell my undergraduates, if you do not study for history P20, you will be doomed to repeat it next semester. But for our purposes, we definitely can gather meaning and insight and purpose by studying Jewish history. That's where I'd like to take us over the course of the next 4 lectures. Now, the periodization that we're going to study is somewhat artificial. We're going to look at 4 distinct periods. First, we're going to look at ancient history today. It will be the most challenging of all of the lectures because we will be looking at some philosophically very difficult material. I hope to present it in an intellectually authentic manner and yet not offend our religious sensibilities at the same time. Then we will go on to the medieval period. The terminology medieval is really Christian in origin. It means between the eras. It means between the classical era of Roman Greece, which is considered a golden age, and then the era of the Renaissance, literally the rebirth of that same civilization in later Europe. Those terms don't exactly fit with Jewish time, but nevertheless we'll use those rough markers. We'll look at the period from the close of the Mishnah and the large depopulation of the land of Israel in the wake of the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century, and we'll take it all the way up to the cataclysmic Spanish expulsion, which was a huge, devastating impact on world Jewry, comparable only to the way the Holocaust has had an impact on contemporary Jews. Then we'll look at modern Jewish history, which basically extends from the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion of late 15th century up until roughly the turn of the 20th century, and then we'll look at the last century right up until our present day. So I spaced them out here in 4 equal lectures in terms of minutes, but if you try to look at them in terms of actual gaps of time, you can see that they're really quite uneven. We're going to spend a lot of time today in 60 minutes, and then we're going to be looking at less and less time over the same amount of actual lecturing time. But that's, at any rate, the format of the course. Historiographically, we're going to go over these various periods. One other thought in terms of theory before we get to the material itself. We should understand that history is a kind of an art in which the understanding of the discipline depends very much on the lens through which one observes it. One of the things that undergraduates often think is, why do we have to keep writing new history textbooks? The true answer is because the textbook companies can then make money off selling them to you. That was a joke. I know some of you got it, but the reality is because every historian frames the same facts in a very different way. Again, I don't have the luxury of time to speak about this in detail, but let's look at 3 major encyclopedic historians, and I'll give you a sense of how historiography changes depending on who is the historian. We start with one of the greatest of the encyclopedic historians, Heinrich Retz. Many of you may have, perhaps even as like a bar mitzvah present, the 6-volume English translation by Henrietta Zold of the History of the Jews. And I'd like to call his historiography heroic Jewish history, because the model that he used to describe Jewish history is one in which, the Jews are such wonderful, decent, airlift, intelligent, good-looking people, and yet society keeps putting them down. And we're always subject to anti-Semitism. But we nevertheless rise up against this horrible persecution, and once again we're put down again. But we nevertheless irrepressibly rise up once again. And this is a very kind of like, you can see why it's a great bar mitzvah gift, right? Because it's a feel-good kind of history. It doesn't talk about the Nebuchs that we know in real life. It certainly doesn't talk about too many of the Jewish criminals that unfortunately you read about in the New York Times. It's a kind of feel-good Judaism, which we should understand was extremely appropriate for its time and place in late 19th century Germany, and he was taken heavily to task by another historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who argued that this is exactly why we have to get the Jews out of Germany. And his slogan, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, was coined largely as a response to Heinrich Beck's somewhat sanitized version of Jewish history. But nevertheless, a very strong working model. For generations, Jews have worked with this kind of model of Jewish history. Shimon Dubno, who was martyred by the Nazis in 1941, his last words to his students as he lay bleeding on a street in Latvia was "Schreib und Verschreib," write and record. He offered a chilling last imperative to historians to say we must record the dead of Jewish history. And even in that particular phrase, you hear the difference, because Shimon Dubno is much more of a social historian who likes to take a more realistic approach to the spectrum of Jewish reality, to the fact that there are Nebuch Jewish criminals, that there are, heterodox movements, that there are all kinds of things which we might not necessarily be proud of, but nevertheless that is part of the grand story of Jewish history. His approach to Jewish history was extremely influential, in particular in the evolution of the so-called Federation movement here in America, because he was the architect of this idea of a Jewish community without necessarily being bound by religious affiliation. And finally, closer to our own times, the incredible Saul Baron, who criticized both Dubno and Gretz, in particular Gretz, because he said that it wasn't really a heroic type of Judaism he was describing, Jewish history. He was describing a lachrymose Jewish history. In other words, full of tears. That the version of Judaism that Saul Baron criticized was this version in which everything was, completely run through the washer, and that everything came out such that the Jews were always unjustly persecuted and heroically triumphant. So his was a much more sophisticated, university-based kind of curriculum, and almost totally unreadable to lay people. His 18-volume history of the Jews, social and economic history of the Jews, it's a phenomenal book. Social and religious history is phenomenal. It takes up about this much real estate on my shelf at the office, but you really have to be an expert in Jewish history to decipher it. So he's the least kind of accessible of historians. So we're going to try and work through these kinds of models as we understand our own approach to Jewish history, which I hope I'll be able to make clear for you towards the end. We're almost done now with the theory part before we get to the actual history. I have to dip a little bit into philosophy here as well, and I promise this will not take more than a couple of minutes. History is very much related, believe it or not, to a philosophical sub-discipline called epistemology. Epistemology comes from the Greek word episteme, which means to know. It's the science of knowing. And as you can see from Lester Grabb's classic work, Ancient Israel, the subtitle of his book is What Do We Know? And How Do We Know It? In reality, one could say that what we know is actually intimately related to how we know it. So, for example, if you were to look at ancient Jewish history in particular, which is our topic for today, and you were to say, I am only going to look at it through the lens of the Bible, then you would find a lot of difficulty with the archaeological record, and vice versa. If you try to be totally archaeological about Israeli history, ancient Israel history, you would find the Bible in some places unintelligible. And this brings us to the concept of biblical archaeology, which defines two different basic positions on either end of a spectrum. There are a group of people who call themselves maximalists. This is really the term that was used most at the beginning of the 20th century as biblical archaeology really got into its heyday. Maximalist means we're going to use the Tanakh as a map for understanding ancient Israeli history and its archaeology. And that's great because we've got this fantastic document, which is unparalleled in its size and scope and description of really times that happened a long time ago. And all we have to do is kind of like go through land Israel, identify places, dig up the soil there, and we'll find evidence of what happened. Unfortunately, when archaeologists really started digging, they found all kinds of inconsistencies, which I'm going to explore in a couple of seconds. The other later school of archaeologists says, wait a second, we're going at this all wrong. We have to just put aside the Bible and pretend it doesn't exist. We're going to ignore all of the historical data in the Bible and just work with what's in the ground. And with what's in the ground, we will reconstruct an ancient Israeli history, which may, and it turns out, is rather distinct and different from the biblical account. That presents some theological challenges, to be sure, and we're going to look at a couple of them, but only in a little bit of detail. In a way, it's a little bit like creating a puzzle, right? You see here, you've got someone working on a puzzle, and you say, well, this is a really hard puzzle. There's so many thousands of pieces, and they're all mixed up. But, Baruch Hashem, I have the cover here, right? I have the box that tells me all I got to do is follow the box. It's Starry Night, really easy. So that's like having the Bible. The Tanakh is great. We know what's supposed to happen where, and we just go look for it. Other archaeologists say, no, if we ignore it, then all of a sudden we're going to find that there are a whole bunch of pieces that just don't seem to make sense. We found this in the ground. It doesn't look like it should be here. It's not shaped right at all. And that's fundamentally the crux of the problem of biblical archaeology. Do you know history because you know Tanakh? Or do you know history because you know archaeology? And whichever way you work with the data, you're going to have to deal with the other side of the equation. Okay, so, wow, I'm going so fast, I can't believe we made it through one circle in 20 minutes. But Rabbi Trump spoke for about 2 minutes, so I'll take that out of the end. All right, let us first begin with what's called la longue durée. This is a term that was created by the French Annales School of Historiography. It says that, hey, if you really want to look at history properly, you have to look at larger factors than the immediate people involved. You have to look at things like topology, weather patterns, the economics that are shaped by the land itself. Let's have a look at the long durée issues going on in Israel. This is a map of what's called the Fertile Crescent. And as you can see, it's shaped, of course, kind of like an upside or sideways C. That, of course, is the Fertile Crescent. And it describes the area of fertility in the ancient Near East, which is the basis of civilization. Using basic Marxist theory, you have to have, concentration of capital in order to create culture. And so culture tended to develop along the river Nile over here, close to the Mediterranean coast, and then down the two rivers, Euphrates and Tigris, which together descend into the Persian Gulf. With the controlling of these rivers and the fertility in the neighboring region, you could actually develop a culture. Everywhere else, you've got desert. So this is really where ancient civilizations developed as a result of this fertility. And the economic roots are directly related to that fertility. There are two roads that we're especially concerned with. This is Israel, of course, over here. The Via Maris, or the Derech Hayam, which is a trade route that goes along the coast that essentially connects the Nile to the Euphrates and Tigris, and also the King's Highway, also known as Derech HaMelech, which skirts the outside of the mountain range in the Judean desert. These two roads make Judea and Israel incredibly important because you've got to go through there to get to anything meaningful. It's a lot like the Rockaway Turnpike. If you could see these roads on Friday afternoon coming down from Damascus, it's crazy. You have to leave like so far in advance. Okay, here's a map looking at the topology and looking at the various heights. You can see the green here is lowland, and it's green, of course. It gives us the sense of fecundity, which is, of course, what happens there. And the red parts are the mountain ranges, which means that the land of Israel, that's going to focus our attention for this lecture, is really a very small area of productivity here, with a desert that's quite a vertical desert right in the middle. It is not like Kansas. It's not Chernozem, the black earth of Ukraine, like that. It's a very tiny little spot. The only major advantage it has today economically is that it's on these two trade routes, the Derech Hayam and the Derech HaMelech. Here, looking at it sideways, you can see I've translated this. This is the Dead Sea over here, the Mediterranean. It's a tiny little barrier here, and because of the prevailing winds, the moisture that blows in with the winds from the Mediterranean gets trapped by the mountains and remains here in the coastal plain. The mountains are comparatively dry, and of course, once you go past the Jordan or Dead Sea, it's very dry in the country of Jordan. This map also shows the Hebrew, but you can see the security risks of Israel are phenomenal. It's only 15 kilometers from the edge of what is called the Green Line, what would be today called Shomron, or the upper part of the West Bank, to the sea, and even from the Jordan River in the country of Jordan is 55 kilometers. It's basically a good walk from one end of the waist of the country to the other. So we will get to that when we get to modern times. Now, one of the slogans that was used in the Zionist period of the 1880s was this idea that Israel was a people without a land for a land without a people. It's not entirely true. Israel was, of course, settled before the first Jews lived there. It's described that way in the Bible. There's no contradiction there. And there's some amazing archaeological finds of pre-Israelite civilizations. These Canaanites, for example, this is up in the region of Jericho, seem to have quite a sophisticated culture that apparently involved a very deep ritual life. It's not certain whether these are intended as decorative masks, or perhaps the holes that are drilled in the sides are indicating that they should have been worn as masks, perhaps in theatrical productions of one type or another. The figure on the right is evocative of a skull that apparently would have played some role in their ritual functions. But as you can see, they had quite a bit of activity, and there's a lot we know about the Canaanite peoples as a result of these archaeological digs. We also know, for example, that amazingly they practiced trephination, which is a bizarre medical technique that we find in several ancient civilizations, including the Incas, for example, to deal with mental illness and various other illnesses, particularly of the skull, by drilling a hole in the skull to allow the evil spirits to escape and things like that. Some theorists believe that they may have dealt with schizophrenia and other types of illnesses by drilling holes in the skull. I believe this is where my grandmother, Ella, used to get the expression, you need a hole in the head. But it's amazing people actually survive trephination. You can tell by the way that the wounds heal that apparently people did live through this experience. So basically, according to the biblical account that we have, the origins of the Jewish people are in the Mesopotamian region. That's the southern part of where the Tigris and Euphrates flow into the Persian Gulf. Abraham is commanded to leave the land of Ur. He does not take a direct route because, of course, that would mean going right across the desert. He takes a roundabout route right along the Fertile Crescent and lands in Israel. There, as you know, we'll be reading about it in just a few months, they end up in Egypt, and then there's an amazing thing where God takes a nation from the midst of another nation, and this is the Exodus, which is a tremendous marker of Jewish identity and a defining moment of the Jewish people where they return to Israel. And it is at that point that they settle in the land of Israel. All three of these points are not well confirmed by the archaeological record. And in fact, some historians would say they're contradicted by the archaeological record. Because, for example, if there is no evidence found of the Exodus, which is a rather large, amazing event, some historians would say, well, that means it didn't happen. Other historians would say, you have to just keep looking. Maybe you'll find something if you keep looking. And other things like, how do you prove a negative? But this is the kind of area where it's so central to our identity. I know it on a very profound personal level that my ancestors left Egypt. I know it every Pesach in particular. I'm remembering it. And it is something that is part of my bones, part of my personal DNA. The fact that we can't find archaeological data to support it yet doesn't really challenge it. It's kind of like if I went to the doctor and I asked him, I'm having trouble, I'm lovesick, I love my wife so much. Could you please have a look at my love for my wife and tell me what to do about it, doctor? What is he going to do? Put it in a CAT scan? He's not going to find that kind of data. So this will take us further into Hashkafic territory. I will leave that to the Hashkafic experts like Rabbi Trump, but for the time being, it gets a little bit easier now. Wow, I'm going so fast. This is some fascinating new information, however. One of the associations with the Jewish settlement of Israel is the so-called four-room house, which has been found all over Israel, and particularly because in many of the settlements of these four-room houses, there are an absence of pig bones. And so there's a lot of historians who will point to this fact, so you can see that the Jews are obviously living in these four-room houses because their dietary refuse shows it. This is not convinced to all historians, but recently, and this is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, I just heard this from some colleagues at Hebrew University, new archaeological findings have suggested that perhaps there are in fact some signs of, there are in fact some signs of Jewish settlement here because they've been discovering a lot of these containers. And although it's inconclusive, it's not impossible that... Right. Okay. So that takes us through kind of like the really hazy dark part of the tradition that we don't have a lot of data outside of Tanakh. That's where Emunah is a very important element in our knowledge of the light that shines from far as described by Hannah Fenner. Now, the archaeological record does say some amazing things, though. For example, this is the Merneptah stele, which is a find that dates back to the 13th century before the Common Era. It is a kind of a ghost obelisk, very common in the period in which various rulers, in this case it was the pharaoh Merneptah, Merneptah, boasts about his many military achievements. And the whole thing is a long list of the various peoples that he has conquered and laid waste to and so on. And on this Merneptah stele, we have the very first reference in non-Jewish archaeological material to Israel. And it reads, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. I mean, this is like, the very first thing has to be anti-Semitic. Can you believe it? I mean, but that is the first statement we have outside of Jewish sources that talk about Israel. Now, what exactly does this phrase mean? Most historians take it kind of at face value, that there is an entity called Israel. We don't know much about what it means. Is it an area? Is it a people? What exactly is it? Wasted seems to imply a rather physical destruction. That it's over with them. And seed, even if we take seed literally to say they have no more grain, it seems to mean figuratively that they will have no more progeny. That's it for the Jewish people. 13th century, before the Common Era, we're done with the Jewish people. We have destroyed them once and for all. I'd just like to point out something, this little observation. So, Merneptah says Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is what Israel's seed looks like. Right? It looks like this. And by the way, with the stele, we also found Merneptah. This is what he looks like. Right? So, I'm just saying, right? This is Israel's seed, and this is Merneptah. So we know how to file this particular piece of historical information, but nevertheless, it does say a lot about the rest of the end of Jewish history. Now, going through the Tanakh, you get a tremendous amount of history with phenomenal details about various leaders and rulers, and sometimes secondary, tertiary characters. Phenomenal lessons contained therein on a moral level, a spiritual level, and so on. And if we had more time, I would love to delve into those in greater detail. But some of our goal today is to try and focus on the history. So one of the trends of Tanakh in the first three books after the Chumash, it describes the eventual formation of a united monarchy. That is one kingdom under Saul and then under David, under Solomon. We do not have much archaeological evidence of specific things happening in there, but there are a few fascinating tidbits. So, for example, this is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in the north of Israel. It is about 100 years after the death of King David. So it isn't actually contemporaneous with his life. But in the stele itself, you find this phrase, which is written in the Paleo-Hebrew, the original, a different version, a different script of Hebrew that was used at the time. And, of course, Hebrew is written from right to left. So it says, in these letters here, BYT-DWD, which is understood by most scholars to mean Beit David, the house of David. So here is some archaeological evidence that specifically speaks about a house of David, which will be reinforced by other pieces in a moment. But there are still questions. Like, for example, in this stele, they use a little period like this to separate words. And there is no separation between Beit David, even though grammatically that is required. That's not necessarily a disqualification. Latin, for example, is written without such word separations. Polish is written almost entirely without vowels, for example. That was a joke. I thought you would like that. But anyway, this is the kind of evidence that we have outside of the record of the literature of Tanakh. And this other document here, this other stele, the Mesha stele, from about the same period of time, 850 before the Common Era. The reason why it looks so strange is because there's a whole fascinating story behind it. It was found in Jordan, and in the 19th century, some German explorers found it and made efforts to secure it. But the local villagers felt that there was something wrong with these German explorers taking away their archaeological finds. For centuries, they were laying exposed in the desert, and everyone was paying it no mind. But once the Germans wanted it, people started getting a lot of interest in it. What they did was they prepared to make a squeeze, which is a paper-mache application to the stone, which is then later peeled off so you can get a reverse image of it, kind of like a wax model of it. However, the assistant who was making the squeeze was attacked by the local villagers who were upset that the stele was being taken away. He managed to rip it off, but it was partially damaged. And then the villagers, either because, according to one version of the story, they felt that the reason the Germans wanted it was because there was gold inside it, or according to another version, they felt that there were like spirits inside it, like a genie kind of thing. They smashed the stele to bits, and most of it was lost. The squeeze that the assistant was making and just barely managed to take away with his life was also damaged, but between the two pieces, they were able to reconstruct quite a bit of it. And you can see there are two references here to the same phrase, House of David. And then there's something illegible, WD, and there's something else that looks like W and then a hay at the end. Scholars believe these are other references to David. There's another school of thought that says that BT star WD is actually the origins of a popular lubricant, WD-40. That is something I'm trying to publish in the literature. It's just not working yet. Okay. But anyways, you can see that there are little tiny bits and pieces. By trying to put together the puzzle, you can get very little from the archaeological record, but it is fascinating. And perhaps if we have more leisure in another series, we'll have time to go over these in greater detail as we deserve. The dual monarchy, of course, is familiar with Tanakh. It eventually falls apart. Israel and Judah are split. The northern section is attacked by the Assyrians, and a good portion of the population is carried away to the region of Babylon. Again, following La Longue Durée, following the Fertile Crescent, the various settled areas. These things are described primarily in Kings and Chronicles, and we have much more detail in the archaeological record to support this, primarily because the various peoples who are conquering Israel also leave Merneptah-like documents that attest to their achievements. Like this one here, which describes the obeisance of Jehu, one of the Jewish kings. Here's a whole bunch of Assyrians up here, Shalmaneser, of course, and here is Jehu here, clearly in an act of obeisance that we can understand perfectly well even in the 21st century. So there's no question that a lot of these elements of Tanakh, especially as we get into the dual kingdom, are well established by the archaeological record. And fascinating and definitely worth studying in greater detail. The northern kingdom is conquered in the 8th century before the Common Era. A good portion of the population is carted away to the north. And then in the 6th century, a much more devastating attack on the southern kingdom, and they are taken away to Babylonia as well. Contrary to popular belief, the land of Israel was not denuded of its Jewish population. Significant amounts of Jews remained behind, although the ruling classes tend to be deported first, and the leadership had gone largely to these regions. So this is basically the story of the 6th century. Later, as described in the book of Chronicles, the end of the book of Chronicles, and the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, there's a new regime in Babylonia, and under the great King Cyrus, the Jews are allowed to return to Israel and to rebuild the temple that was destroyed with the first invasion of Babylonians. This Cyrus cylinder does not specifically mention Jews, but it does have a fairly explicit description of allowing a kind of religious freedom for people to return to their temples, rebuild them, and so on, that many feel is actually a reference to this actual return to Israel in the later 6th century. Surprisingly, only a minority of Babylonian Jews, even though they've only been there for less than a century, only 20% of them, by biblical estimates, leave Babylonia. The other 80% like it in Iran and Iraq, and they choose to remain there. Okay. So the next thing that's really important in understanding Jewish history is the encounter with Hellenism, which you find some allusions to in Tanakh, but it primarily is post-Tanakh material. And this is a result of Alexander the Great, Alexander of Macedon, who launches this amazing military crusade that conquers the entire known world. He starts out here in northern Greece, and he makes his way throughout the entire eastern Mediterranean and pushes all the way through the Fertile Crescent into Central Asia, all the way out to what would be today Afghanistan and northern India. And what's really special about Alexander's conquest is that he brings Greek culture with him across these many, many different territories with different languages, different legal systems, different currencies, and so on. And he unifies under a Greek sensibility all of these laws. Now, he dies a very young death, possibly of alcohol poisoning when he was in his 30s, but his legacy was incredibly important for leaving behind a structure of communication and commerce that included all of these people throughout the eastern region, and in particular, the Jews were taken with it. The Jews have an amazing love affair with everything Greek. The term Hellenism comes from the term Hellas, which means Greek, or Greece, and there's so much about it that is so different from Jewish culture and so useful and powerful that the Jews take to it with phenomenal enthusiasm. What is Greece? Again, to not want to go past our time, Greece, Periclean age in particular, 4th century, 5th century before the Common Era, they're developing science, Archimedes, they're developing math, they're developing art with Sophocles and Aeschylus. They're developing dry cleaning with Euripides, right? Euripides, you pay for these. Sorry, I was thinking that in the back of my head. Anyways, they have Aristotle, they have Plato, Socrates, philosophy, art, literature. It is so overwhelming, and the Jews, they're like blown away. So Greek wisdom was so fascinating to the Jews that we adopted it wholeheartedly. And this was our first major test as a people, in my humble opinion, that since the Egyptian period, specifically because we are so taken with it that we adopt it wholesale. And the Hellenizers in Israel argue that everything Jewish is old-fashioned, that is no longer the mode, is no longer able to take us into modernity, and they argue for a complete adaptation of Judaism to Greek values. This is where we get the Maccabean revolt of the 2nd century before the Common Era, which must be understood properly, not as the Greeks attacking the Jews, because in fact the Greeks love the Jews. It is a civil war between Hellenizing Greeks and traditionalist Jews. Sorry, Hellenizing Jews and traditionalist Jews. I'm getting a little tired because I'm talking so fast. Oh my God. The Civil War, I know that when you send your kids to day school, they talk about Antiochus, the wicked king who did to the Jews a terrible thing. That is certainly true. Talk about it in a second. And they talk about the Syrian Greeks coming down and attacking the Jews. But in reality, that was epiphenomenal. That happened after the revolt was really well underway, and it was Jews fighting Jews during the entire time. It was a fight between the urban, wealthy elites who wanted to adopt Greek values and the traditionalist, rural, we would call them today Haredim, although that's not a really appropriate historical term, but they are like the old school Bible thumping Jews who finally said enough. The kind of things that are described in the literature of the day is in fact something I had to look up. It's called epispasm, which is a primitive surgical attempt to reconstruct circumcision. In other words, to reverse circumcision. Why? Because the Greeks loved, for example, the worship of the human form. And the best way to observe the human form is in hand-to-hand combat, of course, in the nude. And so all these Olympic Games and so on were performed entirely in the nude. And can you imagine what it would be like for these Jewish Hellenizing youth coming into the stadium? They're surrounded by all these men watching the games, and they look at this Jew and they say to him, "Oh, look at these Jews. They take such a beautiful specimen of humanity and they hutchkey him up like that." So there are Jews who are actually Mayfair of Greece, Avraham Avinu. It's a reference in Pirkei Avos as well, which is during this time when Jews were undergoing this primitive, painful surgery. So the revolt was an attempt, successful, to overthrow the Hellenizing influences and to put a line in the sand ad time. Until this point, everything past this is too much. Antiochus Epiphanes, shown here, is kind of drawn in late in the game. The reason, by the way, they're called Syrians or Syrian Greeks is because after Alexander died, they had to divide up his territories, and Antiochus came from the north, from the Syrian part of the post-Alexandrian government. Here's, by the way, a coin from his period. You can see it says in the top in Greek, Basileus Seleukoi, which means the king of the Seleucids, and there's a war elephant on here. The war elephant is extremely important because when the Syrian armies were eventually brought in to try and settle this civil war, they brought in these amazing vehicles of war, which must have been absolutely overwhelming, and nevertheless, through the courageous and cunning efforts of these guerrilla warfare tactics used by the Maccabees, who were able to drive them out. Here is a medieval rendition of the death of Eleazar in the Maccabean revolt. There it is. In the Maccabean revolt, he, of course, heroically charges one of these elephants, and he gets under it and stabs it from below, and manages to kill it, but he is crushed in the process. The reason why I particularly like this 14th century European version is because obviously the artist had never seen an elephant or even a picture of an elephant, and they were describing it to him as kind of like a gray horse. So I'll make it like that. So that's essentially the Hanukkah revolt is extremely influential because it basically said, okay, we love everything Greek. Everybody knows the Greeks are really good at building things and at writing things and at describing things and thinking about things. But we have to set a line in the sand where beyond this, Greece cannot pass. And that same challenge of determining how much of the outside world is allowed to influence our Judaism is a challenge that we still face to this day. It is certainly beyond ironic that Hanukkah always falls in the month of December, which for those of us who live in Christian countries, it's the same kind of fight going on even today. Okay, more to say about that in another class. Let's just skip over this here. Well, yeah, okay. So that takes us basically up until the 2nd century before the Common Era, and then we get to the Roman-Jewish Wars. So the Hashmonaim, the Greek kings, the Maccabean kings are able to reestablish a Jewish dynasty that lasts for a couple hundred years, but pretty soon after the death of the original Maccabees, it begins to enter a period of decline, and they cannot hold back the onrushing tides of Greek and later Roman influence over the next few decades. By the time Pompey of Rome enters in the year 63 before the Common Era, the Maccabean state is just a shadow of itself, and they capitulate to the Romans, and they essentially maintain their monarchy, but they are client kings. They're puppet kings. They pay their tribute to the Romans, who use their traditional techniques of divide et impera, divide and rule, to give privileges to the Jewish aristocracy to run the land, but basically they want to collect taxes and maintain the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. So it was during this period of time that there's even further decline in the Jewish status, particularly because of Jewish infighting. If we look at Jewish society around the year 0, in the 1st century, we see a tremendous amount of internal debate, vigorous debate, sometimes violent debate between various sects. Just looking at 4 of those sects for now, and by the way, we have excellent historical data on this because we have many overlapping sources by the time we get to the 1st century. First and foremost is tremendous historian Josephus, who recorded a phenomenal amount of data for us to work with. The problem with Josephus is that we don't know exactly who he was writing for. He was a rebel. There's a lot to say about his life history, but the basic fact is he was originally a rebel against the Romans, fighting against them in the First Roman-Jewish War, and then he was captured and he surrendered to Vespasian, the emperor, and to Titus, his son, who destroyed the temple, and he became a war correspondent for the Romans. He became their official historian of the Roman-Jewish War. He apparently wrote a version of his history in Aramaic, which was intended for Jews, which might have said something very different but we lost that version. It's no longer extant. The Greek version that he wrote for Roman audiences tends to be very fawning and tends to be very approving of the Roman overlords. So, for example, he describes how Titus himself expressed regret that the temple was destroyed, and it was really the Jews themselves in there fighting with one another who actually set the first fires in the temple itself. So Josephus is sometimes a problematic historian. We don't know really where he's coming from when he says what he says. But he describes for us things that are known from multiple sources. There are basically Jews called the Sadducees, in Hebrew the Tzaddukim, who on a theological level have rejected what would later become the oral Torah, known as the oral Torah. I'll speak more about that probably next week. They are essentially of the opinion that the Roman Empire is here to stay, and the best thing for Jews to do is to go along to get along, to seek their own personal advantage in association with the Romans, and they tend to be in charge of the temple. They are in charge of the urban elite groups in large part, and they're hated by the other groups. The second group, the Pharisees, that's a Christian term. We would call them in Hebrew the Perushim. These are essentially what we would call the good guys. These are the rabbis. These are the people of whom the later Jewish movements all stem. Hillel, Shammai, Yosef ben Yoezer, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Meir, all of the greats of this time are Pharisees. And their political point of view is they highly regret that the temple is controlled by the Tzaddukim. The Tzaddukim are highly corrupt and essentially toadies to the Romans, but they do not feel that they have the wherewithal to beat the Roman Empire. It's not really within their purview, and so therefore, as their name implies, Perusha means to separate. They step back from politics and they focus on developing charismatic disciple circles of followers, kind of like, if you will, into the 18th, 19th century, kind of like Hasidic rabbis who form their own courts of people who are devotees. And this is essentially the Pharisees that the rest of the rabbinic world derive from. Then there are the Zealots, the Kanoim, of whom the most notorious were the so-called Sicarii, named for their curved daggers. And they practice, they believe that they should in fact fight against the Romans. The Romans have to be getting rid of. We have to, take this monkey off our back, get rid of the entire Roman Empire. And it was a quixotic attempt, but in their efforts, they even assassinated fellow Jews who were political opponents. And finally, the Essenes, these are people who practice radical exclusion from society. They said, none of this is working. It must be the Mashiach, Messiah, is around the corner. So they went and they lived in places like the Qumran caves outside the Dead Sea, practicing very ascetic kind of religious activities, waiting for any moment that the Messiah would be there. And in this context, we should also mention Jewish Christianity, which is basically a blip on the historical record, certainly from Jewish sources. It only begins to really, people start taking notice of it towards the end of the first century, into the second and especially the third century. But the original Christians were all Jewish, were all followers of a Jewish leader, and a great large number of them felt that in fact Christianity was really Judaism plus. That for Shteitzach, everyone would keep kosher, everyone would keep Shabbos. What are you talking about? It's 613 mitzvos plus, that it's an added bonus. It was only later on, when we get to the turn of the second century in particular, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile religion, meaning this new faith that is based in the mother religion of Judaism, and it eventually becomes overwhelmingly, God willing, next week, if you have the patience to put up with me then. But in the first century, it's not a very significant movement at all. Ultimately, of course, Judea is captured, as you can see in one of the many coins that the Romans minted to commemorate their victory. It's ironic because Judea was not, of course, captured. It was taken already in year 63. The Romans had been there for well over a century by the time they destroyed the temple in year 70. But it was such a bitter, awful fight. The Romans really had to invest a tremendous amount of resources into it, and there were internal Roman political reasons to celebrate a victory in order to firm up the authority of Vespasian as a new emperor that they actually minted many of these. This is Vespasian here on the left. He's the emperor. His son destroys the temple. And here is the famous iconography, Roman soldier with the palm tree, which was the defining iconic motif of the land, and the forlorn Jewish woman here who's kind of saying, talking here with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of the destroyed Jerusalem. Okay. There is another revolt. Again, the Jews fight, actually, there are 3 successive revolts, depending on whether you might count the middle one as the war. The most significant one is the Bar Kokhba revolt, which I will talk about, God willing, more next week. But once again, these stubborn Jews just will not let it go, and they're constantly fighting against the vastly superior forces of the Roman Empire, taking advantage of local topography by digging lots of caves and tunnels. This is actually my son Boaz, last summer was in the southern part of Judea. They were exploring the same cave routes that the Bar Kokhba fighters used at the time. An amazing thing. You don't see Romans doing that today, but you do see Jews doing that today. And that's kind of like Merneptah's point a little while ago. So, to bring us to a conclusion, one of the most important things that happened at the end of this period of Roman Jewish wars, so we're talking between 70 and about 135, is that the rabbinic leadership, the Pharisees, in particular under the patriarch, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, say there is a dramatic political, social, economic, religious moment before us. We are at the cusp of a new era in Jewish history. We must take action. And so, against tremendous opposition by his peers, he says, we are going to take this massive body of oral teachings, which we have not mentioned today, but God willing next week, and we are going to codify them in writing. And we're going to transform the way Judaism is communicated from a teacher-disciple relationship to one in which a text is involved. And how do you preserve the special intimacy of a teacher and a phenomenal challenge, an intellectual and artistic challenge that was placed before Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, but ultimately he did it. And the Mishnah and its massive Jewish study today. And it is what made Judaism ultimately portable and allowed Jews to get through the tremendous, difficult challenges they're going to face in the diaspora, but we'll get back to it next week. Closing off, if we look at where the Jews are by about the year 200, you see that there are large Jewish communities here in the Jews had been exiled already from the 6th century before the Common Era. It is here where the great Babylonian Talmudic academies would rise up. So these are the two. You also have smaller centers in Egypt and in Italy that dates back before the destruction of the temple, and in Italy, because of the tens of thousands of Jewish community there, that's probably the second largest Jewish. All our centers all along the coast of North Africa here, and in the southern coast of France, where, God willing, I'm going to lead a tour up the Rhone River in just a couple of months. Well, I hope they'll bring back some really cool pictures of Jewish civilization there. And, of course, here in Greece and in Asia Minor, you've got much smaller communities here perhaps numbering in tens or maybe hundreds of families at the most. But that gives you the picture of Jewish mobility and demographic change by the time we get to the 2nd century. So what's our main takeaway? If we look at this huge scope of Jewish history that we have managed to cover in a rather phenomenal 60 minutes, I can give myself a pat on the back for that, we see that if I can, in my humble opinion, bring it down to one basic value, and for my kids who hopefully will watch this video one day, it's resilience. The Jewish people are awesomely resilient. We are an amazing people. We have a phenomenal strength to contribute to the world, and our continued survival, in my humble opinion, can be nothing less than divine in origin. So thank you very much for your attention.
Oh my gosh. I know, dude. He's gonna go out there and be like, you smell like a pussy, dude. You smell like someone to take it. You smell like baby wipes, you fucking pussy. Like, they're gonna bully his ass, dude.
First of all, thank you all for coming. I never know what's going to happen. The first one could have been a fluke, but it looks like a lot of people found this relatively interesting, so I'm very grateful that you decided to come back and share a little more. We will be speaking about a little less history chronologically in the same amount of time, so hopefully I'll be able to pace myself a little easier. I should thank, first of all, our sponsors, Dr. and Mrs. Ruben and Mandy Brecker, big supporters of scholarship in general. They've been very gracious in donating to the synagogue on behalf of this series, and we thank them very much. So let's pick up where we left off. Last week, we ended our discussion of the Jews in the ancient period. And these terms that I'm using, ancient, medieval, modern, and contemporary, that is primarily 18th and 19th century Christian European historiography. That's the way that time is divided up. I mentioned last week how that there's like an ancient period, which is this classical Greek and Roman civilization. Then the Vandals come in the 5th century and they sack it, the Visigoths, and it's all gone. And then it's the Dark Age civilization as a whole, and then it rises again in the Renaissance, the High Middle Ages, and so on. This is not necessarily the type of periodization we would use for Jewish history because, when the rest of the world was having the Dark Ages, we had Sa'ad Yaga'al, we had tremendous intellect, we had phenomenal achievements, so it doesn't necessarily correspond to Jewish history, obviously, but we're working with these terms anyways. If we are to use those terms in our purposes, we should probably draw a scene, not with the destruction of the temple, although that was an incredibly traumatic experience. Jewish people survived it, but rather with the developments of the following century. Contrary to popular misconception, the Jews were not simply emptied out of Israel with the destruction of the temple. There were definitely tens of thousands of exiles who made their way, who were taken as enslaved ships to Rome. In the following century, there was another two revolts against the Romans. One in particular, the Bar Kokhba revolt, ended in disaster for the Jews, particularly in the environs of Jerusalem and points south. And so, as we shall see, Jewish population movement towards the north was extremely important for this period of time. And that's when you begin to see major movement of Jews outside of Israel, the fracturing of the community on demographic basis. The economy is ruined. Will the Jews be able to stay together as a people? And what we'll discuss today are two primary innovations, two extreme examples of Jewish resourcefulness that really made it possible for Jewish survival to extend through the Middle Ages. The challenges of the Middle Ages will be rather different when we get to the modern period, but we're going to basically follow the story of those two innovations. This map shows you roughly where the major centers of Jewish population were at the time. Major centers still in Israel, particularly in the northern part of Galilee, and also in Babylon. Then significant centers in Egypt and in Rome, and then smaller centers all around the Mediterranean basin, and even in the Black Sea littoral over here, there are significant populations of Jews. With the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Hadrian, an emperor who may have been initially more positively inclined towards the Jews, decides to crack down with tremendous brutality. And it is in the Hadrianic period, most likely after the Bar Kokhba revolt, that we have this period of martyrdom in Jewish history that remains in our liturgy to this day. The Eila Ezra that we read on the high holidays, the Asara Fruge Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state are described during this period more or less under Hadrian, and it looks like the Jewish people are really going to fall apart under the pressure and weight of the entire Roman Empire. And that's a time when a great leader of the Jewish people, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, comes up with this document called the Mishnah. I wish we had time to speak over and over again about the Mishnah. I will tell you, though, for those of you who are maybe not members of the shul, for the past 2 years, under leadership of Rabbi Teitelbaum and Rabbi Trump, and at the initiative of Rabbi Rothman, they've been learning Mishnah every single day after davening. The Yomi program has just started again, a new cycle, and over the course of about 5 years, they will finish the entire Mishnah. It is a huge document, and basically, on a surface level, I'm going to take this statement back. For now, let's just say it's a law document. It's a document which deals primarily with law. And it's divided into 6 sections, which are listed here. Seeds, which deal primarily with agricultural law, and all the laws that are in the Bible, describing the sabbatical year, mixed fruits, the leaving corner for the poor, and things like that. Then there's a section on holidays, the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and so on. Then there's the largest section, which is on women. This is a very androcentric document. It's primarily written down by men, for men. That's why the section explaining women requires the most amount of ink. Then, right after women, it's the yeshiva joke after you finish studying women, and then you've got lots of damages to deal with. I'm sorry about that. Then number 5 and number 6 are dealing primarily with laws of the temple, and then pure things which are primarily things dealing with personal purity. The laws of the mikvah, laws of the Yadayim, it really isn't. Because most law codes tell you what to do. The Mishnah preserves a phenomenal amount of ambiguity. It leaves a tremendous white space. At the time, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was assailed by his colleagues saying, how can you possibly write down this oral tradition that we have been handing down, rabbi to student, for centuries, by putting it down in text? You are reifying it, you're setting it in concrete, it is inflexible, it will not be able to meet the challenge of the times, it will be a document that people will set aside like all the other documents. I mean, how many people will really read Virgil today? Maybe in college, yes, thank you. But you haven't read that in a while, is it? But they argue that's what would happen. But Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, phenomenal genius, made it a document of tremendous ambiguity, and it became the core of what we call today the Talmud. Now, again, I wish I had so much more time to speak. We would talk about what exactly the Talmud is. In a sentence, it is a massive, multi-author, multi-century commentary on the Mishnah, trying to explore what exactly the Mishnah is trying to talk about. And it has this beautiful space in the middle of it where the only way you can actually read it, it's not like reading any other kind of text, like it's a wide open conversation with mainly rabbis, which is why it is so long, but also lots of other regular. Studying the Talmud has really become the core of the Jewish identity, especially the debate and the back and forth that has become synonymous really with Jewish. Sitting in yeshiva and arguing about the meaning of the text is really close to the very center of the Jewish. It's always studied, of course, at least in pairs with the Chavrusa, the Gemara, the Talmud. You cannot study the Talmud on your own. In fact, it's amazing. The Talmud says if you study the Talmud alone, not only will you not learn anything, you will become stupider than you were before. That's actually what it says. I'm not making that up. And just to give you one little example, this little story, when I went to yeshiva in Jerusalem, yeshiva Shor Shemeach, this was right after the Soviet Union fell apart, and they had a lot of Russian boys there. And there was a problem because the boys were it was free food. You remember the yeshiva, you got to have food served in the cafeteria. And a lot of the Russian boys, they did through so much stress and so much change, and the whole country fell apart. So they tended to go back for second helpings, which they would then take up to their room, just in case the yeshiva closed down between lunch and dinner. They wanted to make sure they had food. It was very expensive. It caused bugs. It was hard on the cleaning staff and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign right outside the front door of the dining hall that said, "The yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for the second portion." Cool but fair. By the time I finished lunch and came out, some yeshiva boy had subtly altered the sign to read, "The yeshiva provides food for one portion only." No! It is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Right? This is what it means to study the Talmud. Every single word, every single detail has so many possible meanings, as the Talmud says. Just like when you strike a rock and 70 sparks fly out, 70 is a number meaning all the numbers, so too in every text there is a tremendous number of meanings. I had a friend who went to DePaul University. He says that there used to be a lot of the seminary yeshiva boys who would come to the Law 101 class, and it was a big, banked auditorium, 250 students, and at the end of the lecture, the professor or the class would say, "Okay, if there are any boys from the local rabbinical seminary, please come downstairs. I'd like to speak with you after class." And then 6 or 7 of them come down, and you would say to them, "Listen, you leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone." Okay. Now, there were actually 2 Talmuds written at the time. Talmud, again, is basically a commentary on the Mishnah, a long extended discussion of the Mishnah, very personality oriented. The one that is lesser studied is so-called Jerusalem, although that's a bit of a misnomer, because it was not written in Jerusalem. It was most likely written in Caesarea and in the Galileo region. This is an aerial view of Caesarea, a town that was. So this Talmud it kind of became ignored as it was eclipsed by the much larger Babylonian Talmud. But the scene between those scholars who contributed to the Mishnah under Rabbi Yehuda Nasi in Jewish intellectual history, the former are called the Tanaim, and the latter are called the Amoraim. Basically translated as the teachers and then the sayers. Now, the Babylonian Talmud is a much larger Talmud that was composed not in Israel, but in the Mesopotamian region that we have visited earlier. And it is the most widely studied to this day. Here's where the Babylonian Talmud was commonly written, in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a bit of a zoom in on that. I'm sorry, it's in Hebrew, but basically it refers to the 5 major committees, 5 noted centers of Jewish learning in Babylon: Surat, Pumbedita, Nehardar, Makosa, and Matanacasia. And you think that it's all strange that there should be, these everyday rivers, right? Here's the iron rivers that I follow every day along 5 towns, right? Like the 5 places, Surat, Pumbedita, and here they are: Hewlett, Woodmere, Cedarhurst, Lawrence, Inwood, and some say even far blocks away. Okay, Rabbi, that's a joke. Keep going now. So, the difference in the Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmud is a little bit different in scope, because the Jerusalem Talmud tends to concentrate on things that are relevant to the land of Israel, like, for example, the agricultural laws, which are not, for the most part, obligatory outside of the land of Israel. What is fascinating in our times is to dig out these old manuscripts that had not been studied literally in centuries and rewrite commentaries on them that had never been authored, like new Rashis, new Tosfos, and it's absolutely brilliant to read these new commentaries today. Another fascinating thing is the Daf Yomi study program, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's a very popular program, started in 1923, and has revolutionized Talmud study. This is an idea that basically says, why don't we study one folio, that's a dot, 2 sides of 1 page, every single day, and over the course of Babylonian Talmud that is studied. Just as a little push here for a project I'm involved with, very excited, called All, which is a taking all of the knowledge we have about the Talmud and about Daf Yomi and putting it onto an app. An absolutely amazing app, which is called All, meaning the entire Daf, everything you want in there. It's led by this man here, Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. We're going to be releasing it in January, God willing, with the new cycle of Daf Yomi. And it also features, not only I'm doing Jewish history on every single Daf, rather, I think, ambitious and audacious goal of 2,711 meat classes. We also have our very own Rabbi Trump, who's going to be speaking about all of the scriptures that are actually in the Talmud. So that's kind of a fun local thing that we're doing, a huge thing. I'm very pleased with. Okay, now that's the major intellectual innovation that allowed the Jews to survive the vicissitudes of the medieval period. We had an intellectual tradition, we had a body of ideas, and it was not a static body of ideas, it was something that invited as well. So these are things that are extremely important for the intellectual life. But on a more pragmatic level, the other major innovation that allowed the Jews to survive was the creation of the Tehillah. So the word Tehillah is derived from the verb letahal, or tahal, to congregate, to gather. You may have heard the phrase Tehillah Kadosha, holy community, holy congregation. It actually was a definitive structure used to survive and even flourish in often hostile conditions. There are some minor differences in geography. Sephardic Tehillot tend to use slightly different terms. There might have been slightly different structure, but for the most part, I'm going to show you a generic Tehillah, and you'll probably note that it looks quite familiar to you. So if you look at a typical structure of a Tehillah, at the very top you have 2 people. You have someone called a Parnas, who, and the word is actually related to the word president in English, and that's basically the head of the Jewish community, the Tehillah, and alongside the Parnas is the rabbi. Now, it's an unusual kind of arrangement because the rabbi draws a salary from the community, and so in a very pragmatic way, the rabbi is dependent on the goodwill and has to have his contract renewed by the community. But at the same time, the rabbi is the noted expert and legal authority because of his knowledge of the Torah and his mastery of the Talmud. So it's a kind of a dynamic where there is 2 rulers of a community, and they have to watch their step with each other. If the Parnas, were to get rid of a rabbi that's popular, the Parnas would be hard-pressed to maintain his position, and the rabbi at the same time cannot demand too much scrupulosity from his community, or he'll have a revolution on his own as well. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic between rabbi and Parnas. Below them are the so-called Tuvei HaIr, that's more of an Ashkenazic term, which is basically the board of directors. Every Jewish community had a board of directors called the good people of the city, and they would essentially appoint from their own ranks the Parnas, the president, usually on a rotating basis, and it was quasi-democratic. Women generally did not have the vote. Women generally did not sit on the Tuvei HaIr, and also non-propertied individuals did not sit on the Tuvei HaIr. This was kind of like an honor, but it was a responsibility of wealth as well. People who had means were expected to serve the community by guiding it in its leadership function. Alongside them, just like the Parnas had the rabbi beside him, the Beit Din was beside the Tuvei HaIr. The Beit Din is, of course, the court, the Jewish court of law, because the rabbi cannot rule on his own, particularly when he gets to certain matters involving financial considerations. They would have a court that would be assembled of 3, sometimes 5 rabbis that would make decisions. And once again, the Tuvei HaIr, they may have wanted, let's say, is a pushback on sumptuary legislation. Sumptuary legislation refers to literally how big a party you can throw. And over again, right up until, by the way, our own days, with no signs of stopping, the rabbis are constantly trying to put limits on parties, and they will literally say, only 2 kinds of gefilte fish, and you can't have more than 100 people at this kind of event. And they actually try to put limits, but on the other hand, especially in times of prosperity, Jews will want to throw bigger and bigger parties. We are a gregarious people. We love parties. And so the herring just keeps flowing in, and the rabbis can't hold it back. But that's a dynamism between the rabbis, in the example of sumptuary laws, obviously in much other more serious examples as well, and the head of the community. Below them are the so-called gabai. The word gabai, today we have a gabai, we have that term used in the synagogue. That's the person who basically chooses who runs what parts of the service, who calls up whom to read from the. It doesn't seem to be an extremely high status position in a lot of ways. They certainly get not too much credit and a lot of tsuris, which is a lot of aggravation for doing it. But in the times with Tehillah, the Gabayim were literally the enforcers, the muscle behind the decisions of the Beit Din and the Tu B'Ya'ir. As we shall see, for example, the Tu B'Ya'ir would assess your taxes to the community. And if you didn't pay, then you would have these Jewish muscular men come to your home and take it from you. They were literally collectors. They were tax collectors. They would also enforce unpopular legislation, like forcing you to give a divorce bill to your estranged wife. And if you didn't do that, then you would be literally beat up. Corporal punishment was one of the tools that they could use. So the Gabayim were quite feared by the community that they lived in. We'll get back to that in a second. Below them, you had the so-called chavrot, which basically means committees. These are associations. Literally, the word chaver means friend or colleague. And this is really where the guts of the community works. You would have a whole slew of chavrot to deal with every possible social need and desire. Chavrot to assist travelers, chavrot to assist poor brides, chavrot to visit the sick, chavrot to learn this tractate or that tractate. Virtually every possible communal need was manned. I shouldn't say manned, because actually, whereas the top 3 levels were universally male, the bottom levels were predominantly female. The Chevrot tended to be dominated by female leadership. And these are the women who actually got things done in the community. And below them, you have the Tehillah membership at large. Now, this probably looks a lot like the synagogue organization that you probably belong to. It certainly looks like Tehillah, right? They have the same kind of structure. That's not an accident. This is basically the way that the synagogue, has evolved to this present day. What's a major difference, however, though, and we can't stress this enough, is that in our times, if you don't like the rabbi, you don't like the leadership, you don't like, and you can go to another synagogue, no problem. Or you can go to no synagogue. You can just simply opt out. In the Middle Ages, there was no secular identity. You were, by birth, in that community, and there was no middle ground. There's no way to simply say, I just don't want to affiliate. There's no such thing. The only way you could get out of being a part of the Tehillah was by converting to another religion, either Christianity or Islam. There was no secular identity in the Middle Ages. So it was quite a coercive institution, but it had a tremendous impact. So the authority, as I mentioned earlier, was, for example, they had to pay for this somehow, right? So taxation was a part of the Tehillah function. They would literally assess every member of the Tehillah's expected dues, and it was a progressive scale where the wealthier would certainly pay more, and the poor would pay less. Some of the most fascinating documents we have track the way in which the tax.
Dog, I'm so excited for the NFL season.
There was a head tax imposed by a non-Jewish government. Then the Tehillah leaders had to figure out, okay, we have 1,000 people here, and only 300 can pay the full tax. How much are we going to charge those 300? So how much is the 1% going to pay? How much is the 10% going to pay? And so on. So they had that authority, and there was no way to effectively oppose it. You could appeal it, and some of the most dramatic appeals, by the way, are by women who feel that they have been wronged. One of the time-honored traditions, which I do not recommend you adopt here at Yoke, I think it would backfire, is if a woman felt that she was really wronged by the authorities, then she would walk into the men, effectively shut down the entire Shabbos. You know, the herring is waiting in the Kiddush room, and no one can get to it because she won't leave the bima, and she would demand right then and there that she gets a hearing on whatever issue was. So that's like kind of a very extreme form of protest. There were such things, but for the most part, you simply had to submit to the Gila authorities. They could also enact lots of proactive legislation, so-called takanot, that would legislate an effective tool at maintaining group standards. Now, we already talked about enforcement, so let's go on. And so to try and summarize the value of the tequila, you notice I have lots of credentials. The tequila, although it may grate against our American sensibilities, in my case, North American sensibilities, because I'm from Canada, but it may grate against our sensibilities. Say, who says the rabbi or the board of directors get to say how I should behave? We may not necessarily like that, but on the other hand, it maintained group standards and was a bulwark against assimilation. It was a kind of a way of drawing a border around the Jewish community, saying, hey, listen, we expect you to behave in these ways. And you have no choice rather than to submit to the Gila. When we get to the modern period, we will see how that breaks down in some very tragic ways, but that's for next week. It also relied heavily and imbued in Jewish culture at the level of DNA communal charity. It was expected that the wealthier would provide for the less wealthy. That was part of being in a community, and if you were so blessed with wealth, that was your job, was to help those who were less well afforded. Right, so talk about in the centers. The apogee, the highest level of this, was a fascinating thing that happened a little bit later than our period for our discussion today, but it's relevant for our discussion. When all of the Tehilot from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea found themselves within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which in the 15th century was the largest country in Europe as a result of the dynastic union, and all the Tehilot said, you know what? Why don't we standardize ourselves? Why don't we meet twice a year and make sure that we're imposing the same legislation on all our Tehilot? And this represented a phenomenal level of communal organization across. It's like when you think about the fact that there was no formal orphanage, there was no formal hospital, there was no formal social safety net in the non-Jewish world. And here, the Jews are organizing themselves to such a tremendous degree within a state. It represents a phenomenal level of civilization's accomplishment that was the height of the Tehillah structure. We will discuss the next week how it broke down. I'll just give you a quick. There's two ways in which it broke down. The first is in Russia under Nicholas I, who imposed some extremely draconian measures, including the forced conscription of Jewish children into the army, and demanding that the Tehillah leaders, choose which Jewish 5-year terms. And that was an extremely costly decision that really tore apart the Tehillah. We'll discuss it, God willing, next week at greater length. So Nicholas I really crushed it out of existence in Russia, leaving only a little bit of it behind to perform taxation for the Tsar state. And in the freedoms that were given to the Jews, he demanded that this person, Rabbi David Sintheim, convene a great Sanhedrin which determine exactly how the Tehillah is to exist within a modern citizen state in which Jews have freedom of religion and freedom of rights like every other citizen. And this was also quite damaging to the authority and the extent of the power of the Tehillah. We'll have to discuss it obviously more next week, but nevertheless, during the Middle Ages, it was an extremely powerful and useful device for the Jews to maintain their existence. Now, the next two sections refer to a bifurcation in the Jewish experience throughout the Middle Ages. For the most part, overwhelmed under Islam or under Christianity. And the experience of Jews under those two civilizations varied tremendously. We're going to speak today in very broad terms and paint with broad strokes because we only have about 15 minutes to devote to it. But first, let us look at the period under Crescent, which refers to under the Islamic Crescent. Islam was born in the 7th century. It starts out, you can see in the darker brown area over here, in Mecca and Medina, and it spreads with amazing rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. Also eastward through Persia into Afghanistan, where we would have today Pakistan and so on, and out to the west, all the way across the coast of North Africa, and in the year 711, for which we have named a chain of fast food places, they crossed, that was a joke, I know, can't help it. They crossed into Spain, and for several hundred years, Spain is actually Muslim. They are stopped from getting much past Constantinople, and Northern Europe remains Christian. They dominated the entire southern part of the Mediterranean, which was, of course, the home to hundreds of thousands of Jews at the time. Now, under Islam, this is kind of like an ironic thing for us, because unfortunately, we live in a time of phenomenal conflict with Muslim nations. This is centered absolutely in Israel, with the Arab-Israeli conflict that has been going on for well over a century, relations with Muslims. In the Middle Ages, however, on the balance, most scholars agree that it was far easier to live as a Jew under Islam than it was to live as a Jew under Christianity. There were punctuations of violence that we can certainly point to. Muhammad himself involved in the massacre of one Jewish tribe, but for the most part, speaking in generalizations and comparing to the Christian environment, Islam treated Jews better for much of their mutual history. Part of the reason for this is because really Islam and Judaism have a far more common cultural vocabulary than does Judaism and Christianity. Judaism, like Islam, is primarily a religion of practice. We say orthodox, which means like one doctrine, but really it's one practice, orthopractic, which means, Judaism, and here I'm going to get in trouble, but the rabbi is already gone, he's left the room, that Judaism, for the most part, does not seem to care that much what you think. There are a few things that are really important, right? Like there is one God, life after death, things like that are important. But you can run out of those ideas pretty quickly. On the other hand, if you want to ask Judaism how to be keeping the holidays, and keeping the Sabbath, and how to do business, it just goes on and on and on. So Islam is similar to this. Islam has a very practice-oriented sense of law as being identical with religion. They have something they call Sharia, which is broadly similar to something we call halakha. They actually translate the same meaning, the path or the way. And you can look at 100 different things. You can see that Muslims and Jews, although they may not practice identically, they still understand what they're talking about. If a Muslim says, I can't eat this, I need to eat halal, we understand that. And they also understand what it means to keep kosher. There's so many areas in which there are cultural convergences. It's not accidental. They're both Middle Eastern faiths, and Islam is modeled very directly on Judaism in many ways. Christianity, on the other hand, is much more creed-based, much more what do you believe? Do you accept this person as your personal savior and so on? And simply a statement of thought or a statement of belief is sufficient to garner significant rewards in heaven and so on. So very, very different kind of religion, very, very different kind of culture. So it stands to reason that, by and large, Muslims and Jews could fit together easier. There was a legislative act by the Muslims early on in the 9th century that made this clear and put this under clear auspices, the so-called Act of Umar. Umar was one of the caliphs or the leaders of the Muslim world, and This document was probably created long after agreements were made between local Jewish communities and local Muslim leaders, but basically it purported to be a set of answers that Umar provided to Jewish leaders who were saying to him, okay, now Islam has taken over the territory in which we live. What are our rights and privileges? And Umar says, okay, fine. You may live in Muslim lands without fear of molestation. You may practice your faith because it is, under Islamic terms, a faith that was first granted by God. Moses was a prophet, Abraham was a prophet, and so on. But you may not, for example, proselytize. You may not build your synagogue larger than mosques. You may not wear certain colors that are associated with, high-level authorities. You may not bear weapons because carrying a weapon, a sword, is like a sign of dignity and respect and position and so on. But under these rules, then you're okay, and you are so-called dhimmi, or protected people. And this is the way that Jews lived for hundreds of years under Islam. We're talking about a situation in which there was obviously discrimination. This was a second-class status, but it was a safe status. And as a minority, historically, Jews are very comfortable living in mildly discriminatory environments as long as they are stable and predictable. The German word for it is a Rechtsstaat, which I love the way that sounds, a Rechtsstaat. It sounds like you're about to spit or something, but it means a society based on laws. And that's why Jews flourished, for example, for pre-apartheid South Africa. Montreal was also a difficult place as well, because they knew that, okay, there are certain things that Jews simply couldn't get away with, but if someone threw a rock through your window, you could take that person to court and you would receive reparations. It's a society based on law. When societies break down and they have anarchy, that's when Jews become very nervous and they tend to leave. But a little bit of discrimination, some would argue, my colleague Heinz-Dietrich Lehrer would argue, for example, that it's actually good for Jewish civilization because it tends to force Jews together. It tends to reinforce the boundaries through assimilation in the outside society. The greatest example of this, what was called la convivencia, the living together time, was this brief period of time in Spain where Jews and Spaniards, Spanish Muslims, got along so well, it became the so-called Golden Age. It was looked on for hundreds of years as the greatest example of coexistence between Jews and non-Jews. It is somewhat exaggerated literature, but nevertheless, we cannot diminish the tremendous achievements of Jews in Spain during these 200 years. Just to give you a couple of examples, this is the Alhambra, by the way, which was the palace of a Jewish king at one point, not king, Jewish vizier, prince at one time. He's actually a very famous diet doctor. He's a tremendous fame, like my father would say, plus sachons, a Muslim court in Spain. Let's also not forget, by the way, that Spain is far away. It's a peripheral for Muslims and for Jews. They were far away from the center, so they get away with a lot of things they wouldn't necessarily do where the major population centers were. He communicated even with the purported king of the Khazar Empire, which is a rather bizarre story about a group of Turks who converted. I don't have time for it now, but if you're curious, I have lectures on it. Another figure, amazing, Shmuel HaNagid, who actually wrote a commentary on the Talmud, which we can find in the library right now. It's printed in every Talmud. Brilliant scholar who was also the Jewish general of a Muslim army for 16 years. Now, if you think about it for a second, one of the geniuses of Spanish Jewry is so amazing. When you look at our cultures, in fact, most Jewish cultures, you find that Jewish excellence is usually either expressed in terms of something within the Jewish community, like a great Torah scholar or something, like a great Chazan, something like that, or it's expressed in the secular community, like an Einstein or something like that. You never have someone doing both those things. So could you imagine some guy who was a Rosh Hashiva in Lakewood who was also the general of the American army at the same time. It's just so mind-boggling, and yet this is what was happening in Granada under Shmuel HaNakid. I'm not going to guess that one. But this is the kind of person he was. And he wrote poetry as well. It's amazing. He used to write poetry from the battlefield. He maintained right up to the very end of his life. He was at the front lines. He would write poetry and then tie it to the legs of carrier pigeons to fly home to his son, who would collect it into a diwan that eventually has reached us to this day. Amazing poetry. And then Yehuda HaLevi, for another example, a phenomenal poet philosopher. We should understand that Spanish Jewish society was so amazing at the time. They actually had riots in the streets between Jews. I mean, Jews actually fighting each other physically over poetry. Because there was this guy named Menashe ben Labrat, who came from Baghdad, and he said, hey, listen, I've got a great idea. Why don't we adapt Arabic meter to Hebrew poetry? And all of a sudden, particularly by manipulating how you count the value of the shra vowel, you could make Hebrew poems sound so much better. And so there were actually riots in the streets between Jews who are traditionalists. Says, no, we want the old poetry. We will not accept this newfangled poetry influenced by Arabic or all. We have to have it. Can you imagine? We don't have those kinds of fights today. We fight about silly things. They fight about poetry. So let me give you a couple of examples of Yehuda HaLevi's amazing poetry. Here's one. Give you a sense of the range of their poetry. And by the way, there are poems that they, both Shmuel HaNakid and Yehuda HaLevi wrote that are good as opera. And if I'll read it in Hebrew in an attempt to do a Sephardic accent. Notice the way the meter at the end of each line drops off before it continues in the second line. It's very beautiful Hebrew. Remember that song that came out a little while ago? Not your song. I would take a grenade for you. I would jump in front of a train for you. Right? But it's the same, actually, meter of Yehuda HaLevi. But what's the English here? Oprah, it's a woman's name, does her laundry in my tears, right? Because she has rejected me as a lover. She does not have anything to do with me. So I'm crying so much that she says, oh, look at all this. I've got this great water. I can use this to wash her laundry. And then because she is so radiant, she dries it in the sunshine she gives off. She doesn't have to take it to the trough. She doesn't have to, like her laundry can get washed right because I'm crying so much in front of her. Or wait to hang it till the weather clears. And the range of poetry is incredible. Here's another one that Yehuda HaLevi initially was a poet for hire. Again, totally foreign society to us. People would pay poets to come to their weddings, come to their funerals, and make up poetry on the spot. That was what they did. We don't do that. We pay people to bring herring. I think I need to have some herring. But this is something incredible. So this one here, it's actually just the first stanza of a multiple stanza poem that deals with, it's spoken from different voices on the death of a daughter. And it begins. This is the father speaking. Later the mother will speak, and then ultimately the dead daughter herself will speak of her experience. Ha, biti, hashakach, mishkanech, ki l'sh'ol nasu nosei aronech, ve'im chelek minech rak zichronech, ואחונן את עפרות ציונך, את אסיר יסוד שלומך בעינך, כי המוות יחריד בינך ובינך. I'm emotional just thinking about it. Each one of those stanzas ends in that second person make sound, and it flows off the tongue and expresses the sadness that cannot be uttered in regular prose. This gives you a sense of the height of civilization in the Spanish World. But the greatest of them all, of course, is the so-called Great Eagle, Maimonides himself. And time does not, we cannot justify a discussion of Maimonides with anything less than hours. But he made two signal contributions which are overwhelming in their import and reached well beyond the parameters of Jewish society. He revolutionized the study of Torah by saying, you know what, it's so complicated, the Talmud, the Mishnah, the Torah, I can't even keep them all straight. He didn't say that, I said that. But he said, I'm just going to restate the whole thing in a common language, in simple Hebrew that basically seventh graders can read the entire Torah start to finish. All the laws organized. You can look it up for yourself. You don't need to run to the rabbi every minute for every question. This is part of the reason he got in trouble, because the rabbi said, hey, you're putting us out of work here. But he essentially revolutionized the whole thing by saying, I'm just going to make it easy for you. And at the same time, although he was a populist and he wrote this for the masses, he also wrote a soaring philosophical classic called the Guide for the Perplexed, which led the confused reader who was doubting Judaism because of the impact of Islamic philosophy through a sophisticated, philosophically astute understanding of what it is all about. So with those two directions, he revolutionized Judaism really for millennia. Of course, he was hated for it in many circles, and his own books were burned at Jewish insistence in the year 1232, which set off a whole cycle of negativity for European Jews afterwards. But we'll have to discuss that next week. So that's basically the experience under Islam. I painted a bit of a rosy picture because we only have a little bit of time. There were definitely moments of violence. There were definitely, fissures in this otherwise beautiful kind of coexistence, but it paled by comparison to what's happening under the cross. So, like the Pact of Umar, Christianity has something called the doctrine of witness. But because Christianity is so much closer to Judaism than Islam, every single dispute is magnified. If you think of it like this, Judaism is the mother religion, and then you have Christianity, the daughter religion, and then you have Islam, the granddaughter religion. So fights between mother and daughter are very common, and they sometimes can be very bitter and nasty and lasting. Fights between grandmother and granddaughter, not so much, right? Because by the time you're a grandmother, and they're so cute and little, and you have perspective on life, you can tolerate a lot more. So that's kind of like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The fight between Judaism and Christianity tends to be quite natural. But in the 4th century, St. Augustine came up with something called the doctrine of witness. It said, just like Umar was asked, what are we supposed to do? What are the rights and privileges of Jews? Augustine said, it's now the state religion, the Roman Empire. Jews are now the minority. We have the power. What should we do with them? He said, first of all, slay them not. We should not kill them off. With Baruch Hashem, we have to thank St. Augustine for that. He said there is a place in Christian society for Jews. What is that place? We have to serve as witnesses when the second coming occurs. Meaning that we Jews have to be alive such that when the Messiah comes the second time, we'll be able to sort of slap our heads and say, man, we should have gone with the V8. I mean, we should have gone with the first one. Now we can really confirm that, yes, this is in fact the Messiah. That's the witnessing, the testifying that Jews are. So what that meant was Jews should be allowed to practice their faith quietly, like under Islam with the Pact of Umar, but they should not be destroyed. Forced baptism was technically illegal, but nevertheless widely accepted. Now that meant there were some ambiguities in that, though, because what happens if there's another aspect of witness I should mention, that even before the second coming, Jews are supposed to witness in their abject and depressed state that this is what happens to people who reject the Messiah. Right? As long as we are walking around moping and sad and degraded, then you can point to Jews and say, look, see, that's what happened to those people because of what they did back in the 1st century. But what happens if the Jews are driving around in Mercedes-Benz and they're wearing fine clothes and they're wealthy and having plenty of time off and things like that, vacations, then it's not working. And so therefore, one of the ambiguities that was present in the Doctrine of Witnesses, there was a forced humiliation of Jews in all kinds of different contexts. Sometimes it was a literal thing like the head of the Jewish community would have to present himself on Easter to the mayor of the town for a ritual slap in the face. Sometimes it was forced sermons. But perhaps the most common was in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, Jews were required to wear a humiliating, distinguishing badge. Sometimes it was shown, as you see here, as the two tablets of the law. Sometimes it was a ruel, which represented the coins that Judas received from the coned hat called the Judenhut, which later evolved into the witch's cap and to the dunce cap, which some of you may remember what it was like. My father used to tell me about how he would be forced to wear the dunce cap and sit in the corner. It goes back to this Jewish hat that Jews were forced to wear in some European communities as a humiliation. It was usually yellow, sometimes red. There are variations. There are ways that Jews could buy their way out of it as well. Some communities were more lenient. You could bribe your way out. But this is an example of the humiliation. A lot of it has to do with economics, because there's a strange loophole in Christian law called the law of Gratian, which says that Christians may not lend money to other Christians and charge interest. So this basically stops all economic activity past barter, because who wants to, give away their capital on a risky venture if you're not going to get any kind of return? However, Jews, because they are not Christians, are allowed to lend money to Christians, and so the Jews, ironically, for a couple hundred years, had the monopoly on providing credit. Credit was, as you see in this picture here, very popular. This is a Jew seated with the Judenhut. He's got a whole bunch of coins here. This is an abacus, which is a primitive calculator. And here's a non-Jew coming with his hands out asking for money. I try that joke every time. Nobody ever gets it. And so there was there's this widespread thing that came out in the 19th century where people felt that, in reality, in most parts of Europe, for most of our history, we could own land. But we didn't want to own land. Owning land meant you were trapped where you were living, and if you got evicted from the country, you would have no recourse. That was it for your land. On the other hand, we were urban, we were literate and numerate, we had the skills. You could convert your knowledge into cash and currency, which could be carried, which could be transported. And so it was actually a very appealing option for Jews as well. Lots of pragmatic applications. But on a related occupation, which we'll have to talk about more next time because I'm running out of time, would be tax farming. We'll just put a place mark on it. The risks, however, are significant. If, as Jews often loaned money to the nobility, and then that debt burden got too large, then the nobility could simply say, you know what, it's not worth it for us to keep the Jews in place and keep maintaining his debt. It's easier simply to expel them, as they did, for example, in England in 1290. They simply said the debt is too large, let's get rid of the creditors. And that was the end of it. So it has those risks. And also significant risks, if Jews are small-time money lenders, like they were, for example, in Ukraine, you could have a massive peasant uprising in which the local population is just so sick of the debt burden that they say it's easier for us to massacre the Jews. Even though credit is something that everybody wants when they need it, when they have to pay for it, it's a different story. We shall return to this as well. I would like to spend a couple of minutes talking about anti-Semitism, which developed very significantly in Christian Europe. This is not something we see anything like this in the Muslim world. When I was studying in Oxford at one point, I was working with a scholar there, and we actually tried to count the number of anti-Semitic publications written, authored in Muslim lands during the Middle Ages, and it was hard for us to get past 20. But Christian works, oh my gosh, hundreds. It was a tremendously different environment. This is a classic image that was used to illustrate the difference between Judaism and Christianity. The so-called ecclesia at synagoga. And this is especially useful if you're speaking to illiterate audiences. So this got a crown on, she's standing upright, she has this staff which represents her power and authority, she's holding the chalice that is the Holy Grail, and she's generally a respectable figure. Her sister, so to speak, this is, by the way, outside of the cathedral in Strasbourg, she represents synagoga. Her crown is removed from her head. She's blindfolded to the truth. The staff in her arms is broken, indicating that her power is gone. She's holding the two tablets of the law, but loosely, like they're falling out of her hand. She's not even holding on to Judaism properly. And her whole physical posture is one of decline. And the message, if you're a peasant coming into Strasbourg and you want to learn something about your religion, then the priest or the deacon can point up to it and they point all of these things out, and you can get a pretty sophisticated, although negative view of Judaism. This image of the church and synagogue, there are literally thousands of examples in medieval Christian Europe. I'll just show you two more. Here's another one that shows that it can actually get quite violent. Here is the church who is actually launching a lance into the synagogue. She's wearing the Judenwort here. And that's a rather nasty one. Here's one of my favorites from 14th century Germany. I don't know why I say my favorite, but that's good. This is a stained glass window. This is in a church, right? In a church. This is the ecclesia, and she's got the upright staff, the Holy Grail. She's riding on a divine people. Synagogue, on the other hand, is riding on a donkey, a sterile animal, holding on to the carnal head of a ram, and a broken staff, blindfolded. And like if in case you missed the point, a bloody sword descends from heaven and punctures the top of her skull, knocking off her crown. It's hard to imagine a more negative statement of another religion than something like this. And that's the kind of anti-Semitism that is building up in Christian Europe. It gets to its worst with the so-called blood libel, which begins in the 13th century. The notion that Jews somehow need to consume Christian blood for whatever reason. Arguments that Jewish men menstruated, they need to replace their iron. The idea that Jews had a unique stench called the Feucht Judaeus. The only way to get rid of it was to bathe in Christian blood. And of course, the association with the Passover matzah and wine and things like that. This is a rendition of Simon of Trent in 1479, a child who was unfortunately murdered in mysterious circumstances, probably by a maniacal pedophile. And once his body was discovered, the Jews were blamed for it. He was actually sainted. He is a saint in the church today. Obviously, I need to say it for the internet, this is totally ridiculous. Jews do not do this. We blame sugar. Or not much, I forget about that. I would like to spend more time talking about this, but I know I'm rushing out of time, and we have to get to the Spanish Inquisition. But a similar thing was the desecration of the host, which is a charge that Jews would take if they couldn't get a Christian child, they would take the wafer that is a part of the Christian rite of communion, Catholic rite of communion, and then they would torture the host itself. I'm talking about the cracker itself, and this is referring to as a result of a mass hysteria. Okay, now we have to get to the Spanish Inquisition. I hope you will forgive me if I go maybe 4 minutes over time. We have in the Middle Ages a tremendous number of expulsions. We're going to look at the greatest of them, the Spanish expulsion of 1492, but really the cities, principalities, dukedoms, fiefdoms, and kingdoms. There's a joke, it's no longer true, but they used to say, why is it that there are no good Jewish piano players? And the answer was here, but that's no longer true. But you can see that there's a general push from Western Europe towards Eastern Europe. And especially in the 16th century, you've got lots of Jews beginning to populate the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. About 75% of Ashkenazi Jews in America descend from those Jews who made their way from Ashkenazic lands. Ashkenazi is, by the way, Germany, most likely the Rhineland, into Eastern Europe. The Spanish Inquisition was one of these bizarre, purge-like, terrifying nightmares of society that took over a century to resolve itself in the Iberian Peninsula and had ramifications for the next century as well. What basically happened? This is, by the way, an instrument of torture associated with the Spanish Inquisition, which was initiated in 1478 and was not closed until the 19th century. The person who was being inquired of would put his hands in this press, and he would stare at the cross to contemplate his sins while he was tortured, and would be encouraged to confess while under such tremendous duress. Basically, what happened is, in the late 14th century, there is a wave of forced baptisms in Spain. And as you recall, I mentioned earlier under St. Augustine, this is prohibited behavior, but nevertheless, in Catholic doctrine, once a person is baptized, they become out of Catholicism if you have been baptized. So all of a sudden, you had all these Jews in major Spanish cities who were no longer considered Jewish, which meant, on the one hand, they were kind of like stateless peoples because they were, the Jewish community wasn't entirely sure what to do with them either. But, and here's the trick, they ended up having tremendous social mobility, because if they were actually Catholics, then there was no more anti-Semitic legislation that could hold them back. They could go to university, whatever job they want. They could even rise up, as many did, hide in the church. And all of a sudden, you had this very talented, urban, literate, numerate, experienced community able to find crypto Jews, which means hidden Jews. They were called by their detractors Marranos, which means basically swine or pigs. But they were all of a sudden Christians in legal aspects, but they still remained Jews internally. And the Inquisition was all of a sudden brought in, because what do we do with all these people? They're still hanging out with the Jewish community. They're still going to eat kosher meat. They're still, going, and people who are literally overrunning the major cultural, social, and economic institutions of Spain. So the Inquisition was brought in to try and enforce that all these people and their children and their grandchildren who were baptized would remain Christians and would not backslide into Judaism. So to be clear, the Inquisition was not, strictly speaking, directed against Jews. Jews living in Spain, this, by the way, is Christian Spain, but I should make obvious. The Muslims were driven out in 1482. The last Muslim kingdom was removed. Jews, per se, were left alone by the Inquisition because they were heretics, but they had their heretical community and they had their right to live within that community. This was directed at those Jews and their descendants who were baptized and who had the rights of Christians, but were still practicing Jewish activities. And in order to capture them, they would arrest one of them, subject them to torture. They would, under torture, they're under duress. They would say, "Oh, these are 7 other people I know doing the same thing," and they would arrest those 7 people, and then those 7 people would give up 7 more people, and it ended up spinning way out of control. Just to give you one sense of what that looked like, the torture. This is something, a device. The Spanish Inquisition was notorious for these kinds of things. This is a device called the Pope's Pear, and they would take a suspected Judaizer, a crypto Jew. They would insert this device in the orifice of their choice, and then they would ask him to give up the names, or her, of their fellow Judaizers. And if they didn't give a satisfactory answer, then they would simply turn that little ring, and it would increase like this. Just imagine seeing these devices of torture. There's so many pictures I simply cannot show you. So what ended up happening was, I'm going to have to skip through this for time. There's so much to say about it. But it was a huge failure. They simply could not keep up with the number of Judaizers. And the logic of it began to break down, such that Torquemada, the chief inquisitor, simply said, "You know what? I think I've got the answer. The reason why we can't control this is because the false Christians, so to speak, are still in association with the Jewish community. What we have to do is we have to get rid of all the Jews. If we get rid of all the Jews, then they will naturally assimilate to Christianity." And this is ultimately what drove the...
How are you? Yo, dog. We're just chilling watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
And Queen to adopt the right of expulsion in the year 1492. There were also economic reasons for this. I'm simply run out of time to tell you the distinction between scholars who believe it was primarily religious in nature, other scholars believe it was primarily economic in nature. But what you had in 1492 was an absolutely tragic, massive exile of this huge population. If you can just imagine what it must have been like for these Jews, it would be something like driving all the Jews out of the 5 boroughs of Manhattan and New York as a whole. Impossible to imagine, and yet that's what it was. Creating a ripple in Jewish society.
Yo, how you living, baby? What's good, son?
Continue that, God willing, next week. Let me just conclude by saying,
how are you, big man? Abdullah, how's your day going?
I'm older than you. You went this.
Cool story, man.
Thank you.
Excellent. I don't know what the fuck that was. Shout out to...
Hey, last week, when we looked at the ancient period, and my takeaway message was that the Jewish people were phenomenally resilient, that they're able to absorb phenomenal abuse and still continue their gregarious, life-affirming ways. What I'd like to say about today is when we look at the medieval period, we have to say that Jewish people are incredibly resourceful. They're people that are able to look at devastation and to nevertheless suss out those elements that can be used to recreate life even from the ashes. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope to see you next week.
That's unbelievably cool. You know who else's kid is like that? Tim Kennedy's kid. Oh yeah, that kid is just, he's older. Yeah, he's 11. Yeah, he's older too. But he's playing with like 14-year-olds. Yeah, he's a savage. Yeah. Savage. That's dope, dude. Yeah, that's dope. That's so dope. Yeah. Nothing better than
I'd say not just the weather remind everybody as well that we still have one person for sponsorship next week for those special occasions like we have fathers responsibility for freedom. Those who contribute to make it more possible for families at school, and also a special invitation to those who are around this Sunday. We will be studying for many adventures. This Sunday will be an opportunity to join us for another adventure with Kara NY. We're going to be joining the open program. What the agency will be there, representing one of his new programs that is launching on August. I will also be there, speaking at the same time as the outside. It's a great opportunity to take a lot to celebrate Kara. Once again, thank you for joining us. And then we got able to bring you his all to uplift our week and inspire our lives.
Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate that very much. Very kind. Okay, thank you so much for coming to this third of 4 lectures, crash course in Jewish history. I've received a lot of interesting feedback for the first 2 lectures. Most of it was pretty positive. I think my favorite criticism was, couldn't you just spend a little bit more time talking about this or talking about this different subject? But the whole point of a crash course is to try and compress a massive amount of information into this short, condensed period of time. But it does remind me of a joke where 2 guys are standing outside a deli in Lower East Side, and one of them says to the other, "This restaurant serves the worst food." And the other guy says, "Yeah, and really small portions too." So we're still going to keep with that rather audacious and ambitious goal of completing all of Jewish history from time immemorial to the present day within 4 short lectures. Tonight we're going to be concentrating on the modern period. And you'll recall some of these, periodizations, these seams that we're going to draw in history are somewhat arbitrary, but I'd like to specifically call the modern period the era from Spanish expulsion, as we shall see, that huge demographic upheaval had a phenomenal impact on the entire Jewish population of the world at the time, and with the pogroms of 1881, which also sparked a massive Great Migration, and also had phenomenal impact on the contemporary period, which will be the last lecture, God willing, next week, when we'll look essentially at the 20th century and the very complex and difficult processes that happened at that time. So let us not take too much time. Let's go straight to the material. Here's the map that we ended with last week. It shows you the tremendous dispersal from the Iberian Peninsula at the end of the 15th century. Tremendous upheaval. We're talking about the largest, most settled, most concentrated, most prestigious Jewish community in the world suddenly being uprooted and spread throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, and also to points north in Europe and even to the New World. This was an upheaval that is very difficult for us to imagine, but I hope to show you a couple of parallels shortly. And there are some tremendously heart-wrenching stories that are associated with this expulsion. I do not have time to go into them in great detail, but just try to imagine what it must have been like if you think of the entire population of the 5 boroughs of New York, all the Jews living there, suddenly being forced to leave within a few short weeks and find homes elsewhere. You know, I know a lot would go to Lakewood, let's say, but Lakewood also will fill up. And after Lakewood, where do you go? Incredibly difficult and heart-wrenching stories. Let's look at some of the major changes that happened as a result. There's a huge amount of social, intellectual, and cultural change that happens as a result of this dispersal. One of the things that I find most fascinating, and we'll be able to draw a couple of lines of continuity through the next 2 centuries, is that there is a dramatic shift in terms of gender power during the post-expulsion period. Since so many of the entrenched authorities, which were overwhelmingly and continue to be predominantly male, since many of them had been uprooted from their sources in the Iberian Peninsula, there was suddenly a lot more possibility for women to take positions of authority. And we see 2 of the most dramatic examples of it with the next generation of survivors of the upheaval. Specifically, on the left, you see a representation of Doña Gracia Mendez Nasi, who was a so-called Portuguese Jew. What this term Portuguese refers to, incidentally, I'm sure you've heard of the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, which is a very common designation. There was a Jewish population in Portugal before 1492. It's not an especially large one, but what happened is, if we just go back to this map for a second, you see that the most natural route for expellees from Spain to take would be the overland route over the Pyrenees into France, and many Jews did go there, or simply to the west into Portugal here, which of course has a similar culture, different language, but this has been a homeland for oppressed Jews who fled Spanish conversion, such as, for example, the famous Abarbanel's grandfather, who was forcibly converted and fled to Portugal, and there he resumed his Jewish identity. So Portugal is a natural route of escape. This is one of those famous times where Jews were literally undocumented migrants and were held up at the border. There are a lot of parallels to our contemporary situation. And when they arrived in Portugal, there were certain allowances made for them, but ultimately they were forcibly converted 5 years later in 1497. The imposition was then brought into like in Spain, just went underground as so-called Marranos, hiding their Jewish identity for generations in order to escape the wrath of the Inquisition. And only later, as in the case of Doña Gracia, they finally were able to leave Portugal, and the oppression is hard even to imagine. I mean, the Inquisition actually kept trials from Inquisition transcripts of the Inquisition's trials of people, Jews who went to England and there experimented with Judaism, and when they returned to Portugal, they were arrested and they were asked as to what exactly you did in England. So they were really quite paranoid about hunting them down. But Doña Glass was one of these women who, when she got out of the clutches of the Inquisition, she said, I'm actually Jewish, not Christian at all, and were called Portuguese Jews. By contrast, you have Benvenida Abravanel, fled in 1492 and was never converted forcibly to Christianity, and so therefore she was called the powerful women in the world. And at one point they came to clash over an international boycott placed against the church because of their treatment of Jews. It's an incredible story that we don't have time to talk about in great detail. But what is one small detail we'll point out, neither of these pictures are accurate. The one on the left is actually Doña Gracia Mendez's niece. A medallion was struck for her. And on the right is a non-Jewish woman, Leonora of Toledo, I believe, who was actually Benvenida Abravanel's student. And we don't have pictures of the two of them in reality, but it's not that unusual for devoted students to choose to portray themselves as their teacher. Like, for example, many of my students like to use this picture to represent me, but they often do. It reminds them of me or something like that. Okay. Moving on, so one of the things that changed as a result of the Spanish Inquisition was that suddenly there's a power vacuum. The traditional power elites are disjointed, are dislocated, and many other people can begin to take up the position. Similarly, there is a lot of erosion to traditional religious authorities. After all, although there were many heroic figures, like Abravanel, who I mentioned more than once now, there were many religious leaders who simply capitulated. Abraham Senor, who was in his 80s and was the senior financial advisor to Queen Isabella, decided that he would rather stay in Spain and convert. And he did with his entire family, decided to remain in Spain and simply give up. And these were rabbis. So there was a tremendous lack of appreciation for rabbinic leadership at this time as well that eroded traditional authorities. And as a result, there were new secular ideas that were circulating with much greater frequency and authority. Perhaps the most tragic of the figures associated with this is Uriel Acosta, who is pictured here in this fanciful image with he's the dark, the skull-capped man with kind of a serious gaze, and on his knee is Baruch Spinoza, also a product of the Inquisition, but quite a bit later. They never actually met, but this is kind of like a metaphorical Spinoza is on the knee of Acosta. Acosta's story is very tragic. I'll just tell it to you very quickly as an example of the secularism of the time. He was raised as a Christian by his mother, who hid their Jewish identity. By the way, women also had a phenomenal role in perpetuating Judaism under these incredibly difficult circumstances. We have a lot of documentation of women, particularly who were taken before the Inquisition, who describe the many vehicles by which they maintained their identity and their memory of Judaism, including, for example, self-scarification, where if they had a male child and they were unable, obviously, to circumcise that child, they would cut a small amount of flesh out of their upper arm to remind them that if they were ever able to, they should one day circumcise their son. Phenomenal types of self-sacrifice. Acosta's mother revealed to him as an adolescent that he was in fact Jewish. They couldn't say this to children because, then they would go to the playground and say, oh, my mother just told me we actually like gefilte fish and egg rolls, and that could be it for them with the Inquisition. So Acosta learned he was Jewish when he was a teenager, was thrilled, couldn't wait. He was so excited. They managed to gain passage to Amsterdam, which was, unlike today, a very liberal city with very relaxed laws. That's a joke. I was hoping some of you would get it. No, I just didn't work, but okay. And there, when he got to Amsterdam, he said, okay, I'm Jewish. I'm totally out of the religious closet, so to speak. But he embraced Judaism with tremendous enthusiasm, but he was quite disappointed because when he went to shul, he would say to people, excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And wait a second, this is Shabbos. How can you be talking about business? And he was very upset with the fact that the image he had of Jews did not conform with the reality of actual Jewish people that he met. He ended up, because he was a bit of a rabble-rouser and a highly intelligent individual, he actually published books. He was excommunicated 3 times from the community for forgiveness. He could not live on his own until finally, in the 3rd excommunication, that the Jewish synagogue, again, fearing the possible repercussions of having these kinds of atheistic or challenging elements in the community, they said, listen, we've done this before, so before you can be readmitted into the community, you're going to go through a symbolic humiliation, where, among other things, you will be symbolically whipped in the synagogue, actually lashed. And it was, it was light cords, merely it was more for the symbol than actually the pain. And then he would have to lie down in front of the synagogue steps, and every member of the community would walk over his own body into the synagogue. Deeply humiliated, he went through the process. He went home, he wrote an 11-page suicide note and shot himself. And we have that suicide note called Exemplar Humanae as well, to the upheaval of the Inquisition and what it means for trying to re-enter the Jewish community after being so far away from it. But this kind of secular thinking that Acosta brought to the table definitely influenced thinkers like Spinoza later and had centuries of impact. This is, we shall recall, about 75 years after the expulsion, and we are, if you want to just put it in your minds a little bit, we're about 75 years after the Holocaust. So the kind of feelings that we have about recovering after such a devastating demographic assault on the community, they would be things that Portuguese Jews would have felt as well at that time. But let us move forward. One more detail that's kind of interesting for us here that relates to the expulsion is that there was a small group of Portuguese Jews who fled to the New World, and they settled in a little island called Recife in the Brazilian holdings that were under Portugal. And then at one point, briefly, in the 1650s, the island of Recife was handed over to the Dutch, who were much more liberal. And so all of these nominally Christian Portuguese came out of the closet and said, hooray, now finally we can celebrate our Jewish identity. And then the Portuguese got the island back again. And all of a sudden, they had revealed their true Jewish identities, and they were no longer welcome in Recife. So they got into a boat, they made their way to another Dutch territory, to New Amsterdam, and they landed in Manhattan Island, and that's how we have the first Jews here in New York. And you can see there's a straight line drawn straight to us, and in fact, we go right in, there's us right now. Isn't that amazing? Okay, so the Spanish Inquisition has tremendous impact on the role of gender Judaism. It has a tremendous impact on the intellectual and secularization of Judaism, and it has great impact, of course, on the demographic movement of Jews. Now, I would like to point out one fascinating population movement to a small city called Sfat, or Safed in English, which of course I'm sure many of you have visited. It's in northern Israel. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, which was part of the Ottoman Empire's time. This was one of those ironies we mentioned last week, that for most of the Jewish history since the 7th century, by and large, Jews tended to be received with greater hospitality in Islamic countries than in Christian countries. There are obviously exceptions to that rule. There are moments of violence and forced conversions in the experience was generally better for Jews. One of those examples is the Ottoman Empire, where the Sultan, when he published proclamations saying, I want all those Jews, please come to Constantinople. He knew that Jews were literate, numerate, that they, as a minority, tend to be very law-abiding, that they contribute to societies, and he welcomed Jews whenever possible. One of those places where he welcomed Jews was in the northern Israel territory, where Tzfat was being settled at the time, and he gave them tax advantages, particularly in the textile trade. So there was a new population. Here's a map that shows you where Tzfat is, and there was like a moment, a phenomenal spiritual explosion occurred in Tzfat at this time, where you had this incredible, gathering of minds, most of whom were first and second generation refugees from Spain, but they included people like the author of the Code of Jewish Law, Shulchan Aruch, the great commentator, the Al-Shir, the Al-Kabetz, who composed Lecha Dodi. It was, if you can imagine, it's like living in the 5 towns and having a Nobel Prize winner on every other block. It was a phenomenal, brief concentration for about 60 years of incredible minds. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Arizal, who was actually not one of the expellees from the Iberian Peninsula. He was from Egypt, but he was attracted there because of the presence of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who I'll talk about in a second. It is a new mystical vision of Judaism that capitalized on the experience of Spanish Jews by injecting into parallel. The Arizal taught essentially that the world has been broken, that the world needs human intervention, and that God has placed within the very fabric of this lent to the Kabbalah of the Arizal a tremendous impetus that anyone who came in contact with felt empowered, energized, in even the tiniest little action because of the cosmic significance that it carried. And the jolt of energy that's incomparable. It was one of the most salient elements in the growth of Hasidism some 200 years later. Very, very heavily reliant on the Arizal. Let me also note his teacher. He came because of the presence of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. This is, I wish I could talk about this because it occupied so much of my mind for maybe a decade. The Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known by the acronym Ramak, was a brilliant teacher. He was Portuguese. His name is actually Cordovero, but people pronounce it Cordovero by mistake. And he wrote, among other things, this glorious book. And the first chapter is, in my humble opinion, one of the greatest works of spirituality ever written in any religious tradition. He basically talks about the Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim, the 13 varieties of forgiveness that God extends to the world, which is a long, well-known theological concept. And he says that if God has created the world in such a manner in which the very first element of his thought is these 13 varieties of forgiveness, then we must, you can see the parallel with the Arizal, his student, we must emulate that. And he describes 13 different ways to bring forgiveness into your life. Actual practical ways, including there are lines like, this is especially helpful with your wife, things like that. And it's a brilliant book that is both has a soaring, glorious spiritual content, and it's brought down to the very pragmatic how to actually forgive people that irritate you. It is one of the rare works of Kabbalah that has been long considered a book that is accessible to anyone, as people who are not learned in Kabbalah, people under the age of 40, women, and is traditionally studied right now at this month of Elul as we prepare to go into the holidays of Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. Okay, there's a plug for the book, but it gives you a sense of Tzfat. Tzfat was one of those places where these Jews landed after the expulsion, and they created something absolutely amazing. It all died out in the end of the 16th century. There was a series of earthquakes and plagues, and the community never quite got anywhere near that high pitch, although today it is especially known as a haven for Kabbalists, modern-day Kabbalists, and for artists, and so on. Okay, so let us move to one more aspect of the 16th century, and then we're going to do basically 1 century every 10 minutes. The 16th century was a period of tremendous technological revolution as well, and I wish I had more time to speak about the scientific revolution and its impact on Jews, but I'll look at one aspect of it. I would like to remind you that the great eras of change in Jewish history are almost always associated with technological innovation as well. For example, in the ancient period, of course, we have the Torah. That's a huge change that differentiates the Jews from the various peoples of the ancient Near East. And then in the medieval period, the Jews moved from an oral culture to a text culture, to a written culture, with Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's fateful decision to actually write down the Mishnah. We spoke about that in the first lecture. In the period we're talking about now, print culture, with the advent of printing. Jews were early adopters of Gutenberg's press. They thought it was absolutely fantastic because all of a sudden the Jews, who were very literate people, the people of the book after all, they said it makes total sense. Extend the world of ideas to a much broader audience by lowering the threshold of participation. The cost changes radically, and as Clay Shirk of The Meaning of the Internet writes, more is different. Once more information is available, society changes to match that. We will see that more, God willing, next week when we talk about the impact of the internet on the Jewish world, in particular the study of the Talmud. One interesting detail about this period, when the Talmud begins to be printed, that's one of the most amazing changes of this period, because the Talmud is such a huge and expensive document, very hard to get the full set of 20-odd volumes. Most really important yeshivas only had 2 or 3 Masechtas, and they would share them. It was because these are handwritten manuscripts. When they become printed, all of a sudden, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, every, Jonathan, David, and Hillel has his own. I shouldn't say that, I forget, I enjoyed that. But one of the most interesting and influential people in creating this was none other than a non-Jew named Daniel Bomberg, and I'll show you one of his most famous contributions. This is a page from one of the earliest Talmuds ever printed. Notice what's missing. No, Rashi's there on the inside. It's the page numbers. Thank you. Some of you read the JTA. They didn't think of putting page numbers because you don't need page numbers on codices. And they said, oh my gosh, what do we do with this? So Daniel Bomberg, who was, again, a Christian printer who just saw, hey, Jews love books. This is new printing. I can get these books printed and I'll make a lot of money. He printed the first Talmud that had page numbers. And it was like a revolution. Literally, he put the daf in Daf Yomi. I'm going to begin with the page 2. There are a lot of beautiful things that rabbi types like to say, but really it started with page 2 because page 1 was traditionally the title page, because they were just inventing pagination at the time. They're making their way around it. They said, okay, here's the first page, is the title, and then you turn the page, the first page. That's one of the major things. Now let's move kind of 1 century per circle with the remaining time we have. When we get into the 17th century, it's a period of tremendous upheaval. If we move towards the east, you'll recall last week we discussed there were 2 phenomena that began to push Jews towards what was then Poland and Lithuania, the largest country, the largest state unit in Europe at the time. One was increasing anti-Semitism in the West. This is the period when the blood libel was becoming very prominent, the charge of desecration of the host and so on. And at the same time, the Jews were being invited into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth because they had a very primitive economy. It was primarily a barter economy. And they invited Jews in to provide the most basic economic services like minting coins. Many of the earliest coins from Poland actually have Hebrew writing on them. And also to provide basic credit in the form of money lending. You recall the Jews had something of a monopoly for several centuries in that task. And so the Jews would literally go as an entire community to specific towns in Poland and Lithuania. They were typically granted Magdeburg Recht, which was kind of communal rights. If a nobleman who owned an entire town would own the huge land holdings, which are called latifundia, but also he would own the wine presses, the olive presses, the bridges, the ponds, the hunting grounds, everything belonged to the nobleman. And so he would say to an entire Jewish community, listen, if you want to come over here and you want to settle in my town, I will give you the exclusive right to regulate, i.e. tax, all of my territories. And in exchange, I will give you privileges that you want. Like, for example, would you like to have a wall around your community? Ironically, Jews, with the major exceptions in Western Europe, Jews typically were the ones who built the walls around the communities to protect them from marauders. If you find that hard to believe, I will suggest you go visit places like in Boca Raton, where they have these so-called gated communities. Right? It's exactly the same kind of thing. You want the gate and the security guard, right? And so Jews would go and settle as communities into these various towns. The Kehillah organization that we discussed last week. But this did not last. And in the 17th century, it was a huge upheaval, particularly in Ukraine, led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who is the leader of the so-called Kozake or Cossacks. Here's a picture, Ilya Repin's famous. In Ukrainian culture, the Cossacks were kind of, especially in the 17th century, they were sort of like outlaw heroes. They were runaways from regular society. They tended to live in faraway places like the rapids, the unnavigable rapids of the Dnipro River south of Kiev. And there they would engage in kind of like hero banditry. They would redeem Ukrainian captives, slaves that were taken by the Muslim Turks. And they would also kind of like, raid local settlements that were dominated by Polish noblemen. I forgot to mention that the arrangement that the Jews took in coming to a lot of these places involved their very uncomfortable position between the dominant local population made up of largely Ukrainian peasants and saw in Łódź and places like that. And so they were like, if you can imagine, remember there were some riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, rose up. They didn't go and attack the white establishment in Bel Air and places like that. They attacked the local Korean groceries because it was only the Koreans who were like living there actually maintaining businesses. So the Jews were kind of like on the spot. And when an explosion occurred with the Cossacks leading it, the Jews suffered the brunt of it. The kind of jobs that Jews did at this time is that they were tax farming. This is a medieval practice that goes back many centuries in which, as I described, the nobleman would say, okay, these are my holdings, this is my land, and I estimate it will produce about 700 zloty a year. So you go out there and you provide me with 700 zloty. If you collect 900 zloty, then you get to keep what's left. You get to keep that extra 200. So that it was a profit incentive for the Jews to engage in whatever rights that the nobleman would give them to try and eke taxes out of the local population. This is not going to make them any friends with the local population, especially when the next year the nobleman said, oh, you showed up with 700 zloty right on time. It must have been too low a figure. This year I'd like you to please give me 800 zloty. And it never goes down. So this was kind of a difficult place. As Shimon Dubno put it, the Jews were like between the hammer and the anvil. The hammer were the Polish noblemen, anvil were the Ukrainian peasants, and it eventually erupted in huge violence. The name for this form of tax farming over there was called arenda. Skip over that. And one other detail was significant. One of the monopolies that the Polish noblemen often gave to Jews was the right of propinacja, which means the exclusive right to sell and distribute alcohol. So that's where you often have Jews, even in the 21st century, there's an alcohol trade, Seagrams and organizations like this. It goes back really to this period in Jewish history where Jews who were, again, you will recall they were urban, so they tended to have more likely to have inns, whereas the Ukrainian peasants are spread out in the countryside. And so they would come into the villages to stay at the inn, and the inn was a place where you could drink alcohol. So just total it economically in your minds. The peasants come in, they don't have any cash because it's a very weak economy. They know they will eventually get some cash out of the ground when they sell their crops, but they want a beer now. And so they buy a beer on credit. Credit goes in a tab. Tab incurs interest. And then when time comes for the harvest, then all of a sudden they go into the inn to pay their tab, and they see that it's really quite huge. And so that's going to, in 1648, there was a huge peasant uprising led by this Bodan Khmelnytsky. The so-called Gzeras Tachvetat, the decree of 16 satisfaction with the status quo, was primarily directed at the Polish noblemen, but they were very far away. So they wreaked their havoc primarily on the local Jewish population, also on Ukrainians who had converted to Catholicism, because this was an Ukrainian Orthodox uprising, but it had a massive impact on Jews and continues to be remembered in the liturgy to this day. Dispirited Philaya arose, named Shabtai Tzvi. I would love to spend a lot more time talking about him, but I have to make it very brief. Shabtai Tzvi, a brilliant young man in his child prodigy, tremendous singing voice, for example. He had lots of marriage proposals laid at his feet, but he was a bit of a like that. And he probably suffered from some kind of mental illness. I'm not an expert, maybe something like bipolar. Gaza here, oh, by the way, in this particular image, you can see that the artist is clearly not aware of Hebrew, but he's trying to, represent some Hebrew by putting on the back of this pillar here. Shabtai Tzvi actually was a Europe-wide sensation. Non-Jews were fascinated with the whole story of Shabtai Tzvi, and so it appears in a lot of broadsheets from the time. But he ran into an individual named Nathan of Gaza, shown here, leading tens of thousands of people to Jerusalem, who essentially mounted a global campaign, or at least a Europe-wide campaign, that in fact Shabtai Tzvi was the Jewish Redeemer, he was Mashiach, and that he was going to go to Jerusalem, take it back from the Ottomans, and initiate the Messianic period. He received a phenomenal amount of support. There were Jews all over Europe who were so excited. Finally, Mashiach, after 1,600 years of exile, finally we returned to Jerusalem, and they joined him. They sold their properties. They obviously had cents on the dollar, and they went to follow him, as you can see from this picture here. And finally, they made their way to Constantinople. And the Sultan was not necessarily impressed with his claims. He said, I have a counter offer. How about I let you keep your head if you convert to Islam? And Shabtai Tzvi agreed, and he accepted the deal. He converted to Islam. The vast majority of his Jewish followers were completely devastated by this betrayal of the movement, although a small number of them decided that, wait a minute, this must be part of the divine plan. If Shabtai Tzvi is in fact Mashiach, and he's become a Muslim, must mean that we should also become Muslims. And that's how we'll bring about the end of days. And so they converted to Islam as well. They are called the Dunme, and there are significant pockets of them even today in Syria and Turkey, these former followers of Shabtai Tzvi. But it led to still more of a depression, like a Europe-wide depression among Jews after this hugely popular Messianic movement failed. Many scholars relate these two events, that is, the Ukrainian uprising of 1648-49, the failed Messiah Shabtai Tzvi, to the growth of the Hasidic movement. Other scholars feel that that's in fact an unfair comparison, because Hasidism represents a tremendously new and bright movement all on its own. It's not exclusively a reaction to these earlier devastating events. Basically, what is Hasidism? This is a picture of a well that exists in Ukraine that many locals believe was actually dug by the founder of the Hasidic movement himself, the famous Israel Ben Elazar, the Baal Shem Tov himself. This is kind of like what Hasidism represents. It's a taking from the deep sources that we saw in the Arizal and many other sources and giving new behind it. One part of the roots associated with the development of Hasidism in the 18th century is the fact that many Jews, particularly in the southern regions of Eastern Europe, felt that they were intellectually disenfranchised. The world of Talmud study among Jews valorized and prioritized intellectual acuity above everything else. The idea that the only way you could really achieve status in the Jewish world. Actually, let me back up for a second. Historically, there are three ways to achieve status in the Jewish world, and this applies universally. The first is called yichus, which means family lineage. If you come from important people, if your father, your grandfather, your mother, your brother, the second thing, and this is no longer important, but if you have money, if you have money, you get status. We don't pay attention to money anymore. But the only democratic way to get status in Jewish society is learning. That's the only avenue to status that is traditionally available to everyone, right? It's if the Torah is lying in the street, anyone who wants it can pick it up. And the Lithuanians were the paradigm of the intellectual elite. The Lithuanians still have a strong influence in contemporary society. You can usually recognize a Litvak, a person from Lithuanian extraction, because they tend to be humorous, rather good looking, fine fashion sense. And that's where all the great minds were, the great writers, the great thinkers. They were all up in the north. And the poor peasant Jews in the south, beat up after the Khmelnytsky Revolution, beat up by their failed Messiah Shabtai Tzvi, they had nothing. They felt so disenfranchised. The Baal Shem Tov, active in Podolia and in southern Poland, really began to say, no, your spirituality in itself has tremendous value. Again, drawing from the Arizal, the tiniest little movements, the recital of psalms, the extending of kindness, fellowship, imbued with a love of God, can have phenomenal spiritual and cosmic impact. And that's really what was the main message of Hasidism. There was also an economic factor. There's a particular scholar in Israel who is pioneer. We should understand that, just as I mentioned earlier, the Polish nobleman literally owned the town. It also meant that, strange as it might sound, the Polish nobleman had the right to name the town rabbi. And so if the Polish nobleman, who is not an expert in Talmudic law, can name the town rabbi, then it's something open to bribery and corruption. And so what happened, charlatans would simply invest money in the nobleman. They'll get the position of chief rabbi of a given town. They would collect all of the related taxes, such as the karovka, a candle tax, a kosher meat tax, so as a job. This did not necessarily satisfy the spiritual yearnings of the local population. Charlatans themselves, the so-called Balei Shem, who were usually amulet makers, who began to attract around themselves people who needed that spiritual lift, and these were able to provide it. The greatest of them was the Baal Shem Tov. This is actually a tax reckoning. A colleague of mine, a senior colleague named Moshe Rossman, actually went to Poland when the Soviet Union fell apart, and went in the archives, one of the first people to actually discover actual evidence of the life. There's a reference to Baal Shem, which is the Baal Shem Tov himself, and he found a lot of amazing things about it. The Baal Shem Tov, the word means the amulets, maybe people would like request amulets for health and for livelihood and for finding a spouse and so on. He was like not like those. He was the good amulet maker, and he generated a movement of excitement that spread throughout the region. Here is a map that shows you over the 18th and 19th century the spread of the many different sects. Here's Lithuania up in the north, right, where the good-looking, intelligent people live, and then you have Poland, Hungary, and Ukraine, and the epicenter is right around here in the Carpathian Mountain region, where Hasidism just takes off. And there's clearly a geographic divide. Ironically, one of the most well-known Hasidic sects, the so-called Chabad movement, which is taken from the Arizal's 3 Sefirot, Chochmah, Bina, Dat, is actually a Lithuanian movement. It's one of the more intellectual of these movements.
What are you doing
and,
here? What up, girl? What are you? Hello, how are you? Are you at work? Excellent. What are you enjoying?
Sweet meatballs.
Well, that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. Are they good? No. It's getting there. Well, how's work been so far?
It's been good. It's been good. I'm ready to get out.
Absolutely. You excited?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Well, that's good to hear. Do you know what? You probably don't care, but you know what today is?
What's today? Your birthday?
No, nothing like that. But it's the kickoff of the NFL season, and I'm super stoked about it.
Okay.
There's a game tonight.
Oh, yes.
So into my fantasy football team. I know it sounds so dorkish, but I'm in it with 12 other people from a cryptocurrency I'm in, which also sounds dorkish, but it's just so much fun. It makes every game that I normally don't care at all about. Normally I wouldn't care at all. Miss Aquarius, I'm telling you, I go from having interest in the NFL from a 0 or a 1 to a, it's basically just like, it's, how would I say it? You got to kind of do it to understand it. But how would I understand? You know how like normally if we were to say to someone like that's kind of boring, but it's become our thing. Well, it's kind of become my thing, and so I get really excited for it. So that's gonna start in like 6 hours, and I'm just really stoked. I mean, you can win like $600 to do it, so that's cool. But I love playing with these guys. They're a lot of fun. And the games, it makes every game really, really interesting. Even if it's like two teams about which I don't care. Like it could be the Houston Texans and the Buffalo Bills. And it would be like super exciting. It would be super exciting. So I'm pumped about that. And I'm making robots. They're going pretty well. And just enjoying my Jewish history lectures. So that's good. Do you get an hour or half an hour for lunch?
Okay. Yeah, I got people here asking me, hey.
Oh, okay.
Hey, please.
Do you normally get 30 minutes or 60 minutes for lunch?
I get 60 minutes an hour.
Oh, that's great.
I'll be getting ready to get up out of here about 1:30 something.
There you go.
Yeah.
But hey, did you get anybody who followed you on TikTok?
I don't even look.
Well, go look. It's the perfect time to look.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How many people?
I like your jacket.
How many people?
I like your jacket. I'm kind Don't tell her I can take it. I like your jacket. I like your jacket. The welcome is cute. You know, oh, I love that. Yeah, I got 48 hours now. So I know that to like 46 or
No.
45.
Well, you started at 44, and then yesterday you had 46. So that's an extra 2.
Yeah, I got 2 more.
But how many people did you follow?
Well, somebody else, I don't know how to do that follow, but I know 4 just hit me up. And then I got another one, Stan, if he hit me up, come and follow her back.
Did you do it?
Just follow me. Just follow her back.
All right. And you know what I said? You got to follow like 200 people a day. It's not hard. Just when, I mean, like you're on your break now, just go through and follow 200 people. You just have to hit the button 200 times. And if you're like, well, how do I do it really easily? Just put any word into the search. Put the word friend in, put the word hug in, put the word fun in, whatever. And then just go through the top 200 people.
This map of the holy city of Brooklyn, and you can see, because the Hasidim overwhelmingly speak Yiddish as their first language, you can see massive collections of these. This map shows children aged 5 to 17 who speak Yiddish at home. This map is from the year 2000. You see, in Crown Heights. And there's also right here, that's where I work, this little dot right here. Okay. So the Hasidic movement has a huge standing still throughout all of this. And they begin to oppose the new Hasidic movement. Hasidism, the word Hasid is, of course, from Hebrew, and it means pious, but in this context, it means someone who does more than is required, more than is necessary, going beyond the letter of the law. For example, just off the top of my head, the Torah says it is forbidden to shave with a razor the sides of your forehead, right? So you are allowed to cut your hair with scissors. So the Litvaks will, of course, cut their hair short on the sides like this.
How many people did you follow today?
I'm telling nobody today yet, Rabbi. I have been at work.
Okay, well, it takes, if you took 10 minutes and followed people right now, you'd hit your quota.
Hit that quota. Yeah.
Do you know how to get?
I'm trying now. Oh, they don't even have a symptoms and stuff. You know, I saw like some politics. That don't matter.
Do you know how to follow people really quickly?
No, I'm just going to the timer.
No, don't do that. I mean, you can, but that takes a long time. Just put the word fun in the search and then go to.
Hold on, wait. Usually it's in my ear. That's in my ear. Okay, I'm good out of here. Okay, what I put in what?
Okay, so go to the TikTok main page, and then go to in the upper right corner where the search is.
Right, that's what I want to.
Put the word fun, F-U-N. Press search.
They said, what?
Yeah, and then put the word fun in,
Okay.
and then go to users.
Yeah, search. Okay, we gotta do this.
Now, do you see all the
from there?
exactly? Do you see all the follow buttons?
Yeah.
So just go through there. Follow, 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 follow. Do it 100 times or more, and then you're going to. They'll give you a message saying you can't follow any more people at this time. It should be at 200 though. But do you see how much easier it is to just follow people from here?
I just follow
Do you see how much faster it is to just follow people from here?
Yeah.
There you go.
But yeah.
But the Hasidim would say, you know what? If I can't cut it with a razor, I'm not going to cut it at all. And I'm going to let my hair grow long and beautiful. And that's why they get the peyot, so-called corners, because it's a way of saying I'm going to do more than is required. I know I can cut my peyot, but you know what? For me, I'm so proud of it, I'm just going to keep it like that. So it's ironic because, of course, now if you go to places like Lakewood, which are strongholds of the Litvak, they will also grow peyot because, you know, the Hasidim now have influence on the Mitnagdim. The Mitnagdim all have influence on the Hasidim. The term Mitnagdim or Mitnagdim means opponents because they oppose the Hasidic innovations. The derogatory form, by the way, and I have a lot of, I know it sounds funny, I have a lot of Hasidic, some of my best friends are Hasidic, but when the derogatory is snag, modern American usage, you know, someone's a snag, it means he's a misnagdim, he is one of those Lithuanians. But anyway, the misnagdim, whose greatest leader was the Vilna Gaon, pictured here, a tremendous genius living in Lithuania, although his particular opposition is not at all clear. This seems to have been something that was much more popular among his followers. They opposed the Hasidim primarily because there was a lot of antinomian behavior going on. What do I mean by antinomian? The Hasidim were not as strict about certain halachic norms than the Misnagdim were. Like, for example, we have traditionally 3 times of prayer, right? Shacharis in the morning, Mincha in the afternoon, and Maariv at night. And the Misnagdim will actually calculate when these prayers may be said, right? We know exactly what time the sun goes down. You can say Mincha a certain time, Maariv after that, certain breaks and so on. And we're very particular about it. But the Hasidim would say, come on, seriously, does God want you to drag yourself out of bed when it's cold outside and you know you're hungry and you're not going to be motivated? God wants you to have a good night's sleep. He wants you to be prepared, go to shul later, and daven like a mensch, daven properly. Similarly, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim will not eat before prayers. How can you feed your body when you have to show gratitude to God? And the Hasidim say, is that the way you're going to show gratitude? You're going to go to shul, and we know you're saying the words, but you're really thinking about kichel. You're really thinking about the herring. So no, eat a little bit before you go to shul. And so there are all these kind of like what the Misnagdim regard as halachic compromises. The Hasidim say, no, this is a preparation. This is what you need to be able to pray properly. And both groups thought that the other were crazy. There are a lot of other elements going on here. Let us not forget the economic motives, because if you have the town rabbi with his shul, and they daven chakras at, let's say, 8 a.m., and then you have this charismatic group on the side that's a breakaway minion, and they're Hasidim, so they want to daven at 10 a.m., well, you know what? They're going to need another building eventually. They're going to need their own congregation. So no, eat a little bit before you go to shul. And so there are all these kind of like what the Misnagdim regard as halachic compromises. The Misnagdim say, no, this is a preparation. This is what you need to be able to pray properly. And both groups thought that the other were crazy. There are a lot of other elements going on here. Let us not forget the economic motives, because if you have the town rabbi with his shul, and they daven chakras at, let's say, 8 a.m., and then you have this charismatic group on the side that's a breakaway minion, and they're Hasidim, so they want to daven at 10 a.m., well, you know what? They're going to need their own congregation. So propagation. So there's economic stresses as well between this incipient new group, which reminds me of a joke I can't help but tell it to you. I'm sorry, I can't. I'll say it very fast. It's not an offensive joke. First three clergymen in outer space. You heard this before? Okay, the joke goes like this. First three clergymen in outer space, they get on the space shuttle, they orbit the world a few times, and they come back down, and the journalists all come up to them, and they say to the Catholic priest, what did you think? He says, I thought of the immensity of God's creation. And they go to the Protestant minister, and he says, I thought of how tiny humanity is. And they ask the rabbi, and he says, who had time to think? Shakas Munkamar. Shakas Munkamar. Okay, sure. Now, the conflict between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim was really quite bitter at the end of the 18th century. It was like they were literally fist fighting with each other. They were literally denouncing each other to the Russian authorities, and the Russian authorities were generally very pleased to throw this or that Hasidic leader into prison. In fact, as I'm talking right now, today is Chai Elul. That's why if you go, Chabad has all these dates throughout the year where they have celebrations, because this is another day when one of their leaders was released from prison. They tend to get thrown in prison a lot, and quite often, at least in the Misnagdim, in the early period, that threw them in there. But both groups realized by about the year 1815 that they had a far larger challenge with the so-called Maskilim. The Maskilim are the followers of the Jewish Enlightenment, which was called the Haskalah. And this was a movement that was spearheaded first by this man here in the red coat, Moses Mendelssohn, who said, you know what? It's time now for Jews to break out of their intellectual ghettos and join world society. There's no reason why Jews cannot participate in the broader cultural currents that surround us. And Jews should not regard themselves as being somehow foreigners living in this society, even though many countries literally consider Jews foreign residents, like Russia until 1917. You could be living in Russia for 1,000 years. Your passport would say inozemnik, foreigner. It's time for Jews to regard themselves as part of the societies in which they live. Many of these early Maskilim said the only way we can do this is by jettisoning our Jewish practice. By jettisoning our, for example, why have Shabbos on Saturday? Why have our Sabbath on Saturday when, after all, the rest of the world does it on Sunday? Let's just move it to Sunday. And this was like unheard of. I'm like, all these foods that we can't eat, but that separates us from our surrounding society. We should give up on that. We should eat the same things everybody else eats, the national foods and so on. So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim kind of made a truce that has held pretty much until the present day. But they said we have a much larger fight with the Haskalah, with the Maskilim. To give an example, one of the biggest fights is some tiny rules of how an animal is kosher slaughtered. That has to do with the sharpness of the knife. And they argued bitterly about it until they realized the Maskilim are saying we don't have to keep kosher at all. So if the fight is over keeping kosher at all, then they've got to work out the differences about the shkita method and move on. So that ultimately the Maskilim had a phenomenal impact in Western Europe in particular, but it was not able to penetrate the same way in Eastern Europe because the Hasidim and the Misnagdim closed. Okay, so let's run to Western Europe now, and we have to go to the great story of emancipation, Jewish emancipation, which was a drama that occupied Western Europe for about 200 years. The Jews were still living in a kind of medieval format. The Tehillah leadership is designed, as we discussed last week, designed for a medieval kind of feudal society in which people live in communities and they are defined by their community. They're not defined by their profession, by their geographic location and so on, certainly not defined by their confession. But as modernity wore on and the feudal patterns of Europe were country by country abandoned, the Maskilim argued that in fact Jews should be released from their medieval corporate state and they should be allowed to be regular citizens like everyone else. In France, this happened all of a sudden in 1791. With the French Revolution 2 years earlier, that proclaimed liberté, égalité, fraternité, right, liberty, equality, and siblinghood for all. I shouldn't say siblinghood. I should say brotherhood, because when they suggested, there was a woman who suggested you mean women too. They said no, not about women. Only men are equal. Women are not. The Jews said, well, when you say all people living in France are equal, that's us too. And the French thought about it. They were really not comfortable with it. But in 1790, they said, okay, we're going to accept those Sephardic Jews who live in Bordeaux and Bayonne because they tend to be more acculturated. They spoke French. They wore French clothes and so on. The Ashkenazim living in Alsace-Lorraine on the border with Germany was a little bit harder. But in 1791, they said, okay, you Jews, you can be French as well. This was a shock to society because, again, the Jews who were an intellectual powerhouse because they were overwhelmingly literate, overwhelmingly numerate, they had tremendous experience with financial services and so on. All of a sudden, they were released from whatever anti-Semitic restrictions were in place, and they were able to get into all aspects of not only the economy, but the culture at the same time. So many protested against this, and in the early 19th century, the Emperor Napoleon said, okay, you know what, we're going to solve this once and for all. Let's ask the Jews what they are all about. Is there an organization of Jews that we can ask as to what they want to do with their citizenship? And people said to Napoleon, well, they used to have a state, and they had a grand court of 71 judges called the Sanhedrin, but it hasn't sat in 1900 years. He says, that doesn't matter to me at all. I'm Napoleon. Reconvene the Sanhedrin. And so he sent out this message that shocked the entire Jewish world. The Sanhedrin, the great grand court of the Jews, would be amassed in Paris under the leadership of this rabbi, David Sinsheim, who was actually a very well-respected rabbi of the time. This was a special kind of celebratory hat that he wore to as the head of the Sanhedrin. And Napoleon asked the Sanhedrin, okay, I have 12 questions that will determine your position in French society. And these were essentially questions that we have lived with those answers ever since. Because Napoleon said to them, do you consider yourself primarily French or primarily Jewish? And essentially it said, French, because they know who we're talking to. They're talking to Napoleon. If it said primarily Jewish, then he could have said, you know what, this is all a mistake. You guys should be out of here. And they flubbed a lot of answers like, is it permitted in your religion for a Jewish person to marry a non-Jew? Which is not permitted. But they said, well, you know, technically, oh, look at the time already. And they kind of like flood. They messed because he wanted to make sure that they would ultimately assimilate. And so in the end, Napoleon said, okay, fine. We're going to verify the emancipation that we granted years earlier. We're expecting no dual loyalty. So, by the way, if we fight against Germany, where there are a lot of Jews there, how will you fight? And they said famously, jusqu'à la mort. We will fight to the death. No, and when French Jews in general have been fairly patriotic to their country. The Jews were so grateful for this that they did things like mint this coin, which shows on the left Napoleon, and on the right, here's Napoleon as literally Moses here is clearly genuflecting and giving obeisance to Napoleon as he accepts the two tablets of the law. But this essentially charted the role of emancipation. In the Russian Empire, it didn't go this smoothly at all. The Russian Empire was, in the 19th century, determined to try and get rid of the Jewish people primarily by three methods. 1/3 they anticipated would emigrate, another third would assimilate, and another third would die. The idea was simply to get rid of the Jewish people, a big undigestible mass living in Russia. And one of the most cruel aspects of this was Nicholas I imposed the so-called Cantonist decree. He realized, he was a military man, he realized that one of the best ways to assimilate the Jews was to force them into the army. And he knew that the regular age of conscription of 18 was too late. And so he lowered the age of conscription to the age of 12. And these children would be taken to the age of 12. They would spend 6 years in a reform school called a canton, and then they would spend 25 years in the Russian army. It was like essentially taking them away from the Jewish community forever. And what was perhaps most diabolical, because the Russian government was really quite inept, they didn't have the bureaucracy in place to handle it. So he said to the Kehillah, the leadership of each Jewish community, I would like you to choose the recruits. When we come through in October, so the number of recruits that we demanded, we want you, Jewish leaders, to provide those children for us. And that meant that the Jewish Kehillah leadership, the federation leadership, if you will, the rabbis, had to decide which children would go away for 36 odd years. This was a tremendously devastating move that tore apart the Jewish community. In some cases, we have examples where the leadership actually employed professional kidnappers called chappers, who would go in the dead of night before the Russians came and would steal children from their beds to deliver them to the Russians. You can be assured that the children of the wealthy, the children of the powerful, were not sent off to the canton. The children of widows, children of impoverished individuals, and this created a huge rift within the Jewish community where a whole generation of Jews lost confidence in their leadership. And it would eventually play out, I'll skip through this here, in the Russian Revolution, when individuals like Leon Trotsky had no confidence whatsoever in leadership and wanted the revolution. One of the lesser-known reasons why Leon Trotsky fought against Russia so badly was because it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere. Yeah, thank you. I tried a little harder with that one. Okay, in Germany, emancipation, and by the way, emancipation only come with the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, which we will discuss next week. In Germany, unlike France, they went back and forth several times. Certain parts of Germany said yes, other parts said no. They had an internal revolution, then the revolution failed, and Jews were struggling for the entire century to try and get emancipation. For some, like Abraham Geiger, who was generally understood as the founder of the Reform movement, the idea was we have to prove to the Germans that we are also German, but we should adopt more German manners. We should adopt the German language. We should reform our synagogue so it looks more like a church. We should try to do things that make us fit in with the Germans, a kind of a slavish, almost taking of German norms that was very characteristic of the period. Others, like Zacharias Frankel, who was associated with what we would call in America the conservative movement, said, you are going too far. Taking Hebrew out of the liturgy, that's a bridge too far, we're not going to do it. But Orthodox thinkers like Samson Raphael Hirsch said, you know what, we are not going to push away modernity. Jews are going to do this whether we like it or not, so we have to find a way to preserve Orthodox identity by deciding what exactly is required and what exactly is custom and threading that needle. He's associated really with the founding of what we would call today modern Orthodoxy. Many felt that he was insufficiently from-looking, insufficiently orthodox, and so they tended to issue these pictures a little bit differently, even in his own time. This is a well-known phenomenon with photography. We tend to from people up over time. But anyway, they are operating against the backdrop of increasing anti-Semitism. And in fact, the word anti-Semitism at this time was coined by Wilhelm Marr, shown here on the left. Wilhelm Marr wanted to invent a more polite term for what was called Judenhass, or Judenfeinde, which means basically Jew hatred. And so he said, I'm not against Jews, I'm against Semitism. What is Semitism? He borrowed from linguistic theory to say, there are these people called Semites, which includes Arabs, but he wasn't really thinking of them. These people called Semites who are locked in a world Jewish conspiracy to dominate Europe. And I'm against that. Hence the term anti-Semitismus, which originally was used as kind of a badge of honor. You would say you're anti-Semite proudly. Of course, with the Holocaust, that term lost its glamour. temporarily. Some figures like Heinrich von Treitschke, who we spoke about briefly in the first lecture, opposed the Jews, and particularly the work of Heinrich Kretz, the great historian, and he coined the term that would later become famous under Hitler. This term, moving forward, just see, it should zoom in. The Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. If we have any problems here in German society, it's because of the Jews. We'll obviously return to this, God willing, next week. Let us just conclude. Looks like I've lost my clicker, so I'll have to use my finger now. When we get to the end of the 19th century, there is a major seam drawn with a wave of pogroms that literally lasts 3 years in the Russian Empire. The lighter color in this map here shows the so-called Pale of Settlement, where Jews were allowed to live in Russia, able to tolerate a degree of anti-Semitism as long as they live in the Rechtsstaat, as long as they know these pogroms, which were not devastating by 20th century standards. By one count, only 46 people were killed, unfortunately, but only 46 people were killed over 3 years. But what really impacted the Jews was the fact that, hey, we keep having these pogroms day after day. Where is the government stopping it? Why is this violence happening? And so Jews got up and said, we have to change things now. And these things came together as they created 5 distinct strategies for survival, one of which was the mass migration to these shores in 1981 and 1917, and everybody else went to countries where they had universal health care. But the next week, just to list them quickly: emigration, the most traditional and widely followed strategy. Secondly, Zionism, socialism, something called diaspora nationalism, and the fifth is renewed traditionalism. All of these things, God willing, will be the center of our discussion next week. I would like to conclude by reminding you that in the first lecture, I wanted to give you one takeaway message. And the message that I had when we looked at the ancient period was that when you look at the nature of the Jewish narrative at that point, I think the big takeaway is that the Jewish people are resilient. The Jewish people are able to absorb phenomenal attacks on their body politic and still survive. When we looked at the medieval period last week, which involved tremendous upheavals and challenges, we see that the Jewish people were resourceful. They found new strategies to be able to endure those challenges and not only survive, but in fact, in many cases, even thrive. So the takeaway that I'd like to suggest for today's class is that when we look at the modern people, we see the Jewish people are renewing, in the sense that they're finding new ways to exist. I wanted to say dynamic, in the sense that they're constantly moving. They're a flowing river, but dynamic starts with a D instead of an R. So I chose renewing. And I think that's the takeaway message tonight. I want to thank you very much for your endurance, and God willing, we'll reconvene next week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? While I know they've changed the room around significantly, I hope it's not too disorienting. I'm going to have to try and speak sideways. Thank you for laughing. So let me start just with a small pleasantry that will illustrate some of the material that we'll be discussing tonight. I apologize for many of you who have certainly heard this story before. It's about a guy who needs to buy another used car for his family. He's a very large family, a yeshiva guy, and he needs to get something large enough to transport his entire family. It's not an easy thing to find. And so he goes to a particular used car lot, and they show him a lot of models. And the one that really appeals to him is actually his 1977 Ford Country Squire with this faux wood paneling on the sides and things like that, right? Big V8 engine on the inside. And he says, this looks like the perfect kind of vehicle for my family. The only problem is, he says to the salesman, I see it's got no gas pedal. It's got no brake pedal. How do you drive it? Okay, you know the joke, right? So, okay, I'll tell you that. So what happens is the man says, well, the truth is this is a very religious car. It belongs to a very holy rabbi. And in order to make it go, he has a special formula. He would make it go by saying, Baruch Hashem. Don't say it now because it'll start moving. But as soon as you say Baruch Hashem, then it drives. And to make it stop, you have to say Shema Yisrael. Say Shema Yisrael. And it will stop. So he tries it out, takes it for a test drive, Baruch Hashem, decides he's going to take the car. And then he realizes he's driving, he forgot the phrase, but how to make it stop. And he's going faster and faster, and he's on the horn, and he's going through red lights, and he goes the wrong way in a one-way street. He's panicking, he doesn't know what to do. He crashes through a construction barrier. He goes up on this ramp under construction. He realizes the ramp is about to end. It's an overpass under construction. He's going to go over the edge. He's going to die. So as a good Jew, he covers his eyes. He claims God's unity. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Car stops right in the edge. And he says, Baruch Hashem. Okay. So that's, to a certain degree, that's illustrative of the kind of material that we're going to be discussing tonight in the last of our 4 lectures, crash course in Jewish history. Tonight we're going to be looking at what I'd like to call the contemporary period, and I'll try to put some boundaries on that. I want to say thank you to make sure I don't forget at the end of the lecture. It's been nice to have such a pleasant and attentive and intelligent audience for these 4 lectures. It's also been rather popular on the internet. I looked up the analytics today. It looks like about 30,000 people have watched this series since the beginning of this month, which is nice. Of course, 10,000 were my mother watching it over and over on a continuous loop. But it is nice to know that this material has an audience. Okay, so let us begin by defining what do I mean by the contemporary period. Historians like to use the term the long 19th century, and that's because centuries begin and end on a chronologically round number. They begin at, let's say, 1900, they close at 2000. But history tends to have different bracket points. And the long 19th century generally begins with 1789 with the French Revolution. You might want to say 1776 with the American Revolution, extends throughout the 1800s, and then usually the other end of the bracket is 1914 with the beginning of World War I. So that's called the long 19th century in secular historians' worldview. The long 20th century, for our purposes, looking at Jewish history specifically, would really begin with the 1881-84 pogroms that we discussed briefly at the end of last week's class, and concludes with the disengagement from Gaza in the year 2005. Those 2 moments really bracket major change, demographic, philosophical, spiritual change that deeply impacted the Jewish psyche worldwide, and I hope to demonstrate why those are adequate brackets for our understanding of the contemporary period. So, picking up where we left off, you'll recall that in 1881, a pogrom wave began to sweep throughout the former Russian Empire, and a little bit like Fiddler on the Roof, believe it or not, where the Nachalnik says to Tevye, there's going to be a pogrom, you should clear out in advance. There was a long-standing belief that was promoted by a lot of historians around the time that the Russian government had actually engineered the pogroms. That argument has largely been pushed aside with archival research that indicates the Russian government actually, although they weren't particularly pro-Jewish, they weren't philo-Semitic at all, and there were reasons why the pogroms were useful for them politically, they really didn't want to encourage anarchy because they knew that an anarchic movement like this could eventually spell revolution. The reality was the Russian government was simply inept and unable to stretch its resources far enough to be able to prevent this widespread violence. And when Jews, after a series of 3 years of sustained pogroms, in which hooligans would come into these little villages and they would, rape and pillage, and then they would go away, and then a couple of weeks later, usually in the springtime, they would come back again. There was nothing that could be done to stop them. Jews stopped believing that the Russian government was a ROTHSCHILD, meaning a society governed by law, and they said, we have to come up with something else. So that's the moment of change that I'd like to discuss with you right now. By the way, this map shows you the huge migration of Jews from the Pale of Settlement between the period of 1881 and the period when the American government began to shut down a lot of the migration in the early 20s. And the other end of the period we're studying is the disengagement from Gaza, which we'll get to when we talk about Israel more specifically. A heart-wrenching moment in Israeli history when Israel began to sort of look backwards and move backwards from what had been imagined as a messianic step forward towards the ultimate redemption of the entire Jewish world. But I don't want to anticipate where we are. So there are 5 major strategies that the Jews of Eastern Europe, and we should recall that the Jews of Eastern Europe were the largest single bloc of Jewish population in the world at the time. They looked to 5 new ways to try and articulate their status in modernity. The first was migration or emigration, as we saw in that map, particularly to the New World, to America. This is a Rosh Hashanah postcard, very appropriate for our purposes. I believe the date on this is 1910, if I remember correctly. And you can see that on the right, you have the impoverished Russian peasants here, bedraggled and carrying all of their belongings in bags and things like that. You've got the steamers coming in. Ellis Island is suggested. And here, of course, are the American-born, usually from an earlier Germanic wave in the 1840s, the American-born Jews who are happily greeting them and welcoming them. Even the American eagle is, as it were, welcoming the Russian eagle. And this is certainly a very rosy picture of the way the Eastern European immigrants were received. But this is one option. The idea of simply leaving and starting over again. This is ironically the most traditional option that Jews have historically chosen when facing these kinds of challenges. Most of our ancestors, I anticipate, were part of this migration wave. There were some, of course, who came after World War II. They're a radically different wave. These are immigrants. The ones after World War II are largely refugees with a very, very different mindset. The emigres tend to think, okay, I'm going to start all over. I'm going to go to America, and I'm going to make myself into this new American Jew. I'm going to metaphorically, sometimes literally, throw my tefillin overboard as I approach these shores. I'm going to learn English. I'm going to abandon the Mamelushim. Whereas the Jews who came after World War II resented their displacement and said, no, I will not change for America. America will change for me. I will establish myself in the Lower East Side, in Brooklyn, in Muncie, in Lakewood, and I will make America into Eastern Europe. A very different kind of mindset, also a very powerful impact on American shores. Another option was the new Zionist movement, and we should recall that although Jews had been yearning for a return to Zion since time immemorial, really since the first exile in the 6th century before the Common Era that we talked about 4 weeks ago, Jews have always wanted to return to Zion. However, the political movement we associate with Zionism really dates from the 1880s, when first a more religious group called Chovevei Zion, those who love Zion, began to be active in the Black Sea region. Then later it acquired a more secular character, especially in Western Europe, led by people like Theodor Herzl. And this was a way of saying, you know what? We're going to move, we're going to leave Eastern Europe, but why should we just repeat the process over and over again? Eventually, the same thing is going to happen to the Jews in America as well, Chas v'shalom, lo aleinu. But eventually, it's going to happen there too. So let's end history by moving to Israel. Let us bring this to a close where we finally return home rather than maintaining another way station. The Zionist movement, of course, as we shall see today, and of course we all know, was immensely successful. And we know, for example, in the limited election results that we have from the brief period when Ukraine was independent and Jews were voting in a Jewish pre-parliament, the Zionists captured the largest single block of Jewish votes after the religious parties. So in other words, most most Jews at this time in Eastern Europe were in favor of their traditional religious leaders and in favor of the movement to Israel. That's not including, of course, the Jews who we didn't capture their vote because they voted with their feet and made their way to the New World. Thirdly, socialism. In terms of organized parties, it was the Bund that was the strongest, with about 30,000 card-carrying members in 1917 on the eve of the 1917 revolution. Socialism basically said, you know what? Moving to another country, you're just going to repeat the same thing. Moving to Israel, that's also crazier. Then you're going to have to deal with the malaria-infected swamps and the indigenous population. Let us instead end history by changing the very parameters of our existence. Let us move to a new stage of human existence by adopting the collectivization of all property. Let us adopt the policies of Marx. Let us become socialist to such a degree that we end all national enmities, which are really, the root of them are class struggle. So if we get rid of the classes, if the proletariat of the world would just unite, then we'll recreate the world anew. And many Jews saw in this a type of secular messianism that was deeply, deeply appealing. And many Jews simply said, we're not going to hold with the old religious values, but we're going to translate those values into socialism. An extremely powerful choice, and of course, major impact on the Russian Revolution. Fourth, and this is one of the smallest, but nevertheless quite an influential movement, they chose diaspora nationalism, which was a movement that was created by Shimon Dubnos, shown here. We looked at him actually in the very first lecture. He was a historian who said that, you know, the best time in Jewish history, our most successful period, was during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when, as you will recall, we united all of our kehilot in one massive superstructure, and we had like a unified Jewish legislation that covered every Jew living in Poland and Lithuania from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. That was, as it were, a state within a state. We did not have to have the trappings of an army and a flag and things like that, but we had phenomenal strength as a people. And so he argued that Jews should go back to that kind of form of communal identification. All Jews should register in something they call the Kadaster, and all Jews, whether they were Russian citizens, Polish citizens, Ukrainian citizens, they would be part of this massive state within a state. They would pay taxes to it proportionate to their income, and at the same time, that Jewish government would take care of all their needs. Mitzvot, synagogues, tuition, Chinese restaurant, you name it, every single thing. I was hoping to get a laugh with that, but at any rate. So the Dubnos' ideas fell flat in its time. He never got more than 4% of the popular vote. But the idea stuck here in America. The Federation movement is basically founded on Dubnos' ideas. The big difference is for Dubno, it was mandatory. Once you were 20 years old, you had to affiliate or not affiliate. Here in America, it's true that if the UJA gets your phone number, the only way to get away from them is the Witness Protection Program, but otherwise it is voluntary. You choose to affiliate, which is something that Dubno did not imagine. And finally, a return to tradition. Up until this point, most of the organized rabbis were opposing all of these movements. There are definitely exceptions, but the bulk of rabbinic leadership was opposed to any of these changes, specifically those that were anti-clerical, like socialism, for example. But by 1912, it became very clear that the entire Eastern Europe was becoming democratic, and Jews were included in those new democracies. Jews were voting, Jews were participating in the Polish Sejm after World War I, and if the religious community did not organize and in fact politicize, they would not have a voice. And so this is the beginning of the GUINNESS and many other late Jewish religious groups who were political organizations that were designed specifically to defend the religious status quo. This is, of course, the famous film recently discovered of the Chofetz Chaim, shown here, a very diminutive man, but unquestionably the leader of religious Jewry at the time, at the first Knessia Gedola, the first gathering of the Agudas Yisrael. So these were the 5 choices that Jews in Eastern Europe basically chose to try and define their new identities. It would be a tremendously tumultuous period of war and revolution. World War I, of course, breaks out in 1914. Jews are on all sides of the conflict. Problem that for the Austro-Hungarian government in particular will be difficult when the Nazis come to power and they have to deal with all these Jewish war veterans who are decorated and nevertheless have to be sent to the camps as well. It didn't slow them down that much, but it was nevertheless an issue. World War I was, of course, a massive exercise in futility. It was a huge, life-altering event for the entire planet. But if we focus specifically on the Jewish experience, perhaps the most significant of experiences was in Ukraine, once again in the news 100 years later, where when the Russian government fell, because don't forget, Ukraine is like a major Western European chunk of the Russian Empire. When the Russian central government in St. Petersburg fell, there was a brief power vacuum in which the indigenous Ukrainian leaders, these are not Russotropic leaders, meaning Russophiles speaking Russian and so on. These are Ukrainian speakers who wanted to create an independent government. They actually sat down with the Jews and they said, listen, we have an issue because the vast majority of Ukrainians live in the countryside. Literacy is very low. They have no experience with international relations and finance and so on. You Jews, on the other hand, literate, urbanized, connected internationally. If we make a partnership, we will give you Jews whatever you want to help us build this Ukrainian country. And basically what they decided to accept was something like what Dubno had argued for, communal rights as a distinct community within Ukraine. It was a beautiful experiment in a lot of ways. This, for example, is a 100 Karbovanets note from the period, and you can see that they have over here actually on the back it says in Ukrainian, but here on the right, on the left it says it in Russian, and here it says it in Polish, and down here it says it in Yiddish. 100 Karbovanets, which is Yiddish was made briefly an official language of Ukraine. They had a minister of Jewish affairs. They theoretically had a budget for things like day school tuition and things like that, but it was vastly overwhelmed by a huge pogrom wave that swept the countryside, particularly in the notorious year 1919. And one of the great ironies of this period is that the majority of the pogroms, I should say the plurality, about 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by Ukrainian troops who showed fealty to the same government that was at the same time giving all these rights to Jews. They were led by this man, Simon Petliura. This is a recently erected monument to Petliura that was it's in the city of Vinnytsia, just around the corner from the synagogue, actually. And he's a deeply misunderstood figure. Many have, others have said that he was perhaps an unwilling participant in them, that he condoned them for a brief period of time in order to try and keep his troops in line, totally defeated. He fled to Paris, where he was tracked down by this man, Shalom Schwarzbart, walked up to him on the street as he came out of a cafe and said, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petliura?" And he said, "Oui." And then he pulled out a gun and he shot him dead right on the spot. In an amazing trial that took place in Paris a year later, reported in the New York Times, Schwarzbart argued that he was actually, even though he was clearly an assassin in the clear light of day, he shot someone in cold blood in daylight in the street, he argued that he was doing it out of jury, the Parisian jury, perhaps thinking about the Dreyfus affair in which they clearly convicted an innocent guy, decided this time to clearly acquit a guilty guy. They find him, one became known as the Avenger. I meant to put it up here, but I forgot to get it today. I'm sorry. Chagall even painted a portrait that showed an upraised Torah scroll with the angel of death flying overhead with a sword of vengeance in his hand, and it's written in Yiddish letters on top, Schwarzbart. So this was like a moment that was a representative of a Jewish resurgence in the 1920s, that will have a very big impact on Zionism later. But at the end of the war, Europe was nothing like what it was before. If you look prior to World War I, you see Europe is largely divided among three major empires: Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. After World War I, these three empires are not at all the same. Russia is cut back as this major country. Poland appears after 200 years of submersion, and it is no longer the Russian Empire, it's now the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Germany loses its land bridge to East Prussia here, which is part of its territory, and these new Baltic states are created. Czechoslovakia is created. Austria-Hungary are tiny rump states that are only a tiny proportion of what they used to be, and it was just a massive mess. Americans were very much involved, Woodrow Wilson with the 14 points, but it was a period of time in which the local populations were given the option of self-determination. The difficulty was that someone had to decide which populations had the right to exercise their self-determination and which populations didn't make it. The Arabs in Israel, who would later take the name Palestinians, weren't even on the scene right then, but that was the same kind of thing. They missed this particular train, but other countries did make it. However, as my teacher likes to put it, the failure of the peace treaties after World War I made World War II inevitable. In other words, World War II was fought because the victors in World War I did not clean up loose ends appropriately. This tremendously complicated patchwork map left very few populations completely satisfied, and as a result, there was a huge revisionist movement wanting to change the map. The most prominent of the movements to change, of course, was none other than Adolf Hitler. So let us look at the period between the wars. I want to focus on two areas. Obviously, this is a crash course, so we are rushing through time at H.G. Wells' speed here. But let's look at what's happening in the Soviet Union, which is very fascinating on a Jewish perspective. And then, of course, we'll turn to Germany. The Soviet Union has basically two periods during the interwar period. There is the 1920s, which is a remarkable period of flourishing of indigenous Yiddish language culture, where the Soviet Union policies involved something called Korenizatsiya, which is very difficult to translate. It comes from the root word Korean, which means root. It was rootification. Sometimes it's translated as indigenization, which means the Russians basically said, the Soviets basically said, look, if the culture actually comes from the people living there, if it's a natural full culture, then we should encourage it. We should put money into it. And so that meant that a huge amount of state resources went to promote Yiddish language culture. Yiddish, of course, is a Jewish language, but it's primarily medieval German with a lot of phlegm. Silly Crystal. I had to pause for a laugh there. I think I'm too long. But it's basically a German language with a significant amount of Hebrew mixed in, some Romance languages, Aramaic as well, but it's written in Hebrew characters. So the Soviets said, okay, let's do Yiddish plays, let's do Yiddish literature, let's do all kinds of Yiddish things. There was actually a period of time during the 1920s, it looked so good that Yiddishists who had emigrated to America went back to the Soviet Union because they were going to create this like workers' paradise where you could express yourself so amazingly in this the phenomenal resurgence of culture. And then the 1930s came. Stalin effectively wiped out his opponents, Bukharin and Trotsky. And when he was in power, he said, enough of this Narishkeit. He used a Georgian word for that, but he said, enough of this Narishkeit, and he essentially rolled back almost all crazy, descended eventually by the end of the 30s into a purge mentality that was very much like the Spanish Inquisition that we saw earlier. The idea was that Yiddish was good because it was a natural language of the people. Hebrew was bad because it was a language both of the rabbis and of the Zionists. There are two strikes against it. So then there was a period of time when the Russians made any Hebrew words in Yiddish illegal. You could not have Hebrew words in Yiddish. It's a really hard thing to do because it's maybe 15% Hebrew, but there are a lot of key words. Like, for example, the word chaver, which means friend, or in Russian translation, tovarich, comrade. Right? So how do you take comrade out of the Yiddish language? You have to keep it there, but you spell it in Yiddish phonetics. So in Soviet textbooks from the period, chaver, which in Hebrew is correctly spelled chaver, spelled out. It's actually hard to read it because you have to stop thinking with Hebrew spelling. Words like MS, I am, and here's even a weirder thing. When they looked at the Hebrew alphabet, they saw there were 5 terminal letters. Right? There are 5 letters, Menach, but if they occur at the end of a word, they're written slightly differently. In English, we have the same thing, except that the beginning of words, they're called capital letters. A letter looks differently if it's a proper noun or the beginning of a sentence and occurs at the beginning of a word. The Russians said that's not proletarian, that's not like a folk thing, get rid of it. And they made the final letters illegal. It was a totally crazy thing. The Ukrainians have it even worse. They had a letter G that was made illegal. If you use the letter G, Siberia. Stalin promoted this crazy idea. It actually came from Kalinin, popularity of the Zionist movement. This Soviet Jewish homeland was called Azerbaijan. Here's some propaganda poster from the period. Is way out here. In order to show you where it is, I actually had to use the whole Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Poland, places where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale settlement. And here, all the way over on the far east, is Azerbaijan. Otherwise, Azerbaijan was like a wasteland. And ironically, when the Jews goes to them. Here's another Soviet propaganda period poster from the period that shows happy Jews going out to Azerbaijan for it. Here it is right here in the Soviet Union. Of course, even these elements would be truncated, growing apace at this time. I wish I had more time than 1 hour to cover the entire 20th century, but Zionism is rapidly growing as a movement. There are many different varieties of Zionism that are engaging the minds of young Jews, and it is seen as a way of rebuilding the Jewish spirit. It is seen as a return to the land, which is something that many anti-Semites had been arguing since the 19th century, that Jews were ruthless cosmopolitans, that they were too urban, they were too involved with trade and money and finances, nothing real. They were not connected to the soil, right, which is a very important thing for these early folkish thinkers, which would later morph into racism. The idea that you develop your character because you dug your fingers into the Bavarian soil. If you did that for enough generations, you would really be German. But the Jews, even living in Munich for 1,000 years, because they're living inside their inns and inside their base medrash and places like that, they never have a chance to become German through their contact with the soil. The idea of Jews returning to the soil was seen as a way of naturalizing the Jews by the Jews themselves, as we shall see. And then, of course, in the 1930s, there is a massive turn to the right that affects the entire European population. You see fascist movements growing not only in the Axis powers, but also in England, or in America, in Canada. There are very popular and significant fascist movements going on. Hitler, shown here, is someone who was wounded in World War I. This is actually in Alexanderplatz in Munich when war was declared, and some astute photographer later went and took a magnifying glass and found, here he is, and you can see that he's clearly overjoyed with the possibility of going to war. He is wounded with chlorine gas, an experience that traumatized him, and later he spoke about it in connection with what he would like to do to the Jews, and of course, eventually that came about. An incredibly effective speaker, could hold people spellbound for hours. tremendously, devious and nevertheless persuasive leader who managed to sway the minds of millions to a disastrous conflict with the West. He used kind of like new rock star style propaganda vehicles, such as these massive events like the Nuremberg rallies, to whip up incredible amounts of support. Obviously, we don't have time to go into it in great detail, but I would like to focus on a couple of key elements that, of course, take us into one of the darkest periods of Jewish history, the Holocaust. Again, at this moment, let's just pause for a second and reflect on the fact that we're going to spend 60 minutes talking about the entire 20th century, and the Holocaust could easily absorb us for years. We're not doing it justice, but we should certainly at least remark on that.
Yo,
the Holocaust
what up,
goes through
Katan
three
Sushi?
basic stages, and historians differ.
Can you hear me? Yo, how old are you? You've got to go. Leave.
Why?
Because you're not because you're not 18 years old.
Yes, I am. I'm 23.
You're 23?
Yes.
Okay, very cool. How's your day? How's your day going?
Great. Are you watching? Are you actually watching?
Yeah, I am. Hey, how'd you find out about me?
Do you have money? Can you give me money?
Absolutely. How'd you find out about me?
Someone named Rusty sent me an invite.
Okay, very cool. Well, shout out to them. Well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Differ on exactly how to characterize the entire movement. I'm going to give you two basic historiographic perspectives at the end of this presentation. But one basic way to understand it is, first there is the period of ostracism. And in fact, at the Nuremberg rally that I showed to you earlier, one of the things that the Nazis realized pretty much at the last minute, they spent the entire night huddled around a dining room table, literally writing on napkins, trying to work out this chart. They realized that if they're actually going to persecute the Jews, the very first thing they have to do is define what they mean when they say Jew. Who exactly is
on its way to
Jew?
Tel Aviv right now.
And so they finally came up with this plan,
baby.
which shows it says in the top in German, the Nuremberg Law, and it's essentially the laws that define those who are Deutschblütige, right, German-blooded, and those are basically anyone with 4 German Aryan grandparents. And then there is a Mischling of the Zweiter Grade, a mixed race of the second degree, which means someone who has, someone who has 1 Jewish grandparent. That was ultimately sufficient enough for a person to be sent to the gas chambers. Obviously, it didn't matter to the Nazis whether it was a mother or a father. They were slaves to a racial ideology, and just simply having 1 Jewish grandparent was sufficient.
Yeah, because they said 23, which is
like, the first degree, which has 2 Jewish grandparents, and a Yehuda was anyone with 3 Jewish grandparents or 4 Jewish grandparents. So once they had clearly defined who was a Jew, then, of course, they could embark on a much more extensive series of legislations throughout the 1930s that isolated them from society, ostracized them, placed greater restrictions on them. So Jews were not to own a business. They had to essentially divest their businesses, typically to their non-Jewish employees. Jews were not allowed to employ non-Jewish household help, all kinds of things that they're not allowed to run up the German flag and so on. When World War II broke out in September of 1939, the Jews were largely crowded into ghettos. This is a photograph of Warsaw, one of the most notorious of the ghettos, with phenomenal overcrowding. Some of the ghettos were attritionist, like Warsaw, in which it seemed that the Nazis wanted simply the Jews to die on their own, and others were called productionist, where they seemed like in Łódź, where they were making a lot of textiles and they would be allowed to live. If they were productive, they would live. In the end, this changed in 1941. And in reality, when we think about what we mean when we say the Holocaust, 1939 when the war broke out, it's not January 1933 when Hitler came to power. It's really June 22nd, 1941, the day to actually have mass murder of Jews on a planned and organized scale. It's a rather amazing thing, and it'll feed into on an organized mass murder of Jews until well into the war. There were lots of individual persecutions, lots of brutalization, lots of, isolation and abuse of various forms. But Kristallnacht, which of course occurred before the war, claimed less than 300 casualties. We're talking about millions. It only came to Operation Barbarossa when we see that they're actually planning to kill the Jews of Eastern Europe. What basically happened is Hitler and Stalin had a non-aggression pact that allowed them to divide Eastern Europe between the two countries. Hitler double-crossed Stalin in June of 1941, and he invaded with tremendous success, plowing all the way up to the border of Moscow, getting very close to Leningrad, putting it under a brutalizing siege. People were reduced to human cannibalism. And following the Wehrmacht, the German army, were 4 groups called Einsatzgruppen, special commando squads. These were generally men who were not fit for regular service, typically older, overweight, flat-footed, heavy eyeglasses, things that did not make them ready for regular service. And they were put in trucks, and they were essentially mobile killing squads, where they would follow the Wehrmacht, go into the local Jewish Städtblocks that dotted the region, gather up the Jews, bring them out to ravines that were around the area, and machine gun them into their graves. This is the kind of scene that likely took the lives of my ancestors in Lithuania, and something like 2.4 million Jews died at the hands of the Einsatzgruppen. This was clearly organized beforehand. This was clearly mass murder. This is really the onset of the Holocaust. But it involves nothing like the gas chambers. That would be developed later on, either because, and a lot of debate among historians, either because Hitler saw that the Einsatzgruppen murders were very difficult, it was psychologically very draining on the people who were involved, and it was expensive and it was inefficient. Many people actually survived the Einsatzgruppen murders by feigning death. Many children, for example, would fall into the pit, very gruesome kind of experience, and be literally buried with the bodies of the villagers that they lived with. And then at nightfall, they would crawl up from the wreckage, and they would make their way into the forest and join the partisans. Heart-wrenching stories, but there are a lot of them because it's a fairly inefficient method of murder, and it's not truly a Nazi method of murder, so they decided to move to something else. Another body of thought suggests that Hitler said to himself, wait a second, we're getting away with this. So if no one's stopping us, and we're doing this for months and months and months, perhaps we can actually do something still greater, which would be the death chambers. In January of 1920, January of 1942, at the resort of Wannsee, north of Berlin, a group of Nazi officials got together, had a conference that discussed how to finally rid the world of the Jewish problem. And we actually have the minutes from that conference, which has tables of Jews, including 200 Jews in Albania. 200 Jews were going to be hunted down by the Nazis, including the Jews living in countries that were not taken over by the Nazis yet, like England. England was definitely planned, it was slated for becoming a Judenrein region. And at this Einsatzgruppe, at this Wannsee conference, the Nazis decided that a much more efficient killing technology would be to use a rat poison called Zyklon B, and instead of having mobile killing squads move out to where the Jews lived in the Städtblock, they would build 6 distinct camps, which were called Vernichtungslager, or destructions called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps that were designed primarily for political prisoners and the like. The 6 death camps were designed as the name implies, for the purpose of making death. They were factories for making death. Jews and other undesirables, Roma, homosexuals, witnesses, a whole host of people, whoever was on Hitler's list would be shipped off to these 6 Vernichtungslager, and there they would be killed primarily by gas. This is really the nadir of the Holocaust, and the majority of the victims lost their lives in this dark moment in human history. Now, there are 2 really big historical viewpoints on how to understand the Holocaust. And I'd like to pause and take us a little bit out of the narrative and into theory again for just a moment to understand it. The first way of understanding what is this thing we call the Holocaust was shaped largely by this woman, Lucy Davidowitz, a great historian whose most important book in English is called The War Against the Jews. And basing herself largely on the strategy that was employed by the Allied lawyers at Nuremberg when they were trying to identify Nazi war criminals, she argued that Nazism was essentially a conspiracy that was headed by an evil genius, Hitler, and a small coterie of like-minded evil individuals, Goering, Himmler, and so on, and they somehow fooled all of Germany and all of Europe to go along with this outrageous and diabolical plan. This particular model of understanding the Holocaust, which most of you in this room probably grew up with, because it was a dominant school of historiography right through the 1970s and into popular culture way into the 1980s and early 90s, really laid the blame very heavily at the feet of Hitler himself and a small group of co-conspirators. But most average German citizens, most French citizens, most Romanians, etc., were actually just fooled. They had no idea really what was going on. And we could then put this ugly episode behind us and move on to a bright European future. This was largely challenged by scholars like my teacher, Michael Maris, others like Christopher Browning, Martin Brojac, and others, who said, wait a second, there's so many things that just don't fit in this model. Like, for example, why is it that Hitler actually tried to set up reservations for Jews? There was one point the Nazis explored the possibility of buying the island of Madagascar and shipping all the Jews down there, an island off the coast of Africa. Another opinion was, let's set up a reservation in Lublin and we'll send all the Jews to live over there. And why is it the Nazis allowed Jews to leave? Right up until October 1940, if you had a place that would accept you, you could actually leave Nazi Europe. It doesn't, and then why wait until June of 1941 to begin killing the Jews en masse if they really had this plan from the beginning? So this school of historians said, no, you know what? The Holocaust is probably more a function of the war. That as the war wore on, Hitler, who was undeniably an incredible anti-Semite, sort of began to think gradually about the idea of, you know what, all these things that have been rhetoric until now, we could actually do them. And trying small experiments here, small experiments there, seeing if they could get away with them. For example, the notorious experiment when they started killing children with Down syndrome. And if it weren't for the fact that the church found out about it and the church began to protest, he would have gotten away with this tremendously awful, ugly deed. It reminds me very much of what John F. Kennedy said, that we can measure the value of a country by the way it treats its weakest members. Right? And this is exemplary of the kind of evil that is inherent in the Nazi enterprise. The functionalists began to experiment literally with psychological tools, the most significant of which is undoubtedly the work of Stanley Milgram, who is not a historian. He is a psychologist working at Yale and Stanford universities, in which he wanted to conduct experiments in obedience. He wanted to see what would it take for people to actually commit such vile acts. And I wish we had more time to actually go into the Milgram experiment, but it has become a classic. Basically, what he proved was that people off the street, in a rather complicated experiment, total strangers, complete Americans off the street, about 2/3 of them are completely ready to murder another human being. As long as someone in a white coat says the experiment requires you continue, people will go on and will actually murder human beings. Just straight off the street. It's an amazing and chilling experiment. It's been repeated several times in all kinds of different contexts. It's been repeated in the 20th century, the early 21st century in England, that it's been televised. If you're curious to see the darkness of the human heart, you definitely have to look at the Milgram experiment. But these kinds of experiments tend to bolster the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust that says that, that the heart of man is evil from his childhood and Holocaust anyway. So it's a terrifying thing. It does not take away blame from Hitler and his central coterie of culprits more widely. Perhaps you're familiar with the famous title executioners. That really says it all. The idea that throughout Europe there were millions of willing executioners. So we'll have to go on from there. 20th century, and we only have about 5 minutes to talk about Israel, which is likely one of the greatest things that happened in 2 millennia of Jewish history, but we're constrained by this crash course format through maps. And I found in particular younger people often are unaware of the tremendous change that happened in Israel as a result of these political changes. So let's quickly review it. Population built in Israel, Jews are flowing in throughout the interwar period, and after the Holocaust in particular, there is a tremendous demand, both real and demographic, and also moral and political, to open up Israel to the refugees from the Holocaust. The British, who are, of course, in charge of Israel at this point, are reluctant to do so, even though they have issued the Balfour Declaration in 1917, because they realize that the Jewish population is beginning to conflict with the indigenous Arab population, and there's some notorious riots in 1929 and so on. But basically, after a series of violent episodes that involve Jewish, exacerbation of the situation as well as Arab, the British handed off to the new United Nations, the inheritor of the League of Nations, and they come up with this brilliantly bizarre and totally unworkable plan in 1947, saying, okay, we're going to divide the Jewish state, we're going to divide this region into 7 different parts. These blue parts will be Jewish. These sort of creamy parts will be Arab, and Jerusalem will be an international zone. Corpus separatum, a separate body. That was the plan, doomed to failure. The Jews, of course, delighted to have any kind of a state, even an unworkable one like this, accepted in 1948. The Arab nations around refused to accept it, and Israel was born in war. The War of Independence. Amazingly, after a year or so of conflict, the Jews actually managed to consolidate their territory, which is really quite a feat. This is what Israel looked like after the war had concluded in 1949. These are the armistice boundaries. This line here in particular is called the Green Line and will be very significant in later politics. That's basically the way Israel looked from 1949 until 1967. At that point, when you have I realize I'm talking to people who know this history very well, so I'll talk very fast, but for those of you who are on the internet, I'll let you have it quickly. Israel is faced with an imminent attack by Egypt in particular, aligned with Syria and several other Arab nations, decides to launch a preemptive strike based on the Talmudic dictum: if someone is planning to kill you, wake up before him and kill him first, right? Which is a pretty basic kind of idea. Amazingly, in an attack that shocked the world, my uncle Leon, who was about 20, 30 years older than me, said that he was living in Montreal, and he and all his friends were like getting out of college because they were going to fly to Israel and they were going to volunteer to fight in the war. And 6 days later, the war was over. They didn't have a chance to get their tickets organized. Largely as a result of their air superiority, not only did Israel keep its territory, it actually took over the entire Sinai Peninsula This region here, Samaria and Judea, also known as the West Bank because it is west of the Jordan River, and the commanding Golan Heights up in the north. Most significant for Jews, they conquered the eastern part of Jerusalem, which contained the old Jewish quarter, huge spiritual, sentimental, historical value for the Jews. And basically, at that point, Israel said, great, we scored this massive victory. Almost everyone in Israel said, now we'll finally have peace, because the Arab nations will pick up the phone, they'll call us, and they'll say, okay, you won, you demonstrated superiority, let's talk about getting some of our territory back in order for peace. The phone call did not happen, and Israel was forced to control this large territory, which proved to be very difficult. They decided to do two things with it. And let us understand, on a philosophical and on a political level, Israel has a very difficult sort of position, because it wants to be two things that are often in conflict with one another. On the one hand, Israel wants to be a Jewish state. That is its raison d'etre. It exists for the Jews, the Jewish people. The idea is that all Jews should use it as a land of refuge. It's the ancient homeland of the Jews. They should use it to express themselves Jewishly, the land of the temple, and so on. And at the same time, it is influenced by democratic values. It wants to be a democratic state, more like, let's say, the United States. But these two things frequently come in conflict with one another. These two values conflict with each other when they deal with non-Jewish citizens or non-Jewish residents in the land of Israel, because you can't necessarily make them all citizens, because then they would vote. And if they all voted, they could conceivably vote that Israel should not be a Jewish state. So you have to sacrifice the democracy to keep the Jewishness, and sometimes you have to sacrifice the Jewishness to keep the democracy. So very difficult position for Israel to be in. What they decided to do with regarding these territories is they annexed two of them. They annexed East Jerusalem, which of course is of incredible value to the Jews, but also to the Arabs living in the region. And they annexed the Golan Heights because of its very significant strategic technology. It could be, some would argue that the Golan Heights is not quite as important today with the kind of technologies, drones and things like that, but that's beyond my ken. But they held on to Samaria, Judea, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula, hoping that they would one day be able to give it away in exchange for peace. Not all Israelis felt that way. Many Israelis felt they should keep it forever. But the dominant mood was, okay, we have enough land, we're going to give this away in exchange for peace. Ultimately, that phone call only came after the 1973 war, in which the Egyptians in particular, under Anwar Sadat, gave Israel a terrible bloody nose and very high casualties after catching them off guard on Yom Kippur. Then Anwar Sadat finally had the temerity to call Israel, which was led by Menachem Begin at the time, and say, listen, now we've had our final battle. I've proven the might of the Egyptian forces, and they made peace. Egypt got the Sinai Peninsula back, but they did not want the Gaza Strip, which was an extremely difficult piece of territory and remains so to this day. This process continued, of course, under Clinton in 1993, when Yitzhak Rabin, seeing that the now very significant Palestinian movement, I've avoided using this term, Palestinian, because to use it in its proper political context at its time really dates from the 1960s. That's when a distinct Palestinian movement, as opposed to a pan-Arab movement, began to gain traction. And Rabin felt that, you know what, with the fall of the Soviet Union, the Palestinians have lost their primary backer. He said, it's better to make peace with my enemy than peace with 1,000 enemies. He feared that if Arafat did not sit down for a peace treaty at this point, then he would have a much harder task with Arafat's successors. In the end, the Oslo Accords have not resolved the situation, but it left Israel looking something like this, where the regions in green are largely populated by Palestinians, and they're under the so-called Palestinian Authority. It's a kind of a limited self-government. It's not a state. But the basic thinking of all three parties in that handshake, which was I would say American foreign policy was right up to the era of Donald Trump, because no one knows exactly what his foreign policy is yet. We shall see if he ever unveils the deal. But it was a two-state solution, that somehow Israel and the Palestinians would find a way to divide the physical territory. The problem with a one-state solution is that either it has to lose its Jewish character by giving the vote to all of these occupied residents in the region of Gaza and so on, or it has to give up its democratic character by expelling them, which is really in vast contradiction to much of international law. So that's the last thing, of course, is in 2005, which represents really a rolling back of the kind of mentality of the Jews at this time under Ariel Sharon, ironically known as a hawk. He said that we can no longer control Gaza. The region is tremendously populated by Palestinians. There's only a small minority of Jews living there. It is incredibly difficult to protect those Jews living in Gaza, and he argued that the state had to pull out and simply abandon it. This was met with huge opposition by a significant minority, but not quite a majority of Israelis, and it was a kind of a Vietnam sort of moment for the state as they pulled back from Gaza, and we are now, 15 years later and still faced with the consequences. It did not solve any problems, but that's something we can certainly debate after the lecture is done. Now, I'm going to quickly skip over post-Soviet Jewry to keep us within our time frame. You'll recognize some of these pictures, but of course, with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, represented huge change for world Jewry, and in particular for the Jews of Israel. I'd like to conclude by looking at American Jewry for a few minutes, and then I have some final concluding remarks, and you'll be able to get some snacks. So, American Jewry, tremendously wealthy, tremendous freedoms. We had kind of a honeymoon period, especially after World War II, where everything was booming, freedom to express ourselves, the growth of yeshivas. The statistics are incredible. The number of people we lived in Babylonia. It's amazing what we have done. And at the same time, ironically, we are assimilating ourselves out of existence faster than even Hitler, Yamach Shmuel, was able to do in the Holocaust. We are destroying ourselves at an incredibly rapid rate. And sociologists and historians are tearing their hair out. Right? Look at me. Thank you. I thought that was funny. What does this mean? Why is this happening to the Jewish people? Image of the star and the flag motif, was it 23, give or take a few? No, it wasn't. I mean, past the 50% part, quarters of children of intermarriage do not identify as Jews. Painted a pretty devastating picture of what's happening to American Jewry. I think the most salient and important analysis comes from a sociologist named Samuel Heilman, who's here in New York, and he came up with something that I call the Heilman thesis. Let me just take a minute to explain to you what he described as happening in America. If we look at a chart like this, and we put on the y-axis Jews, like number of Jews, when we put on the x-axis, I apologize, it's a little low here, but Jewish identification, meaning that a Jew who's over here in this quadrant highly identifies as a Jew. Belongs to synagogue, visits Israel, donates to UGA, all loves gefilte fish, everything, right, on the experience. Not necessarily religious, could be very involved in Jewish literature, Jewish theater, or things like that, but highly identified as a Jew. And over here, of course, low identification as a Jew. Very little synagogue attendance, maybe doesn't attend a Passover Seder, never visit Israel, never gave to UGA, things like that. The graph American Jews, it would look something like this, where you would have a significant number of Jews in 1950 who had very low identification, yet a tiny minority of really fanatic Jews out here. These would be like the Orthodox Jews. Like, they're way out here observing Shabbos. They're just a tiny minority. And then you have this massive camel hump here of what are called by sociologists the moderately affiliated Jews. They're typically going to conservative synagogues. They're typically going 3 days a year. They definitely are patriotic Jews, identify with Israel. And in fact, that's one of the interesting constants, is that even when they assimilate almost out of existence, Jews always report very, very high, enormously high rates of pride at being Jewish. Even if they can't tell you more than a couple sentences of what that actually means, they're still very proud to be a Jew. So this is what it looked like in 1950. Now, Howman says what it looks like in 2000 is something like this, where there's a huge number of Jews with very, very little identification, and there is a significant increase in the number with high identification. These would be like the rise of Orthodox Jewry, like Daf Yomi students and day school participation rates, things like that. But what's missing is the moderately affiliated Jew has largely disappeared. It's very hard to find like really strongly identified conservative Jews nowadays. They're sitting in the front rows of massive cathedral-like synagogues, but they're not filling the back seats. Where are those people? They have largely disappeared. And what's more significant, says Howman, you might want to be triumphal about it, say, well, what are you going to do? That's how popularity changed. What's very significant for us is that in 1950, when the moderately affiliated Jews gave charity, they tended to give to Jewish causes. They tended to give to the right. They would support the Beis Yaakov, they would support the mikvah, they would support things they wouldn't do themselves, but they gave their money to the right. They gave their money to support the very expensive lifestyle of the highly identified. But nowadays, says Howman, even though we are much, much richer than we ever are before, we are giving our money to the left, to the hospitals, to the art gallery, to UNICEF. These are all beautiful charitable organizations that we should support. But the support that goes to keep day school tuition reasonable has bottomed out. And this is, he says, it's a very dire prediction for American Jewry. He believes, he says in the end of his book, that he can't imagine any other environment than his own grandchildren living in Israel. Because only in Israel can you manage a Jewish lifestyle. It will become financially untenable to maintain a Jewish lifestyle if this continues. That's essentially the Howman thesis. Now, let me conclude. If you recall, I apologize, I'm a couple minutes over. If you recall, at the beginning of this series, 4 weeks ago, we did a little bit of theory. We looked at historiography and looked at a couple different models of ways to understand Jewish history. And I didn't give you any sense of my own other than looking at the work of the great Hannah Shenes, who wrote this amazing poem about living by starlight, about how the stars themselves, they're so far away, they could be dead now, but their light still continues to illuminate our universe. And that's kind of the narrative that I bring to the study of Jewish history for myself personally. When I study Jewish history, and particularly Jewish biography, because when you get down to the actual granular details of how individual Jews dealt with the challenge of Jewish conditions, there's a tremendous amount of a reservoir of inspiration. I'm inspired, for example, by the Pia Rebbe, the famous Eish Kodesh, who continued to teach in the depths of the Warsaw Ghetto. I am deeply inspired by Don Yitzchak Abravanel, who was at a key point in his political career, was sent into exile, and he actually, that was the most creative period of his life, where he produced so many fantastic, towering works of Torah scholarship. I'm deeply inspired by ordinary people, too, like a woman who we barely know, whose name is Babatha, who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels from the Roman legionnaires, and she kept with her a precious trove of legal documents in which she was fighting an ongoing battle for custody of one of her children and for a disputed grove of fig trees that her first husband was claiming. These were found later in the cave along with the remains of many of these Jews. So when I think about these individualist Jewish lives and how they dealt with the challenges of Jewish history, it inspires my own life. And I think there's material to inspire all of us. I've spent a lot of time at the end of these lectures looking at Roman Vishniak's photographs of Jewish children from the 1930s. And I know I gave you this, these 3 R's, right? The Jewish people are resilient, resourceful, and renewing. So I think if I were to give you one last takeaway after looking at contemporary period, I'm reminded of this very powerful passage, of course, in the book of Genesis, which we'll be reading together in just a few weeks, when Joseph reveals his identity. He's not actually this Egyptian stranger. He is, in fact, the long-lost brother, and he says to his brethren, and Joseph said to his brothers, I am Joseph, does my father yet live? Right? Od Avichai, does my father yet live? And we sing in response, we'll be singing in this very room, of course, in Simchas Torah, Od Avinu Chai, Am Yisrael Chai. Our Father yet lives, our Heavenly Father in heaven, our Heavenly Parent. And at the same time, and perhaps because of that, the Jewish people live. Thank you very much for your attention.
I don't know if my buddy Sebo, it's just a different time. My buddy's not made it to the UFC. That's right. No, James Thompson. You watched the contender yesterday? I saw highlights. Yeah, my buddy, the Bosniani's son, and he was raised to be a wrestler.
Hello. I'm sure you're all familiar with the shortest version of Jewish history, which goes like this. They tried to kill us. We survived, left feet.
He's so funny. He's one of us, like that kid. Like he loves to fuck around. I was taking jiu-jitsu from his dad.
That's invariably recited around the festive table whenever we have a Jewish holiday. I would like to just discuss very briefly a slightly expanded version, a little more sophisticated, but still keeping it under 18 minutes. Let's do all of Jewish history. So let's start first of all with the question, who are the Jews? Well, it's easier to say who they are not than to say who they are, actually. There are about 15 million Jews living around the world today, primarily in the land of Israel and in the United States, but also in many, many other countries, virtually every other country in the world. They are not a race. If you go to modern Israel, see Jews of many different racial backgrounds, whatever that means exactly. They're not even a religion because, according to Jewish thought, even when a Jew decides to adopt another religion, they still retain Jewish identity. And, well, there's a lot more to say about that, but this is under 18 minutes. They don't have a common language. I'm speaking to you in English, for example, and they don't have a common geography because, of course, Jews are scattered around the world. However, they do have a historical common language, which is, of course, Hebrew, and a historical common language is Israel, but we'll return to that shortly. So then what is the Jewish people? I think the easiest way to define them is really what the great 10th century philosopher Saadia Gaon called the unity of the Jewish people is in the Torah. It is their connection to the Torah that keeps the Jewish people together. Now, it's also true that many Jews struggle against the Torah, and that is also endemic to the entire Jewish condition, as the very name Israel, if you have a look in the book of Genesis, the very name Israel means one who struggles with God. Okay, lots more to say about this, but we are going to rush through 18 minutes. So let's look at the historical origins of the Jewish people. Our best source for ancient Jewish history is, without a doubt, the Bible. It is also the most difficult source to work with. As archaeologists will tell you, it's very difficult to line up the kinds of things that they are slowly discovering about the ancient Middle East with the text of the Bible. But that, again, we're sticking to 18 minutes here, so that will not detain us. There are a few scraps of information from the ancient period, like, for example, this amazing stele from Merneptah, a pharaoh from the 13th century, who famously wrote, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Now, if you had a look at Merneptah's mummy, you'll see that he's not doing so great himself. But nevertheless, there are only a few scraps of information about the Jews in the ancient world, and much of their distant origins are lost in the mist of history, except for the Bible, which gives a very detailed account however problematic it is for historians. According to the Bible, the Jews first emerged from Mesopotamia. The patriarch Abraham and Sarah lived in the region of what would be today Iraq, and they follow the Fertile Crescent up into what would be today Syria, and then they descend into Israel proper. They make some temporary sojourns in Egypt, but it is only under their grandson Jacob, with his large family, that Jews actually move there en masse and are eventually enslaved. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with, of course, the famous story of the Exodus, which is the second book of the Bible, and that talks about how the Jews enslaved cry out to their God, who sends a redeemer, Moses, and then brings them out of Egyptian servitude, having them wander in the desert for a while until they finally cross over into the land of Israel. Archaeologists posit several other models for how the Jews may have actually settled the land of Israel, but there's no question that by the time you get to about the year 1000 BCE, there's a significant Jewish presence in the region of Israel. They've established a major religious site in Jerusalem where the temple is located, and they go through, as described in the Bible, a series of kings, some civil wars that ultimately end in the 8th century before the Common Era with a major invasion from the north that takes away the 10 northern tribes, essentially. They're the lost tribes of Israel. And then in the 6th century before the Common Era, then there's another invasion that takes away the southern region. Now, neither of these exiles, by the way, are total. There are still Jews that are living in the land of Israel, but the Jewish Commonwealth is destroyed. There's no more Jewish political entity at that point. The Babylonian exile only lasts for a few decades, however, and under Ezra, as described once again in the Bible, the Jews return to Israel. They reestablish the temple in Jerusalem that had been destroyed in the 6th century, and they begin the second Commonwealth period. The most important historical event that begins to happen in this period, the second return to Israel, is when Alexander the Great emerges from Macedonia and creates this massive empire that stretches all the way from Greece throughout the eastern Mediterranean down to Egypt and way out to Afghanistan. And he brings with him Greek culture called Hellenism. The Jews love Hellenism. They go crazy for it. It's got so many amazing things for it. But the problem is they have a difficulty figuring out how much Hellenism could be absorbed by Jewish culture without completely capitulating to Greek influence. And as a result, there is a major upheaval in the 2nd century, which is really a civil war between traditionalists on the one hand and Hellenists on the other. And this is called the Hanukkah Rebellion. And ultimately, the traditionalists win. They reestablish the traditional worship in the temple, which had been defiled by Greek gods and so on, and they start a new Jewish kingdom at that point. Now, even though the Jews have a strong measure of independence at this point, it doesn't take long before this new dynasty of Maccabean kings, the so-called Hasmoneans, begin to decline, and by the year 63 before the Common Era, the state is so weak that Pompey and his armies from Rome invade the region, and Judea becomes a client state of Rome. It is in this environment under Rome that there's tremendous factionalism among the Jewish people. There are a group called the Sadducees, who basically control the temple cult. There are zealots who want to rebel against the Romans. There are the Pharisees, who are essentially separating from much of the political debate and maintaining charismatic circles to try and perpetuate the Torah. Those are the people who essentially become the modern rabbis. And then, of course, there are Jewish Christians. At this point, Christianity is born. It's entirely a Jewish movement at first, and only after the first couple of centuries did it really acquire a strong non-Jewish character ethnically. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I only have 18 minutes. Okay, so the Jews rebel against Rome. They lose a major war, and in the year 70, the temple is destroyed once again. They try to rebel again in the 2nd century under a man named Bar Kokhba. Even more devastation, and the Romans take great pains to exile even more of the Jews. The Roman exile, which begins formally in the 1st century and extends through the 2nd century, becomes even more intense and longer lasting than the earlier Babylonian exile. It is at this time, however, that the Jews decide to incorporate many of their oral teachings, which had been handed down for centuries, into a core document called the Mishnah, which eventually becomes the center of a major document called the Talmud, which we'll talk about in just a second. The Jews who are living in Babylonia, they start to flourish as Israel begins to decline under the Romans. And it is here that the Talmud is created. What is the Talmud? There's so much to say about this document, but again, 18 minutes. The Talmud is essentially a long commentary. It's a massive document, about 20 volumes, and it is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah, which is in itself sort of like an extended, primarily legal document commenting on the Torah. More to say about this, but you have to go look at the other videos, I guess. So this community begins to flourish, and it has a high point really from the 3rd through the 6th centuries. In the 7th century, Islam comes into the region, and initially the Jews actually do very well under Islam. There's a lot of cultural similarities between the ancient Jews and Muslim culture. This will ultimately decline when you get to the modern period, however. Now, what is medieval Jewish history? You can define it in a lot of different ways. I mean, we can't really apply the same parameters of Western history to the experience of the Jews. But one thing we can say for sure is the medieval period is when you see Jews begin to really spread out beyond the ancient Near East itself. Jews spreading out across the coast of North Africa, major Jewish settlements in Egypt and what would be Morocco, and then up into Spain. There are also Jewish settlements forming in Europe as well, in southern France, in northern Germany, and so on. Later, they would expand even further east to Eastern Europe, Ukraine, Poland, places like that. Jews are involved in all kinds of activities at this time. There's a whole wide range of trades, but two are especially important. They make a lot of sense. One is international commerce, because Jews are, of course, at this point connected through this massive diaspora. And second is money lending, which, because of a quirk, particularly in Christian theology, Jews were essentially given several centuries of a monopoly of being the only providers of credit in all of Christian Europe. There is definitely a link between money lending and the growth of anti-Semitism, which becomes really bizarre in the medieval period. There are earlier roots to anti-Semitism beyond the scope of our 18 minutes, but in the medieval period, you really see it, particularly in Christian Europe, as Christians try to articulate the difference between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism. You see it in a lot of artwork, like the famous Ecclesia et Synagoga image, which is repeated hundreds of times throughout European art and monumental architecture, things like that. You also see it in the growth of really bizarre ideas. Blood libel charge, which says that Jews somehow need to drink the blood of Christian children. I mean, that's what they call in Hebrew Meshuggah, totally crazy. But nevertheless, from the 13th century, this becomes a very powerful myth that pervades right up until the 20th century. So these kinds of things actually drive a lot of Jews towards Eastern Europe, where the anti-Semitism, initially at least, is quite a bit more muted. We should also mention at this point the really bizarre and fascinating story of the Jews of Spain. While the Jews are in Spain, they have this tremendous renaissance from the 9th to the 13th centuries in particular, where there was this flourishing of Jewish culture for a variety of reasons. The fact is, it's a triangular culture with Jews, Christians, and Muslims forced to interact in a non-binary way, like they would Jews versus Muslims or Jews versus Christians elsewhere in Europe. Secondly, it's on the periphery from the Muslim world, so a lot of things that could happen in Muslim Spain could not happen, let's say, in Baghdad. And there are incredible figures that rise up this time. It declines in the 12th century with the invasion of more extremist Muslims that drive, for example, Maimonides and his family out of Spain and towards Egypt, but it represents a real high point in Jewish culture. It will, unfortunately, decline even further as the Christians conquer the Iberian Peninsula and institute an inquisition to try to drive out those new Christians, that is, forcibly converted Jews in the pogroms of 1391, and this ultimately results in an expulsion of Jews, a major expulsion in 1492, one of many expulsions that occurred throughout Europe for a wide variety of reasons, primarily economic in nature, driving the Jews out of Spain and throughout the Mediterranean basin. Oh my gosh, I only have about 4.5 minutes left, So I got to rush through modern history. The Western European experience is quite different from the Eastern European. Western Europe tends to modernize quite a bit faster. And the Jews of Western Europe start to adopt all kinds of new technologies, like printing, for example, which is something that Jews really love to adopt right away. In Eastern Europe, there's a major uprising under a man named Bohdan Khmelnytsky in 1648. This is followed by a mass movement to follow a false messiah named Shabtai Tzvi in the 1660s. And then about a century later, the rise of a populist movement called Hasidism, which really, made a huge impact on the experience of Jews in Eastern Europe. Rushing ahead now, when we get to the contemporary period, and by this I'm talking about the modern era, the last 100 years. Western Europe, there's been a large push towards emancipation, that is, the granting of equal rights to Jews. It happens all of a sudden in France in 1791, shortly after their revolution, and then slowly begins to creep up in Germany and other countries as well. Jews begin to take advantage of this and start studying in universities and so on, and they begin to really express themselves as major members of 19th century culture. Jews are also emigrating in very large numbers from Eastern Europe to America and to a lesser degree in Israel, South Africa, and elsewhere as Russian persecution increases under the Tsars. You begin to see the development of many Jewish political movements, including that of Zionism and so on. When we get to the 20th century, certainly the most horrific moment in Jewish history as a whole is the Holocaust, when you have the combination of a devastating First World War, economic depression, and the legacy of anti-Semitism, all focused in the leadership of Adolf Hitler. And this creates a movement which we cannot possibly do justice to in such a short treatment. But the end result is, as I'm sure you're aware, 6 million Jews were killed in Eastern Europe. That's fully 1 out of 3 Jews throughout the world at the time. But in the amazing whipsaw-like nature of Jewish history, the Jews reestablished themselves in the modern state of Israel 2,000 years after their expulsion under the Romans. It's an amazing thing. Israel goes through, it's a difficult birth. Israel goes through a lot of difficult changes. They fight major wars in 1948 with independence, in 1967, the famous Six-Day War, 1973, and they have ongoing conflict with the indigenous Arab population, the Palestinians, and that is far from solved, although major steps were made with the 1993 peace accords in Oslo and with the withdrawal from Gaza, which is also a very problematic event in the year 2005. And that basically brings us up to the present day. Jewish, it is not an easy history. Nothing happens automatically. But I have managed to squeeze this under 18 minutes. As you may be wondering, why 18 minutes? Why not 20 or why not 10? Well, 18 minutes is 2 things. First of all, it is an easy to remember number because that's the amount of time it takes for unleavened bread to become leavened, making it not kosher for Passover. But more importantly, the number 18 is where it is chai, life. So, as the saying goes, Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people live. I hope you found this very brief overview of Jewish history useful. And if you want to learn more, I got lots of videos on all kinds of periods of Jewish history. Thanks very much for watching.
It wasn't ties to organized crime that they wanted his route or something, and they killed him and his whole family, or he probably said no to something. How horrible is that? To me, like when I was listening to because they do that. And with me, for me, like Mexico's getting more and more fed up with this shit. They shoot a woman and like on live streaming. For me, if I'm the president or I'm these left-wing presidents like Scheinbaum are not willing to do this, but Ed Calderon was saying, you gotta treat this like it's an insurgency. You have to treat it like it's a civil war. Like this is a terrorist
Hello,
organization.
my name is Henry Livingston. I'm a historian at Touro College, and I would like to take a few short videos to just explain to you what exactly the history of the Talmud is. We're going to begin with its origins today, and then we're going to extend all the way up to the 21st century because it is one of those documents that actually has such a phenomenal impact on the Jewish intellectual and spiritual tradition. It is intrinsically tied up with the Jewish communities around the world and across the centuries, and understanding some basics about the Talmud is essential to really understanding anything about Judaism or the Jewish people. Now, let us first begin with a very simple question. What is the Talmud? So here's it's a complicated and long answer, but here's the short answer. The first thing I like to say is the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, those terms are synonymous, is a massive ancient commentary on a document called the Mishnah. And when I say massive, I'm talking about over 5,000 pages, although they're typically numbered in folios, that is, both sides of one page, and there are 2,711 of those folios. Now, you might wonder, what exactly is the Mishnah? We'll talk more about it in the next lecture, but for now, let's go on with what exactly the Talmud or Gemara is. It was compiled in late antiquity, which means somewhere between the 3rd and the 5th centuries. Scholars disagree about exactly when the beginning and when the ending of the process occurred. And it was based on much older oral traditions. We're talking about centuries and centuries older oral traditions that found their way into a document which was edited by a series of rabbis. And this editing process occurred in two basic places. One is in the land of Israel, particularly in the north, and secondly in the land of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. As we'll discuss later, that's why there are actually two different texts called the Talmud. There is the so-called Jerusalem Talmud, which is the one that was composed in the land of Israel earlier, and then a later one which was composed in the land of Babylonia, called, of course, the Babylonian Talmud. Third thing I like to say about what it is, what does it talk about? Besides being a commentary on the Mishnah, we don't know what that is yet, but it runs the gamut of Jewish thought. It concentrates on law, that's probably most of its discussion, but it treats virtually every aspect of the human condition. It talks about metaphysics, it goes to medicine. It talks about philosophy, it goes to friendship. It has recipes, it has, observations about the behavior of animals and the heavenly spheres and all kinds of amazing things. It is a rather phenomenally amazing, interesting document that is quite unlike anything that I'm aware of, certainly in the Western tradition, as God willing, we'll see a little bit over the course of these lectures. The language of the Talmud is principally Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the Jews when it was compiled. But the Mishnah is written in a form of Hebrew, and there's considerable infusion of words and syntax and expressions from other languages, including Greek and Akkadian and Persian and all kinds of things are all kind of like folded into the Talmud. It is central to the curriculum of a rabbinical seminary, yeshiva, even today, and parts of the Talmud are avidly studied by Jews all over the world. So that's a quick definition of what the Talmud is. Let us now approach our main subject, which is the history of the Talmud. When was it started? So this is essentially a theological question because it remained an oral document for so many centuries. And in fact, it's called Torah Shebaal Peh, the Torah that is discussed orally as opposed to the Torah that is written down, which is the 5 books of Moses. Speaking of Moses, here is Moses, or at least this is Charlton Heston portraying Moses. I happen to really like using these kinds of images because a lot of people tell me I have a striking resemblance to Moses. Let's take it from the perspective of Jewish theology. In terms of the history of the Talmud, it's written very clearly in the first chapter, the first Mishnah of a tractate called Pirkei Avot that says Moses received the Torah at Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua. And by the way, when it says Torah here, it's referring to the totality of Torah, both the written Torah and the oral Torah, which contains the essential elements of the Talmud as we have it today. Joshua, his disciple, and his successor then transmitted it to the elders. The elders transmitted it to the prophets, and the prophets to an organization called the Men of the Great Assembly. And then there's a little statement here about what the Men of the Great Assembly would say. They used these beautiful things. We'll just finish the Mishnah. They said 3 things. Be deliberate in justice, meaning do not rush to judgment. Raise many disciples and make a fence around the Torah, which means create like kind of a protective barrier around accidental transgression of the Torah. So according to Jewish theology, the entire Talmud goes all the way back to Mount Sinai, that it was transmitted orally as it were, from a teacher to a student, from a teacher to a student, for many, many, many generations, until, because of political reasons, which we'll discuss in a subsequent lecture, it had to be committed to writing. So the version that we use today is the version committed to writing, but it is intimately connected with the oral communication between teacher and student. The essence of the Talmud is essentially a debate. We have an expression, 2 Jews, 3 opinions, and so this is not a document which is kind of like a list of rules. It is a give and take. It is a discussion. It is a stream of consciousness conversation, a transcript of a massive debate that encompasses hundreds, actually thousands of rabbis taking place over many centuries in many different civilizations. So let's go first to the biblical period. So the biblical period, which refers to what's going on in what Jews call Tanakh. They do not call it the Old Testament because, of course, Jews do not recognize a New Testament. The Old Testament is working just fine, thank you, and there's no reason to upgrade it to a new version of the software. Tanakh is the Hebrew term which refers to the 3 sections, as Jews recognize the Bible: the Torah, which is the first 5 books, the Nevi'im, the prophets, and the Ketuvim, which are the writings, which include things like Psalms and Proverbs and things like that. And the history that's described there goes all the way from the patriarchs and matriarchs of Genesis through the Exodus from Egypt, enslavement, and then Exodus, the giving of the Torah, which changes a lot of things for how Jews relate to God and relate to the world around them, and then through the first and second Commonwealth, when the Jews had sovereignty in the land of Israel, with great figures like King David, King Solomon, and so on in the first Commonwealth, and then in the second Commonwealth, after a short but painful exile to Babylonia, they came back in the late 6th century before the Common Era and rebuilt the temple again. So wow, I just went through hundreds of years in like 3 sentences. The second period, which is really important, because now we begin to see a lot of the texts of the Talmud very closely associated with the cultures in which Jews live, has to do with the conquest of Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map, you'll see that Alexander marched out of northern Greece, Macedonia. He is known as Alexander the Macedonian in Talmudic texts, and he conquers an amazing amount of territory in a very short period of time before he dies at a young age. He does not destroy Jerusalem, for which Jews are eternally grateful, so much so that they even name their children after him. My own grandfather, Alav Shalom, was named Alexander, and Alexander, my great-grandfather. During this time, the Jews are exposed to Hellenism. Hellenism is essentially the Greek way of looking at the world, which encompasses Greek science, Greek rhetoric, Greek drama, Greek art, Greek literature, Greek aesthetics, Greek math. I mean, it just goes on and on. The Greeks had such a fascinating and different way of looking at the world than the Jews did, that they were overwhelmed by this. And in fact, one of the great problems that the Jews had to deal with at this time was trying to figure out, okay, how do we use this fascinating body of information that the Greeks have given to this region without diluting our Jewish traditions? It was such a difficult crevasse to cross, that they ended up having a national revolt over it, really a civil war, which resulted in the Hanukkah rebellion of the Maccabees, and drove out the more aggressively Hellenizing Jewish movements and concentrating on making Israel much more traditionalist. This lasted for several centuries. Here's actually one of my favorite pictures from our depicting period. This is actually a 14th century European Christian rendition of one of the dramatic moments in the Maccabean War. I'm not sure why I'm showing it to you, but I kind of like it, so I guess I will. There's a famous scene in which Eleazar the Maccabee was heroically attacked a war elephant. The Syrian Greeks, who were the allies of the Hellenizing Jews in Israel, actually brought in these tremendous beasts to fight against the rebels. unsuccessfully, Elazar heroically dove underneath the elephant, stabbed it from below, and killed it, although he was tragically crushed in the maneuver. This is a description we have in the book of Maccabees. What I really like about this picture is that obviously the European Christian artist here had no idea what an elephant looked like, and he was basing it on a few different descriptions. He says, well, it looks sort of like a gray horse with a very long nose. So anyways, let's just go on. I don't know why I said that, but I kind of like this. Let's go on. From that Greek encounter, we have to go into the Roman and Babylonian periods, because what ends up happening is the Jews reestablish their sovereignty under the Maccabees and their dynasty, known as the Hasmonean or the Hashmonaim, after the year 165 before the Common Era. And that goes pretty well, although it slowly enters into a period of decay where Hellenizing influences increase. Ultimately, in the year 63, before the Common Era, Pompey enters with Roman forces and takes over the region and incorporates Israel within the larger Roman Empire. Here's a map that shows you what the Roman Empire looked like in the year 117, and here's this tiny little piece of Judea, which is a section of the Roman Empire at this point. The Jews survive under Roman rule with some significant elements of friction. They actually have two, according to some historians, 3 wars. The first one fought from 66 to 74, in which the temple was tragically destroyed. A second minor revolt, somewhere around the time of this map depicts, and then the horrific Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 132 that resulted in such tremendous persecution of Jews and a dispersion of the Jews throughout the region. So in this period, they're encountering not only Hellenism, but Roman culture, which has other unique features as well. Finally, we should look over here at Sassanid Persia, the region in which the Jews had lived, and actually going all the way back to the very first exile in the year 586, there were Jews who were settling in Babylonia, and in particular, in this region here, if we zoom in, you can see the 2 blue lines that extend from the upper left down into the Gulf there. Those are the rivers Tigris and the Euphrates. And in that region called Mesopotamia, because it is between the rivers, Meso means between and Potamos means river, there are a lot of Jewish settlements. They ended up growing and becoming very significant, and ultimately, especially after the decline of the land of Israel under the Romans, they become the centers of Talmudic learning. And so basically, the Talmud is developing in both Israel and in Babylon. And as I mentioned earlier, that's where ultimately we have 2 distinct texts recorded. Okay, so that was kind of a quick, maybe verbose overview of where the Talmud was formed and the historical context in which the Talmud was formed. I want to take 1 minute to talk about what the Talmud is certainly not. Now, because, a lot of people are going to see this video, not necessarily people who are committed to the study of the Talmud for its own sake. I've shut off all comments because there are a lot of people who have this crazy idea that the Talmud is some kind of secret document that is the whole rules for the secret world Jewish conspiracy, which does not exist, by the way. And that somehow it's this nefarious document. A lot of this anti-Semitic thought springs from the twisted mind of an individual named Johann Andreas Eisenmenger, who in the late 1600s portrayed himself as a potential convert to Judaism in order to study the Talmud primarily. And he spent 19 years doing this. And he was actually quite a brilliant scholar. He went through the entire Talmud, he went through all kinds of midrashim and things like that. And then in the year 1700, he came out with this nasty 2,000-page book, which took every single passage he could possibly twist and take out of context and present it as a horrible condemnation of Judaism and Jews and so on. Now, he was not the first person to do this, and a rather bizarre, obsessive kind of individual. We have people doing this for a few centuries prior, but In reality, that's not what the Talmud is all about. If you don't believe me, there are lots of places where you can see Talmud the way Jews see the Talmud. I do not recommend you go to anti-Semitic websites because they will essentially just repeat Eisenmenger over and over again. Go see how Jews deal with the Talmud, and you will be assured that it's basically just this. Well, it's not basically anything. It is a fascinating discussion of how Jews encounter the universe and try to get closer to God in the process. Okay, that's it for this quick video. The next video we'll be looking at the Mishnah, which is the core document of the Talmud. We'll try to understand how and why that was formed in the historical context of its compilation, and then we'll get a better understanding as to what exactly the Talmud is and how it was composed in its historical context. Thank you very much for watching.
Neurological damage when one side doesn't go. Fantastic. So many choices. Great choice. There's young Joe sit with the sideburn. Young Joe Rogan with Mark Kirk. Mark's way taller than that, by the way, so I don't know why. That's just a camera angle.
Hello and welcome to this second lecture in the series of lectures about the history of the Talmud. We're actually not going to get to the Talmud per se until the third lecture, so we have two sort of prolegomenons, but they are essential to understanding what the Talmud is about. Today we're going to talk about the Mishnah, which forms the backbone of the Talmud. It is the core text around which the Talmud is built. And so I'd like in the next 10 or so minutes to quickly give you a sense of the historical context in which the Mishnah came to be a written document, try to understand some of the thinking of the rabbis that went into the transition from an oral tradition to a manuscript tradition that was so crucial in the development of Jewish history, especially Jewish intellectual and religious history, and made it possible for the Talmud that we study today to be in a written form. Okay, so let's look very quickly at Judaism in the year 0. So if we go to the first century, clearly the most dramatic and important event of that period was the catastrophic destruction of the temple, an event that has reverberations all the way up to the 21st century and beyond. It is one of the great cataclysms of Jewish history that this central spot of worship in Jerusalem, which was the focal point of so much spiritual energy for centuries upon centuries, would be destroyed. And this really created a crisis in which, what would happen to Judaism if they did not have the temple rituals to follow? That's really an important starting point for us, but we have to go back just a little bit to understand the context of that first century, because it is in that context and the events of that first century that really set the stage for the transition of the oral tradition into the written document that we call the Mishnah. So going back a couple hundred years before that, really 400 years before that, we talked about the conquest of the region by Alexander, and this introduced into ancient Israel the philosophy which eventually called Hellenism. Really, I shouldn't say philosophy. It's a Weltanschauung. It's a worldview that encompasses not only philosophy, but also aesthetics and literature and science and mathematics and so many of the Greek ways of thinking that had a tremendous impact on the Jews of the period. So much so that the Jews tended to go over abandoning the Jewish tradition and wholly assimilating to Greek norms. So a lot more to say about that, but for our purposes, this resulted in a backlash in about the year 165 before the Common Era, led by a group called the Maccabees. It was a popular rural uprising against many of the assimilationist urban elites. And not to make too much of a point of it right now, but basically, we tend to learn, or we tend to teach our children in primary school that this was a foreign invasion of the Greeks, or maybe the Syrian Greeks, because it came through the north, through the Seleucid Empire, against the Jews, the hapless Jews. But in reality, it was a civil war. It was a war that pitted Jew against Jew, specifically traditionalist, religious, rural Jews against modern assimilationist urban Jews, and they invoked the authority and eventually the military of the Syrian Greeks as well. But it was a bitter, horrible civil war in which the traditionalist sectors won and established a new dynasty, the Hashmonaim, that is a series of Jewish kings who at least initially tried to bring back much of that old style religion and to set Judaism on a less Hellenizing path than the prior generations had taken it to. So this was like kind of a pendulum reset, bringing the Jews back away from the influence of Alexander into the traditional influence of the sages and so on. It did not last very long. Hellenism was such a powerful, overwhelming influence that Hellenizing trends increased and increased, and in fact the Hashmonaic dynasty began to decline on its own until eventually you have the last major king of the period, King Herod, shown here, who or, to be Dalachaf's to say something positive about Herod, he was a tremendous public works builder. He renovated the temple, very important thing, built lots of amphitheaters and roads and aqueducts and all kinds of harbors, things like that. But he was also an incredibly cruel tyrant, murdering his own spouses and children and all kinds of things like that. Definitely not a person you'd want to invite to your Shabbos table so quickly. He ruled from the year 37 before the Common Era until the year 4 of the Common Era. After his rule, there was a significant step down in the authority of the local kings that would go even further when the Romans ultimately destroyed the temple. But let's just go a little bit further into relationship specifically with Rome. Many people also have this understanding that just like in the period of the Hashmonaim, people tend to have this misconception that the Greeks or the Syrian Greeks invaded and the Jews pushed them back out. Not exactly what happened. Same thing with the Romans. The Romans actually were in Israel from 63 before the Common Era. They were there for over a century before they actually destroyed the temple. They came in with Pompey, and the reason for this had to do with the inherent weakness of the Hashmonaim kings and the tremendous strength of the Roman Empire. But this in itself was not so terrible, because the way that Rome preferred to rule its far-flung empire was a rule called divide et impera, divide and rule. They identified the ruling classes in a particular region. They said, listen, we're going to give you lots of extra privileges, citizenship in the Roman Republic, all kinds of great things. All you have to do is pay us taxes, tribute, and do things our way. And this was a very effective ruling strategy, and it lasted for several hundred years. So Israel essentially became a vassal state under the Romans. They had their own kings, they had their own government, and things were not so terrible until the first century, when the relations between Rome and Jews just descended so rapidly as a result of several factors which are beyond our scope today. But please have a look if you want on my website. I've got lectures on this like you wouldn't believe. Okay. Let us focus now internally within the Jewish community. There were four basic orientations of Jews towards the Romans in particular, but also had a relationship to Hellenism, which of course continued apace under the Romans at the same time. There were the so-called Tzedukim, or Sadducees. These were Jews who believed in following the same kind of Hellenizing, in this case Romanizing trends of their urban predecessors, who argued that Roman power was here to stay, and that the Jews would do well by simply capitulating to the Romans, and in return they could rely on their beneficence, they could rely on their support, patronage, and so on. And it was the Sadducees who largely held the most predominant positions in the temple in Jerusalem at the end of the first century. Secondly, there were the Zealots, who were in favor of the opposite, saying, no, even though the Roman Empire is so much larger than us, so much more powerful than us, they have these massive standing armies, let us instead fight them and let's drive them out of our land. The Zealots, and in particular a group called the Sicarii, which were named for these curved knives that they used to use when they assassinated their political opponents, were actually feared not only by Romans, but also by Jews who dared to speak against them. These were like very radical Jews who fought amongst each other and fought other Jews trying to assert their own vision of an independent Israel without any foreign domination whatsoever. Then there were some who radically separated from the Jewish community as a whole, in particular a group called the Essenes, not an especially well understood group, we hear about them in the works of Josephus, who is our major source for much of this period. But we also have significant archaeological materials that come from the Qumran region, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so on, that apparently there was a significant number of groups who were just simply saying, that's it, I'm going to go live in the Judean desert, I'm going to eat nuts and berries and things like that, and I'm going to anxiously await the imminent arrival of Mashiach, who is going to be coming any day soon. And they kind of like took themselves out of the world altogether. There's a lot more to say about them, but again, interest of time. Finally, there are the group that we would call today the good guys, the winners, the Pharisees. This term Pharisee is English, and in the Christian tradition, it is not a nice term, primarily because the founder of Christianity is frequently arguing with the Pharisees over one thing or another. That's primarily because he himself was in the Pharisaic movement, and you tend to argue with people with whom you are closest ideologically. In Hebrew, the term Pharisee means Perushim, or the separators, those who separate from the political trends of society. They didn't separate as radically as the Essenes, who wanted to live outside of society as a whole. The Pharisees were like charismatic leaders of small disciple groups. They were very much connected to the rural countryside and so on. They were genuinely seen, as far as we can tell from the literature, as the true leaders of the Jewish people, although they did not have the kind of trappings of authority that, for example, the Tzaddukim did. So these are, and they are, by the way, essentially the rabbis. They're the people who will be most closely associated with the development of the Mishnah and their tradition, which will go on to the Talmud, and of course will inform all Judaism afterwards. The Pharisees are kind of like the ones that survived this nasty time. So let us understand how this all fell apart. There was a terrible Roman-Jewish war, the brigandage and the general lawlessness that was happening in the north part of the region. The Romans sent a legion to try and deal with the problem of Jewish bandits active in the north, many of them associated with the Zealots in particular. And they suffered a humiliating loss. Even though the Roman legion that was sent down was commanded by a seasoned general, and these are battle-hardened troops, they were no match for the cunning strategies of these guerrilla soldiers in Israel, and they were sent packing. The Emperor Nero said, okay, I've got to pull out the big guns, and he sent Vespasian, later joined by Vespasian's son Titus, to Israel to deal with these Jewish rebels. This ended up resulting in two things. The first is that Vespasian himself was called back to become emperor himself. The second thing, unfortunately, is that his son Titus, taking his time over several years, went and surrounded Jerusalem and ultimately destroyed the temple in the year 70. There was a kind of a long drawn-out mop-up operation for the Romans, because many of the Zealots retreated to Masada, a distant mountaintop in the Dead Sea region, and there they mounted their last stand that culminated in a mass suicide, and that was ultimately the end of any kind of Jewish sovereignty in Israel at that point. The Romans cracked down very hard, and over the course of the next few decades, the Jewish sovereignty and Jewish sensibilities were horribly impugned by the Romans. Huge amounts of populations were exiled or were refugees. Many were sold into slavery. Tens of thousands brought back to Rome to serve as builders, the Colosseum and other structures at this time, and many other horrible things, which, of course, I can discuss in a much longer lecture. There were two more wars, one of which was particularly disastrous. There was the so-called Kitos War, which is more closely associated with the Jewish diaspora. That is the scattering of Jews that were living in the Near East at this time, in Egypt in particular and in Mesopotamia. This is probably associated with some kind of tax rebellion. It's not a war that's well understood. Many don't even call it a war, but there was significant anti-Jewish violence that occurred in the year 117. And finally, a war that we know a little bit more about, the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, another attempt by the indigenous Jews in Israel to push off the Roman yoke, led by a brilliant commander named Bar Koziba, known popularly as Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. Many people felt that he, in fact, would herald the coming of the Messiah, Rabbi Akiva in particular. But after an initially successful venture, somewhat like in the First Roman-Jewish War, the Romans totally devastated the region, burning, according to historians from the time, hundreds of villages and settlements in the southern part of the country at this time. So you've got these three wars occurring within 3 generations that completely devastate any sense of Jewish sovereignty in Israel. What happens to the population? Well, as I mentioned, many of them were exiled, many were drawn into slavery, many simply fled as refugees. You have increased populations in the surrounding regions, but within Israel itself, you have a significant amount of the population moving north. The Judean desert, which is in the region of Jerusalem and to the south in particular, that is totally destroyed by the Romans, and so many of these Jews, they flee to the north. And they go to the Galilee region, where you have a significant amount of arable land. And because of the arrangement that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai made originally with the Roman authorities, there is still some remnant of Jewish authority. Now is fully Pharisaic in nature, and the Sanhedrin is still active in the north, trying to lay down the basic principles of Jewish self-government, even under these tenuous situations. But the nature of the Jewish community is so tenuous at this point. There is no formal relationship with the Romans, who can do whatever they will. The Jewish population is frequently under heavily burdensome taxation, hugely insulting taxation, in fact, like the Machatisa shekel, which was such an important imposed as the so-called fiscus judaicus, the Jewish tax, but instead of going to the temple in Jerusalem, now long destroyed, it is confiscated and taken to Rome for the temple of Zeus there. Amazing, horrible time. So this is the period in which the Mishnah comes to fruition. Again, through these hundreds of years, we're talking about rabbis who are handing down teacher to student, all of these traditions, and they're running away from the Romans. Sometimes they're joining the rebels, sometimes they're not joining the rebels, sometimes the rebels are attacking them. And what's going to happen with all this? So Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who was the leader of the Sanhedrin, he was actually, the term Nasi indicates a position of some political authority. It means usually translated as the prince. He says, okay, you know what? Even though we have always maintained this as an oral tradition, given the political, demographic, and economic situation the Jews find themselves in Israel, we must commit this to writing. It was a hugely controversial discussion that many said, what are you talking about? If you commit this to writing, you will reify it, meaning making it hard and inflexible, when as an oral tradition, we have the opportunity to discuss, to debate, and so on. If you put it in writing, it'll be accessible to everybody, whereas previously we're able to basically share this only between a sage and a disciple, and now all of a sudden it's going to be available to anybody who can read. And of course, we have this long-standing tradition that God gave us this text, right? Remember, let's go back to the last lecture, that according to the first Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, God gave this entire text, meaning the written text of the 5 books of Moses and the oral text, which would become the core document of the Mishnah. That was all given orally. And if God wanted to give it in text, he could have given it in text back then. So therefore, you're completely upending so many centuries, millennia almost, of Jewish tradition. How can you do this, Rabbi Yehuda? Nevertheless, he said, Eis lasos Lashem. He quoted a verse in Psalms, said, it is a time to act for God, because the end of the verse is, because they have destroyed your Torah. Meaning, under this circumstance, in our own basic existence, if we don't commit this to writing, God forbid it will be lost. And so therefore, he pushed through this measure where he recorded all of these teachings and he put them in the Mishnah itself. Now, to understand what the Mishnah is, it's not a law code. If it was a law code, it would be simple. It would be like rule A, rule B, rule C. Let's go on to the next chapter. Rule A, rule B, rule C. That's not what it's like about at all. It is a discussion where Rabbi A says this and Rabbi B says this. And very infrequently do you actually have anyone say, and by the way, Rabbi B is right. More often than not, you have two opinions on it, sometimes 3, 4, 5 opinions without a conclusion. So what kind of law code is this if you don't have actually written laws at the end? Brilliantly, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, by editing these teachings from so many different rabbis, he somehow preserved the very core element of orality while keeping it as a written text, because it meant that the only way you can actually master this document is by interacting with it. You can't memorize it and hope to actually know what the Mishnah says. You have to actually dive into it. And then you have to say, well, why does Rabbi A say this? And why does Rabbi B say this? And if we know the logic behind Rabbi A and Rabbi B's decisions, then perhaps we can apply it in this situation here. Or let's test it out. That's essentially the kind of thing that the Talmud does. And it has tremendous ramifications for keeping this as both a living document that responds to technological social innovations over the centuries. There's no discussion of microwaves, for example, microwave ovens in the Mishnah, but nevertheless, we use the Mishnah to discuss how do we deal with microwave ovens in halacha. And not only that, all of the crazy medical technologies that we have today that can ridiculously prolong life or can create life in new ways that we never imagined. These are things which are discussed in the Mishnah because it preserves that open-endedness. So how is it structured? So there's 6 sections. It's known as Shas, Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah. People often use the term Shas to refer to the Talmud as a whole, and that's because the Mishnah is the Shedra, the spine of the entire document, also following these 6 orders. They are, let's have a look at them here. First of all, seeds, which basically deals with the laws of agriculture. First, it begins with a discussion of blessings. How do you appropriately appreciate the blessings, which are fundamentally agriculture in nature? And then it goes on to discuss many of the laws in the Bible, like mixed seeds or the sabbatical year, the donations to charity from agricultural products, and so on. The second order is called Times, Moed, and that deals primarily with holidays like the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Passover, and so on. The third section deals with women. This is actually the largest section, and that deals primarily with relations with women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, widowhood, things like that. The Mishnah is pretty much androcentric. It's clearly written for a male audience, and so this section is called Women because it's talking to men about how to relate to women. There's a lot more to say about women studying the Mishnah and studying the Talmud. Towards the end of the series, I hope to get into how that evolved historically as well. The fourth section is Damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. When people think of the Talmud and they don't know a lot about it, they usually associate the Talmud with this section, which deals with, what if someone's ox gored someone else's cow, or what if someone accidentally was, making a fire in his backyard and a coal was picked up and blew over to someone else's backyard. How are damages calculated and things like that? Basically tort law and a certain amount of criminal law as well. Then the fifth section is Holy Things, which deals primarily with the sacrificial laws of the temple. The sixth thing deals with pure things, and this deals with personal ritual purity, and in modern day that deals with things like washing hands and the laws of Taharat HaMishpacha, what's called the family purity laws, and so on. That's basically what the Mishnah is all about. So to kind of wrap this discussion up, the takeaway message is that the Mishnah was composed, it was compiled at a time of tremendous political, economic, demographic uncertainty for the Jews. It was a very dramatic decision that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi made to try and preserve these teachings. And he did so in a brilliant manner that retains the oral nature of the document, that it is a human document, and that is a living document for the basis of what would later become the Talmud. So that's where we're going to start next lecture. We're going to look at actually how the Mishnah evolves into the Talmud, first formed in the land of Israel and then in the land of Babylonia. I thank you very much for watching. I hope this helped you with your learning, and I look forward to speaking to you in the next video. Hello, I hope you had a fantastic holiday season, and I am so grateful to be back with you again for the Jewish New Year 5780. I want to just take a quick moment to invite you to come to the holy community of Teaneck, New Jersey, where I'm really privileged to be speaking with the All Daf team about the project that we're engaged with as part of the OU Daf Yomi initiative under the leadership of Rabbi Moshe Shwed. Basically, what we're going to be doing is speaking at several synagogues. Rabbi Moshe Elephant will be there, Rabbi Weil will be there, and we'll be talking about different things associated with the study of Talmud, all gearing up for that massive siyum, that massive 7.5-year conclusion of the Talmud that's coming up in January, and the new app that we are launching that, in my humble opinion, will revolutionize the way so many people study the Talmud today. The topic that I'll be addressing, I think, is absolutely fascinating, at least in my humble opinion. I'm going to be looking at the bizarre story behind the canonization of the Vilna Shas. As many of you might know, the competition to produce the ultimate Talmud edition was quite fierce in Eastern Europe in the 19th century, and there were two houses that were especially vying for that coveted title. The noted Hasidic publishing house known as Slavuta, later published in Zhitomir by the Shapiro family, was especially beautiful, and in fact the Shapiros brought to their task tremendous amount of sincerity and religious piety. It is said that they used to take all of the type, all of the actual letters that they would then put into the pages, and they would toivel them in a mikvah. They would immerse them in a ritual bath in order to purify them before they engaged in the holy task of printing the Talmud. The Rom family in Vilna, under the tremendous leadership of people like Menachem Man Rom, shown here, and in particular, Devorah Rom. It's very unusual to see a woman at the head of such an important publishing community, especially in the rarefied, generally male world of studying the Talmud. Nevertheless, under their brilliant leadership, they nevertheless were able to edge out the Slavuta family. Fascinating kind of bizarre circumstances surrounding many of the episodes of this 100-year struggle, and they produced the iconic Vilna Shas. To have a look at this amazing frontispiece, this title page, which is one of the most beautiful elements of the Vilna Shas, and I remember seeing it as a child, and I remember thinking to myself, what is behind these regal pillars? What is behind this heavy drapery? What are those lions at the top of the columns guarding? I wanted to go in through those gates, and I wanted to learn what is on the other side of this title page. And in fact, many decades later, I'm still amazed at the things I find in the Talmud. So let's get together. I really hope that for those of you who are in the holy Jewish community of Teaneck, New Jersey, you'll come by and say hello to all of us with the OU Daf Yomi initiative and talk to us about this new app that we're launching in January, God willing, the All Daf app. By the way, have a look at the All Daf logo. Notice the echo of Vilna in our logo, right? Very clever. Anyways, I hope that's useful for you. Please come by and say hello. I would love to meet you, and I hope you have an amazing 5780. I am a little bit flustered myself because the Q train stopped working this afternoon, and I had to jump in an Uber to get to Atlantic Terminal to catch the LIRR. And I didn't realize, but there's rush hour in New York City, and that slowed down the Uber, and I missed my train, and I just walked in here in the last few minutes. So if you don't mind, I'd like to tell you a funny story that will relax me, hopefully as much as it relaxes you. And this is a true story. I was trying to think of a joke that deals with the Talmud, which is going to be the topic of our discussion today and for 2 more classes. And this is a true story. It's not even really a joke. It's actually an anecdote. When I was my early 30s, I had a postdoctoral fellowship with the National Endowment for Humanities at Oxford University. And it was a great privilege. I got to work in Oxford's amazing library there, the Bodleian Library, with phenomenal collection of fantastic manuscripts and books and incunabula, tremendous things. And this is a closed stack library. You can't just, no one can just walk in there and use the library. You have to have credentials and invitations and things like that. So I had received all those things. I had my papers all in order, and I went to the librarian to receive my library card. And she looked over all my papers, checked all their forms, said, "Okay, no problem. You can." I'm not going to try to imitate her Oxbridge accent, but she said, "Before I give you your library card, you have to take the oath." And I said, "What oath?" And I'm thinking in the back of my head, "Oh my gosh, I'm an observant Jew, and what kind of oath and how do I take an oath? It's not appropriate for Orthodox Jews to take oaths." But I said, "What oath?" And she said, "Oh, it's a very funny thing, but several hundred years ago, we had this problem with undergraduate students burning books in the library. It's a really big library, and there's no natural heating, and those Oxford winters can be very damp, and so they would say, what do we need another copy of Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics? Come on, we've already got 7. This one's only from the 1700s. We can burn this one." And they would burn the books to keep themselves warm. So ever since then, the librarians require that every patron of the library, duly credentialed, nevertheless takes the oath that promises, among other things, not to burn the books in the library. I didn't know what to do. I had traveled all this way to get to the library. I really wanted to see the books. How am I supposed to take an oath? And then, Toda Lakel, Hashem gave me a little bit of an insight, and it really worked out very well. I asked her, "Do you have the oath in other languages?" And she said, "Of course." And she pulled out this big, thick white binder with all these laminated pages and in Amharic and Hindi and Urdu and all kinds of languages. And I said, "Could you show me the oath in Hebrew?" And she flipped open to the Hebrew, and there it is. And instead of saying, "I swear not to burn the books in the library," it says something like, "Hare ani mekavel alai ha'acharayu shel hasifriya." I take responsibility on myself for any books that I might burn in the library. And so I was allowed to use it. Okay. So that's kind of like a bookish introduction, a true story from my adventures. As Rabbi Trump correctly noted, I'm spending a lot of my time thinking about the Talmud lately. And primarily because of this new project that I'd like to tell you a little bit more in the context of my remarks tonight. But my approach to the Talmud is kind of a little quirky. I remember being in yeshiva, and I just asked some kind of question, and I don't remember what it was, some kind of extraneous question, and the Maggid Shir looked at me and he said, "You might as well be asking what were the color of Rashi's socks." And apparently this is some kind of joke, because everyone else in the shir laughed, at my expense, and I thought to myself, I wonder what color socks Rashi wore. I mean, where did he get his wool? And were they linen, or what? Who made those socks? What did they look like? How did they stay up, and so on? So I'm very interested in all of these kind of extra things around the Talmud, and that's essentially what I'm spending a lot of time on in this particular app. If you're familiar with the Steinzel, before I actually read the Gemara itself, it's just my inclination. So the discussions that we're going to be having today are primarily looking at those kind of quirky, sideways approaches to the Gemara, and I'd like to look at 3 specific episodes that relate to one dominant theme. The first is going to be today on Daniel Bomberg, the non-Jew who literally put the daf in Daf Yomi, because he pioneered, among other things, the use of page numbers in the Talmud, as we shall see. So although we have tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews currently studying Daf Yomi, and we anticipate a doubling of that number with the new Siyam Hashas in January, the Daf Yomi structure could not have been adopted without this particular individual who has a fascinating life history for our purposes. The second lecture next week, we're going to look at the exceptional women who made the Talmud possible. Particularly interesting because, generally speaking, the Talmud is a book written by men, for men. It is highly androcentric. There are occasional references to women, but there are very few women's voices in the Talmud itself. Nevertheless, when you look at the history of the Talmud, particularly in the context that I'd like to share with you today and next week, you'll see that there are some very powerful women who had a phenomenal impact in producing Talmuds that are studied today, as we shall see several next week. And then finally, I'd like to look at the very nature of authority with the remarkable episode of the pseudo-Yerushalmi, which is infamous among students of the Talmud, among cognoscenti. There were at the turn of the 20th century, a man posing as a Sephardi Tahor presented a series of manuscripts that he claimed were actually not, he didn't present the manuscript, he presented some books that he claimed were actually based on the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud. It turned out that not only were they fake, but he himself was not a Sephardi Tahor. He was a Belarusian fish merchant who had literally written several tractates of the Talmud. And just the amount of genius it takes to actually write a tractate of Talmud, if he had used his powers for good, he would have been a phenomenal individual. Who knows? We will explore that, God willing, in the third and final week of this day. We're going the thread that brings all of these topics together and in a sense makes them less Talmudic is, of course, the famous quote from Marshall McLuhan, my compatriot who was also at the university I studied at, whose perhaps most famous comment is the idea of the medium is the message. There is a tremendous amount of content and value in studying how we study, particularly a book such as the Talmud, and particularly for a people such as the Am al-Kitab, the people of the book who are so closely related to that document. And understanding how we relate to that over time, and in particular 3 unique junctures in time, I think will be quite good for us in understanding where we are today and perhaps even where we are going. In this regard, I'd like to specifically point out that almost all of my research is highly derivative, not original at all. If you would like to enjoy this information in the comfort of your own home at your own leisure, then I urge you to look at the amazing books Printing the Talmud by Sharon Lieberman-Mintz and Gabriel Goldstein, editors, published by Yeshiva University Museum, and the similarly titled Printing the Talmud by Marvin J. Heller, a tremendous work of bibliographic scholarship that contains a phenomenal amount of information. So let's first understand that in terms of the transmission of the study of the Talmud, which is where we're going to get to, the medium is the message concept. We see that there are 4 basic stages of transmission of this document, the content of which I really don't want to discuss today, but really we're going to focus on the medium aspect of it. And the way in which we study Talmud was very closely related to the material in which it was contained. So first period is, of course, the oral transmission. The Talmud is known as the Torah Sheba'al Peh, the oral Torah, and it was, for centuries upon centuries handed down, teacher to student, something like this, right? I like this picture because I'm often stopped in the street. People say, "Hey, aren't you Charlton Heston?" No, that happens sometimes. Also, Will Smith. It's surprising. The 2 of them together, I don't know what it is. But, no text, just the mind, just the memory, just the interaction of ideas, completely oral. A-U-R-A-L as well as O-R-A-L. That's the way the Talmud is traditionally handed down. And in fact, it's considered in yeshiva a very high marker of not only scholarly integrity, but also piety to memorize Talmudic texts. The second period of Talmudic transmission is when it becomes a manuscript. And for those of you who study the Talmud, you know that there's a massive discussion, particularly in the period of Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, as to whether or not this actually represented a transgression of God's will, that we would take this oral body of information and somehow trap it into the written word on page, on parchment or vellum or what have you. This is, it has some tremendous advantages in that you do not have to rely on memory so heavily. It also has a tremendous disadvantage in that you do not have to rely on memory so heavily. It's kind of like if you lose your phone and all of your loved ones are on speed dial, you have no way to reach them because we don't memorize telephone numbers anymore. So this is what the manuscript represents. All of this body of information is somehow like locked into a place where as long as we can access it, we're fine. But as soon as we lack access to the text, we have nothing at our disposal. The third period, of course, is that of print transmission, which is what we're going to talk about today. This represents a huge advance in that the highly expensive and idiosyncratic and often unregulated manuscript copies are made much more cheap, they're cheaply available. I'm going to take that out of the internet. They are much less expensive, much easier for people to access them. It represents a democratization of knowledge because you no longer have to have a relationship with a teacher the same way you did when it was in the written form, and certainly not in the oral form. If you have the text, you have everything, and the text is suddenly so much more accessible because you can just go to a store and buy it. As the saying goes, the chassid says, what do I need a sefer for? I have a Rabbi. Right? What do I need a book for? I have a teacher. And the Litvak, for those of you who are new to this institution, there are a lot of Litvaks in this building. You can always recognize them by their erudition, their superior fashion sense, and many other. Right. So Litvaks say, what do I need a Rebbe for? I have a sefer. I don't need that human contact because I can work with this object that I can buy anywhere. Finally, the period that we are in right now is very exciting. It's very difficult to understand where exactly are we heading with this, is digital transmission. By suddenly taking the data and freeing it from the page, literally putting it into the cloud, suddenly we have a new way to access the information that has lots of implications that I definitely hope to study over the next couple of classes with you. This you may remember from the last Siyama Shas in 2012. Is the most exciting thing, the Shas pod. That all of Shas in your pocket. You can have an iPod, which is like a really primitive kind of iPhone. And the idea that it could all be there, it was, revolutionary at the time. Note also that it is ironically returned back to orality. Right? Because all of a sudden, you can be driving and listening to Shas. You can be jogging. You can be sitting all on your own. You don't have to interact with people. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? We shall see. And the plug for the project that Rabbi Trump and I are both working on now, this AllDaf app, which promises to be absolutely exciting. It's essentially all levels, all topics, all subjects on the daf, and it's going to be an amazing free app offered by the Orthodox Union. I'm very excited about it, and let us go on. Okay. So let us go to the historical period that we're talking about. We have to go to the 15th century in Italy, where the most prominent early printers were the Soncino family. I will probably pronounce it Soncino because, I was born in North America, but it is in situ, it would be pronounced Soncino. So the Soncinos, I said right there, were among the earliest of printers, and they are credited with publishing the first actual tractate of the Talmud in 1483. They were not the first printers of Hebrew text. We have some early printing that goes back to the 1470s in Spain and Portugal, places like that. There are even some very fascinating references to printing by Jews before Gutenberg. There were some Jews in the Rhone River Valley of Provence, France, who were actually cutting Hebrew type. And although we don't have any examples of what they might have printed, the idea that the Jews could have preceded Gutenberg is quite an exciting thought. And he looked at what's going on with manuscripts. The Soncino family is actually several generations, and they decided to put their energies into producing printed versions, beautiful printed versions of the manuscripts of the Talmud that existed. This is a typical Talmud from about that century, a little bit earlier, a 12th century Talmud fragment. You can see it's written, beautiful calligraphy. We should understand the aesthetic of manuscripts is different from the aesthetic of print. The aesthetic of manuscript is very much idiosyncratic, individualized. You appreciate the sofer much more. You see personality coming through in the text. Print, for the reasons of mass production, are not personalized. They are designed to be as easily accessible and readable by everyone. So they tend not to have the idiosyncrasies of calligraphy. But since they are individualized by the calligrapher, there can be quite a few varieties in quality. Here is a similarly dated, or a little bit later dated fragment. You can see that this is, it's a horrible mess by comparison. It does not have the same kind of elegance or legibility. Letters are constantly running into each other. It looks like a rushed kind of document, although it does have Rashi on the side, actually on the page, which is not necessarily common. Now, what's fascinating also, it's the 16th century. That means printing has already been around for about 150 years. Unlike the time that we are living in now, where you're considered old-fashioned if you have a flip phone, the pace of change in the 16th century was much slower, and people relied on manuscripts for a lot longer than that quick transition to print. Jews were definitely very excited about print, and they rushed to engage in print because it was cheaper and it was standardized and lots of other values. But manuscript copies still continued for a good century and a half after printing. This is actually, if we look a little bit broader, one of the reasons adduced for the rapid rise of the European Christian West as opposed to the Muslim North Africa and Middle East is because the Muslims looked down their nose at printing technology. They thought that it was ugly. Their culture really focuses on calligraphy, Arabic calligraphy, and to present people with a printed book instead of something that was handwritten by a scribe is considered very poor form. It's like, going to Gourmet Glatt to pick up a wedding cake. No, your wedding cake should be something you specifically order and take, to go and just get one off the counter is just not the same at all. Okay. So now here's, but they also, we should note that a lot of these were not written in scrolls, but written actually in codexes, meaning bound-like books, handwritten but bound-like books. This is a beautiful Yemenite version from, again, the year 1600, a very beautiful square print, and this approach is more of the experience of reading it, but you have to understand how valuable this would be, how many hours and months it would have taken for a scribe to copy out, something that a printing press could handle in 15 minutes. Okay, so Soncino, the family of Soncino printers went straight to work, and one of the most important books that they chose to devote their attention to was the Talmud. And they printed some actually very, very beautiful examples. It was the Soncinos who pioneered the basic structure of the Talmud. That is the Mishnah and the Gemara in the center column, Rashi on the inside, close to the spine, and Tosfos on the outside. They did not, however, introduce the Rif at the back of the text. And as you can see from this example from 1488, there's very little supporting commentary except for simply Rashi and Tosfos. In fact, among the things that were missing, as I noted at the beginning of the discussion, there's no page numbers. Right? They had no way of telling people what page you were on, so you really had to just kind of stick with the program and guess where you were. They did develop an interesting kind of thing, which is still retained in modern Talmuds, even though it's redundant, to make sure that you were not missing any pages, because you buy your book, and what if some of the pages were not bound properly? You wouldn't even know, right? You would think you're a genius reading through the Talmud, not realizing you're missing every third page. At the bottom of every column, there would be a quote from the next page, the very top. So that way you would know nothing is missing. Next time you look at a Talmud, ask yourself, why are these words here? What do they do? I see it right on the next page. But this was originally a kind of strange way to guarantee you are getting your money's worth of your Talmud. Ironically, we still keep it, even though it no longer serves any purpose. But still, a very beautiful, elegant edition. Here's another example, with the flowery first word, and highly decorated, and a few more things coming up. Here's a better look at at the first word thing. Also in every column of text, you have the same thing going on. Now, we should understand that in the Wild West of the early 16th century, pretty much everybody is committing what we would call today plagiarism. Either actually plagiarizing the actual words, or what we would call format plagiarism, where they're just taking the whole thing and sort of pasting it into their own text and doing a lot of work as a result. They also had, we'll return to that in a second, they also had some pretty crazy ideas with regards to aesthetics. Have a look at this example here. Most of these early printers would print whatever would make money. They would print Christian texts, they would print all kinds of things, whatever they could possibly sell. And as you see here is an interesting Christian text published in 1507. The Soncino family really liked the sort of decorative element, so they simply took it for a Talmudic manuscript, and you can see that they just borrowed the same. But unfortunately, the reproduction is not nearly as high quality because it's an older manuscript, but they just simply copied the whole thing. And here's my favorite. Look at this one. The Soncino family found this copy of Aesop's Fables, and they really loved the decoration all around the outside, including these little naked cherubs here. And so they just put it into the first page of Tractate Chulin. Unfortunately, because Hebrew is, of course, written from right to left, and you have to allow for greater space in the margins, they simply cut it and pasted it on the opposite side so the wide part would fit on the narrow part. Let's just have a closer look at those cherubs too. How about that? I don't have any of these decorations on my Talmuds. I don't know about you, but could you imagine going to Lakewood with a Talmud decorated like this? What would happen when you walk into the basement? I don't know. But nevertheless, these are kind of the wacky things that they were doing. The Soncinos were rapidly outpaced, however, by the subject of our discussion today, this individual named Daniel Bomber. So, let's step into Venice at the turn of the 16th century. Venice at the turn of the 16th century was a hotbed of activity for printing. It was an unusual kind of place because it had an unusual relationship with the Pope, and the Senate in Venice had significant authority in granting printing licenses. The number of printers in Venice exceeded by multiple times any other place in Italy, and Italy was in itself the center of printing. There was about 2,000 printers active in Venice at the turn of the century, and only about 250 active in Rome at the same time. So it was a place for the explosion of this new technology and producing phenomenal works of significance for the rest of the world. The Jews lived, of course, in the ghetto. The word ghetto comes from Venice, probably from the name of the iron foundry that is nearby. Located on a series of islands, the Jews were highly restricted in their activities. They were even losing monopoly on some activities like money lending because the church was getting much more involved at that point. And it was into this environment that a young man named Daniel Bomberg came onto the scene. He was born probably in 1483. We're not exactly sure of either his birth or his death dates. His parents were Cornelius and Agnes Branix. I don't know if that's really important, but I like to say Agnes Branix. That just seems like a kind of compelling name. They were liberal-minded individuals who gave their son a fairly broad liberal arts education, languages, and history and culture, including, of course, Hebrew. And he had some experience with typesetting in Antwerp, but when he came to Venice and he saw that this was the dominant activity, this was the exciting new technology, he got very possessed with the idea of entering into the field. A crucial individual for him was this individual, Felice da Prato. That's actually not a picture of him, but it's a picture of an Augustinian friar, of whom Felice da Prato was. This is a Jew who had converted to this monastic order and was very excited about publishing his translations of Hebrew literature. He began with Psalms, And he ultimately convinced Daniel Baumberg that there was a market for Hebrew books, not just Hebrew books for Christians, that is, Christian bibliophiles who are especially interested in Hebrew works that relate to Christianity, but actually a market for Jews themselves, books that appeal to Jews, with lots of learned rabbinic commentaries and so on. Daniel Baumberg, being a Christian gentleman with this kind of broad-minded capacity, he took Felista Prato at his word, and he approached the Pope for permission to print Hebrew works. He downplayed his initial goals. He appears to have been kind of like hesitant about seeing whether this venture would work, and he came back and he worked on Felista Prato's first translation, and found that it had some commercial success. He engaged in much more enthusiastic printing of works, and when his initial copyright period, his permission to publish, was coming to an end, he approached the Venetian Senate, and when they saw that he was making good business, and that in fact he was, a reputable Christian person, they in fact granted him a longer right to publish because they did not want to lose his business acumen to Rome or Milan, to one of the other centers. And so he began to engage in earnest in the printing of Hebrew books. And it's interesting to sort of contemplate what exactly was his motivation. It seems clear that he had a strong philo-Semitic tendency, that he actually liked Jews and things Jewish. There are some scholars who point to the fact that some of his closest Jewish collaborators ultimately converted to Christianity, to argue that Baumberg himself was acting out of missionary impulses, but it's a hard argument to sustain. It is true that some of his closest Jewish co-workers did ultimately convert, but the sheer scope of service that Daniel Baumberg rendered to the Jewish people by producing these books at a tremendous personal expense. He certainly got rich off it, but he continued to invest for the rest of his life in heavy Jewish printing, tends to argue against the missionary impulse. Also, the nature of the books that he published, there was one book that was included in his corpus that was written by a convert to Christianity that was openly missionary in nature, and some biographers of Baumberg have pointed to that to say, you see, he's actually trying to convert the Jews, but the reality is, if you use the same yardstick, the whole Sonsino family would also be guilty of the same thing because they were also publishing things that had very similar nature. So it's hard to really pin it down. I tend to lean on the basis of my limited reading to a more charitable view of von Baumberg. He himself never converted to Judaism or anything like that. We know only very little about his family. Just recently learned that he had a son named David who seemed to have succeeded him in the printing business. Another recently discovered source indicated that he actually had married a woman in Antwerp and had 9 children with her, but we know nothing about the names of his children otherwise. We also don't know, as I mentioned, the specific date of his death, but he was buried in Antwerp, probably sometime around 1550. So his engagement in the text was very significant. He had his first editio princeps, meaning the first edition of the Talmud, was printed between 1519 and 1523. It was a phenomenal success. It was considered a work of art that was widely purchased, including copies by Westminster Abbey in England, by prelates as far away as Crimea, and of course by the Jewish community. You can see that it's publishing these huge, thick, these are actually not the original bindings, but very beautiful, massive bindings. The copy, I believe, held by the Westminster Abbey was actually chained to a desk. Like the only way you could access it was by actually walking up physically there, and you certainly couldn't download it onto your iPod at that point. He nevertheless did engage in some very significant activities to improve the quality of Talmud. The first thing we should note is that he shamelessly plagiarized from the Sunchinos. This was just simply what was done back then. Let us just recall what it takes to translate from manuscript culture to print culture. One of the first things you have to do is identify what is the correct text. And if you have multiple manuscripts floating around, you have to actually bring them together and physically compare them. And you need a scholar to actually tell you which one of the texts is correct. Because, as I'm sure you're aware, when you have manuscript copies, you have scribal errors that creep in. And these errors are compounded over centuries, because if a scribe in the 9th century makes a mistake, every manuscript that is copied from that original 9th century manuscript also contains that mistake. So you could literally have dozens of variant readings of every page of Talmud based on the quality of the sofa. So the first thing they have to do is actually physically go out there, examine every manuscript, read them literally word by word compared to another one, and then try to determine what is the correct girsa, the correct text. So this involves a huge layout of money, which the Sanchinos did with tremendous care and scholarly caution to produce really high-quality manuscripts, which Bomberg immediately stole and just copied straight from the Soncino edition. Like, why should he do the same work over if Soncino has already done it? We can see that the mistakes that did creep in, typographical errors that crept into the Soncino edition, were largely copied straight over into Bomberg. So this made Soncino very upset, as you can imagine, because all that work and energy that went into creating these printed versions were simply usurped by this Christian printer and produced in very rapid editions. But nevertheless, the Soncinos were only moving at a snail's pace, using one tractate at a time, and they were not anywhere close to finishing the entire Talmud when Bomberg rushed ahead. He definitely invested very heavily in the same process, but he was able to leapfrog technologically over the tractates that had already been completed by working off those manuscripts. He also had, as a Christian, access to secular power, which Jews did not. He was able to approach Pope Leo X and say, listen, I'd like to publish some books. And Leo X would be happy to comply. Same with the Venetian Senate. These are things that Jews could not do. And also, although he began heavily reliant on Jewish apostates to Christianity, because they had a much greater understanding of Hebrew than he did in rabbinic culture, that kind of undercut his market, because enthusiastic about seeing that these texts were prepared by apostates to Christianity. One particular edition, which was prepared by the Augustinian friar I showed you earlier, Bomberg realized this really early, and he removed his colleague's name from the title page, and he also removed his pesky little dedication to the Pope that was on the verso of the title page. And with that small change, suddenly it had a huge Jewish readership. But what he also realized was that if he is really going to penetrate the Jewish market, he has to have authoritative Jewish scholars. And so, using his authority, he actually received special permissions for some 200 Jewish employees to be allowed to leave the ghetto and to work outside in Venice. And not only that, they were allowed to dispense with the required Jewish garb, such as the yellow hat that Jews were required to wear, especially outside the ghetto. They would complain and say that, you know what? We're going to be accosted in the street. We're going to be molested if we walk around in an obviously Jewish hat. So Bomberg was actually able to relieve those restrictions for his workers. And his business savvy was huge, because he realized that the way he is going to make this happen is if he is first to market. And so he invested very heavily in having multiple teams of scholars working on the same text simultaneously to be able to produce the entire Talmud in a comparatively short period of time. What will take Soncino maybe 20 years, he did in less than 5. This is perhaps echoed by the way the Schottenstein edition is published by Art Scroll, where they also employ circles of scholars located in different places to work on the manuscript simultaneously, not one tractate at a time, resulting in a complete set early on that really dramatically changed the market. Okay, so up until this point, censorship was a problem with the Talmud, but less so in manuscript versions because it was, the kind of thing that was easier to hide. For a censor to have to go through an entire codex of awkward, difficult handwritten text can be very problematic, whereas a printed version is much more standardized, easy to zero in on a page number, things like that. So censorship was a much more of a very intrusive, immediate thing that might have happened at moments of church persecution, but it was not something that could be undertaken at the printing stage. Censorship of the Talmud begins in the 13th century when the apostate Nicholas Donin first reported to Pope Innocent III, very ironically named Pope Innocent III, saying that the reason why the Jews are not converting to Christianity is because they are ruined by this book called the Talmud. You, Pope Innocent III, do not have access to it because you don't know Aramaic and you don't understand the highly coded nature of the text. But I, Nicholas, can help you out with that. And I'm still wearing the. Oh no, that's okay. I can help you out with that, and I'll point out all those passages in the Talmud that are offensive. And Nicholas III said, that sounds great. Or Innocent III said, that sounds great. But you know what? Let's just skip the whole thing. Let's just burn the Talmud. And so he infamously burned 24 wagon loads of Talmuds in Paris, an event that is still marked by Parisian Jews as a fast day. So from that point on in the 13th century, the church was very interested in what was going on in the Talmud, but they rarely had the energy or the wherewithal to hunt down all the manuscripts and to examine them properly. With the advent of printing, however, that becomes a much more viable option because, you have to have some kind of infrastructure to produce the printed books. And so they, during this brief window of opportunity where Soncino and then later Bomberg were able to produce fairly clean copies of the Talmud with minimal self-censorship, the church gets much more upset about this practice and demands changes to the way the Talmud is produced. The same concerns that have been raised in the 13th century are still viable in the 16th century, and so they demand that all kinds of passages be removed from the Talmud because they feel they are derogatory towards Christianity. In most cases, they're completely off base. For example, the word Edom can mean Rome, the city, and that's the way it's usually used in the Babylonian Talmud, or as the culture of Rome. But they understood it to refer to Roman Catholics, to the church. And so anytime the word Edom came up, the church got very upset and tended to very heavy-handedly remove a lot of passages. The Talmudic edition known as the Basel edition is perhaps the most notorious. This is an edition of the Talmud which met the requirements of the church censor, but it means it's almost completely unusable because there's simply so much removed from the text itself that in all kinds of very important sugyas, it's very difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. It naturally did not sell very well at all, and some supporting editions had to be produced to try to say these are the things that are missing in the Basel Talmud, usually published outside of Christian areas. But what's perhaps more significant for our purposes is once the church gets involved in censorship of printed editions, Jews began to engage in self-censorship, meaning the printers began to say, listen, we want to make sure that we recoup our expenses and we make a profit, so we are going to remove those passages ourselves so that the censor will not be offended by them. And there are dozens of such passages, even in the Talmud that is widely used today, because Jews self-censor them. Okay, so that's what's going on after that point. Let us then bring us to a conclusion and think a little bit about where we're going further with this. So Daniel Bomberg's activity leaves a very important legacy in the transmission of Talmud to this day. The kinds of things that he brought to the Jewish readership involved the standardization of the Talmudic text, most notably with the introduction of widespread page numbers, the introduction of the Soncino method, the layout to the entire Talmud, also the enthroning of the idea of the entire Talmud as one viable corpus of study. It would take hundreds of years from many other central texts of Judaism to gain the same kind of authority. He also, made the Talmud so much more accessible by creating this document, which would later be copied over and over again for the next 300 years, and really expanding the study of Talmud tremendously through this much less expensive printed edition. That's why we owe a tremendous amount to this unusual man from Antwerp, and I hope that this whets your appetite for a little bit more study of the medium as the message. I would specifically like to speak very briefly about what we'll talk about next week. This is a picture of Devorah Ram. Some of you were present, I think we spoke about it in an Ashkama Minyan. She was a brilliant and very business-savvy young woman who, upon the death of her husband David at a very premature age, took over the massive publishing house of what would later be called, at her insistence, the Widow and Brothers Ram. With her unique energy and perhaps even cutthroat business practices, she contributed to the elimination of all of her competitors and ultimately created what we call today the Vilna Shas, which is the gold standard of Talmuds as a result primarily of her activity. Just to give you one insight that we'll explore, God willing, a little bit later next week, when the possibility of reducing the price of Talmuds came with a new technology called stereotype printing, which involves no longer using the movable type, but by creating a big plate of the entire page, which would allow multiple editions to be published very easily. And she could have dropped her price by up to 1/5 of the original, and her competitors decided to do that, said no. We are going to multiply the price of our shot. It's going to be 4 times as much. We'll make it really beautiful. But now it's going to be the Chasam shots, and that was actually her invention. So that if you really wanted to, say something about who your daughter was marrying, you would not buy him a Slavuta Shas. You would only buy a Rom Shas, a Vilna Shas, because that was the really, the status symbol of all Talmud. So with this kind of thinking and marketing strategy, she really revolutionized the way the Talmuds are approached. But she's only one of the many figures I'd like to speak about next week when we look at the women who made the Talmud possible. With that, I want to thank you very much for your patience, and I hope you have a good night.
Wakes off me, and then it gets in my fucking phone and the speakers. I sit there. I shower about once every 6 months. I remember I showered at the Super Bowl, and I showered after 4th of July.
I'm very excited about tonight's lecture because it's a little bit
Labor Day
cutting-edge research for me.
It's like once every 3 months. Shit.
Yeah, I think we're going to go into a few areas which are just a little bit more sensitive than I normally touch upon, but they're deeply exciting to me. And I want to just emphasize one element of what the rabbi said.
Here's the thing.
That we don't recognize it because we're living in medias res. We're in the middle of all this happening. But we are actually living in deeply revolutionary times. We are living in times when our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren will ask us, Bobby, Zadie, what was it like growing up? How did you do that? You walked around without a neural implant all day? How did you do that? The technological change has made such a tremendous
one that's been going for 20 years, more than 20 years.
Quotidian lives that we just don't even realize it because we just know it's another iPhone. But actually, there are qualitative changes that come along with this. These 3 lectures actually fit together because they're focusing on that theme and specifically looking at how they will affect Jewish life. We are at an inflection point in Jewish history, in my humble opinion, and I guess it's not that humble because I do spend almost all of my day thinking about Jewish history. We are at an inflection point, and how we handle this challenge will speak multitudes for the next half millennium, I would like to say. Let's go straight to the material with that somewhat hyperbolic introduction. First of all, we have to thank Rita and Robert Gluck for sponsoring this lecture. It's really nice that they're here. Thank you so much. So what I'd like to talk about today is focusing on the theme that we picked up last week, and that is the idea of the medium as the message. You'll recall we spoke about Marshall McLuhan very briefly, and specifically I tied him into this very complex and sophisticated idea that the way in which we study a given subject, the medium, whether it's a text, whether it is a live class, whether it is a recorded class, whether it's video, audio, whatever it is, it has an impact on the subject itself. The way in which we consume it actually changes the entire way in which we absorb the material. It is not, they're not two separate things, like the same subject, simply delivered, translated in different languages. They are translated into different universes, and I'd like to explore some of those ideas. We saw that in particular with Bromberg last week, and the transmission of Talmud transitioning from a manuscript culture, which was highly elitist and very expensive and relegated only to people who were willing to devote their entire lives to study. For everyone else, it was just an impossible dream. But with the advent of printing, that completely revolutionized the democratization of text and expanded learning to the Jewish people as a whole, and fundamentally altered the way in which we understand our relationship to the Torah. This is the same thing which is happening in our own day with the internet. We're going to look at that a little bit today, and we'll especially look at it, God willing, next week when we look at some of the dangers of that shift. This is an amazing photograph by Yusuf Karsh, the great portrait artist of Marshall McLuhan, my countryman, and also went to my alma mater. And you can see that he's got, all kinds of things going on here. He's got text. Text has also images in it. He's interacting with the text, like with a pencil, like he's going to write in his book. And my favorite part, can you guess what my favorite part of this photograph is? Yeah, look at that ridiculous bank of phones, right? Like this looks like a Get Smart kind of episode where you have to have a phone for every different person who calls you, which telephone's right. But it's just absurd. Nowadays, of course, we look at these pictures and laugh, but at the time, this image would have said, very important, has to hold 7 phones to his ear at the same time. This is a place of action. I just love this photograph. Anyways, let's go on. So the medium and the message, we talked about Bromberg and the heroic age of Talmudic printing, when people were diving in and trying to produce Jewish works. The Sonsino family pioneered the Talmud in particular, and then Daniel Bromberg took it to the next level by beating Sonsino in their production rates and being able to eventually create the entire Talmud. The medium then was printing, and the message that went along with the printed text was that, Talmud is for everyone. Everyone can access the Talmud. However, that only applies to someone who has the access to the education required to get through the Talmud. It's fine to own a Talmudic manuscript, an amazing thing. It's a lot easier to own a Talmudic printed book, but if you can't understand Aramaic, if you don't understand the context of the material inside it, you won't get anywhere. So in reality, while it did represent a huge leap forward in a democratization of knowledge and the access to knowledge, it was still limited to a fairly narrow segment of the population, people who could really engage in it fully. So in today's talk, we're going to see how the internet promises to lower that threshold still lower and open up the Talmud to an even greater swath of students, including, I'm sure, many of you who might not have otherwise studied the Talmud in the room today, and certainly on the internet audience. I'm going to rely very heavily on this amazing book by Shoshana Pantel Zolti called "And All Your Children Shall Be Learned: Women in the Study of Torah and Jewish Law and History." It's a fantastic book. It's her dissertation that was really written up to a text form. And much of the historical data and the halakhic discussions, which I'll just touch upon here. I'm not going to step outside of my role as historian and encroach on the rabbinate, because there I would get into a lot of trouble. I'm not a card-carrying member. And, well, let's go. So I'm going to talk about 3 categories of women who made the Talmud possible. And I chose that title very specifically because we're going to look at people who are women, and normally you would think not associated with the Talmud, and nevertheless they were instrumental in providing Talmud education to the Jewish masses in 3 very distinct ways. I'm going to choose 3 individuals who are sort of archetypes of a larger set of women, and as we shall see, they are increasing in radicalization. First, there are supporters. We're going to look specifically at Sarah Schneerer. Second, they are enablers, and in this context, we'll look at the incredible Devorah Rom, the widow Rom of the Widow and Brothers Rom Publishing Company. And finally, we'll get to women as Talmud teachers. So these are the 3 categories that I hope to go through over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. Let us begin with Sarah Schneerer. A while ago, a colleague of mine, a young historian in Israel who has a great website, he puts out these podcasts called the Jewish History Soundbites. Great guy with a fantastic amount of energy. He put out a survey on Twitter, on Jewish Twitter, to ask who is the most influential Jew of the 20th century. And there were, I think it was a write-in campaign. You could be careful of the cord. Be careful of the cord? Okay. You could write in your choices. And everyone was choosing like Rabbi and Kotler and Moshe Feinstein, a lot of big names. And someone piped up and said Sarah Schneerer. And all of a sudden, Sarah Schneerer got a huge wave of support. She didn't win the survey, but in reality, in my humble opinion, I voted for her. I think she is, without doubt, one of the most influential people of the 20th century when it comes to preserving Jewish identity in very challenging times. Who was this woman? Of course, she's associated with the establishment of the Beis Yaakov School Network, which is the first organized network of schools of formal education for women in the history of the Jewish people. It's an amazing thing, an audacious thing. And it was done with the imprimatur of the Agudas Yisrael, which represented the more right-wing elements of the Jewish community. It's really an amazing thing that she was able to achieve it. Let's have a quick look at some of the aspects of what she's done. She, as you see, this is her passport photo here. There's only 2 images of Sarah Schneerer that are known to be extant. This one here is her passport photo. Another is a drawing of her. It's hard to even think it's the same person. She used to go by Frau Schneerer, although she had personally a very sad and tragic marital history. But her life was completely devoted, completely übergegeben, handed over to her project of Beis Yaakov. She was known from her youth as an extremely pious young woman who lived in Krakow, Poland, and even her friends and family sort of made fun of her because she was so pious and so interested in spiritual contemplation and davening and things like that. They used to call her the little chassid, and it was said with a slightly derogatory tone. During World War I, her family had to flee to the west, and I believe it was in, actually I forget what town it was in, but she was exposed to the thought of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, shown here. It was actually through one of the students of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He had passed away long before this. He was active in central Germany at a time when he was buffeted by the winds of change coming from Maskilim in the west and outright assimilationists who wished to move Shabbos to Sunday and wanted to completely abrogate the laws of kashrut in an attempt to, in a rather simian fashion, imitate the desires of the non-Jewish majority to gain political emancipation. And on the other hand, just to the east of him, he was facing the hard wall of Haredi Judaism, or what would become the Haredi movement, the Chassam Sofer, for example, who said literally, and it's a pun, Chadash Asur Min HaTorah, which he meant to say anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. Right? That's the way you fight assimilation. That's the way you fight change, by drawing a line in the sand and nothing can cross. So Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch threaded the needle between the outright assimilationists and the extreme, isolationists to find essentially what is accredited to be ultimately what they call modern orthodoxy. There are a lot of problems with the terminology. It was called neo-orthodoxy at the time. But at any rate, he's the individual that Sarah Schneerer encountered. He was very controversial in his day. Lots more to say about him. But many people felt he was a little bit too radical. So towards the east, you see that most of the representations of him look more like this, where they just filled out his beard a little bit. Let's go back. This is in the west, and this is in the east, right? You feel a little happier with him with a big, thick board like that. As my grandmother, Aleh Shalom, used to say, Besser a Rebbe on abort, the abort on a Rebbe, which I can translate. It is better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. Okay, so anyway, she encountered Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, and after the war, she was totally energized. She said, you know what? Why can't we find a space for women's education today? They're doing it in central Germany. We should be able to do it here in Poland. And the reason why it was so important is because Polish Jewry was facing what was called the scissors crisis at that time. Scissors crisis meaning that the graph is going in opposite directions. Specifically, men's educational opportunities for Jewish men at the turn of the century, the 20th century, were burgeoning. There were all kinds of yeshivas, all kinds of opportunities. After World War I, when suddenly many of the countries had more freedom, there was all kinds of ways in which institutions could be built up. They didn't have the same kind of repression as they did under the Tsarist Empire, and so men had lots of opportunities for higher education. Women, on the other hand, if they wanted higher education, the only way they could get it was in a secular format. Women's education basically stopped at 4th grade. Women went to Cheder, they learned the Hebrew alphabet, they could usually daven, and then they could probably be literate, of course, in Yiddish and to a certain degree in Hebrew, but only at a very limited level. Their religious education would stop at Sen Aren. And this was true of the vast majority of Jewish women. And what Sarah Schneer pointed to was that who's going to marry whom in 10, 20 years? What's going to happen if you have this very highly educated, very pious, very well-trained Jewish male population, and the women have such an elemental education? Furthermore, what makes this even worse is that secular opportunities for higher education for women were opening up. Women were slowly pursuing university studies, and so they were having much more access to the state-of-the-art in education in other fields, whereas their Jewish education was locked in at the primary school level. And so she said this scissors crisis is ultimately going to ruin the Jewish people on a demographic level. The only way that we can address it is if we start offering formal Jewish education for women. She faced heavy criticism from the right and from left. So from the right, saying, what are you talking about? You know, Kol Kvuda Bas Melech Pnima, women have always received their education in the home. What's wrong with the cholent? What's wrong with the kugel? They know everything they need to know from their mothers. And there's a Masorah that's handed down. What else is necessary? You want to actually put them in a classroom, sometimes separate them from their families. The possibilities for pretzas, the possibilities for everything are really terrible. So the right wing in the Jewish world said, this is a radical idea. We're not having any of it. On the left, they said, wait a second. You want to give Jewish women education? We think that's great. You want to do it in Yiddish? You want to take that backwards, jargony language that's keeping the Jewish people from being emancipated, and you want to use that as your medium of instruction? And you're going to spend half the day studying Tanakh and studying Tehillim, and what is this? You know, if you want to give Jewish women education, give them a real education. Let them be modern and maskilic and assimilated and so on. So she was kind of like in a really tough place between the two of these positions. Ultimately, she managed to win the support of the Ger Rebbe, the Belzer Rebbe in particular, and ultimately the Chafetz Chaim. Once the Chafetz Chaim signed on to the idea, it was a done deal and it exploded. Have a look at the statistics. She was ultimately one of the most successful CEOs of Jewish education ever. This is just a chart of the first 10 years of her existence. She started here, actually it's a little bit later than when she started, but in 1923, 7 institutions with 1,000 students. 10 years later, 1933, into the Depression already, she's got 26 institutions with 37,981 students. A phenomenal growth within 10 years. And this is all because of her genius in creating this institution, which met a need that people didn't even know they had. It was tremendously influential, and it still continues to have a tremendous impact on the Jewish world today. Now, while all this material I think is fascinating, it doesn't say very much about the Talmud, which is our starting point, right? These women are definitely not studying Talmud, because the whole idea of the Jewish women's education is predicated on only those texts which are considered appropriate for women, and Talmud was not one of those. I hope to go into the reasons for that when we get towards the end of this class. This is an article that appeared in September of this year called Women of the Daf. If you can't read the subtitle, it says, on January 1, 2020, tens of thousands of Jewish men will dance in a joyous celebration of the completion of Talmud Bavli, right? This is the Siyam HaShas that's coming up. But many of them couldn't have done it without the equal devotion of their wives. True enough. I think what's really great about this article is the illustration. Anyone recognize this beautiful structure here? It looks a little like a shul, but it's a little more specific. I like the chuppah idea. This is the Sharblat. This is the title page of the Vilna Shas, right? However, it has been denuded of all text. Doesn't say what the title is. Doesn't say what who's publishing it. Anything like that. It's like a blank spot in the middle. You'll see an example of it in just a couple seconds. So, as it were, the subtle imagery here is that women are the women of the daf are kind of like the structure that supports and surrounds the daf, but they themselves are not participating in the daf itself. They're invisible, as it were. So that's essentially the way in which that Sarah Schneerer's model worked, and it worked phenomenally well, is it created a huge infrastructure from the smallest unit of the nuclear family up to the larger superstructure of Jewish communities, women supporting husbands in learning. And women supporting men in learning, which is highly traditional. If you look to the Talmud, it says explicitly that this is a massive massive reward for women is when they allow their menfolk and they support their menfolk in their learning. It's a highly traditional role. And Sarah Schneerer really could you imagine what would happen in Lakewood if all of the women there, God forbid, decided to stop supporting their husbands in learning? It would be a crisis of multiple proportions. It would be an economic crisis as well. It could not happen. And this is largely due to the impact of Sarah Schneerer and how she made the Talmud possible. But if we look to our idea of so that is fantastic and really important, but what about the place of women in the Talmud itself? When you go to Beis Yaakov's today, and I myself, for many, many years, for something like 15 years, I taught in Beis Yaakov's, also in yeshivas as a barter deal to help pay for my kids' tuition. And it's fascinating because I was often at some years I was teaching 12th grade in a yeshiva, not to be named, and 12th grade in a Beis Yaakov, not to be named, and I would see the men and women at the same age with the same level of education, and invariably the women were way better. Women actually were far more textually adept and intellectually creative, but only the men could study the Gemaras inside the books. It appears that by and large the accepted position is you have these highly trained, textually adept women, you can give them Gemaras to discuss, but they have to be like photocopies or digital copies that are not in the same Surah Hadaf. They can't actually approach the Daf in the same medium. It has to be an altered medium. It's a strange kind of thing, but it is preserved. And furthermore, women are not to study in the Chavruta style, which is so closely identified with the way Talmud is studied in more traditional Beis Yaakov institutions, whereas women will study pieces of the Talmud in order to understand the halacha, in order to understand a concept, and so on. It will be broken up and anthologized, and it will not be studied like with two young women facing each other over a table, arguing over the text. It's a different medium of learning. They're still learning Talmud, though, but in a different medium than the yeshiva. I'm not exactly sure how they got to this compromise, but that's sort of the way that is did. So this is essentially the role of Sarah Schneerer, and she has not only made great inroads into producing a system that supports Talmud learning. She has made the Talmud possible. She has also, in a small way, but significant way, given the great scope of women who are in these institutions, actually made it possible for women to learn Talmud as well. I just want to say one small thought that jumped into my head that before we go on to the next stage. When I was one of the reasons why men generally don't learn Talmud with women, I'm speaking from experience, is because they just think so differently. And when I was first in yeshiva, and I came to yeshiva late, I'm about Tshuva, I would learn in yeshiva, and I would go home to my wife, and my wife would say, okay, what did you learn in yeshiva today? And I'd tell her what we learned in Bava Metzia or whatever it was, and then my wife would say, well, that's all wrong. This is how you read it. and she would say it totally upside down from the way we were saying it in Shir. So the next day I would go back to Shir, and I would tell the rabbi, I would say, no, I talked to my wife about this Gemara, and she learned it this way. And that distracted the whole Shir for at least 45 minutes. The rabbi couldn't stand it, and ultimately he used at the beginning of Shir, he used to say to me, so Hillel, what does the late Acharon, your wife, say about this Gemara? Right? But that was just, so it definitely is, there's more to say about this, not for us today though. So let us move on a little bit to another category. The first category we talked about, I use the term supporters. She is Sarah Schneerer, and those who follow in her intellectual path are definitely supporters of the Talmud. Now we have another class, which I would like to call enablers. I don't mean it in a negative sense. I mean these are people who are instrumental in actually putting Talmuds in people's hands. And in that regard, I think we should look at people like Dvorah Ram. Fascinating individual who lived at the end of the 19th century. She passed away in 1903. She married into the famous Ram family of printers who had been working in the publishing industry for over 100 years. When her husband David died at a very young age, 36, she found herself at the helm of this massive publishing house, and she had to make some very difficult decisions about how to get it through the challenges of the Tsarist Empire at the end of its existence. And she proved to be a masterful strategist, and she ultimately created a model of the Talmud which has persisted to this day. Let's just have a look at some of the controversies that she was embroiled in. The first is the Ram Publishing House was not the only publishing house in Eastern Europe. They were preceded by the great Slavuta House, which was regarded far and wide as the finest purveyors of Talmudic printing at the beginning of the century. This is the title page from the Slavuta edition of Tractate Brachos. It's published. It was originally published in Slavuta. Later, it was published in the city of town of Zhytomyr. That's where this one comes from, Zhytomyr. And the reason for that is because of a mysterious suicide that some argued was actually a murder that occurred in 1835. Just to back up a little bit, it is a fascinating story. I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but basically, Slavuta had received a 25-year haskama, a copyright from Hasidic leaders that they had the exclusive right to print the Talmud. And the idea of these copyrights were to allow a publishing house to recoup its initial investment in the very difficult, laborious, and expensive process of printing. By the way, when you go to, Judaica Plus or something like that, you go look for something to read, and you open up the front, and you see the haskama that's written there. Those today are basically like imprimaturs that tell you that some important rabbi thinks that this is kosher reading. So when you open it up and you see a haskama, so then you close the book and you go look for something that doesn't have a haskama. I thought that was funny. But the haskama today is basically kind of like a kosher certification. Like when you want to buy, something like gourmet glass, you see an OU or something, it's kosher. Back then, dating from the Council of Lands in the 18th century, the point of a haskama was business oriented. It was copyright. It was saying nobody else is allowed to print this until a certain amount of time elapses, and I say so. I'm an important rabbi, and I say so. So the Slavuta firm had a 25-year copyright when Dvorah Ram's publishing house, this is before she was born, but Dvorah Ram's publishing house broke the copyright and began publishing a rival Talmud, which you might recognize. Right, here's the same shard blot that we saw earlier, the Bekoros, and threatened to undercut the Slavuta house. It went to basement. Of course, it was like a nasty fight that took quite a while to sort out. The argument of the Ram house was, the Slavuta house is just not meeting the demand. Jews want to learn Talmud, and they're being really slow about producing the volumes. We can do them faster. We think it should be done. We should be allowed on. There are rabbis who lined up on either side of this argument, but then what put it down was in 1835, in the town of Slavuta, when they opened up a particular shul for mincha, they found an employee of the Slavuta house hanging from the rafters. And there were some unsavory elements in town who argued to the Tsarist government that this was actually some kind of murder that was perpetrated because this particular individual was threatening to inform on the publishing house to the Tsarist authorities. At that point, all bets were off. A big trial ensued. It's patently clear from the documentation that exists, and my good friend Dr. Petrovsky-Stern of Northwestern has gone through the archaeological materials. It definitely was, unfortunately, a suicide. He suffered from depressive habits, and he was. There's a lot to say about why he took his own life, but ultimately it was not a murder. Nevertheless, the Tsarist authorities were concerned about all of the allegations, and what they decided to do was to shut down all Jewish publishing houses. They only opened up 2 licenses, which were, of course, both bought up immediately, one by Rom and one by Slavuta. The Shapiro family that was running the Slavuta press was punished with corporal punishment and exiled for 20 years and nearly shut down the organization. And also I should mention that there was a seam between Rom and Slavuta that was very significant because Slavuta was a Hasidic publishing house supported by the Alter Rebbe, the author of the Tanya, and Rom was the ultimate Litvish printing house, was a Lithuanian. So the Hasidic Misnagdic fight was also reflected in this particular struggle. Have a look, though, at the art of these 2 covers. I think that the Rom house really had a far more sophisticated graphic sense, right? This one here, this page sort of looks like, an aerial view of a blueprint or something. It's sort of mathematical, sort of fractal, and it doesn't really look inviting. Like, I don't feel like I really want to find out what's going on behind this page. But if you look at the Vilna Shas, oh my gosh, it's got these pillars with these heavy drapery, reminds Olivia of a chuppah, and these lions guarding this gated entrance. And I just want to know what's behind this gate. What is in this book? It's a very inviting kind of cover. And this characterizes the Rom publishing as a whole, house as a whole. They were really very sensitive graphically.
No way.
They realized that trying to cut type that was based on calligraphy, like manuscripts, was not nearly as effective as making a brand new type for printing, and that's how we have the so-called Vilna font. That is basically every single sitter you ever looked at, except for Koren, is almost always published in the Vilna font. So Dvorah Rom's role comes towards the end of the century, and I want to illustrate one specific thing that she did that especially illustrates her role as a brilliant business person and as an enabler of Torah study. The Slavuta Rom competition was dying down, and Rom was definitely getting the lead towards the end of the 19th century when a new technology appeared called stereotype printing. And stereotype printing, unlike the earlier typesetting, meant that rather than laboriously putting each little letter in a box and then creating a page printing of that, you could make one big lead plate and you could impress it, and then you could stick it on a shelf, and if you ever needed to do a second edition, you just pulled the plate off the shelf and it was ready to go. And it promised to drop the price of printing dramatically. So all the other publishers basically said, okay, we're going to race to the bottom here, and they dropped their prices to 20% of the original. So something that would cost $200, they were producing for $50. A huge, change in the way people looked at text. Again, expanding the access to documentation, access to Torah, and so on. But Dvorah Rom said, no. What we are going to do is we are going to take our Shas, we are going to make it as best we can, and then we will quadruple the price. So that our Shas, which we could produce for $200, we're going to produce a $2,000 Shas. And that's how we got the idea from Dvorah Rom of the Chassan Shas. That when your daughter got engaged, then you bought your Chassan a proper Shas. And if you gave your Chassan a Slavuta Shas, what is this? What kind of a family am I marrying into? You wanted to demonstrate to everyone that you got the best guy in yeshiva, you're giving him a Vilna Shas. And just the idea of the Vilna Shas, which Dvorah Rom came up with, is cemented the idea of this kind of, it's the king of all books. It is the the best of all publishers is Vilna, and this marketing device was effective forever. But I do want to end this discussion of Dvorah Ram for a moment as a supreme enabler of Talmud with kind of an interesting coda to all this. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of this conflict between Slavuta and Ram was an expression of the Hasidic Misnagdic conflict. And the Hasidim really took a beating in publishing as a result of this. We should also recall that the Shapiro family that were associated with the Slavuta press, they were known for their incredible piety. And it may be legendary, we don't know if this is actually true, but it was widely believed that before they published any text, they actually took all of their type and immersed it in a mikvah. They would toivel all of their type so it came to the press absolutely clean. They would publish no heretical materials. They would only publish real, tried and true Jewish materials. Ram, on the other hand, had no problem publishing Maskilic works. They had no problem publishing German works. They even published a run of Christian prayer books. Whatever would make money. This is a Litvish organization after all. So they had this big split, but it's everything. What goes around comes around. And towards the end of Dvorah Ram's life, the publishing house fell on hard times once again. There was an economic crisis in the 1890s that hit them very hard, and they were in danger of going under. So none other than the Rebbe Rashab, the descendant of the Alter Rebbe's who had given the original Haskama for the Slavuta press, came to their rescue and said it's impossible that the great Ram family should go under, and he found a major donor to underwrite the firm and keep it afloat. And in order to prop up their sales, he had Ram publish one title that was a Hasidic title. Here it is, Litania, published by the Lithuanian publishing house. And what's fascinating in particular is because the Hasidim, particularly Chabad, they are so traditionalist about their texts. When you buy a traditional Tanya, it is exactly the raw printing from, I think it's 1910 or something like that. It's exactly the same printing, and now it's redone in offset and things like that. They don't reset the words, they don't realign it, they don't use modular digital printing, they use exactly the same text because exactly the way it looked back then is considered holy. And when you study the Tanya, it's divided up so you can study it every day. A good friend of mine once told me that the membership card to be considered a Chabad person is chitas, if you study Chumash, Tehillim, and Tanya every single day. So I'm not a very good chassid, I'm a chat, right? I have Chumash and Tehillim, but not so much Tanya. But when I do study Tanya, it's divided up on a daily basis. There's one page that is not studied. And it's this page right here, which is a letter of acknowledgement written by the Ram family house, publishing house, saying, thank you for supporting us. Thank you for getting us this contract to publish the Tanya. And they say, we promise never to break the copyright. And underneath it signs, the widow and brothers Ram. The brothers, by the way, were the brothers of her late husband, who were much younger than she. And that's the way all the texts, this is a little bit too pixelated to read, but the Vilna Shas always says, published by the house of the widow Almana Ba'achim Ram. And this is at her insistence that she specifically should be named in the publishing house. So to conclude with Dvorah Ram, we see with her someone who has gone to a dramatic new step in propagating Talmudic information, whereas Sarah Schneer was primarily a supporter, developing the infrastructure, developing the family structure that will allow men to study. Dvorah Ram is actively involved in producing the physical text itself, the medium itself for study. And her role cannot be underestimated because even to this day, a century later, the Vilna Shas is the king of Shasas. Even the ones that are built on the Vilna Shas still call themselves a Vilna Shas. It's like, okay, let's go to the next level, and this is where we get a little bit more controversial. There are some women who are actually teachers of Talmud. Rare, exceptional, but not at all unique. I'd like to talk to you very briefly about a woman named Asnat Mizrahi, She was born in Kurdistan around the year 1600, perhaps a few decades earlier. We only know about her because of a letter that is currently held in the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati. I believe its origins are Geniza, but it slipped my mind at present. In this letter, she writes to a nearby community in Ahmadiyya. By the way, she is Kurdish. The Kurds, of course, are very much in the news because of the withdrawal from Syria. But the Kurds, historically, they're kind of like the second most well-known stateless people. Right? We're the best-known stateless people, but now we have a state, so now we're the bad guys. But back then, the Kurds had the unfortunate situation of having their population divided among 4 major countries. And after World War I, they did not find themselves sufficiently concentrated within any one of those countries to mount a successful bid for political independence. And they are, to a certain degree, persecuted in each one of these 4 countries that they currently live in: Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and Syria. So, but nevertheless, a very long-standing old ethnic group, long-standing positive relations with Jews as well, and they actually speak Aramaic. Aramaic is one of the mother tongues of Kurdish people, and the Jewish community there, up until the 20th century, spoke Aramaic as their first language, which made them uniquely suited to studying Talmud. At any rate, sometime around the year 1600, she wrote a letter to a Jewish community in Ahmadiyya asking for financial support. And she said, "This is my story. My father was a rabbi, and he taught me Talmud himself. And he promised me that he would find me a husband who would never have me do any physical work, that I would be free to study Talmud exclusively." And in fact, that's what happened. She married him off. He married his daughter off to another rabbi. They set up a yeshiva, and she gave classes in the yeshiva, apparently behind the mechitza. She first found out these things are going on. Then, I believe her husband passed away, and she took over the yeshiva. She became the Rosh Yeshiva, and she continued to operate with presumably male students who are coming to her and learning Talmud from her. But what she is admitting she's not good at is fundraising. And so she's saying, please, wealthy people of Ahmadiyya, please contribute to my yeshiva so that we can continue expanding Torah. Now, this is an extremely unusual woman who is, we only have maybe one like her a century, one like her every 250 years, but nevertheless, there are many examples of women like this. Uriah in the Talmud, for example, who stand head and shoulders above others, even in the otherwise restricted area of Talmudic studies. Within the Kurdish community, she is regarded as something of a folk hero. She's called Ta'anit, like a Tana, right? Or one of the teachers of the Mishnah. And her name is actually written in Meot, in amulets. So if you want an amulet for Parnasa or for Shidduchim or whatever, if you were to go to a Kurdistan Judaica store, they would give you one that says, in the name of Asnat Mizrahi, may you have Tzlaka and Bracha and Parnasa, Mazda and Glick and all those things. They probably would not say Glick, because that's a Yiddish word, but you get the idea. So we have several of these individuals throughout the centuries, and I refer you to Shoshana Pantel Zolti's book for more examples of these fascinating vignettes of very learned women who are nevertheless teaching Talmud, who are at the cutting edge of Talmud study in their day. So with that, I want to return to our original question, which speaks to the idea of the medium being the message. You'll recall that when we made the transition from a manuscript culture to a print culture, we suddenly lowered the threshold for access into Talmudic study, into Talmudic wisdom, and permitted the possibility of mass growth of yeshivas. For example, prior to 1600, we couldn't say anything about yeshivas the way we understand them today. For example, the first yeshiva to have a cafeteria was the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin of Rabbi Meir Shapiro. That's in the 20th century. The idea of having a place where a couple hundred young men could come and study, unheard of. Maybe in ancient Babylonia, although it's highly widely disputed exactly what to make of those passages in the Talmud that speak about the size of yeshivas, but chances are what we would call a yeshiva 500 years ago was like somebody's living room with 6 guys sitting around a table listening to one rabbi read from a manuscript. And that's it. It would not be, the huge infrastructure that we have today with the day school tuition burden and with, parking spots for the students and things like that. That's like way beyond, and it's a result largely of making the Talmud accessible as a printed document that everyone can learn from. We are now at that kind of moment where suddenly it has become much more accessible through the internet. What is the internet going to do to Talmudic study, and specifically Talmudic studies for women? So let us take a step back. The rabbi has stepped out of the room, so I can just begin to poke a little bit into the halakhic aspects of it. Why is it that women don't study Talmud? Like, where did that happen? How come it just never evolved that way? So I'm going to take you into the Mishnah. The key passage is this one here from Tractate Sota. You recall the Sota is described in Bamidbar Terakeh, where a woman is suspected of adultery. She is forced to drink this ritual potion, the Mei Sota, and if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. If she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of blessings. That's basically what it says in the Torah itself. In the Mishnah, which expands on it, it says the following: some merit suspends the effect for 1 year. Some merit suspends the effect for 2 years, and some merit suspends the effects for 3 years. In other words, if the woman is found guilty, the woman is guilty, she has committed adultery, she drinks the water of Sota, but you know what? She's the president of the sisterhood. She does so much chesed. She runs the bake sale. She does all these present companies do. She does all these fantastic things. She has so much merit, she's not going to die a horrible death right there in the temple. It'll be a year later, 2 years later, because she has to use up all of her merit, as I state in Mishnah. Therefore, Ben Azai says, a person must teach his daughter Torah, and the understanding of the word Torah here is Talmud, what we call Talmud, so that if she has to drink the water of bitterness, the Mei Sota, she should know that the merit suspends its effect. In other words, it's kind of a strange logic, I think, but the Rabbi Ben Azai is saying that we should definitely make sure that women learn Talmud. Why? Because if they've committed adultery and they are accused of it and they drink the Mei Sota, then that will extend their life because they have with merit of Torah study. This is not the normative halacha. The normative halacha is Rabbi Elazar's point that whoever teaches his daughter Torah teaches her lasciviousness. The text there is tiflut, which is translated in different ways. I urge you to see Shoshana Pentel-Zofi's book for a very significant discussion of what that term means. But basically, this is a simple understanding. Rabbi Elazar says, please, give me a break. If you are teaching your daughters Torah so that they can get a break if they get caught of suspected adultery, that's not a good reason to be teaching them Torah. That's not exactly something you want to put on the letterhead of your yeshiva for women. Come study Talmud with us. No problem with adultery. It's not going to go. So that's the text. This is the source for the prohibition of women studying Talmud. In the 20th century, two very important rabbis of really distinct positions on the Orthodox spectrum argued that the normative acceptance of Rabbi Elazar's opinion should be modulated. Specifically, on the right we have the Rav Soloveitchik, who represents YU, who says that, again, like we saw with Sarah Schneer, there is a scissors crisis. How is it possible that in the 1960s, when women are studying nuclear physics, and women are becoming brain surgeons, and women are becoming, chief economists, how is it possible we can let them go to the top of the educational academy, and we can't let them study Talmud, which is basically like middle school curriculum? That doesn't make sense. We will lose them to assimilation. And if you lose the women to assimilation, it's not going to be long before you lose the men as well. So he said perhaps the way we should read this text is the prohibition is whoever teaches his daughter Torah. Maybe it's specifically speaking to the unique relationship of a father and a daughter. A father should not really be teaching his own daughter Torah. He can contract someone else to teach it, presumably a woman, maybe a man. She can learn it on her own. None of those things would necessarily be prohibited. So he opened up one way of looking at this Mishnah, which challenged it. And in fact, in modern Orthodox schools, you frequently have women studying Talmud, even at a very young age. And surprisingly, perhaps, on the other end of the spectrum, not really on the other end, but a different part of the spectrum, the Rabbi of Lubavitch, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who argued that this is part of the unfolding of the era of Mashiach, that all of the wellsprings of knowledge are expanding. And given the extreme crisis that the American Jewish community is facing with assimilation, compounded by the demographic impact of the Holocaust, this is not a time to quibble. If you have women who want to approach Torah and they want to get close to Yiddishkeit, and they say, what do you mean I can't study this? You're forbidding me to study this because of my gender, because of my sex? You can't say to that person, forget it, leave the room. You have to make a space for them as well. And so in a surprisingly sort of feminist position, he argued as well on the Chabad movement for women studying Talmud as well. So there is definitely a range of opinion, even within the Orthodox world, as to what women should be doing with the study of Talmud, like Asnat Mizrahi. And this has led to some really interesting moments that are accelerated by the internet, because, even though the printed text is more accessible, the document itself is still very hard. You still need a teacher. You still need a community. You still need a chavrusa. How are you going to get that if you are, let's say, one woman out of 100 in a community, and the other 99 are not really interested? The internet makes it possible. And suddenly we have things like Daf Yomi for Women, which is running an extremely successful shiur online with hundreds of participants all over the world who are finding a new internet-based community to study Shas. And related to that, when the men are dancing at the Siyam HaShas, there is also going to be in Binyanei HaUmah a 3,000-strong participant Siyum for women. Women only who have completed the entirety of the Talmud. And just the mind-boggling number. If you can imagine 3,000 women completing the entire Talmud, that's probably more women than have studied the entire Talmud in the last 2,000 years. And that's in our own generation. That's just one number to give you a sense of the scale and the scope and the pace of change of the world in which we are now living. So these are the kinds of things that are happening largely because of the internet. We still have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns. Is this good for the Jews or bad for the Jews, in other words? I'm hoping next week to explore some of the dangers of this. And I want to tell you an amazing story. I'll just give you a little teaser about it now. At the turn of the 20th century, a Sephardi Tahor presented himself as a man named Al-Ghazi, wearing flowing oriental robes, and he claimed to have discovered some of the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud. Tractates that Maimonides had, but suddenly they had disappeared from existence. And he published several of these volumes. The Jewish world was agog with excitement. The Chofetz Chaim positively commented on its development and so on. But one rabbi, the ROTHSCHILD, pointed out that Al-Ghazi was in fact not the discoverer of these manuscripts. He was in fact the author of these manuscripts, and it was a huge forgery. Turned out he was a fish merchant from Belarus named Friedlander, who had taken on this whole persona and many other bizarre aspects to sell a fake Talmud. What this speaks to is an issue that we'll really drill down into next week, God willing, which is, okay, well, what happens if we have so much information out there? How do we go from having a plethora of information to having a modicum of wisdom? Because those two things are very different. My phone knows way more Talmud than I do, but it's not very smart. How do we identify wisdom and chokhmah How do we identify true teachers in an area when so many people have access to knowledge? We'll look at that next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I appreciate having you here.
Before they put you in jail, Peter Thiel talks to you every day about the Antichrist. This is the final story before Peter Thiel talks about the Antichrist every day. And you're going to look at the other people in your cell and go, it's so obvious he is the Antichrist. It's like
We're in the third of 3 lectures on Talmudic history, and I hope that these would be somewhat cumulative. They are standalone, so you can appreciate them on your own, but on their own. But I really was hoping that the 3 of them would fit together. In the first lecture, we talked a little bit about the tremendous changes that were wrought upon the Jewish world with the advent of printing, and I'll do a very quick recap of that in the second slide. The second class, we talked about how the changes that were wrought as a result of printing are dwarfed by the changes promised by the internet and the incredible democratization of learning that is a result of the spread of internet-based sources promises to be equally transformational, in fact, much more transformational, because the threshold of difficulty of accessing knowledge has dropped so precipitously that literally you can hold in your hand the wisdom of the ancients to a degree with which we have never in our history been able to enjoy. So we're talking about periods of phenomenal change that we haven't really thought about because it's happening all around us and we only see it in incremental steps. Today, I would like to bring us to a little bit of a word of caution because, I'm just starting to think about, well, what are the dangers intellectually and socially when we have such an explosion of information? We know if we compare this, let's say, to the church, and we look at what printing did to the Catholic Church, of course, it broke it up with the Protestant Reformation, more access to information through vernacular translations of the Bible and so on, really splintered the church into little bits. You had the one Catholic Church, and then you had dozens of Protestant churches. God forbid something like that should happen to the Jewish world. We have had something of some fissures that occurred in the 19th century, not nearly as permanent as the Catholic Protestant split, but these dangers are truly present. But more specific and more germane to the Jewish concern, I think it's a very basic issue of authenticity and authority in Jewish tradition. As you can see on the screen here, that's really the lecture title. It's not as exciting as the one I put in the flyers because I was hoping to get you out here, kind of a bait and switch thing. But in reality, what I want to say is that with the cheapening of information, meaning it's so easy to get it, now we begin to worry about when is the information authentic, is it real, and when is it authoritative? When should we rely upon it? These are very, very difficult questions to answer, and I'm hoping in the course of the next 45 minutes or so, I can introduce you to 2 cautionary tales from the modern era that I think are harbingers of the kind of problems that we would likely face in coming generations. And perhaps, we can start thinking about solutions and way to avoid some of these dangerous incidents. Let me begin, first of all, by thanking our sponsor. We do have a sponsor tonight, which is nice. Here I got to turn this on. Ms. Elise Schwartz, thank you very much for sponsoring the lecture. It's nice that the synagogue gets the support and, they give us a wonderful space to learn in and they set up the food and things like that. So it's wonderful to have that kind of support. We're all grateful. Let's go straight to the material. And let me just do a very quick recap. Before I just touch on this risky business, I want to tell you that when I was preparing the lecture, I was reminded of something I saw when I was studying in the Soviet Union. Actually, it was the former Soviet Union in 1991. It had just collapsed, and it was just in the initial months of its resurrection as independent states. I was in Ukraine, in Kiev at the time, and I saw a movie poster advertisement, and in Ukrainian, the word was "Ne bezpečne biznes," And I was trying to figure out what does that mean. So business is, of course, business. Nebezpečne is the word for ski, but literally translated it means not without risk business. Nebezpečne, not without risk. Just the term, not without risk business. That's what we're going to be talking about today. It's very exciting to see what we're doing with the explosion of democratization of knowledge, but it is not without risk. Nebezpečne. Okay, so let us do the quick recap to remember how we got here. First of all, there are 4 basic stages of transmission in Talmudic knowledge. And that's also, of course, referring to really all Jewish wisdom because it follows on it. First, we have the period of oral transmission, which is in the distant past, certainly before the Hellenistic era, which would go about 3 centuries before the Common Era. Moses stands up there and tells Joshua, I like this picture, and Joshua tells the prophets tells the elders. Basically, the first mission of the first chapter of Pirkei Avot is this oral tradition. And there's a lot of debate as to how long that continues in an exclusive realm. I actually had an interesting discussion with one of my students in Toronto who alerted me some really interesting research that said that the next stage, which is the manuscript stage, didn't necessarily start with the Mishnah itself. There's a lot of interesting research to indicate that my thinking may be quite wrong. My thinking was always that the Mishnah was actually put down on paper and then everyone visibly copied it. And then people had manuscript copies of the Mishnah. It may not have circulated nearly as widely, and in fact, a lot of memorization was still utilized. Maybe there are limited copies of Mishnayos put in very special preserved places. That was called publishing. But at any rate, there's a big transition, written form. And that represented a very traumatic event in Jewish history as well. Here's an example of the incredibly difficult process of writing a Sefer Torah, which of course, involves a tremendous investment of energy and resources and time and expertise. So not everyone can write a Sefer Torah themselves. You have the resources to hire someone else to do it and so on. Then we get to the print transmission, which is what we talked about at great length 2 weeks ago, which cheapened the price of these manuscripts tremendously and allowed ultimately for the institutional development of places like yeshivot, seminaries, eventually day schools, and so on. Popular programs like Daf Yomi would be impossible without the widely available texts that are printed in a cheap enough version that people can put it in their hand. Then finally, where we are right now, of course, is digital transmission, where as long as you have a device and bandwidth, you can access all of this immediately anywhere you are. I mean, it's mind-boggling to think about what it means. The section I've, repeatedly sold you on over the last while is the AllDaf app, which both Rabbi Trump and I are working on. Here's the 2 ads that just recently came out. Mine on the left refers to my small part of this new AllDaf app, which will focus on brief Jewish history videos that go on every single daf of shots of the entire Babylonian Talmud. And Rabbi Trump on the right, slightly smaller, but I think that's just because he's tall in real life. They wanted to kind of, be whole thing. But he is going to be doing an amazing thing with the psukim on the daf. In every page of Talmud, almost every page, there's a reference to some biblical passage. He will be providing the much greater insight as to what's the context of that biblical passage. For those of you who are not necessarily familiar with Talmudic study, this is especially important because the Talmud has this sometimes irritating habit of assuming that you have memorized the entire Bible. And it will just say the first 2 or 3 words of a verse, assuming, of course, you know the rest of it, and it's the last part that's really important for the argument in the Talmud. So if you haven't memorized that particular verse, you'll be completely lost. What are we talking about? The only way you can understand it is if you go back to the Bible, look up the passage, you understand it in context, and you come back and you see what they're talking about. So Rabbi Trump will be doing that work, and that's going to be a huge, I think, contribution to the study of Talmud worldwide. And these things, of course, are all completely free, which means we've dropped the price of access to zero. The only thing you have to have is bandwidth, and there is still a digital divide in many countries, and a device. You have to possess at least some kind of Wi-Fi enabled device. But that's really a low threshold to cross, and it's going to be cheaper and cheaper as we move on through time. So that's the 5 stages that we're talking about, and it's related to the problems inherent in producing such a widely available series of documents. And it's related to what we discussed in the first 2 classes, the famous teachings of Marshall McLuhan, one of the first media scholars of the modern age, who repeatedly hammered home the same idea that the medium is the message, that the way in which we receive information itself colors the information and how we process it. If someone were, for example, to write out all of Hamlet on, paper napkins, and I would receive Hamlet in a big stack of serviettes like this, and then read it through, my experience of Shakespeare would be radically different than reading in a book, or certainly seeing it performed live. There's a whole different experience in the medium through which that is delivered. Reading it on napkins, I have to figure out the words, and I have to stop, and I have to process it in a different way and make sure I understand it. And even reading in a book, I have to imagine in my head all of the characters, but seeing it live, then I'm already exposed to the artistry of the individual actors, the directors, the set design, all of these things. That's just one kind of simple example, but it relates very much to what we're talking about today. Because with the democratization of learning, all of a sudden the medium changes who is learning it and how they're learning it, including, for example, exposing 52% of the population. All of a sudden, as we discussed last week, women could be learning Talmud in much greater numbers than we have ever seen before. And this promises, if the trend continues, this promises to, really upend a lot of traditional Jewish society, and who knows what that is going to mean. Certainly it will mean different things in different places, in different communities, but there's no question that the kinds of things we talk about today and the assumptions we make today, we will not be able to make for our great-grandchildren's generation, and so on. That's one of the big changes we talked about last week. But let us focus on the concept that Clay Shirky, who is a media guru at More is Different, which is really, really important. The internet is the biggest more there is, but it's not more of the same. Following this idea of the media as the message, it is more in a very different way. To give you 2 examples from Clay Shirky's work, he wrote some excellent books, one called Cognitive Surplus, which I recommend to my honors students usually every year. He actually, like many of you in this room I see are more or less my own generation. If you calculated how many hours you spent watching Gilligan's Island, just Gilligan's Island alone, okay? Forget about, the Partridge Family and all the other shows from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Just those hours alone would probably fill up a good master's dissertation or a doctoral dissertation. And he says that the amount of availability of cognitive space, meaning the amount of time we have now at our fingertips, because of the speed of transmission of data with the internet, we theoretically could do phenomenal things. Like, for example, Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a phenomenal thing. Yes, it has problems with it and so on, but nevertheless, it is a pretty useful go-to resource, and it is there because it is tapping into the cognitive surplus that is available to us with this new medium. And with that as a kind of a caution, we're going to look now at the two stories that are relevant today that illustrate the dangers of this huge expansion of information in authenticity and authority. Okay, rather long preface, I apologize, but this is the third and final lecture, so I think we can get away. Let's go to the story of the pseudo-Yerushalmi for the first story. So, I'm sure you're familiar that there are two Talmuds. That is basically two large commentaries on the core text called the Mishnah. One of them was composed in the land of Israel. It is somewhat erroneously called the Jerusalem Talmud or the Yerushalmi. It was not composed in Jerusalem. It was largely written at a time when the Jews were not allowed to live in Jerusalem because of the Hadrianic persecutions. It was composed most likely in Tiberias, and Caesarea in Caesarea. But nevertheless, we call it the Jerusalem Talmud. The other name that's very popular for it is the Palestinian Talmud. That brings up other problems. When you say it's the Palestinian Talmud, people get more confused. So let's just stick with the term Jerusalem Talmud, even though it is inaccurate. This one was composed... Yes, but wait, I'm going to tell you something about this. It is not actually a Talmud Yerushalmi, as we shall see. It was composed probably sometime in the 3rd century. Then there's a larger Talmud that was composed in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, coming down into the Persian Gulf. That was known as Babylonia, and hence you have the Babylonian Talmud. It was written later, probably 4th or 5th century, and it considers much of what was discussed in the Jerusalem Talmud, so therefore it is considered more authoritative because it, as it were, includes the Jerusalem Talmud. There are some significant differences in terms of dialect between the two of them. The Jerusalem Talmud has an Aramaic that is much more widely used in Israel. The Babylonian, of course, the one that's used in Mesopotamia. The Babylonian Talmud is much more concerned with life in the diaspora and does not treat things like the agricultural laws that are very relevant if you're living in Israel, and there are several other differences. The Jerusalem Talmud was largely ignored once the Babylonian Talmud appeared. It was hardly studied. Very few commentaries were written on it, really until about the 12th century. No one is, composing commentaries on it. It's sort of like, shunted to the side because the Babylonian Talmud had the pride of place. But there's a lot of really valuable things in the Jerusalem Talmud that are not in the Babylonian Talmud, so it's always preserved. However, with the vicissitudes of time, several Talmudic tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud were lost. We know they existed because, for example, Maimonides refers to them in the 12th century, but they're gone by the time we get to the 19th century. No one knows where those tractates were. In the year 1900, in a Hungarian village, a Sephardi Tahor, someone who claimed pure Sephardic descent, showed up, very luxurious, flowing Oriental dress with robes, turban, and so on, and a very crisp, foreign-sounding Sephardic accent, revealed to the stunned Ashkenazim that his brother, who was living, I think, in Izmir, Turkey at the time, I can't remember exactly, had discovered some of the lost tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud, and he was raising funds to bring them to print. Tremendous excitement. Everyone was thrilled with the idea, and in fact, in 1907, after significant effort, he did bring them to print. Here is one of the 2 volumes that was published. As you can see from the top here, it says, Talmud Yerushalmi Seder Kodshim Palestini Masechus Kulin Bechoro. And it had commentaries on it that were composed for this edition, and it was greeted with incredible enthusiasm by the wider Jewish public. Many learned rabbinic figures, many scholars signed on to this and said it was fantastic, positively reviewed it. Everyone was really excited about this new development. But there were some lingering critics who said, wait a second, it doesn't quite seem right. It doesn't read exactly like Jerusalem Talmud. There's this problem. There's that problem. And a lot of criticism was brought to bear on this individual for a couple of reasons. One reason was, for example, he failed the Jewish geography test. Many Jews were saying, okay, who is this guy? He went by the name Al-Ghazi. Who is this guy? He says he comes from Izmir, so people would like send letters to Izmir and say, do you know this guy? And they'd say, never heard of him. And people couldn't locate him in the towns that he came from. And that was kind of unsettling. You know how it is. You say, oh, you're from Silver Spring. I know so-and-so in Silver Spring. To me it happens, oh, you're from Canada. I know so-and-so in Canada. Thank you. It's a big country, right? We have 35 million people. So he failed the Jewish geography test. And he also failed to produce the manuscript. The really serious critic was saying, let's see the document. You see the printed version that you produced, where's the original? And he kept on stalling them and saying that his brother who holds the manuscripts is not revealing them and all kinds of things. Criticism raged on for a while until finally one scholar, whose name escapes me, I think it was Abraham Rosenbaum, came to his defense, published some very strongly worded articles defending the manuscripts, indicating that they were real, that he had seen them himself, that it's a phenomenal find. We should immediately study, we should all buy these books, and we should house our libraries with them, and so on. Until finally, for reasons that I'll show you in a minute, Al-Ghazi was exposed as a fraud, that he was not the discoverer of this manuscript, he was in fact the author of the manuscript, that he had amazingly composed tractates of the Jerusalem Talmud completely out of his own mind, which we have to pause for a second and just think about the genius of this individual, okay? Like, if only he had bent his skills to the good, he could have, cured cancer, gone to the moon 100 years early, but he took all of his genius and funneled it into this elaborate, complicated forgery, apparently for money. Many of the other manuscripts that he had published were then brought into question as well. They were forgeries and so on. What about the guy Rosenbaum? It turns out Rosenbaum was also Al-Ghazi, who was impersonating a student named Rosenbaum, writing in defense of himself. It was like a multiple, complicated, convoluted sociopath who inflicted this damage on the Jewish world. It turned out that his real name was Friedlander, and as best as anyone could tell, he was a fish merchant from Belarus. And talk about bizarre, strange, twisted genius. And he held it over the Jewish world for about 20 years. He was successful with this forgery. But there's more. It's fascinating that he knew his audience very well. He published this Yerushalmi in 2 different editions simultaneously. Here's the other volume that came out in 1907, Zvachim, and he understood that there were 2 principal audiences for these lost tractates. One audience were the traditional yeshiva-educated enthusiasts of Talmud in Volozhin and in Lithuania and places like that. And for those people, he wrote a very learned rabbinic introduction. He had rabbinic commentaries and things like that, all in Hebrew and so on. But he also realized that the other audience that would love this are scholars in the university world. Last week, I alluded to the rather large divide that separates what's called the traditional yeshiva world and the academic world of Talmud studies. They use very different methods to approach the Talmudic text and to try and determine what is the meaning of the text, why we're looking at the text, and so on. But he realized that was a very important and lucrative market. So for that audience, the Wissenschaftliche Judentum, he published an introduction in German. And with very scholarly notes and footnotes and scholarly apparatus and things like that. The same volume, the same text, but 2 different editions designed for 2 different audiences. And bottom line is, both groups were largely fooled, including Solomon Schechter, who was the principal backer of the entire publication effort. And let us recall, Solomon Schechter was perhaps the greatest Jewish scholar of his age in the academic world. He's the person who pioneered the study of the GUINNESS documents from Egypt. He published a tremendous amount of research that he was known in Oxford, known, of course, later in New York with the Jewish Theological Seminary. a tremendous scholar, completely duped by Friedlander Al-Ghazi, and put up a lot of money to make it possible. But let us not, here we are in an Orthodox synagogue, let us not, engage in Schadenfreude, that it also affected the rabbinic world as well. The saintly Chofetz Chaim himself, although he did not write an approbation, he didn't write a haskama, he just mentioned in passing in a footnote that it appears that these lost manuscripts have now been discovered. Nevertheless, he was also drawn into it to that extent. I think it is unlikely that the Chofetz Chaim would have been fooled by the forgery had he had the opportunity to read them, but he never had any statements of it. We have no public statements of it. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of how broad this forgery affected the Jewish world. How was the forgery discovered? I mentioned to you he failed to do a geography test. He failed them. He produced the manuscripts, but there were internal inconsistencies. And here's where we get to the work of the incredible ROTHSCHILD Gaon, also of this generation, died in 1936, a fascinating individual who, for reasons which are still somewhat mysterious, he refused to get a haircut. No, seriously, I mean, that sounds funny, but he really did. There's a legend that says that he refused to get a haircut because he did not want to spend any time bareheaded, like in the barber's chair. That would presumably, prevent him from thinking about Torah. I don't know how convincing that legend is, but anyway, he definitely had a kind of a Nazarite book. And the ROTHSCHILD was known for his extremely sharp intellect. Just to give you one story that illustrates his sharp intellect, he was also known that he did not suffer fools. He was not at all tolerant of irritating people. He had that amazing expression in Yiddish, "Kostner kein China," which means bang not on my tea kettle. Now, I'm sure everybody's nodding in here, so you know, but just for the internet audience living in Idaho or in Latvia, you have to imagine that a traditional chinik, is a big tin teapot. Made out of tin, and if you imagine someone holding a hollow teapot made out of tin and banging on it with a wooden spoon, it's like a really irritating noise. So in Yiddish, "Kostner kein China" means like, don't irritate me with your, repetitive noises. So there was once a story about someone who kept sending to the ROTHSCHILD these questions, but he could tell that he was only sending them because he wanted to demonstrate how brilliant the questions themselves were, and they were not. So finally, after repeated missives, the ROTHSCHILD wrote him back a multi-page letter, which consisted solely of Maranakoma, of reference points elsewhere in the Jewish corpus, specifically in Talmud. This page in Talmud over here, that page in Talmud over there. The story goes that the guy...
Zoot, can you hear me? Or are you just preparing to be a bitch?
Yeah, what's up?
How you living, big dog? Dog, I saw this thing that made me think of you. I saw an interview with people outside the National Conference for Psychiatry in 2006, and they interviewed a bunch of people there. And they interviewed psychiatrists, and they asked all of them, "What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl?" And they asked all the people there, these psychiatrists, they'd be like, "So in your professional career, how many people have you cured?" And every single person that they interviewed, they were all like, "No." Like, they're like, "I don't even think you can cure someone of this of this." And that's a lot of the conversations that many times we have in the middle of the night. And I just thought, well, wow, that really proved it. And you couldn't have, no way would people go on camera in 2025 and do that. I mean, they're fortunate to get them to do it in 2006. But in 2025, nobody would go on camera and say that.
Well, the thing is, you can't cure all of these things that don't exist.
Well, that's kind of, I mean, at least back then, they were like, more less things, but even still, they couldn't cure any of them, and they would just admit it. They'd be like, none.
Well, here's the thing. If you try and cure someone all these things, right, then the pharmaceutical companies lose if you try and cure them. It's in the best interest of the psychiatrist to say, I can't cure them.
Well, it wasn't just I can't cure them. It's just they said in their entire careers that none of them had cured anybody. I think maybe a couple of them said like maybe one or two maybe, but then like most of the people were like, I don't think you can cure most of this stuff. It's just very interesting to see, and I thought of you. All right, Zoo, are you ready to lose?
What if they ask and they say depression, anxiety, you can cure it?
Dude, dog, nothing.
Bye-bye.
What up, Mr. Aquarius?
Hi, Boo.
Zoo, are you going to talk?
Yeah, I got 50 followers now, Rabbi.
Oh, excellent, Mr. Aquarius. Excellent. How many people did you follow today?
I love them.
Did you get a
almost halfway. You know, won't let me follow them all. Say, try your mates. I gotta wait till tomorrow.
Absolutely, and just keep doing that. Good job. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah.
Zoot, remember that time I was talking to you? All right. Ms. Aquarius, you want to play a game?
What are we playing?
We'll play bowling if you want.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to send you.
Oh, yeah, I'm playing. Let's go.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so that means Miss Aquarius is getting an invitation, and Zoot's getting an invitation, and it's the first day of football season of the NFL today.
Now, Zoot, please do not leave out this game. Okay? No so losing, you're a winner.
You're a winner, big dog. Absolutely. And one of my favorite shows of all time, The Paper, had its spin-off start today called The Office had its spin-off today called The Paper start. And I was watching it as Zoot came in, and it seems absolutely hilarious. But I've only seen the first 5 minutes.
Hey, good. Okay, look at you.
That's bad.
It's not that bad. Oh, get it, dude. Good job.
That's there. Look at you.
Rabbi gets his strong.
Yeah, he's right. No, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, we need him to get 300. He's supposed to 300.
Yeah, he's going to get a perfect game.
No, I won't. Nobody's ever done that. That was pretty good, Miss Aquarius.
I don't think we'll see that too.
Come on, Zoot, you got this. Come on.
Are you kidding me?
Come on, Rabbi.
Ooh. Give me this. Ooh.
You got one. It's okay. Come on, Zoot.
Zoot, are you going to beat Miss Aquarius?
I want him to. Come on, Zoot, you got this.
That's what you've got to do. What you just did. This is going to be one of the most difficult shots that we've ever seen.
We had an identical shot. Just did it in the first one.
Miss Aquarius.
Good shot here. But the Aquarius gonna spit.
It's Miss Aquarius, and she's going to get it now. She got it. Ooh, she got one of them.
I'm giving it to Zoo. Zoo, you better win it. You hear me? So you got the, you gonna have, you're gonna need
That was terrible. That was terrible.
No, don't say that.
Oh,
Yeah, better.
yeah. You're first. Back from me.
And another spot, yeah.
Woot, woot. Woot, woot.
That's it, so that's me. He win, we all in. Okay? No loser. So do not get mad and be trying to hang up.
You should pick Rabbi.
Listen, what?
You can pick Rabbi if you get this spade. You can pick Rabbi.
We don't beat nobody. We winners around here.
Good
I
job.
don't try to beat nobody.
Good job.
This is not a race, okay? Tell them, Rabbi.
Same
Where-
with Miss Aquarius. World the world would all be rich.
We'd have a lot of
He
peace.
got this because he did another strike. He got this. He got another strike.
No doubt.
Yeah, he got another strike, so he's got the lead.
Zoot, get 40.
Yeah, he's got the lead. Let's go, Rabbi.
It's over.
So yeah, hold him.
Get it.
Do not leave, Zoo. Yeah, do not leave, Zoo. Don't leave.
There we go.
It doesn't matter.
All right. Zoot, stay till I get 300 wins. I need 3 wins, Zoot. I need 3 wins, Zoot.
Let's go.
Zoot, you ready?
Don't leave, Zoo. Please don't leave.
Zoot. Zoot, he's already in.
I'm not. I'm not. There we go. Come on, Zoo.
I just lost them. I'll choose 5.
Ouch.
Rabbi, this is a high IQ show.
Oh, what a strike. You're right about that. High five, Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. Not what I wanted. This makes it...
Rabbi, this is the most important show. Are you ready?
Yep.
This means Aquarius to get a 7-10 split up.
Wow.
Rabbi, you ever seen someone get a 7-10 split in real life?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Right.
You ever been bowling enough?
Come on, Rabbi. Let's subtract now. Got this. Yes, there's strike.
Woot, woot.
You got ready?
Yes, sir, Zoot.
Yeah, we're trying to get him to 300. We see it. 197. I mean, 297 there.
You're good. You know you want to hit the pins, right?
What finger do you use to bowl?
My index finger.
I was using that. I'm just going to use my phone from now on.
You do whatever you want to do. In your case, I think it's better to go slow. Slowly.
Am I going too fast?
Perhaps. Give it to me. Oh, man.
I think I get a strike every time.
All right, let's see it. It's not like that. Zoot, you know you want to get pins, right? There you go, big man.
I'm just going to take you one tip. You're going to move it over like I do. Okay? You want to move it over where you think? Like this. You're going to move it over. And you just roll. Okay?
Oh, what a strike. What a strike. It came at the end.
Leave that on the tip. That's the only tip I'm giving you.
Did you say?
Yeah, I gave you nothing else.
I did see
Did you
that.
say how to pick that?
I did see that.
Hmm?
You had an amazing shot.
I was trying to give you a tip. Now move it over. In the middle. Move it. Move it. And then you ain't even move it.
Right.
The good news is I did.
No. So
The good
watch
news
me,
is
okay? Watch me. You're going to don't roll it. You're going to move the ball. See? Move the ball to the center. Then you just roll it. Okay? Move the ball to the center. You move it wherever you think the pins are. Okay? You got that? Okay.
Nice spare.
That's all I'm giving you.
Nice spare.
Alright, you won.
Yes, she did.
I mean, Rabbi has to have a perfect. He needs to get
Now,
first
you
strike.
got this. I'm going to let her win this time.
Even if I did, I can't get it.
Well, come on.
I'm trying. Even if I got 3, I couldn't get her. Yes, she did, but look at this shot. How'd you like that, Zoot?
Good spare. Yeah, I'm trying to practice on my spares.
No, come back.
No, it's over. Miss Aquarius.
Yeah,
Nice
okay, come on,
win.
Rabbi. We're going to do this till we get to her hand. I got to this. Come on.
Zoot. Let's see you get 40. Zoot, do you think you can get 40?
I can get 50.
No, get 40 first.
Okay. Yeah, well,
You've got to walk before you run. Oh, what a strike. Miss Aquarius is on fire. Miss Aquarius is on fire.
you're doing good. Okay,
That was great, Zoot. That was great.
But you got to move the ball with the pins up. We'll get it. We'll get it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get another one, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
We try. I want you to. I want you to get that. You got to get it. We're trying to get you.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
No. Come on, Rabbi got a chance. Come on, Rabbi.
It's Zoot's turn.
No, Zoot first, then Rabbi.
Oh, that's perfect. Zoot, that was really good. Zoot, you know you want to hit the left. You want to hit the left one. To bounce over and hit the right one.
Strike.
I tried.
So what about the record same shot?
There you go. He was Get this.
Almost.
There you go.
Almost. All right, Miss Aquarius, get this. She's got it. All but one. That's beautiful. It's Miss Aquarius. It's Miss Aquarius. Nice spare. Miss Aquarius with the spare. Zoot, get it.
Come on, Zoot. Come on, Zoot.
Zoot, that was good.
Now,
Now, Zoot, slow. No.
Then you're not doing this.
No,
yeah, I
he's
get you know a tip. You're not listening to me.
absolutely. Zoot, you.
But if I score 8 every game,
You're not listening to me, though.
I
You're
score
not
8.
moving your ball. You're not listening to me.
Oh, wow.
8 every game.
That was so bad.
You're not listening to me, though. But it's okay.
Zoot.
Watch me. Move your ball to where you take the pins off and you roll, okay? Just don't roll.
Oh, what a perfect strike. Miss
You
Aquarius.
got to move the ball to the center. Move the ball. Do you got to move it? There you go. There you go. Good job. Now move it where you take the ball. Pin it.
There you go.
Good spare.
Beautiful.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, great. Get it. Zoot, you might win. You might beat me, Zoot. Oh, for sure.
No, I didn't.
That's still, terrible.
Oh,
Well, I got it.
no doubt.
I'm not paying no more. I'm just going to tap play so Rabbi can get his 300.
Nope, I'm getting it with you. We'll get it tonight.
You said, okay, we get it tonight. Yeah, we get it tonight. Because I tell you, I'm trying not to let myself win.
What up, pimp?
I'm feeling you're going to get stuck here.
Well, I didn't. Zoot, you almost got me.
Yay, one more win. I get the win 20.
Excellent.
Let's go.
Zoot, Match Monsters, I'm sending you an invite. We can be
What
whatever.
y'all playing?
We play this game that's like. Do you know what Bejeweled is?
Yeah, I would do.
Well, it's like Bejeweled. I would send you an
But
invite.
you be timed.
I would send you an invite, but it's only 2 people. We'll play it sometime. Zoot, you're done. Zoot, it's over for you. Oh, we have the same guys.
What is it, on player?
Yeah, it's on Play. It's called Match Monsters. And it's like Bejeweled. It's like Bejeweled and Pokemon. And I didn't know what Pokemon was, but it's pretty easy to learn.
Oh, here you go. That's monsters. Let's see. Quick play. Let's see. Go. Okay, again. Tap to go.
Rabbi,
I'm selected. Okay, let me select it.
oh, what the fuck?
Miss Aquarius, pick the red guy and pick the green guy.
What's the red? Oh, I got the red. What red guy?
His name is Bonzumi. Bonzumi.
Oh, that guy had a what? Green?
Yeah, you want the green one and you want the red one.
Okay, I got it.
Holy shit, that was back there.
Zoot, you're done, son.
Did I just waste a minute?
I think so. I think you just wasted a move.
Next element to activate elements of special ability. Use them to reduce your opponent's HP. Come on. Whose turn? Whose turn?
There's a thing that spins that tells you. If your stuff is...
Oh, it's me. Okay, it's my turn.
So you want to match things? You want to match the green ones and the red ones. Zoot, that's a big one on you, dog.
Got one. Come on. Come on, man.
That's a big one, Zoot.
Ooh.
Extra move, Zoot. Oh, big dog. Zoot.
Come on, person.
Zoot. It's 85-20. Oh, that was a big move, Zoot. You just healed. How did it heal? Maybe when you get 5 in a row, you get extra 5 heal. I think if you get 5 in a row, it's extra heal.
Like when you can't move, it's the person's turn, right?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing your game.
Let's see. I was talking to her.
Yeah, you did. It's 5.
Oh, it's my turn. Yeah, it was their first turn.
Zoot, you just healed 5. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Zoot, you're up, big man.
Why would you get 6? Is it possible to get 6 now?
I think it is if the things fall down correctly.
Come on, person. Nobody's ready to play. They said, ready to play that. Come on, but now what you doing?
Did you heal?
No, because I only did 4 in a row.
It's not possible to get 6 in a row.
Yay.
I think it is, Zoot. When the things fall down, like let's say you get 3 in a row or whatever, and then the things fall down, it could give you 6 in a row. I think the most in a row it could give you is 7 in a row. But that would be really, the odds of that are very low.
Oh my god, you got lost.
Zoot, you're making one of the biggest. You're making one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen, son.
Yeah, but you're gonna heal. I don't know 10 heal. Like that 10 heal is nothing right now. But you're great at 100.
No, I think you're terrible. Zoot, you just missed. Oh no, you can get it. Oh, Zoot, you messed up. Maybe. Zoot, check this out. Okay. We're gonna evolve. And Zoot, check this move out. And I'm gonna get these berries, which I just got.
Yeah, that's not the worst thing.
Nice extra move, Zoot. Nice extra move, Zoot.
I think the best move that I can make is child. This one.
That's a good one. Zoot.
I don't think you can make a match right now.
Rich. Thank you. I'm like the other boy.
You can't map what you need though.
You're up, Zoot.
I think that was a terrible move.
Zoot, do you know what the scoreboard it says?
That I'm down by 20 points.
What's one coming up?
Terrible move by me though.
You're up, Zoot.
Actually, no.
Zoot, that was an excellent move.
No, that was a terrible move.
I don't think so. Zoot, you have the most easiest shot, easiest turn ever. Most obvious move in the history of this game. You got it. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, you're making the biggest comeback I've ever seen you make in this game. It's unreal. Unreal. Go, Zoot. Zoot.
No.
Fucked up.
I know. It's okay. it again.
Zoo. Oh, what a fortunate draw I just had.
This one got green too.
Zoo, you're up. Okay, Miss Aquarius, I'm going to give you some tips in the game. You'll see the jewels, which is
I'm just ready. Yeah.
you'll see the jewels, which are
I
cool.
don't have nothing. Mm-hmm.
But what you want to get are the berries. They look like grapes because when you get 4 of them, usually, then you can evolve your guy and he does more damage to the opponent. I know it's my turn.
I can't hear it. They're gonna have to wait till I get through this game. Then I can.
Extra move, Zoo, +5.
No, please just move it. I can't do it. I don't have nothing.
Zoo,
I don't have nothing.
I know I just won.
Come on, let
I'm the champion, Zoo.
Come on.
I'm gonna go. We're out of here.
All right, big dog. Did you go to the gym today? All right, we'll go to the gym.
I don't have nothing. What's wrong?
Here, Miss Aquarius, I'll play with you, and I'll
Hold on. Get away a minute.
and I'll teach you how to play.
I'm still in this game right now.
Okay.
Come on, man, the court. Nothing. This is ridiculous. Oh, I got a blue. No, it's not like that. It's red. No, of course, you got it. Come on. Here we go. I ain't got nothing. This is ridiculous. Let me do this one. I'm gonna play with you because I'm gonna play with you, Rabbi. That one week. I got a weak game.
All right, Miss
This
Aquarius.
week, I don't like it. I ain't have nothing.
I'm going to send you an
No, I don't
invitation.
want to play it. I don't want to play it.
Yes, we're going to play it, and
I'm
going to teach you how to play
I'm
it.
talking about that person. I'm gonna let him play. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna let him win.
Okay, but I'm going to teach you how to play it because it is pretty fun. You
I
haven't.
know. I'm talking about that person, though. I'm not playing with him.
Okay. So let's make sure you have the green and the red guy. There are other people you can get, but all right, good job. All right, so one less berry to evolve. Do you see the heart above by your name?
Okay, hold on. Let me cut this. You know I don't like this music. Okay, go ahead.
Do you see the heart by your name?
Yeah, that's my help, right?
Right, and then above that are the berries. All right, now make your move.
Yeah.
You want to put the greens and the reds together.
don't have enough brains.
Okay, well, you can just move something. Okay, so you lost your first. Okay, there you go. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so what I want to do is put the reds together or the greens together. So notice nothing's really close, so I can move stuff to be closer, and then it'll knock other things around. Okay, do you see in the bottom left corner there's like a green that you can put to get 3 greens in a row? There you go. And you got some yellows. That doesn't necessarily do anything, but you did damage to me. So you did 10 damage to me, and you heal with the green guy. Each of these little characters has a different trait. The green guy, gives you health, and it hurts the other guy. The red guy just does a lot of damage. I don't really have a good move to make, so sometimes it's best to do that. But that's okay. Okay, now do you see the red in the bottom right corner? There are like 2 reds. There you go. That's what you want to do. Okay, wait. Don't do anything. Do you see the berries right in the middle? There you go. Great. Now, do you see in the upper left corner it says 3 out of 3 for berries?
Right.
Okay, so that means that you can evolve. And I'm going to teach you how to evolve on the next move. Okay. Now, do you see? Don't hit anything. Do you see above your red guy and above your green guy it says evolve?
Yeah.
All right, evolve with the red guy. Okay, so now this guy does more damage. Instead of doing 20 damage, he does 25 damage to your opponent. So that's good. He's like, but that takes away one of your moves. But that's okay. You want to sacrifice that. Okay, upper right corner, get the green and the purple. Switch those. Yep, perfect. And then you got more purple. That's great. All right. Normally on a normal map, you need to get 4 berries, but on this map, you just need 3.
Yay!
Okay, so I just did 20 damage to you. But if you were to do that to me with the red guy, you would do 25 damage because you evolved. All right. Now, bottom left, move the red one on the bottom to the right. No. Other red. That's okay. Just do anything else.
It's too late now.
That's okay. So watch what I'm going to do. See the red one I move with the blue? And then the red, I move it up, just like that.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Okay, do you see the berries? There are berries. Yeah, make 3 berries in a row. There you go. Now you can evolve again. And do in the middle, the reds, make the reds together. There you go. Okay. And you just healed. So you did really well.
Yeah.
Okay. And you can evolve again, which is really good for you. So what you're going to want to do
Yay.
All right. Now, do you see your green guy? It says evolve. Press that. Now, instead of this guy hurting the other guy and you getting 15 points, or no, instead of you hurting the other guy 10 points and you getting 10 points, it hurts him 15 and it gives you 15. All right, and then get the berries. Now, the reason why I say get the berries is there's something called boost, and I'll show you what that does next. Now, watch this. Notice I moved the blue one over, and you might be like, but you don't have blue. Why would you want that? Because if I get 5 in a row, then I get an extra 5 points. I get an extra 5 points then. So, and I'm going to get a boost here. All right, great. Okay, now, do you see above your guys, above the red guy, it says boost? Press that. And your 3 berries go and give you an extra 3 points, and you can like use them as anything you want. Okay.
I don't see that stuff around.
I don't either. So just do like a yellow or a blue. The yellow and blue. Yeah, that perfect. Because sometimes it just randomly gives you something. So that's good.
I didn't see the rain sunshine.
You're good, girl.
Very good. Yay.
All right.
Yeah, you win it. You go. You win. And red right here. Red. Green.
Excellent.
Yay.
All right. So I could evolve, which is what I'm going to do.
Yay.
And then I'm going to try to get these other 3. No, I can't. Oh, it's your turn. Okay, there are green. There you go. That's how you do it. So it's going to take away 15 from me and give you 15. And so you just tied it up. And it's your turn still.
No. Is this something?
You can
Hurry.
do whatever you want. There you go. Perfect.
Hurry.
That was really good because it didn't give me anything really good. Oh no, and I made a mistake. Oh no. Oh, that was fortunate.
Yeah, you did good. You win. That was good. It's okay. Red.
That was good. You just took away 25 of mine. That was really good.
Yay. Yay. You win. Yeah, you won. You guys look bad this time. Oh, that's good. You won anyway. Yeah, it's okay. I just like the crazy. Come on. Yeah, you got that.
Make a move.
You got it, though. Get that red. Yeah, that. You don't see yet. Got it. Alright, you won. I don't think so. I'm good.
Alrighty.
I thought it was a regular. Yeah, I didn't have it. I don't like it. It's just okay. Okay, good job. At least I won one. Alright. Stick with my bonus.
There you go.
And my orcho. Look at it. Oh. Did you win too, Rabbi?
I did.
Yay. Stand, take it back, or whatever.
Did you ever watch The Office?
Yeah, I did.
Well, they've got the.
There's, I haven't watched that all of it. Just heard at the beginning. Do you like The Office?
Yeah, just the beginning ones.
Is another one coming?
Yeah, it's about a newspaper.
It's coming out.
It's already out. You want the link?
Yeah.
You want a website that gives you all free movies and all free TV shows?
No, you can give it to me.
Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay. Go to a browser.
Yeah. That's my purse, okay? My umbrella.
Okay, you open the browser.
Mm-hmm.
In the address bar, type the word move.
Mm-hmm.
Type the word movie, MOVIE. Then the letter U is in unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
The letter W is in walrus.
Okay.
The letter U is in unicorn.
Mm-hmm. The TV.
Yeah. .top.
Got top.
Yep.
got it. So we got good. Okay.
And
Okay.
if
Ooh, nice.
it's got everything, and then I mean, the paper came out today, and it's already on there.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, but okay. I don't know what just happened. Oh, there you go. Okay.
You
Where
might,
is it? I gotta find. Where is it? I gotta search it. I can search it.
yeah. So you might get a few pop-ups, but that happens. Okay, so you go.
Office is out of the paper.
It's
I got the search bar. Where I search.
the paper in the
Paper. Okay, gotcha.
2025. Do you see it?
Oh my God. These things just keep popping up. Let's see. Nope, I don't see it.
Yes, you do. It's the paper and then parentheses 2025.
Oh, you said that paper. Nope, I'm not. I don't like this one.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. You can do
No,
it.
I'm good. I'm good. We got free stuff. I'm good. Probably we got it. We got
You're
what
struggling.
text is that?
You're struggling, girl. Just listen to me.
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm good. I don't want to watch it. I'm good. I don't.
Okay, I'm not gonna force you, but it's a really good website. It's got everything.
I'm good.
All right. What's your favorite movie that you've seen recently?
I don't know. I ain't been to the movies in a minute.
Okay.
I ain't been to the movies in a minute. That is my favorite movie. I don't know what's the last movie.
What's your favorite movie?
You know what my favorite? Oh, my favorite movie. I told you, Love and Basketball. Man.
Dude,
My favorite movie. The old movie. Called Love and Basketball.
I know what that is. I know what that is. I know a lot of people like that movie.
Yeah. Stomp. Say the Last Dance 1, 2, and 3. I like that. I like all the dancing and all that. Roll bounce. What is that? Rush Hour.
Do you like Chris Tucker?
What is that? That Jungle? Not Jungle. What's that one with Robin Williams? And they
Jumanji.
had that game.
Jumanji.
Jumanji. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. What you was about to say?
Did you ever watch Love and Hip Hop?
Yeah, I did watch that. Sometimes I used to watch that Hollywood or Miami. I love that when it first came.
I was gonna say, didn't they have an Atlanta one?
Like I said that. They had Atlanta, then they had Hollywood, and they had Miami.
Wasn't Cardi B on that?
Did you like it?
Wasn't Cardi B on that?
Was Cardi B on Atlanta? No, I don't think she was. Who that Cardi B? Let me see. I don't think she was.
She was on one of those.
Go to ChatGPT. Let me see.
Yeah, do ChatGPT. Let's see you maneuver it.
Let's see. ChatGPT. Okay. Oh, you should go. Well, how do I go there?
You just type in chat. G as in.
Okay, I got it. I got it. Now I got S. Okay.
Was Cardi B on Love and Basketball? Or Love and Hip Hop?
It wasn't in Atlanta, I know that much. But hip hop, no, that's Love and Hip Hop. That's the original show. Yeah, Cardi B was on Love Me Hip Hop New York. I thought so. She showed that over the one on my mouth. Yeah, I ain't look at the New York.
Okay, well, she was on it.
I know. You knew. I didn't know. You know, watch the Hollywood?
I didn't watch that show, but I had an employee of mine who loved it. And she one time was talking up a storm about this person named Cardi B, and I didn't know who that was.
Oh, you're talking about in New York. I'm talking about Hollywood. They have one in California.
I know.
I watched that one. I watched that because Ray J was in it. His girlfriend, Princess. Then you had Marion, April. You had the guy, B2K. He was in it.
Oh, Marion?
Marion was in one. It was B2K. It was Amarion. It was Ray J. I don't think it was Amarion, but I know it was Ray J and Princess. It was it was Amarion. Amarion and April was in it. So it was Amarion and April. Ray J and his girlfriend Princess was in it. What's that B2K? The young one. The book, one of them. And it looked crazy. Crazy mom was on the end of it. It was cool. It was crazy. It was cool. Yeah. I'm sorry you didn't see that one.
I don't watch that stuff, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, when it first came out, I was looking at it, looking at it. When it started getting, like, who knows? I was like, I don't know. I said, me, I don't watch it again. It's done. Like, you know? Yeah. They got the, Mario was, he was in, I'm talking about Marion was in, Marion and his girl was in the grown, with the grown? Yeah, the grown hip hop. That was cool. I like that one too.
Did you like B2K?
Yeah, I did. But I love my baby Marquis Houston. Before he was married, he was my husband.
I like that song, Bump.
I love me some Marquis Houston.
I like that song, Bump, Bump, Bump.
You like that with Marion then?
Bad boy. Bad boy, B2K. Talk to me, oh.
This one got heels on. She walking down the beach. Ain't no steps. Ain't no way. At the house, I'm trying to lady about heels. What in the world, y'all? Oh no. I know it's a movie, so I don't let them fall anyway. They show them how to do stuff. Wow. So they must be like a boat. Girl, hey, where you climbing with you? No. And with that real life, baby, I be done took them years off.
Do you like Ice Spice?
Yeah, girl, that's Taylor Swift's friend.
Yeah. Do you like her?
You know, Cat, you listen to her music, you know, like.
Do you like Doja Cat?
You do?
Yeah, I think
I
she's
love
pretty.
Doja.
Yeah, I love Doja Cat too. Out of Doja Cat, Nicki Minaj, and Megan Thee Stallion, who do you like the most?
You said Megan Thee Stallion, Nicki Minaj, who?
And Doja Cat.
No, drop my person.
Doja Cat,
Who is it?
Doja,
Cat, okay.
Nicki Minaj,
Nicki Minaj,
or
Megan Thee Stallion.
Megan Thee Stallion. Those three.
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. I listen to them all, but who I listen to the most would be Doja Cat. I love Megan Thee Stallion. I listen to Doja Cat. Okay, Megan Thee Stallion. I got it good. I can't really pick. Who about you? If you pick three, who would you?
I think Nicki Minaj has more hits, though she hasn't done too much in the 2020s. I love Doja Cat. I love Doja Cat's style. I like Megan Thee Stallion as well. I like how she holds it down. But recently, probably Doja Cat. I like Cardi B as well.
Okay. I like her too.
And
about a case, right? Case.
yeah, she was found innocent. Good for her. But then, not too smart of a move. Did you see she got out of court and took somebody's marker and threw it at a reporter? So I don't know if that was that smart, but yeah, I like her. I like her. She's feisty. Though I've got to say, I don't think it was good when she was a stripper. She would like drug guys and steal their wallets. I don't think that's cool. But I do think that her music is really good. She's one of my favorite songs
Yeah,
ever.
they said that the girl, she followed security. I don't think she did it.
Yeah, this is a long time ago. I do like her song WAP. I think that's one of the best songs of the 2020s.
Oh, okay.
That song is very sexual, but I think it's a great song. It's very in your face, and I like that. So yeah, I like Nicki Minaj, or I like Cardi B, and
Oh,
uh, I think all those girls are good looking. They're all pretty. Do you like Tyla?
yeah. Yeah, I like Tyler.
She's
You
beautiful.
know, Tiana Taylor got a new song now.
Is it good?
I don't know, like a couple of, I gotta listen to it again. I'm gonna it a couple times. Yeah, I like Tyler. It's cool.
She's very pretty.
I know you want of them. I know you can't though, but
I'll be without 5 of them. When I go viral, Miss Aquarius, we'll get them conversions, and I'll be without 5 of them at once if I want. Oh, for sure. Well, Doja Cat doesn't need a conversion. Her mom's Jewish. They're all pretty, though. I like
Now, what is Pink? I haven't seen Pink in a minute.
Pink, the artist, with like the exclamation point as an eye.
The one who got the pink hair? Her.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't either. She's a mom, and so I think she's kind of just stepped back from the limelight. Everything's been so Taylor Swift oriented in music that a lot of those other female artists haven't been as big. Ariana Grande's going on tour again next year.
Who?
Ariana Grande.
Oh, yeah. And, oh, man, this one. I ain't got no people. I gotta save my money. I want to go see Brady and Michael.
Ooh, The Boy Is Mine.
Yeah, that boy is my choice.
They're both really pretty people.
Yes.
Who's your favorite member of Destiny's Child?
I don't know. I have 3 of them, but I don't know.
There originally were 4.
I love.
So there's Beyonce
Yeah,
Knowles,
boy, yes.
right? And then Michelle Williams and Kelly Rowland.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And I think that I've always liked Kelly Rowland.
Toya. Yeah.
And I kind of feel sorry. Well, I don't really feel sorry for him, but like Beyonce became like a queen and kind of left those two in the dust. But I think they're going back on tour, or they're reuniting or something. They had so many hits. They were great. They were great.
Cardi B is in the big news for everyone. I'm so tired of it, but it's okay.
She's just got to.
Cardi B singing barefoot in traffic, selling CDs, and the internet is losing it.
She's got to stay out of trouble.
I'm saying, Charlie just saying that she was singing barefoot in traffic, selling CDs.
I know, but she's throwing markers outside of a courthouse at reporters, and she just got acquitted. She's just got to stay out of trouble.
Huh?
Didn't you see when she came out of court? She took one of the markers of one of the reporters and threw it at somebody.
Oh.
This happened.
She got in trouble for that?
I don't think she got in trouble for it, but it was not a good look. I mean, you don't want to put your hands on anybody if you don't have their consent.
Pray that she don't get in trouble. Following a recent courtroom meeting, Cardi B took to the streets barefoot to promote a special edition of her new album. Spotted on a busy street corner, she was dressed in a black t-shirt, black shorts, and white socks with her striking racial insurance. Her hand was a sack of what appeared to be CDs or flyers, which she proudly waved as cars passed by. Fans on social media loved it, playfully commenting that Cardi is reviving old school hosting. The new release titled Am I the Drummer? Courtroom Edition features cover art created from now famous trial photos. Last week, the internet was buzzing when clips of her sensational testimony began circulating online. Her interactions with the plaintiff's lawyer, full of eye rolls and sharp comments, had many comparing the courtroom drawn to a reality TV show. At one memorial moment, the lawyer inquired, when I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal attraction? To which Cardi quote, we're having, I say, a debate. This remark drew laughter from the courtroom and it quickly went viral. Look at it. This legal saga began with a woman named Ellis who accused Cardi of physically assaulting her outside Beverly Hills Medical Office in 2018. Ellis claimed that Cardi hit her, cut her face, spat on her, and used racial slurs. However, after deliberating, the jury found Cardi not liable for any other charges. After the verdict was announced, Cardi made her stance clear to reporters, stated, I did not touch that woman. With a playful smirk, she added, this time around, I'm going to be nice. The next time someone tries to, she did say that. I did hear her say this. The next time someone tries to roll this lawsuit against her, that's what she said, against me, I counsel. She did say that. I heard it. She said, next time somebody filed a roll this lawsuit against her, she said she's going to counsel. She did say that.
She's going to what?
I'm going to make you pay.
Oh, okay.
She's going to counsel sue. She said the next time someone tries to file
I got you.
Not so next week. She got cancer, but she did say that. I heard her do it on the video. I'm going to make you pay because this is not okay. Yep, she did say that. Instead of laying low, Cardi is seizing the moment and making the most of the headline. Her team has already rolled out the courtroom edition of Am I the Drama? Available before the official album, released on September 19th. Cardi announced by popular demand the courtroom edition of Am I the Drama is available now. The post Cardi B seen barefoot in traffic, selling CDs, and the internet is losing me. Video appeared first on Shine My Fire. Oh, nice. Okay. You go then, girl. You got it. You got it now. See. They won't let me see it. They say when Safari don't open it. Oh, well. You got it. These little spam people better leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'll be hearing you. Okay. Thank you. Oh, they're going to wear it tomorrow. I don't want to go to the doctor. Stay home. Are you watching that show now?
I'm going to, but in about an hour, the NFL kicks off, and then I'm going to be focused on that.
Yes. You got the TV? You got it on the TV?
I watch it.
I don't exercise.
I watch it on.
Mm-hmm.
I watch it on a tablet.
Oh, okay. I don't know what it gonna be. What's this say? Oh, good. I got on exercise. Take out this to do this. Oh no. No, consonant, lot of exercise. What is on me though? Then what's gonna be on his Twitch? His Twitch or something? Mm. That's not good. I like it. Making them get you something? Yes. Okay. What is that? Oh, Twitch. That's what it is. Oh, they must gonna be on the Twitch. Oh, yeah, my kid. Oh, okay. So they're gonna be a part of that. Okay. Yeah, I gotta see now how they do get on that night. He is live now. That's good. I hope God Ice Life will get on that shit too. That'd be dope. Yo, Ice Spice at Lotto is gonna be with Kai Sinet tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern.
There you
But
go.
they're gonna be on Twitch with him. But they seen it on Twitter. Because he doing Maki and stuff. So I think they're gonna be doing that. Who that is too. That'll be cool. I love me some Lotto. I love some Lotto. Okay, man, I didn't put myself on mute. Then I ain't forget the football.
Okie dokie.
I'll see you a little later, okay?
Sounds like a plan, man.
Okay.
suppose. That might be
Or you're just jealous that we're getting money.
Toilet tissue.
Sorry, Papa.
And local newspapers. And that is in order.
It's Taylor Swift.
We are on the 8th floor. Home of our corporate offices.
So many people are excited about this wedding.
This is a treat. Now, come on, Reggie.
Taylor, say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman.
This is the 9th floor.
This woman has one of the most toxic fan bases a human being can have.
My toilet hangs.
Women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Bin Laden family, by the way. I hope to have dinner with them, actually. I am so the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick, cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths who follow this woman terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice gal, probably not. I've actually heard she's not as nice as you come to believe. But by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you all? You can't get to that level and be nice.
Okay, so this is tomorrow's front page.
What I'm saying is this.
An account that left this post stories directly underneath.
The people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life. Her engagement is their engagement. Her success is their success. The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life. Those women need to have burkas on them now. Now. Sorry. If you believe that the Taylor Swift song is talking to you, you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now. Acid in the face. Acid in the face, religious police. And by the way, this is only for $3.75. Imagine if they gave me $5. I tried to get $5. My fan agent tried to get $5. Imagine what I would have done for $5. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift and going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because there isn't a religious police in this country? How many of them are better off? If Captain Phillips, that emaciated migrant who they're about to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to hand out burkas as they leave Taylor Swift, I support him. I'll write him a check. I'm very scared. Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged? These people need help. They need help. I'm telling you. Taylor Swift, and I know people are not going to like this, is an incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. She's not great. She's the perfect talent for our dying country because we're not great. We have fallen far from greatness. We see greatness occasionally in this country, and we're mystified by it, we're angry at it, and we try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for karma to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s at my party. I'm going to get a baby. You're making out with your mother. Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers on social media. They're actually having sex with their mothers on social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time with some of these influencers. Their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking with mom. Something's up. CBS News here. Working out. Acid attack. Virtue police.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Virtue police.
Subscribers.
In the house. In the house. You're not allowed out of the house.
Oh my god.
In the house now.
Oh my god.
You're out of the house without your husband. Jail. Jail.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Honor killing.
I feel like all over here right now.
Stoner. Honor killing. Honor killing in the town square.
I can get out, but Taylor Swift.
Alright, get him out of here. I can't even watch how sick this country is. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. CBS News. They're giddy over an engagement with Taylor Swift. I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country? And what the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. It's just like nuts. I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire up! Religious police, Burka! Burka acid attack, honor killing! Watch it.
I get midterm today. Taylor and Travis just got engaged.
Fire! Religious police! We are done. Shut it off. I am really mad now at how done we are. This is sick. This is crazy.
Nobody wants this.
What was Peter Thiel's reaction like this? I mean, obviously, I'm happy for her. Satan emerges as an angel. He's an angel at first, and so we have to think and Palantir, what we try to do is look at all the angels and see who's a little Satan. Who's actually a little Satan that looks maybe like an angel. What angels are going to fall? We at Palantir actually like to know which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels, so that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens.
My name is
Thank you, Peter. This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What if you can start investing without ever thinking a single stock? Stash, the experts handle the hard work. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with your expert guidance, so you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments or let Stash make smart portfolio to the work for you. The Stash investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, and stress-free. So you like it, start working as hard as you can, get access to world-class financial investment, personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stash is ready to help millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around in a drawer. Stash. Go to get.stash.com/jam to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and any important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/jam. A non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, not a guarantee. Investment advisory services or Stash Investments LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investing involves risks. Offer subject to terms and conditions. I've totally seen a million ads for hair growth products until I'm sure that actually works. I did too until I found out that Nutrafol isn't like the rest, as Nutrafol is physician formulated, clinically tested, and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard and third-party certification for supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools like hair counts and pull tests to assess growth, quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TIMDILLON. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com. Spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TIMDILLON. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TIMDILLON. I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong. Pop culture is gotten to be so boring, and this is why people are mad with the Cracker Barrel logo, because there's truly nothing interesting culturally anymore in our country, because everything has become so bland and corporate that our only gods are the chain restaurants and places that poison us. So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it. It's, gotten to the point where, like, this woman, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Audra McDonald, who I saw do Jim like 5 or 6 times on Broadway, who no one really knows who this woman is, does something on stage every night, 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. Shows clothes. If you miss it, you didn't see it. So she does something so spectacular. But again, the show closes early because people they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget. I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas, but this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness. They want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says this is organic mediocre, and I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. And I don't think Trish should compare herself to Audra McDonald, or I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, like, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we, see someone who's really good at something, we're, almost mad at them. Because we don't like it, and we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us, because in our rotting culture, we want everything to be relatable. We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? Oh, that's interesting, that's different, that's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff, because everyone's falling in and out of love or whatever, and it's like, and I had a friend tell me they were like, all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her success, and now this one finally can, and I'm so happy for her. And my friends go, she doesn't have kids because I don't want her music to change, and it's like, what is wrong with her? What more do you want out of this woman? Didn't she do this big Eras tour? Didn't she do it? Let her live her goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want out of this? Didn't she do it? Didn't she go on this tour all over the world that everyone said was the greatest thing that they ever saw in their life? What else could you want? It's never enough. At the stage of decline that we're in as a society, it is never enough. It's when she announced the new album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society at Taylor's level. It's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship because we are a society that is driven by this strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not. But it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectacle, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments or our and their failures or our failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've had friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am a little. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself in any way. Shouldn't you care about you a little bit? That's why I'm doing a Saudi Arabian reactor. That's why I really care about me.
Sometimes I catch her looking at me with tears.
I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Sound for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on Daddy. You're all focused on some other shit. And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next moment of the end. This is in the book of Revelation or something. It has to be. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. When two houses wed, and the calf is slaughtered, and the sea turns red, and then the bird is a bird. But that's the whole thing. I'm just saying, we need as a society. I mean, her best album, by the way, They Get Married, He Dies Immediately is her best album. Then I'll listen. And in a horrible, heinous accident, where it was a closed casket, because he got mangled. That's her best album. He was gone, he's gone. He was mangled in an accident. My husband was mangled in an accident. She writes for it lately, and she's not that good giving it credit. So imagine that's kind of the song. He was mangled in an accident. And his face was so strange. So we closed the casket. I'm alone again on my porch, thinking about my husband. They said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. My husband, he was mangled in an accident. Now I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever she was. And the first being was like a lion, and the second being was like a calf, and the third being in the face of man, and the fourth being was like a flying eagle. I can't read all Revelation now, but what I'm saying is that some of it's gotta be in the book of Revelation. We're gonna read ads. But what I'm saying is that I imagine this is foretold. I imagine it's armed drones to be deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shooters. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Drones love to light and weave through hallways
Searching for a fake school shooter. Phenomenal. Demonstration of phenomenal. Wow, the future's fun. Texas-based company Campus Guardian Angel Hope Biz is the future of school safety.
John, if somebody comes in school with a gun, we respond in 5 seconds.
This is how it would work. Silent alarms in the school alert the company, and drones strategically placed on campus and deployed. These drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin, with the school and police. Non-lethal damage to the suspect or dummy in this demo. With pepper rounds and direct impact. Smart things, that's not a drone.
Yeah, see,
Can you imagine, by the way, it's these 3 guys in Austin with VR goggles on, directing drones to kill a school shooter in Florida. We will do anything in this country to just not get some type of, registry of guns. Which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the text coming in again. If this video tells you one gun, protect your family, you think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun, but who knows? Couldn't this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Just school shoot. Now you need 2 school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis. It's disgusting, and that person obviously should be put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here. It's probably this, right? I imagine this. This is what tech does. We create all of these situations where people are in grave danger, all these home invasions, we won't clean up the streets, there's school shootings, and we don't create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. And there's a bunch of mentally ill people and young criminals, and then these policies happen, and the tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So, the robot police are coming. Robotics is developing and I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. Drone policing, all of this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. Again, I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on. Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone, I believe, Larry Fink. Is that right? Is it BlackRock? BlackRock. I always mix them up. Thank you. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he's like, we're getting rid of cars, we don't need it, we're getting rid of single-family homes. Many years ago, when you went talking about this on the show, get rid of that. You can Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you can have stakeholder capitalism, so you're going to have billionaires owning these large stakes in these large government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries. Kind of like the plot Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hungry mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. We got to deal with these people. And we're going to do it with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And
All right, thank you. As I was saying,
one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane. But there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies and the benefits, we're going to now dictate how you live.
yes,
And where you live, based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we have set up. I do believe there's going to be people kind of living outside of that, and they're going to happen. But they're just going to figure out the own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst them, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of end game time. And I think a lot of these people realize they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it, the Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fitz. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which the dollar's going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta. Not to be a downer, but before all of that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire. And they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to me, when I live out in the Hamptons, I'll say things like this to people, and they go, oh, well, it's a bit traumatic. They don't say that. Meaning, like, 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They were just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it. It's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only thing left for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. The raw power grab. The niceties are gone. The pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives are not. They don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. My guess. It's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into the value anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them. They're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam.
push that button and
Because the world is ending.
But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts, foamy at the mouth, roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival, finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. They've recorded $25 billion for the class nationwide. And they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can substantially increase your salary. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan because the summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, wave. And then it ends, you're like, I think I'm dead. And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead? Where's my? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/gym. That's it, forthepeople.com/gym. Click the link in the description below. This is paid advertising. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projection. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Let's go TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum is an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink. They know what's coming. They're engineering it. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country... They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between supranational institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like, the Trilateral Commission, things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some, it's the Ninth Templar, it's the fucking Bilderberg. I'm not going to go into that, but the constitutions that are not primarily loyal to a nation. And I'll tell you this,
Pick up, bitches. Listen.
and that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, you might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game, massive corporations that are going to international institutions that are going to be in the game, and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations, are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably Michael Rose, we're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty in the border. It's the biggest issue in the world. Mass migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well. Nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration. War causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. Land gas and natural resources, a lot of that instability. And instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring in the digital brain. We need the printed circuit stuff. The Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? She and Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Cartier watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it, and the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable great conflict that will come.
Guy received this letter. He was so proud of himself and walked around the shtetl, waving to everyone, saying, "Look, I asked the ROTHSCHILD such a hard question. Look how many pages it took for him to answer my question." It was like he was very proud of himself. Then he finally sat down in the shul to start deciphering the answer by looking up all these reference points, and every single reference point was to a page that contained the word ignoramus, Am Haaretz, right? So this is like the personality that ROTHSCHILD got. Anyway, how did the ROTHSCHILD expose Al-Ghazi Friedlander as a fraud? He said an amazing thing. He said that in every tractate of the Yerushalmi Talmud, there is always the name of one author that does not appear anywhere else in the Talmud. There's always a unique, what do they call it, a hypax legomenon or something like that. Not the right word. There's like one rabbi who's in this tractate who was never mentioned elsewhere in Shas. And in the text of the pseudo-Yerushalmi, as it is now called, there were in fact no such figures whatsoever. Every single rabbi mentioned in the false text were duplicated elsewhere in Shas. So it's an amazing statement, but when we think about what that means, the ROTHSCHILD must have had basically an eidetic memory. He must have had like an immediate recall memory of the entire Talmud to be able to make such an assertion and to be able to test such an assertion. And again, this is before you had encyclopedias of Talmudic figures. I think the first one was written years later. This is before you had any kind of like computerized access to do word analysis. You just knew it from reading it once. This can't be real, and so on. And that speaks to the idea of authenticity. The ROTHSCHILD, with his superior intellect, could determine authenticity. But the average person, even people with great minds and scholarship, like Solomon Schechter, and presumably perhaps even the Chofetz Chaim, might not have been able to. Again, I have to put an asterisk on the name Chofetz Chaim, but there are many other rabbis who were signed on to the project and were true believers. So that's one story that's a caution of authenticity. I want to return to it after we talk about the second story, which is even more chilling than this rather bizarre episode of the Pseudo-Yerushalmi. By the way, when I did the research on this, there are lots and lots of libraries in Europe that have copies of this Talmud, and they appear to think that it really is the Talmud. They've cataloged it like it's another volume of the Talmud. Right? What's the difference, right? Okay. In the 17th century, there was an especially threatening moment for the Jews of Europe. There was a man named Johannes Eisenmenger who, in the 1670s, living in Amsterdam, had drawn close to the local Jewish community, and he chose to throw in his lot with the Jewish people as a ger zeved, as a convert. He converted, married, had children. He studied the Talmud diligently for 19 years. Incredibly dedicated individual, absorbed into the community. Among his teachers were the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. Definitely, someone that the community felt very good about. And then, in the year 1700, he came out with a massive anti-Semitic screed, 2,000 pages in length, called Judaism Unmasked. Judentum's Entdecktes, excuse me. And this is basically a complete survey of the entire Talmud, right? This is the person who learned the entire Talmud. If he was on a Daf Yomi schedule, he would have done it multiple times. And every time there was anything negative in the Talmud that could be interpreted badly as, or interpreted in a negative way towards the Jews, the Jewish people, Judaism, he diligently wrote it down, translated it into German, and wrote a commentary on it. Highly tendentious commentary. But basically, think about this madman for a minute. He spent 19 years living undercover as an Orthodox Jew, with a family, raising children within Judaism, all for the purpose of producing this scurrilous document. And it was a bombshell. When he submitted it to be published, the Jews found out about it and managed to block its publication temporarily, and they hoped to negotiate with him to drive him essentially to not publish this terrible document. It appeared that he may have been willing to do so. He may have engaged in a lot of personal effort to produce the book, and he could not sustain the costs of publication. That's relevant to us, thinking about what the internet means. And he was open to taking compensation and withholding publication, but they were about 6,000, I can't remember what the unit of currency was at the time, they were about 6,000 of those currency units apart when he suddenly died of a stroke at the age of 54. I know, it's sad. But at any rate, the book nevertheless was published across the border in a different kingdom where it was not subject to the same restrictions. There were some shenanigans about how it was published, the title page, and so on. And unfortunately, the book did see the light of day. Let's have a good quiz. By the way, this is a great montage by my editor at JTA, Laura Adkin, who took this story and was able to put it together. You see the silhouette that represents Eisenmenger himself. On the right is the title page of the first volume of 2 volumes, and in the background, of course, the yeshiva boys. But here's an image of Eisenmenger himself, also with the title page underneath it. And here's a look at this book. It was actually published in one thick volume and also in 2 volumes separately. It's a massive brick of a work. And here's the scary thing about it. All of the citations in this book are accurate. As a scholar in Israel who has gone through them one by one, compared them with the original, and every single citation is accurate. It's taken from the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on. Now, the translations are often, skewed in the worst possible way. The commentary is definitely slanted in a very negative way. But he did not falsify his sources. His sources were authentic. He took them out of context. He tried to twist their meaning so as to reflect badly on the Jews. And he definitely had a very tendentious purpose for the entire enterprise. But unlike the first story we discussed, which is inauthentic, this is totally authentic. Because you can use it to look up passages in the Talmud that refer negatively, let's say, to the founder of Christianity. There are only about, let's say, a dozen of such passages in the Talmud, and there's a lot of literary theory that we can bring to bear to say, why would the Jews say something negative about the founder of Christianity? There's a lot of reasons why. I mean, they're being persecuted and so on, and it's an inside document. They don't necessarily think they're going to have outside listeners involved in the document, and it's certainly, when you look at the huge size of the Talmud, and you have 2,000 different people speaking in the Talmud, over 2,000 Amoraim. If you have 6 or 8 Amoraim in that mix, you say something negative, that's certainly within the statistical range of things you won't like in the Talmud. There are other things in there too, but it need not distract us. What is significant, of course, is that when it was published in German, it was almost immediately translated into English and is now widely available on Amazon. You can still read Eisenmenger today. There are many different editions, published under a different title sometimes, but it's essentially, it has become the Bible of the anti-Semitic world. If you go on hate websites today, which I do not recommend, you definitely need to take a shower afterwards. It's so gross to go to those places. But all of the charges against Judaism, especially anything related to the Talmud, they owe their origins to Eisenmenger's painstaking research. And it had tremendously deleterious impact on the Jewish people as a whole. So here, once again, we have 2 very different stories, 2 very different outcomes, but a great cautionary message for all of us. On the one hand, you have this profit-seeking Jew named Al-Ghazi Friedlander, who attempts to defraud the Jewish world with an obvious forgery. His goal is simply to make money with it, but ultimately he used a falsified document, and if you were to study that Talmud, you would think you're studying the Word of God, but in fact you're studying the word of Friedlander, the Belarusian Christian. And on the other hand, you have Eisenmenger, who, another truly sociopathic and twisted individual, who devoted 19 years of his life to doing this research. He published something which is so totally antithetical to the entire thrust of Judaism, and nevertheless, when viewed like through the telescope for a tiny little detail, each one of those citations is in fact correct. Taken way out of context and so on, but nevertheless correct. So, what are the implications for us and the internet era? I would like to tender for our consideration that we need to think carefully as consumers of media on the internet, and specifically as consumers of Jewish media on the internet, to attend to these 2 issues of authenticity and authority. It is so tempting, I'm not a rabbi, but my daughter will frequently call me and ask me silence. I don't know why she asks me. I say to her, don't you have a rabbi living near you in Fair Lawn, right? Aren't there rabbis in Fair Lawn, New Jersey? There must be, right? She does have a rabbi and things like that. I think maybe it goes back to her childhood when my kids wanted to do something and they weren't sure it would be allowed. They asked me first, right? If I said no, chances are mother was not even worth asking me. If I said yes, then there was a chance they could ask Rima and they could do it. I wasn't actually decided. I was like the trial balloon. So maybe my daughter is calling me because then she's going to call the rabbi afterwards to confirm. But she'll ask me some shaila, and I'll be at work and things like that. And I'll say, just hang on a second. Let me check this for him. I'll put her on hold, and I'll look up on the web. Right? I'll put in her question, exactly like she could. And the website's going to pop up. And if there's a website that I trust, like Holy.org or something, or StarK or whatever, then I'll say, well, in my great wisdom and based on my years of research, I would say the halakha is Motor, Asa, not today, April Tuesday, whatever it is. and I'm relying on the authenticity of the source. But we can easily get lazy with that. Who knows? Will our children be able to distinguish OU.org from OU.com? Where if someone falsifies a website, we don't have really good, barometers for authenticity on the web yet. Will our children have that? Because it's flat. It's everything on the web is the same size. So will they get that authenticity? And furthermore, authority, right? If you have something that comes in a really well-dressed package, like the pseudo Yerushalmi, and the guy's wearing the right bekasha, and he has that accent, and oh my gosh, that turban is so glorious. It's got to be real. And all the other rabbis are signing out with it. How do we know that that's real authority? These are serious questions which we have not yet put to the web, and we have not yet figured out how to put a haskam on it so that people can trust the tremendous diversity of opinion that are out there. I would like to suggest that, ironically, we've got to go back to the old-time days of relying on a rug. Right? Here's my rug. Isn't that nice? I took a picture of chocolate the other day when he was wearing his more sheer. Why do I need a rug? He's younger than I am. I don't know if you noticed, but he's younger than I am. He's a really smart guy, but I'm not so stupid either. I study a lot of Gemara and stuff like that. But, when I have a question, I'm no gay of the devil. I know how I'd like to answer myself. I need someone who I trust who will make an independent decision. And so far, he has been great. Whenever my wife and I have issues, and my kids have issues, he's been able to sort of see through the whole thing and give us an answer that we feel has the ring of authenticity. Furthermore, I think that the kind of elements that we get with a Rav today are when a Rav knows who you are, not just knows the story, but knows who you are, knows what kind of answer you can handle, and is able to make a judgment call based on the relationship that you have on a human level. That's something you will not find on the internet. You can't go to the internet and say, well, this is who I am. Tell me what I need to know. It won't happen. Although I will tell you a funny thing. I was in a very long meeting at my work the other day on career services. Sorry for this interview, but I thought it was funny. My wife laughed. And we were looking at, how to try and improve career options for our students. That when they come to sort of college, we're thinking about different models for them to try and figure out, what they want to do in life. And one of the tools that they put on the screen was this battery of questions produced by the Department of Labor, I think, the U.S. government. And I said, okay, this is kind of a boring meeting. I'm going to fill it out myself. And while I had my computer there, I answered all the questions. And then I asked it, okay, so what career should I consider? So it gave me a range of 5 different levels of preparation, meaning if I really wanted to put in the maximum amount of training, go to school for as long as possible and stuff like that, what should my career be? Guess what it told me my career should be if I went to school and got a PhD? Teacher, right. It said I should be a professor. Great, that's really good. What would be the best career for me? I clicked on that button and it said fashion model. I know. But, okay. So I probably would, George Clooney, right. That's it. It's so true. Yeah. See, why can't I do both? I think that would be great. Anyways, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Oh, yes. The rabbi knows me. The rabbi knows who I am. He knows my problems. He knows my challenges. He knows what kind of answer I can tolerate. And I think, ironically, in this age of connectivity to the web, we have to double down on our connectivity to a Rav. It's so crucial for us to have a human being who has this larger perspective. He knows the difference between information, of which we are drowning in, and wisdom, which is as rare as heaven. I'd like to suggest that is where we are going with the internet. These are the dangers that we face and why it's so important, more important than ever for us to have a Rav. Let me conclude by just thinking about the Talmud as a resurrected document for the Jews, because we must barrel stop for us. We have to figure out how to use this tool somehow. And I want to draw your attention to a 20th century Talmud that I find deeply moving. This is the so-called Survivors Talmud, which is very unusual because it was published in the displaced persons camp in 1946-1947. Jews living in these displaced person camps were desperate for Talmud. They were, torn away from their families, torn away from their communities, uncertain as to where they would be in a few months. Would they get to emigrate to Israel? Would they get to move to America or Australia? Living under desperate circumstances and very much wishing to connect to their God and connect to their tradition. And they begged the American government, the American authorities running these people camps, give us some Talmuds. There were none to be had, no sets of Talmuds available. The Nazis were engaging in heavy book burnings. They collected a few for their Museum of Jewish Civilization in Czechoslovakia, but they didn't have these things. What they did have, however, were the old stereotype plates used. We talked about them with Torah. They had old stereotype plates of Talmuds, and they had the printing presses that were used in Heidelberg to publish Nazi propaganda. So the Americans said, fine, we're going to take those stereotype plates, and on the very same presses that once published Nazi propaganda, you will now publish Talmud. And we published this beautiful, full-size edition of the Talmud. I want to alert you to this amazing cover here. So you can see that inside the front text, it says, published by the Organization of Rabbis in the American Zone in Germany, right? Of course, Europe was divided at this point. With the assistance of the Army of the Americans in Germany, and it says here Munich, Heidelberg, and it gives the year here 1947. So that's when it was published. Look at this amazing evocative artwork. At the bottom, it says here, pasuk kimat kiluni va'aretz va'ani lo azavti kikudecha. It's as if I was almost destroyed, but I never abandoned your commandments. And the caption underneath says, Machana avoda ba'ashanaz yimei hanazim, a labor camp in Germany in the days of the Nazis. And the artwork shows something like, it looks sort of like an Auschwitz kind of scene with Jews apparently picking up what appear to be corpses and loading them onto a wagon. Some of the most horrible sights of the typhus epidemic that raged through Warsaw and places like that. And on the sides, this barbed wire kind of theme. Everything at the bottom of the page is so dark, and a direct reference to what these Talmud students had endured just a few months before this was produced. But then as you move up the page, you can see that there's these winding streams that lead the eye upward. You see suddenly the palm trees, you see the balsam, you see this architecture that is very reminiscent of the Middle East. And then finally at the top of the page, you see this glorious sunrise over domed synagogues, Moorish-style Israeli synagogues. And it says in the text here, Yeshibu l'geula me'afela l'or gadol. From servitude to redemption, from darkness to great light. And I think this is really the message of the Talmud for our purpose in our days. It is a fundamentally redemptive and regenerative document. It is a text that Jews study to refresh themselves, to revive themselves, and if you will forgive the pun, to rejuvenate themselves. This is a document that we will constantly return to as we have for millennia. And even though the internet poses many great challenges for the potential for Talmud study and the risks associated with Talmud study in this unusual environment, I am fully confident that we'll find our way to muddle through those challenges and ultimately we'll come to a redemption of great life. I want to thank you for your attention and endurance for these 3 lectures, and I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Okay.
Because you're genociding people.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're
My friend's mother used to sell us drugs.
doing well. So I wrote this small book back in 2012 for the occasion of the Siyam Hashas, the 7.5-year completion of the cycle of the daily Talmud study routine that has been practiced worldwide since 1923. And now it's 2019. We're approaching the new cycle, and I thought, you know what, the book needs a refresh. So I went back and I changed a few things, especially those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant. And I've released it again in a revised edition. And, you know, I actually kind of like this book. But since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I have received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on Amazon. These are completely, you know, just completely out of the bench. So here's one here. Here's a negative one. That was written in 2016 on the first edition by Francis DeSales. I am a fan of Rabbi Abramson's work on YouTube, and that's why I bought this book. By the way, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud and entertaining style came out very clearly in this little book. That's good. So far it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using Rabbi Abramson's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading this book. The experience is more like reading some billboards and promotional pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. That's really, in reality, I have to agree with Mr. DeSales. That is in fact what the book is. I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what does it deal with, how has it been, you know, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German pilgrim's roman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how, you know, I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult, and my first experiences in yeshiva, which I think are pretty wild. Some amazing teachers that I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in it, and eventually ended up finally becoming a small teacher of Talmud as well. So it is very much a brief and personal introduction. And I alternate between the historical and the literary and the theological on one hand, kind of like in a dry academic sense. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer writes, too brief, too personal. That's the heading. That's pretty good. Too brief and perhaps even too personal, like overshare. Probably true. But I did love the photos. So even the negative part still has a little soft. And here, this one's probably the most harsh. Theodore D. Sternberg writes 3 stars, right? There's on a scale of 5. Too much about Henry Abramson, not enough about the Talmud. That hurts, I have to say. But, you know, that's... Here is Bunyadi, who wrote in August of this year, and these are all in the first edition, writes, a must-read. Nice. Wow, a wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming. I really enjoyed reading this. And Dr. Abramson has some good YouTube videos as well. So that was nice. I like that. Here's another one, written by No Pickles. I have no idea who that is. It's a strange name. Fantastic introduction to the Talmud. The book is a great big-picture introduction to arguably the most complex literary work ever created. Dr. Abramson writes from an academic, scholarly perspective, using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. Ooh, that's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. It's true. That's what I'm... Maybe not so much the self-awareness, maybe not even the humility so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to anyways. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts, and he also gave it a genre, inspiration, informative, quickly. I think those are three pretty accurate discussions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually a very wise statement. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Better than learning a dry explanation of what the Talmud is and what is not, Abramson gives us a personal tour of how he learned to spiritually swim. Abramson has a very readable, lively style, and I enjoy his writings and lessons elsewhere. The book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Study and help. Nice. Two more. Okay, Alex writes, I enjoyed reading it, and so did my 14-year-old son. And I wasn't trying to go for the youth leadership, but that's kind of cool. Story. And here's my favorite. I mean, I was blown away when I saw the name is Arthur Kurzweil, the famous, individual Arthur Kurzweil, who's done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. Wow, he wrote this. He said, I enjoyed this passionate, honest, and so nicely written memoir and introduction to the Talmud. Wow, so that's really good. I was really pleased to receive these reviews. If you're interested in reading the book, please have a look at it online. I think it's kind of worthwhile. I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting it again for the Siyum Mashat. I think it still has some value. I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved. So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money, and I'm very lucky to do it. I'm happy to do it. I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And
very soon, the Afghani cycle will be set on the most difficult practice in the They're known by the acronym IAM. They are Oregon, Yavamos, and Medalla. These three factors are among the most brilliant things in the entire Talmud, and I have to say, the reputation is certainly true. Oregon can be extremely difficult. Not, I think, as difficult as Yavamos, but never quite difficult. However, with all doubt, we're going to get you through with tremendous resources to help you understand even this most challenging practice. My goal today is to give you a very short overview of the history of Oregon, specifically how Oregon and their construction affected Jewish history. In just a few minutes, we're going to give you a little bit of excitement about this amazing practice that we are about to begin. For those of you who may be totally new to this, an area is basically a kind of a border that is created around the Jewish community that allows the residents within that border to carry objects outside of their home on the side. This is something which is restricted heavily here. You can't walk from a private domain to a public domain. You can't carry things within the public domain over a certain amount of space and so on. And all of these rules are mitigated by the creation of one of these legal boundaries that makes it possible, for example, for women to put baby strollers in the street to go to school and things like that. And it's really a very, very important thing in many modern Jewish communities. But the one thing that's definitely historically true about Oregon is that they are associated with conflict. They're associated with conflict, as you see in some amazing pictures by Charles Strauss in a strike song to help them out. It's a difficult question, an argument question within the family. The discussions that go on in Oregon are extremely intense, and I'm sure you're going to have an amazing time in this video. In this brief presentation, we're going to rely heavily on the research of Rabbi Adam Mintz, who literally wrote the book on the history of Oregon. I urge you to have a look at it. Anyway, the machlokus over Oregon goes back to the very beginning of Express about that. There's a lot of discussion in the Mishnah, Gemara that don't study, but it's fascinating that even outside of the rabbinic community, outside of Pharisaic community, such as in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, you find a pretty great attachment to the principles that are imbued throughout the sect of Oregon. And they're very strong about them. A lot of the documents that were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls reinforce the importance of the halachos of Oregon for the communities even living in the Judean desert. But when you get to the medieval period, although the machlokus does not die down entirely, one of the features of medieval life for Jews is that quite often they were living within city walls. sometimes within ghetto walls, and the construction of a wall around the entire community for Jews was actually something that helped quite a bit with the construction of Erevin. So there was actually a little bit less machlokas during the Middle Ages. When you get to the modern period, however, things change. When I say modern, I'm referring really to the period after Napoleon, when he famously broke down the ghetto walls, literally and figuratively, allowing Jews to interact as citizens within the larger boundaries of France. And it is at this time that we begin to see a really strong correlation between the expansion of federal boundaries and conflict with non-Jewish populations. Quite a bit within the Russian Empire, for example, in Congress, Poland, in the 19th century and the early 20th century, there are conflicts over exactly where the Jews are putting up their errors, because many Christians felt that Jews were encroaching on their neighborhood. Very much tied directly to the idea of Jewish civil rights, and I'm not focused on goes on, of course, to the 21st century. One of the things that mitigated this much focus as well, however, was the invention of the telegraph by Marconi, which resulted in the necessity of creating wires that ran all around major cities, and that tends to be what a Jewish worship is, overrunning the building. And so the telegraph poles, kind of like the cure before the matzah, the healing before the disease, these wires around the city actually facilitated an easier construction of Erevin in such a way that they were less ostentatious. In North America, we begin to see the construction of Erevin fairly late. And in fact, up until the middle of the 20th century, only 4 communities in North America had Erevin. The first Erev was actually constructed in St. Louis by Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, and it was almost immediately opposed by Rabbi Solomon and so this is the kind of thing that happened with Erevin. Kind of issues that went on was, did you count the Mississippi River as a border? And what about the number of people who live in St. Louis? Doesn't that possibly argue against the idea of whether or not you can build an Erevin or Cicero? Similar kind of argument was raised on the east side of Manhattan. Rabbi Joshua Siegel in 1905 created the first New York Erevin, and almost immediately opposed by Rabbi Bernstein or among the issues there were also the Rabbi issue, how many people are living in Manhattan, and whether or not the Third Avenue elevated train could be used as a boundary. Another Erev was created in 1949 in Manhattan, and that's when it definitely had more than 600,000 people living on the island, and that was a pylon on what was amazingly, in the great country to our north, in Toronto in 1921, an Erev was established by Rabbi Rabbi, and it was unopposed, amazing, until 1980, which is one of those things you have to say about Canadians. This is so nice, right? They don't want to make sense. But after 1984, by the time we get to our day, the Erev is now a well-known phenomenon in most Orthodox communities, but still a matter of significant controversy, as we saw earlier in the 19th century in the Russian Empire, as many non-Jewish residents of areas feel that the expansion of an Erev will alter the ethnic composition of a given neighborhood, and they play this legal discussion. Anyway, this is just to give you a little taste of the history of Erevin. I know you want to dive into the local things, the controversies that surround this fascinating topic. It's actually not quite so hard as people make it out to be, because you've got all that in your pocket. And with this app, you have lots of support, getting to even the most difficult surgeries. I hope this illuminated your doc.
These influencers are making out with their own mothers. On social media, they're actually having sex with their mothers. On social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time. Some of these influencers, their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking with mom. See this news here.
Para efectos de llevar a cabo de la manera más adecuada este evento, le solicitaron a los ponentes y a los presentes que en el hecho de la participación de nuestras autoridades y del ponente sean tan amables de mantener sus micrófonos apagados. Muchas gracias.
Love this game. It's my boy.
De explicar que más profundidad, de adentrarse en los fundamentos fundamentales de los sistemas políticos occidentales. El pueblo surgido a lo largo de los 4.000 años de historia, dentro de los cuales ha sido la base de los principios que sostienen al cristianismo, hasta el la Segunda Guerra Mundial, ha tenido que la gente se pregunta y precipita en la consolidación de lo que nosotros conocemos como Occidente. Y su idea abarca en todas las ramas del conocimiento, desde la física, la filosofía, las artes, la psicología, lo que nos debe de hoy es centrarnos en la historia del pueblo y en específico acerca de la ley y la política. Nuestra obligación como universitarios es la búsqueda de la verdad, donde sea que esta se encuentre. Del pueblo judío podemos aprender resiliencia, adaptabilidad, innovación y sobre todo respeto a la diferencia. A continuación saludamos a las personalidades que esta noche nos acompañan. La doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, doctora designada de Santos, Guanajuato. El doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho Político y Gobierno. Sergio Abramson, director del London College of Arts and Sciences del Touro College University of New York. Aquí mismo saludamos al maestro Juan René Segura Vicario, profesor académico y profesor investigador de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, a los estudiantes, al personal académico y administrativo, a los medios de comunicación, al público en general. Sean todos bienvenidos. Tenemos el gusto de la voz al doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, que nos dará unas palabras de bienvenida. Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Alonso.
Muy buenas noches. Saludo con mucho respeto y afecto a la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, doctora del campus Guanajuato, profesora de esta división. Me da mucho gusto recibirla aquí en su casa, en este claustro, en esta conversación. También, en nombre de la Universidad de Guanajuato, doy la más cordial bienvenida a Henry Abramson, a quien esta es su casa y estamos muy agradecidos de su presencia. También saludo a Auri Sánchez, nuestro fundador para la traducción, a Andrea Verónica Carrizales, Emilio Delgado, y a todas y todos los estudiantes que hoy nos acompañan. Sin duda, este evento es de gran trascendencia para la formación jurídica de nuestros el derecho como un elemento normativo de la sociedad abre un debate muy importante para entender la historia, el progreso y la identidad. Profesor Henry Abramson, para nosotros este evento abre la puerta para eventos de naturaleza internacional y considera esta casa nuestra casa de estudio para nuevamente recibirlo de manera virtual y presencial. Muchas gracias por su conferencia.
Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Alonso. Ahora cederemos la palabra a nuestra querida doctora de campus, la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta. Adelante, doctora.
Muchas gracias, muy buenas noches. Saludo al doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho Político y Gobierno, al doctor Henry Abramson, al maestro Juan René Segura Vicario y a todos los queridos y queridas estudiantes que esta noche están en esta conferencia. La formación jurídica integral confirma la relevancia de mantener activo el interés por la filosofía y por la historia, que no solo es una competencia relevante, sino un desafío en la formación jurídica para analizar los valores humanistas, la dignidad del hombre, la equidad y la justicia. y puede conseguirse la formación de nuevos turistas centrada solamente en aspectos meramente técnicos. Se requiere de un permanente estudio e investigación con disciplina y profundidad. No es posible sostener una educación jurídica basada en la simple exégesis, en un facilismo epistemológico y una visión restrictiva distorsionada en una utilización de seminarios, elaboración de promociones, con el predominio de un discurso superficial y meramente normativo. Se requiere la construcción de nuevas ideas que transformen las instituciones políticas, como estoy absolutamente segura que lo harán ustedes, y lo harán muy bien. Quiero felicitarlos y felicitarles muy afectuosamente por su permanente insistir de promover múltiples actividades académicas. Gracias a Andrea, Verónica, Carrizal y Jiménez por el sonido delgado pero medio optimizativa de la mitad de esta importante conferencia. Me da mucha alegría poder acompañarlos en esta noche en la disertación del doctor Kenny Adams sobre filosofía jurídica desde la agradezco profundamente su disposición para compartir su sabiduría con nuestros estudiantes. Muchísimas gracias. Enhorabuena. Muchas gracias, doctora. Bueno, es momento de comenzar con la conferencia inicial Filosofía Jurídica y Política desde la óptica impartida por el PhD Henry Adams. Para esto voy a hacer lectura de un pequeño resumen de su trayectoria. El doctor Henry Adams es director del Foro en Brooklyn, Nueva York. Nativo del norte de Ontario, Canadá, y ha sido educado en la Universidad de Toronto, por la cual obtuvo un doctorado en Historia con la tesis de estudios del plano, que sería ejecutada posteriormente por la editorial de la Universidad de Harvard. Ha sido también profesor visitante en la Universidad de Cornell, Oxford, Harvard y la Universidad de California. Sus investigaciones han sido reconocidas por la Fundación Nacional de Humanidades del Gobierno de los Estados Unidos, así como el Museo del Holocausto de Estados Unidos, y también por el Consejo de Investigaciones Sociales y Humanidades del Gobierno de Canadá. Es autor de 8 libros y abundantes artículos de investigación sobre la historia del portugués y su pensamiento. Ha sido distinguido con el Premio de Excelencia de la Asociación Nacional de Educación de Estados Unidos. Dentro de sus proyectos actuales se incluye un experimento acerca de la historia del portugués que será publicado en la editorial Juan. También, para terminar, tiene unos procesos analíticos en los cuales sus conferencias tienen alrededor de 5.000 al día. Habiendo hecho lectura de esto, doy la palabra al doctor Henry Adams. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. It is a great honor to speak to you. You're very impressive university. I'm very grateful for this
Estar aquí, tener la posibilidad de hablar con todos ustedes, con mis estudiantes, una referencia a la universidad y estoy muy contento para mi
Please forgive me, because this will come up. I speak an excellent accent, hardly any Spanish.
Their accomplishments are art, and their failures are our failures, and their trials are tribulations. It is weird as something I never understood.
Un accento excelente, pero bien poco español. So I'm grateful to my son-in-law, Mr. Raul Sanchez, who has graciously agreed to translate for me.
Para todos ustedes,
No.
Raúl Sánchez, y representantes con la tercera hija, el señor, y también es un gusto mío estar aquí con ustedes para traducir.
I will speak in basic English, and Mr. Sanchez will translate sentence by sentence. And hopefully hopefully it will still be interesting because I have a lot of really interesting pictures to look at.
Él va a hablar en inglés, yo voy a traducir acá la línea que dice esperemos que esta información para ustedes es interesante porque tiene muchas cosas que quiere
Very good. Let's get started then. My academic biography you've already heard about, but what I think is relevant for us today is the fact that I am not a rabbi. I am just a historian.
Ustedes ya escucharon su biografía académica, pero lo más importante es que ustedes sepan que yo no soy un rabino, solamente soy una persona que ama la historia y también soy un historiador.
And I like that word, historiador. It sounds okay, but in order to understand the history of the people, must have some familiarity with their religious history, because this is a community which is united by the Torah itself.
Para entender a las personas es importante también saber su origen y su religión, en realidad, a los judíos de Torah.
And so, what I'd like to do is to give you a very brief and superficial overview of the structure and history of Jewish law, and then I would like to give you some discussion of an example of how it is applied in the 20th century.
Ahora les voy a mencionar y vamos a hablar bien superficialmente la estructura, cómo es la jurisprudencia simplemente las relaciones y vamos a hacer una situación interesante que nos va a poner a pensar.
Okay, so let us begin with the history. So, the most important thing, of course, is a roots advanced during the Jewish and Christian and Muslim culture, as you heard in the introductory messages. This is something essential to all of Western civilization, and that is the revelation of science.
Una de las cosas más importantes es saber la revelación especialmente cuando se habla sobre el punto de vista judío
But one must understand that the Jewish approach to that event is radically different in many important ways from how Christians or Muslims later understood.
Es muy importante también saber la perspectiva bastante diferente de la perspectiva cristiana.
For example, if you see this image of Moses by the great sculptor Michelangelo, you will note that he has horns protruding from his head.
Vemos que aquí en esta foto, aquí está el Michelangelo,
And this is because of a mistranslation of the Hebrew term Keren Or, which refers to forms of light. And the Latin translation of forms was taken literally, whereas in the Hebrew Bible it means simply glowing light.
Aquí tenemos bien interesante esto, que eso es lo que tiene que ver. En realidad es una difícil interpretación, porque lo que ocurre que en el hebreo la palabra para cielo es por el o, ¿verdad? Pero cuando las personas lo leyeron, lo traducieron literalmente en el latín. En realidad, what was the last question?
But in reality, he literally is what it said. It doesn't say what he threw in.
Pero en realidad, cuando lo traducieron, lo hicieron demasiado literal. No estaban diciendo los cuernos, estaban hablando de que estaba radiante, pero tomaron la palabra en el latín y lo traducieron literalmente cuando en el hebreo se escucha otra cosa.
And this may be the root of the Western notion that we can know our forms.
Entonces, esto es que muchas veces aquí en los Estados Unidos, en países al frente de los Estados Unidos, los judíos son pueblos, no es decir.
And as you can see, he's quite muscular, but he probably will see. Ya ves que es bien musculoso, pero a lo mejor usó camisas de manga larga. To bring us back to our discussion of law, one of the most important distinctions between Jewish, Christian, Muslim understandings of the revelation is that for Jews, there were two distinct revelations. There was the written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, and there was the oral Torah. Hay que para los judíos hay dos reglas muy importantes, el Torah oral y el Torah escrito. And this is crucial because Jews and Christians, especially after the 3rd century, are basically on 2 different planets when it comes to reading what Christians call the Old Testament. Pero vemos que esto es sumamente importante para entender es porque especialmente los cristianos más judíos, desde el siglo del tercer siglo, vemos que a partir de este tiempo en adelante, la manera en que el cristiano y el judío lee la escritura hebrea es completamente diferente. Jews always read the written Torah through the perspective of the oral Torah. And this is, according to Jewish theology, an interpretive body of teachings that were given to Moses alongside the written Torah. Digamos que es sumamente importante desde la perspectiva judía, los judíos que leen el Torah, escritas, la Biblia, también lo están leyendo desde el punto de vista del Torah oral. El Torah oral era la enseñanza de los judaísmos. Muslims have something broadly similar called the Hadith, but Christianity does not have, to my limited knowledge, a similar type of interpretive tradition given at the same time as the written Torah. Vemos que también los musulmanes, ellos tienen algo similar. No es una Torah oral precisamente así, pero en mi conocimiento limitado, hasta ahora, no es visto ni es sabido que los cristianos algo similar, que como leen el Torah escrita por la Biblia, tienen al lado algo que les ayuda para interpretar lo que están leyendo. I'm really trying. Allow me to give you an example of the oral Torah, the Talmud. Bueno, aquí te voy a dar un ejemplo de Torah oral que se llama el Talmud. Talmud is basically called the wine of Torah because it distills both the written and the oral teachings into a massive document, about 20 volumes long, that took several centuries to write and quite literally thousands of authors. Dice aquí el Talmud tomó siglos para escribir. Muchas personas que escribieron escribir. Y otro nombre para el Talmud es el vino de la Torah. Because it distills everything into and lo que está escrito en el Torah escrito y también lo que está en el Torah oral. On this image, you see a typical page of the Talmud, exactly the first page of the Talmud, obviously with colors added. Porque aquí es la primera página que sale en el Talmud, ven que hay diferentes colores en esta página. And as you can see from the notes on the side in English, it has many different layers from the 2nd century up to the modern era. And people over many generations engaged in discussing the same topic. Vemos al lado de la foto, vemos que aquí hay hacer notas, vemos que hay muchos comentarios, muchas personas escribiendo de los tópicos que se encuentran en la Biblia, ponen sus comentarios, vemos que estos fueron escritos desde el segundo siglo hasta la era moderna. And one of the most important things to understand structure of Jewish law. This may be clearer when I give you an example, but it is open-ended. It rarely ends in a conclusion. There is always an opportunity for debate and discussion.
Para que sepan, después de Cristo está más adelante, vamos a ver el ejemplo, pero cuando viene a las leyes jurídicas, vemos que sale de sistema, siempre puede un debate, siempre hay otra perspectiva, o hay que ver el problema o la discusión de otro lado. Muchas veces estos opinions
This is quite intense one, so much and it's really designed to make sure that human beings actively engage in study of the law, which is in itself a religious act, merely the studying of it, and it's not designed to be something to be memorized.
Ahora, esto fue intencionalmente. Esto, nada de esto, Luis quiere que en realidad cuando uno estudia las cosas espirituales, uno siempre está hablando, siempre viendo cuál es el mejor medio de alcanzar o llegar a la espiritualidad. Es siempre va a haber, siempre va a ser cosas que para siempre.
The Talmud says that any stage to study alone becomes still.
El Talmud dice que cualquier persona salga que estudia el Talmud o el solo, el propósito de esto
But as you can imagine, it is impossible to run a society without clearly defined rules. One cannot debate forever whether a red light means stop or a red light means go. We have to have an
Ahora, por supuesto, es imposible encontrar una sociedad sí o no.
So, along comes people like Moses Maimonides in the 12th century, who wrote the first code of Jewish law. And by code, I mean a list of rules that would look familiar to anyone studying law in the Western world.
Aquí vemos una foto de Moisés Maimonides, muy famoso, que fue la primera persona que escribió los códigos que en aquel entonces y hasta ahora los judíos que la van a ver que las leyes
But we need to understand that his innovation of taking this very dynamic human interactive document.
This is the best. Doing really well. It's the opening of the NFL. How are you, big dog? Yeah, I'm watching it. Yes, sir. Yeah, I can. Are you watching it?
really enjoy our time on this app. Five picks is simple and quick. Just pick one or less. 1 to 2 to 6 players to have projections. If you get your picks right, you can win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts your money free. So withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers FedRow.
Sabemos que esta temperatura es importante, porque vamos a ver si una situación nueva aparece, una situación nueva económica, tecnológica, cultural, realmente de la Biblia o el Talmud no contestaba, ahora es que las leyes preferentes iban a poder contestar. A rabbi, and if the rabbi was not able to answer, they passed it on to a more senior rabbi, until finally the greatest rabbi of the generation was able to answer that question by going back to the Talmud, back to the Torah, try to determine how to respond to the
stakeholders globally. That's the term. Look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public and private cooperation, learning, faith, they know what's coming, engineering, and understand that there's a tipping point from which this country will unfold. And underlying ideas will because no one knows
and there was no official organized body who would say this rabbi is right, that rabbi is wrong, and it would simply be the consensus and what the public will accept. Pero vemos que nunca apareció ese horario federal, no. Lo que pasaba es que el público se conforma al de relación a la pandemia para ver qué dirección o cuál respuesta para todo el mundo era ya todas esas cartas, todas esas un nuevo libro ahora. So the dynamic impact that is present in the root of the oral tradition of the Talmud persists very much through the writing of code and the responsibility up to the present day. Pero vemos que el dinámico
massive corporations that are going to be in the game, these supranational institutions that are going to be in the game, and then get the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations, you know, are going to define a lot of what happens when they are preparing for their societies to fail. I know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Natural Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably he might go over there and see him soon.
And the answer is, it depends on whom you...
He's promising to restore sovereignty in the poor people area. It's the biggest issue in the world. Massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue. Climate is out there as well. Nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration. Instability in the region causing most of it. Mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. These international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens when we pay the Peter Thiel types? This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring in the digital prisons. We need the printed circuit stuff. The terrorists are going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. Straight up the hunger again. She had kindness and money. And this is what they're going to do. Right? That's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring and your ring. And you're fucking cardiac watch. And you're the one who are alive and are you happy to participate in it? Are you happy for her?
Israel did not think in the category of the law and religion the way we think of them today. The halakha includes a way of
para ellos no era la vez que pensaban en religión, era bien diferente como ellos pensamos separados por Jewish law literally legislates how one should get married, how one should choose, how one should dress. There is no distinction criminal law, civil law, or ritual law. It is always one code of behavior. Que cubre un montón de cosas. La manera en que
last year did we do my
casarse,
every other
a bañar. Hasta también hay una sección que habla de cómo uno debe amarrarse los zapatos. There is literally no area including what one is sleeping, that is not subject to the dictates of Jewish law. This is from the Arranca de Nextilla. Basta todo lo que usted puede imaginarse, hoy en día, en base a esto, hasta en la mayoría de porque la Biblia habla de eso. Many Jewish philosophers have attempted to explain why God wants us to do all these things. Some have argued that it is fundamentally for maintaining social order, which is something that I think we can understand in Mexico. Es que ha sido difícil ya se han preguntado por qué la ley judía en base a todo tipo de y así ayuda a la confusión es para tratar de identificar correcto. But it's hard to really understand, for example, why the Bible forbids a Jew from wearing clothing made out of wool and linen, and how that somehow supports the social order. Pero también a veces
in our society. The last tier that we rolls down their chain might be watching. Travis and Taylor walk out
in a more mystical fashion, have argued that there are metaphysical concepts in all of these mysteries, and somehow by performing God's will in intangible ways, we can literally affect the love or the pairing of the world. Otras maneras de pensar, de por qué dice todo esto, porque en cierta manera esto nos conecta a Dios. Y esto es porque estamos separando a Dios. Still others have argued that the purpose of Jewish law was human perfection. That by obeying these dictates in their tiny details, we will somehow develop a discipline that allows us to become closer to God in our awful perfection. Ayuda poco a poco a disciplinarnos, a poco a poco llegar a una perfección
Crying is a lot of people are deeply invested in this. Because it is the last one.
So that's a very quick overview of some philosophical approaches to baseball. Let me take you through an example that is very much in the news here in America today, and I'm sure something that is controversial as well. Let's speak about therapeutic abortion. Entonces, es algo que ahora vamos a hablar de un tema que es bien controversial y también a los it's true that traditional Judaism, and I'm speaking now about what we would call Orthodox Judaism, there was no other kind of Judaism really until the 19th century, does not approve of what we call in English abortion on demand. That is abortion because the mother wants to have an abortion. Ahora vamos a hablar de la
Saudi Arabia, come on. Get your tickets now. Saudi Arabia, $10 live in Cadillac in the capital. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, October 8th.
But there is a distinction for
October
therapeutic.
8th.
Entonces,
The day after.
que la voz que no yo quiero que una voz ahora. Eso no se hace. Eso no se hace.
It's funny how it all works. Not something that I had planned. By the way, it's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh, probably just at the Bakr Theater. Sydney at the Bakr Theater. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. I don't know. I imagine we got one of the least I had to
And it tells us that special action is a criminal act like suicide, not like murder, but it does not tell us anything about an intentional abortion. May a doctor perform an abortion still has the mother. From this passage, we do not know. Pero ahora, no habla, dice que no habla, es que se So this is all we have from the written Torah. In the oral Torah, however, we have a very clear case of an intentional abortion. The Mishnah, which is the second century document, says that
there's people that are starting to turn it down, but a lot of people are doing it like a lot, like almost everyone. A lot of people are doing it. They will accommodate, so what? Listen. What's your problem? Well, they're not slaves. They're not killers. Hey. Get over it. So what? So what? They have slaves. So what? My friend, I got a friend. Somebody I don't even know.
C-section is not possible, then the fetus should be aborted to save the life of the mother. If, however, the fetus is partially born and partially emerged, then the doctors are not allowed to interfere.
Well, I wouldn't want to try. Everyone would be there's a slave, that's what they say. If all the people in the hotel, they take their passports, they're not allowed to leave, they're slaves. Is the hotel nice? Is it nice or not? Is it nice or not? I'm not here to be a spoil sport. Look up spoil sport. I'm going to tell everyone what it is, because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not on this earth to do that. Spoil sport. A person who behaves in a way that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, correct. I'm not here to be a spoil sport. I'm not here to ruin the good time that everyone's having.
Why
Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of that. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison for that movie. What's that movie? Everyone's in a digital prison. Remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, and it's something you can't get out, when you're in the movie, of that digital prison, Peter Thiel's got you in, you're going to want to have a couple of shackles to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Get him off a Bitcoin. Ethereum, let me get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, that's not the movie I was talking about. It's another prison movie. I moved on. When you're Shawshanking, you're going on camera for the war. You're crawling through the tunnels to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison because he's just into it. What is he doing? Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist because he is the Antichrist. So he knows about the Antichrist. And he's talking about it. It's never enough to just believe a thing. By the way, you have to constantly believe people. It's reasonable that it's he couldn't shut his mouth. He went out to bars and you're O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No, you're right. You just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is giving talks about being about that he's worried about the Antichrist. He's giving a four-part lecture. This is true. I never heard a person worried about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a four-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in a Peter Thiel, how you represent, and every day is the same, it's just going to be a closed circuit TV, or maybe it'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about it, and you're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and next thing he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist Part 3, and you're going to sit there going,
disable him rather than kill him. But the theory is that if someone is pursuing another person to kill him, to save the person is necessary by killing the pursuer. There is no hint that by the case si vemos a alguien que está gritando, alguien me quiere matar, alguien me quiere matar, y vemos que detrás de esa persona hay alguien sumamente grande y lo quiere matar, ahí se
people that are in his prison. So you
bueno,
might as well
tenemos que
have a
matar o
couple
parar a
of
la
dollars
persona
to try to buy your way out
persiguiendo
of the
a la
Peter
persona que
Thiel
está gritando. Ahora,
Call 3
en una
Antichrist lecture.
situación, es mejor tratar de algo parar la situación y sacarle el arma. Pero muchas veces en muchas situaciones eso no va a lo mismo in this strange situation, the Peter has this guy as a pursuer. And both Rashi and Maimonides agree that the abortion happens performed for a therapeutic reason, but they disagree as to why. Entonces vemos que en una situación así, el bebé deja de ser la madre, por así decirlo. Entonces, esto es muy importante. Rashi y Maimonides están de acuerdo en tener un aborto terapéutico, pero ellos no están de acuerdo por la razón de uno debe tener un aborto terapéutico. So now let's see why that is important. In 1976, a woman in Jerusalem went to this rabbi, Rabbi Eliezer Rosenberg, very important rabbi. He said to him, Rabbi, I need to have an abortion. I'm 6 months pregnant.
Interesting to just kind of see actually how they do it. I think they got material. If they're driving in a outright town, and if I'm looking at the floor, and I see some eyeless beggar ramming at me, trying to get my money, I will look up to the ground. And if you have this, I see a drone flying over, I will look the other way, because I'm being paid enough money to look the other way. What don't you understand? That is so complicated. I'm the only honest person that's going to take it. Everyone else is going to have to believe they're going to, well, actually, the Middle East is so crazy.
I will have tremendous psychological distress if I have to deliver this baby who will die at a very young age. That's not basic. Rabbi Rosenberg said, well, Rashi said the baby does not have the same status as you do, and so therefore I think I permit you to have a therapeutic abortion.
So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things are not happening. I believe in cognitive dissonance.
Another rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, same generation, he heard about this and he disagreed violently. Rabbi Rosenberg said that we agree with Rashi in that the fetus is not as important as the mother. But Rabbi Feinstein says we should agree with Maimonides. He says the fetus is as important as the mother. El rabino Feinstein dijo que siempre lo dijo Rashi en el pero él está de acuerdo con lo que dijo el rabino Maimonides. And Rabbi Feinstein said the only reason to permit an abortion is if the fetus is actively trying to kill the mother, and that the only way the mother can survive is if the fetus is aborted. In this case, the mother is physically healthy, and she will not die from psychological distress. Therefore, he says, the abortion should not be permitted. And we don't find it
La razón por que la única razón que tiene el aborto es que la luz del derecho tratando de matar a la madre. Simplemente no hay otra manera para que la madre pueda tener vida. A esto la única institución que puede matar al bebé para que la madre sobreviva. Tienes que institución la madre está hablando. Tienes que si alguien no va a morir de estrés psicológico, no sabe de para nada. So it's a much stricter opinion, but nevertheless, Rashi's opinion is as valid as Maimonides, and in fact the women did avoid the fire. Podemos decir los comentarios de Rashi y Maimonides pero en esta situación a nivel psicológico. So what we see from this example is how Jewish law works from the written Torah through the oral Torah, and then through the medieval code and modern responsibility. They would have used a manual al orar, a los códigos, a la administración, a las respuestas, y todo esto tiene una and this was a life or death issue, but there are literally thousands of issues that come up every year that are decided in this time. Hay miles de situaciones que aparecen. La manera para resolver esas situaciones es usando la oral, and all of this happens without a single coordinating body or a single authority who says that this law is specifically this way and Jews must fall into line with it. It's essentially a massive voluntary consensus-based system that literally determines the life and behavior of millions of people. Demonstrating a sistema que los usan para ABC contingent teacher interactiva igual I think I would remark only in conclusion something I mentioned in passing earlier, that the study of Jewish law is itself considered a very important religious act. And the extensive involvement of it, particularly by men as we see in the photograph, but also by women, is considered one of the greatest expressions of Jewish identity. Para concluir esta presentación, poner mucho énfasis en decir que el acto de desarrollar las leyes es sumamente importante. No es importante que los hombres y las mujeres judías hacen esto. Es una manera muy importante para la I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and thanks for this particular translator. There is a question and answer button, and I think we have some time to spend on discussion questions. Thank you very much for your time. Muchas gracias, realmente se aprecia, y ahora es el momento de enviar sus preguntas y para que yo pueda contestar sus
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. They're digging the wine up. They're drinking it. But I don't see it. So if I'm not seeing it, if I don't
My name is Henry Evanson, and I'm really proud to be speaking to you today at Torah LA regarding a wonderful project that I've been so excited to be involved in for the last year and a half. The Jewish history in Daf Yomi podcast that is part of the amazing alldaf.org app. And this is something that has really changed my life in such a fantastic way. And I'm really grateful to Torah LA for asking me to spend a little bit of time telling you about this.